Bum, bum, bum. Grinding a lot of best of ones, best of threes, and start the day with fish. Yeah. I already took off my shoes to be more comfy, to not get sweaty feet. Yeah.
Hello, Frederik.
Hi.
Jonathan from Blast here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Can I get you to turn on your camera? Then we'll just check your sound, your camera, and then we'll do a quick interview with Hegel. Okay, what headset are you using?
HyperX.
Yes, we are unfortunately sponsored by EPAS.
Yes.
Yes,
I know.
Yes, thank you. So you'll have to hold it in front of you and either use in-ears or turn the volume up.
Turn it up, I think it's right.
That's fine. We'll just check it's working.
Hey, Rez.
Hello.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good start. Can I ask you to count from 1 until 5?
1 to 5?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Production, how does it sound?
Wes, can you go a little to your left so you're center for your camera? And then make sure to look into the camera when doing the interview. Thank you. Just checking again with the sound.
It's good.
Can you keep on talking? How are you feeling,
Hello.
How are you feeling, by the way?
I'm kinda sick, but it's alright.
Oh no. You guys been playing a lot.
Yes, a big grinding.
With all the best of one.
Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C. Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
That is what they are all aiming for. That is what one team from Europe and one team from the Americas will be finding their way to when it comes to the spring final. But we are here at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. This is where it's grueling. This is where the upsets do start to happen. And we did get one yesterday. Maniac, you weren't very happy with that one though, were you?
I mean, I was happy for good Counter-Strike, getting to know a team that I didn't really have on my radar. I mean, I do have a knack for upsets. I think it makes great stories. It makes everybody talk about it. Obviously, some people are upset there, but it doesn't really matter. 9 getting the best of Fnatic. I personally had put some of my schmeckles on Fnatic in fantasy team that didn't go so well. Yeah. But it is very much secondary.
Are you sure about that?
No, not for my feelings, but for the people at home,
There you go.
don't care about my feelings.
Pimp, what about you? What did you make of that madness we saw yesterday? At least Liquid, right? They did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, that was good to see. That was good to see Team Liquid getting the job done. Big as well, getting the job done on map number 2 and map number 3. So some of the favorites did deliver yesterday was for Fnatic. I feel like that's a worrying sign heading into the RMR. You know, it's a team that is supposed to qualify for the major, but I'm not too sure that's going to be a certain or given for them with the level they're playing at right now.
Now let's have a look at our teams that are playing throughout all of this, because when it comes to the spring finals, this is what all these teams are fighting it out for within the showdown. There's only 2 slots remaining, and it's a little bit easier in EU to decide who will be going through, but on the Americas, it's kind of up in the air.
I mean, listen, we would like to think that the obvious choice for EU is already made. We would almost book the flights for Cloud9 to go to Washington, but that's not how it works. It's not how it works. First of all, they have to play against NIP. Today, that's going to be a best of 3, and then, of course, they're going to have, if they win a grand final, another best of 3. It's kind of a buzzing time when it comes to, you know, qualifiers and all this showdown running. I am Dallas close qualifier running. All of the teams are playing left and right.
There's a lot of games going on, but do we have some faith in 9 maybe, Pimp? Could they be the dark horse here?
I think they have a chance against Big, but going over against what potentially could be Cloud9 in a final for the spot, I think it's going to be very tough for 9. I think it's relatively open outside of Cloud9 being a big favorite in the European division.
I would just like to see the casters gruel over Cloud9 versus 9 and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Like these tight moments. 9, they do it, the other Cloud, not the same one, the same, no, I don't know.
9 going on Cloud9.
That'd be great.
Right. Yeah, here we go. We'll have to see how
Cloud9
it goes.
square or something like that.
And this is our bracket. We've got deep enough already where we start to find out which team will be in the final for Europe. It's NIP versus Cloud9 going on later today. But that Big versus 9 is the all-powerful, all-exciting one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game. I think 9 surprised us yesterday. I think Big right now is in a turmoil period where they can't really find their footing. So I'm curious to see that game tomorrow, James.
Oh, yes, for sure. And I think we should have a look, though, at what some of the good plays were coming out from yesterday. Let's take a look at our CS Money Player of the Day.
Oh, we had good days indeed, and we had good plays. As you mentioned, James, we have here our third is a Minio in the 1 versus 4 against Fnatic. You look at the scoreline, 11-3. The orange and black were already in a bad position, but this one I feel like was a pure proverbial kick in the nuts. 1v4 for Minio.
Yeah, Kasi as well coming in from Rare Adam, and he's going to do a good job on Ancient. He did a good job overall against Big, and he's starting off with a nice, nasty double no-scope from this position. This play right here, that's high-level AWPing, unfortunately not winning the round.
He might face Cloud9 in the grand final, but for now, he was in the sky in that play. Look at Cloud9 flying through the air with the double entry. Man, it just feels good, you know? You ever watch these videos where, like, you know, satisfying moments? That's what it is to me. When I see a player getting run boost like this and then getting the double opening kill, I'm like, yes, indeed.
A bit of the surfing magic mixed in with a bit of KZ magic. Now it's all coming together in a competitive game. And style points as well. We do love to see it.
We should find a discipline, the KZ and surfing together. I don't know if that can work, actually.
That's a new map for us to make, I think. That's something we'll have to get to. We'll work it out. But let's have a look at our unicorn predictions and see where we have been at, ladies and gentlemen. It is very tight.
What?
Very tight, except for Launders and Maniac.
Am I? Okay. Hold on. No. Like, time out. Am I the only one who thought that Imperial could pull up the upset today? You guys have watched the games against Complexity? You've watched any Counter-Strike recently?
Bro, I'm believing in the mullet, man.
Okay. Well, I'm either going to look real stupid or I'm going to be real fancy after this game.
I'm expecting during that cast, one of our commentators to bust out that. Was it Scrawny last time? The yeehaw? I can't. I'm going to try to do it. Pimp,
my money is going to be on him being stupid, so I feel pretty safe.
Forever stupid. We love him though. That's the main.
Why am I getting bullied on this desk?
Last time it was Pimp.
Nothing but love.
Yeah,
it's trying to be good to you guys, and you just.
Is he good to us?
Yeah, just
not good
haters.
to Complexity for sure. So I don't know.
Well, do you know what is good?
Tell me.
The Counter-Strike that's coming right up. We're going into Cloud9 taking on NIP for our opening game of the day.
Whoop whoop.
I think everyone else was just super. Ooh, we're back already. That came quicker than possible.
This could have been a really good hot mic, but since we are always so politically
So
correct
smooth,
and
yeah.
morally right,
No problem.
There is no risk.
coming in there. Well, do you know what their problem could be?
Tell me.
I think for NIP, because I will go back to the moment where DGL said to us, "I'm looking forward to playing Cloud9," and they need to be in a much better spot than ever because this Cloud9 is on another level.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, NIP right now, they are in a rough period, I'd argue. They've won a couple of games in a row, online qualifiers, etc. But leading up to that, they've been struggling massively integrating Hetrick and integrating Config into this lineup. You look at the 5 players, you talk about the potential as well of NIP. I think everyone can agree that it's been very, very disappointing what we've seen so far in 23. So it's not a team right now hitting their stride. So going up against a team like Cloud9, who are slowly but surely regaining their form, it's going to be a tough matchup.
Well, we have been so critical of one player within this team as well, and it's Mr. Config because we put him on a higher pedestal. But he was able to talk to Heku, so let's see what he's saying.
Config, we saw your tweet about ping. Can you explain your situation?
Yeah, I had some issues with connection to both ESEAs and the Faceit servers that we're playing on. And, yeah, it was just disconnecting and 500 ping and lagging. Yeah, it's kind of destroyed the game for me a little bit.
But now it's all fixed and it's all good.
I mean, yes, I've definitely done it on my part. Called my ISP and reset my router and change cables and everything that I could do. So I hope.
All right. Config, when it comes to your team, your teammates are not very like super emotional. They usually like don't show like the things that they're maybe like experiencing. They're not super vocal. Do you feel that it's kind of like up to you to keep the team spirit up?
No, not really, to be honest. I feel like the team is good right now. I feel like when we're playing bad, it's of course really bad. But yeah, I'll try to keep the mood up. But I don't feel like I need to like boost the players that much. I feel like we've talked about it and we've handled the situation. And yeah, I think that we are working on the right things and going the right path.
And does like playing all of those best of ones, best of threes, and like an official today give the needed confidence to the team?
Yeah, I think so. I think it gives confidence, but I also think it's very stressful because we don't have many practice days, and we are a team that needs practice because we've changed a lot of things. So, yeah, I mean, it's good for us to play officials because you learn a lot and those kind of things. But we need practice as well.
And what should we expect from your series against Cloud9?
I mean, Cloud9 is definitely the better team on paper and also ranked higher, and they've had more practice time with the Buster. But I feel like when we are hitting the day, we play really well. And if we are hyping each other up and helping each other when someone is down, I feel like we will have a fighting chance.
Now, don't get me wrong. I can certainly sympathize on the lack of practice, the changes that's gone on within the team. But they've been saying it since Katowice, and they have had some time, Pimp.
Well, everyone is lacking practice. Everyone is using that excuse. I feel like it's equal for all teams out there. And again, NIP having to qualify through online qualifiers, well, it's your own fault because you're sucking and not getting the invite. So I'm a little bit tired of you know, constantly having to hear that excuse with lack of practice, etc., because it's the same for everyone.
Well, OG definitely don't have a lack of practice.
It's bringing the fire.
They're all just in there, right? They're all just getting it done. I like it. But look at this, Maniac. This happy with his ping issues being sorted. He said 500 in Denmark. Well, Denmark's got a pretty good internet.
I mean, first of all, yes, Denmark has a good internet grid. That's true. I just wanted to say to the players out there as well, not that I distrust the fact that he or they were lagging for a while, but when you win a game in the morning and then you tweet, finally not 500 ping anymore, back to beasting, you put a target on your back. That is what you do. You've effectively put a target on your back. Now, he did play great against OG. We have the scoreboard from that very game, which happened this day. It was 2 days earlier. But here is the problem. What do you gain from that? What do you gain from that tweet saying that you finally don't have internet issues, you're going to win? Because what if they get smacked around by Cloud9 now? Of course, the trolls of the internet are going to come out of their cage, face the sun and be like, ping, 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 lol, 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 lol. That's what they're going to do. That is exactly what you're going to do. I just think it's lose-lose, right? You just take the win. You've played great this morning. You did good. You beat OG again. Take the chip, leave the casino. You don't need to roll again.
Classic config, isn't it?
You don't
Classic
need
config,
to.
yeah.
What do you gain from that?
I love it.
It's a risk. It's a risk.
It is a risk if he doesn't perform, but we talk about it. We keep holding him up to such a high standard on it all as well, right? But when we're talking about practice and we're talking about playing so much, we looked at 9, for example. What was it, 110 maps?
Yes, in 3 months. They're putting in the grind,
so
putting in the hours.
You have to, if you want to be compete at this level, you want to be at the very best, you've got to be putting in the time. There's a balance to be had if you talk about the mental health, stuff like that, but...
Yeah, but it's an interesting conversation, right? Because all the tier 2, tier 3 teams who are playing all these online qualifiers, they don't practice a lot. And if they do, that's because they're playing way, way more than the tier 1 teams. So once you have a tier 1 team like NIP, who for the longest time were ranked number 8, 9, 10 in the world, then drops down to number 20, they come into a new reality where they have to play all these online qualifiers. They have to accept, living the life of a tier 2, tier 3 teams. And sometimes you will hear some of those players not moan about it, complain about it, but be a little bit unsatisfied with that. But again, the solution is winning your games. The solution is being better than not having to play these online qualifiers. So fix it yourself instead of moaning about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think one of the key aspects is whether or not you need to do deep changes or you're just refining, fine-tuning the details. Because if you're just fine-tuning, you can play a bunch of games. It's fine. It just makes sure that you get through all of your strategies. Everyone is up to par, and then, as Cloud9 is doing right now, you're farming the head out of all the games.
Sure.
But I think NIP is in a different spot. I think NIP, for a while, we're trying to figure out how the hell do we use all these pieces? How do we make it work? We have Config coming in. We have Hetrick coming in as well. Brolan is kind of going back to a different role. Rez is back to a rifle. And so what is supposed to be a whole lot of officials to get back to their level is probably just a whole lot of pressure and time they cannot spend in theory crafting, figuring out where the hell to go. So this is how I see it. I think they are suffering from it more than other team because they haven't really solved the puzzle. But hey, that's their puzzle to solve, not ours.
Sounds to me like they've lost their identity a bit.
A little bit right now,
But the team that's finding their identity is their opponent, because Cloud9 right now are back to their winning ways, but also back to the grind. These guys have been not just looking great on and off the server, but they've been putting in all the work.
I love it. I absolutely love it. One of the best teams in the world, undoubtedly, when they're playing good Counter-Strike. Cloud9 sure recently have been struggling a little bit up until the point where Pro League, where they finally came together once more. The integration of Buster as well kept raising a lot of question marks. Is he going to be good enough? Can he elevate this team to once again be a top 3 team that is contending for titles? I don't think that's concluded just yet, but I love the fact they're putting in the hours. I love the fact they're putting in the grind. They're willing to play all these online tournaments. They're playing an online tournament right now I never heard about before. They didn't have to play. They're playing online qualifiers. They, in theory, didn't have to play. Cloud9 right now is willing to put in the hours, willing to put in the work, and I commend that and I respect it.
Well, I want to find out who made that decision, because they've gone back to this way. So let's see if Heku got an answer for us.
So, Nafani, from playing 3 tournaments in half a year, you went to playing 3 tournaments in 1 week. Whose idea was it?
We was communicating with team about that, and we decided it's a good chance for us to gain some form, gain some extra money, let's say, some rating, and etc. I mean, that's just a good opportunity for us, and that's it.
And you already played a best of 3 today. Did you actually have time to prepare for NIP?
We actually was firstly prepared for NIP, and secondly for previous best of 3. So everything is fine in this case, and yeah, that's it.
I respect that so much. And also, he's out for the bag as well. He said the money.
I mean, why not? Let's be upfront about it. Why do we always trying to hush, like, oh no, it's not about the money. Hell, it's also about the money. It's great if you can make some bank. Of course, you should do it. But I think for Cloud9, the issue, even when they were struggling last year, it's a couple of events, it's never really been the deep of the game. I think it's been in the head mostly. Mostly in their head. We've seen them falter in some very high pressure situations, losing games they should never have lost. The game against Maos at the major is the grotesque example I have in mind. And what I believe they're doing with all of these games they're playing now is they're trying to get into autopilot mode. They're trying to get into that point where they've played so many games, they've won so many games, that you're basically reducing the amount of thinking you have to do. You don't have to think. You just have to get into the server and do what you do, and do it again, and do it again, and it becomes easy, and it becomes effortless, and you're just winning, and you're just trusting. And that's what they're doing, because as soon as they get into their own heads, I think they've shown on multiple occasions that they don't always have the shoulders before the pressure of that biggest event.
Yeah, the pressure has got there multiple times. But in this game, when it comes to the veto and the pressure, surely there's none of it, because this looks like they won it before we even did the veto.
That's the main issue as well for NIP right here. There's no way they can manipulate with the veto. There's no way they can get into a map pool that's going to favor them at all. We saw the veto come up on the screen before as well. You have Vertigo as a decider. Right now, Cloud9 is, to my understanding, perhaps the best team in the world on Vertigo. So even if NIP push it to that third map, they don't have a lot of chances. Overpass Ancient. We saw Cloud9 play Ancient. Again, they play it at a very, very high level. You have the win rates and statistics right here. One thing you can say is Cloud9 earlier today struggled massively against a low-tier team on Ancient. They had a very poor CT side. Maybe NIP were watching that game thinking, okay, we can exploit the same things. But again, these games are living their own life. When Cloud9 is playing a tier 3 team, it's not going to be the same as when they're playing NIP. So I wouldn't necessarily be too worried.
What do you do in this situation if you're NIP? Well, we're going to have to find out after the break and watch how this goes down. Could we be getting a massive upset on our hands, or will Cloud9 close this out and move forward in style to the final with a chance to make it to Washington?
Definitely think Cloud9 is a strong team. They have one of the stronger riflers and uppers in their team. So, but in the end of the day, like the team that plays the best like team play style, I think is gonna win. So, whoever team that brings out the best golden nuggets in the game and outplays them is gonna win. So, I think we have a good chance at least.
NIP, it's a good team, even if a lot of people say other. But I think it's a good team with good players, and we just must do our best, and that's it.
We are those other people who say that they're not. Okay? I'm just joking. This has become a little bit of the NIP anti-fan club. Not because we don't like them, just because we want them to play better. And most of the time they're not, and it's really frustrating. I hope this is going to be the day. We keep hoping for it. The odds are favoring Cloud9. That's not surprising. Obviously, Cloud9, probably the more powerful team at the moment. But I'm hating on NIP because I want them to be better. I keep saying it.
Yes.
I know they can. I believe they can.
Yeah, I almost think the odds actually should be more lopsided in Cloud9's favor, if I'm being real. This NIP team has failed to deliver on quite a few fronts. We heard Pimp talking about it, where you just look at the roster and you see the potential, but it's just a team that's actually showing up to be less than the sum of its parts. That's something that we keep harping on, that Alexi B, if he's a great in-game leader, as he has proven in the past to be, then he should be getting more out of some of the guys on his roster. Whereas Cloud9, on the other hand, I think a lot of the discussion is just, can they win championships? That's their goal. NIP's is, can they get off the starting line?
Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty nicely. Honestly, though, last time we saw NIP, they did look like they had more individual freedom. Brolin was more aggressively, more taking sort of his own choices. So there's a little bit of a change in how they play the style, and I hope we're going to see more of that. They have the firepower. Let go of Brolin, let go of Config, let him do some stuff, and see if they could fight Cloud9 straight up. Speaking of which, we're at the B bomb site. 3 people defending on the CT side, but Cloud9 are. And NIP, you can see they're waiting. Alexi's out here just counting the seconds for the smoke and the flash to be set up.
Yeah, we've got a triple defense between Nafany, Buster, and Shiro towards that B side. Can expect that it'll be contested momentarily. Shiro here with the dualies, actually inserting himself into Cave and getting a little bit curious too. No, he's just setting up with Nafany. A little 1-2 punch between those two.
Man, up close with the dualies like that, especially if your teammate could take away the attention to begin with, it's going to be really sick. But look at Config. Ooh. A way to maybe bust this open. It is being watched. They know, Cloud9, that this is a potential weakness, but even if he doesn't get the kill here, this is a problem, right? Just having Config in the back while the rest of the attack is coming in. Buster would much rather be there to try and help out the main defense, and turns out that's what he's going to do. He's counting on the fact that Config's not going to be coming through the smoke, and he's right too. Buster with the opening kill, but a quick return from Brolin. The bomb is awkwardly dropped back there, so someone has to go pick it up and start to put it down right now, and they will. 24 seconds in a 4-on-4. They're going to get that bomb right away. It's not bad at all. Brolin with a headshot to take down Hobbit. The dualies are going to be huge for them. They need to put them into play. Exile and then Shiro. And now it's all on Rez and Brolin. This is a little bit of an issue, although there's no kit that's been picked up right now. It'll be a long time for that defuse. I don't even know if this can be done. Surely they can get here, NIP. They're still quite far away. Now we're down under 5 seconds. Brolin with a headshot. 2 seconds left. Oh, they're trying their best, but running out of bullets is Rez. And Nafany will take him down at the end. My God, they waited a long time to stop that defuse.
Yeah, I'm convinced that if he had more bullets, there was a great opportunity there for Rez to win that. But Cloud9 were able to make those dualies really work for them, holding on to that space towards Cave, and felt like NIP started getting just crunched onto the bomb site there. Good defense from Axile, though. He had to find these kills, or at least stay alive. And yeah, maybe if Rez had 2 or 3 more bullets, but it's going to go the way of Cloud9.
Oh, it's a very even pistol round. Could have gone any number of ways, really. But behind the bomb plant, look at the buy from NIP. Wild. AK, 3 Galils, and a Tech 9. Cloud9, you've got to be really careful. They don't just let NIP back into things. Shiro? All right, not going to get spotted, but he's still in a kind of a dangerous position, although Buster, he'll take away some of the attention getting the kill on Hetrick, and the MP9 sticking up close, maybe overextending a little bit. This is still a favorable trade for Cloud9 in a 2-on-3.
Really strange approach from Cloud9, but Axile still holding on to mid, and Config ready for that duel. 2v2. This became very winnable for NIP all of a sudden. And Buster has got this forward position. They may overlook this, NIP, and if they do, it'll be to their detriment.
All right, good read. Still, Hobbit's walking up behind them. Still just with the MP9. They got the knives. How does they jump over the ledge? And Hobbit will absolutely capitalize. That was a great move from him. When he's in the middle like that, if they don't just jump him, if they just peek him, he's at a huge disadvantage. But well played.
Yeah, if they just had their guns out, could have actually found a way to win that round. Yeah, but Cloud9 in the middle, they were just so proactive. They all seemed to push forward at seemingly similar timings, and that's just going to cause a lot of confusion for NIP. DJL there, just a little motion of frustration, but it's not throwing the headset just yet.
Hopefully not. It's a bit early in the game to be fully tilted. You know, got to give it at least a couple of rounds.
What round do you think it's fair to throw a headset? Would you allow Buster to throw a headset right there?
No, that's more of like you just roll your eyes at that and just say he got lucky. It's all right. He's just lucky. I feel like throwing in the headset, I think it has to be reserved for when you have basically a map that's already been won, and then you just find a way to lose it anyway. You just for whatever reason, you just mentally you clock out and you end up losing it. That's when you can do it, especially if you see it coming.
So at the end of a match.
Yeah, like you're up 14-4, and then you tell your teammates, "Hey, listen, let's not mess around. Let's just close this out." But everyone's like, "No, I really want to. I'm gonna frag hunt.
I want stats.
I want the stats." And then you end up losing. Then you could do it.
Okay,
it's got to be something like that.
Yeah, a really bad choke.
That's what I feel like.
Okay. All right. Well, should be pretty simple. Oh, actually, bomb plant. Okay, I think NIP are quite happy about the result of this round already. Config, maybe he can get another here, tucking himself in, and let's see, one more headshot? No, not gonna happen. Axel with the defuse, Cloud9 up to 3-0, and looks like we're gonna be getting our first gun round of the match.
Yeah, bomb plant's not bad. A kill, another one would have been really fun, but not gonna be possible at the moment. And yeah, the first real rifle round. So they have something, obviously, on this map, NIP, that could give them a couple of interesting advantages. I mean, one of them is just config on this map in general has just always been a really interesting force. He's one of those people that can really open up the middle. So I'm very interested to see if he's going to be able to pull some of those tricks every once in a while. Kind of get stopped by the Molotov here, but we'll see for how long. He does have kind of a gift for it.
Okay. Nappy posturing in cave right now, and let's see, might not know that he's here. A lot of spam in both directions. No significant damage inflicted though, and Nappy continues to hold on to this space. Looks like he will be the first point of contact, although there is a smoke to his left, so Tees don't want to just push right on through. That would be a freebie for him. But you can expect that with that MP9, he just wants to stay active, stay forward, try to get it involved early.
Go back and set up the boost instead. They look like they're kind of shuffling around just a tiny bit now. NIP have good mid control, and we saw already in the pistol round how they wanted to look config in there, so that might be something, and I think they tried it the previous round as well with Brolin hanging around with the P250. So just the getting through the middle and up to the T side of that red room is definitely something that's powerful. And obviously something that Cloud9 are expecting. Shiro, good position. Probably should have been a kill there for Brolin. Looked like the bullet went right over Nafany's head. So that's a bit shocking. 3 versus 5 now. Bomb still stuck in middle on Hetrick. And I don't even know what they do right now. They need Cloud9 to make a big mistake, and they're not really a team to do that in these kind of scenarios.
No, they usually just turtle up exactly how they should. And you would expect that Cloud9 are able to find a fourth. 20 seconds left. No real avenue for NIP to even get into this one. You can expect the save call is already been made. And this was a little bit interesting from NIP. They got such great map control, but usually in situations like this, you'll see teams on Ancient just kind of hold, wait for a CT push somewhere, whether Brolin just waits in cave, whether Config waits top mid, and then usually the CTs want to make some play, either a mid reaggress or a cave reaggress or a lane reaggress. And instead, Config and Brolin just peeked, and that actually just played into the waiting arms of the Cloud9 side.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted. They had an interesting tactical approach to not necessarily fight for that red room, but just say, as long as we keep an eye on it, it's not a huge tactical disadvantage if somebody steps in there. Like, what does it really matter?
Right.
The dangerous part is obviously if they are allowed to slip through into CT spawn or so. Like, that's when things get really bad. But as long as we're keeping an eye on it, it's probably fine. And that's what they've done a couple of rounds now on that CT side. So maybe they'll keep that up. But with that mid control, I mean, yeah, if you're a tactical leader, if you're Alexi, you surely are looking at it and you're thinking, man, we've got so much mid control, we need to do something with it. You know, get one good opening towards Donut and pincer that A bomb site.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't take a lot.
I think that's the standard call there, is just go for the donut A main split.
Yeah, you got the Molotovs. You can bank off the corner and land behind that donut, the center of it.
Yeah. NIP saving in the previous round, they don't have all the utility to work with, so getting mid-control this time around is going to be a little bit more difficult. Probably going to have to throw a couple bodies at the problem, but it's Cloud9 that are facing them this early. Nafany peeking right over the smoke, using it as a one-way to take down the opposing in-game leader. And now, looks like Brolin might be the next to fight, but oh, he turns away, and Cloud9, they're really controlling the situation very adeptly, and that is just the entire map in control of the defense.
It's a very similar starting position for NIP, having a couple of people out on the B lane, and then Config was working middle alone. But this time, Cloud9 were fighting for it aggressively, and they absolutely blow them up. That's 5 in a row for Cloud9. They're off to a brilliant start. They've got the money behind them, and NIP are kind of in shambles. It could be turned around, obviously, but it's a bit of a rough beginning.
Yeah, you'd like something to work off of a little bit earlier on Ancient, winning first, second gun round, but when you're in the whole 0-5, that really sets the tone. And to just give this map a little bit more context, we saw NIP play Ancient 3 times at ESL Pro League. They lost 2 of those games, and 1 to FaZe, understandable, but let's see if this B-Rush changes their fortune.
Always a good call. You got the Tech9s there on the site. Buster is finally going to be dead. He actually outlived his welcome quite a bit there, so that's impressive all on its own. Shiro, also a chance that he could have been run down, but he got some backup now. Head trick keeps on going. They must have heard. Yeah, he's going to pick up the AK, but they realize where he is. Axal's going to be able to find him. There definitely were a couple of openings there that could have really, really hurt Cloud9. But, you know, Buster staying alive for another 2 or 3 seconds, in the moment it seems kind of insignificant, but, you know, you stretch that out, it's quite a lot of time where the CTs can rotate into place. Just this falling into the corner, right? Obviously getting the headshot on top, but he lives for maybe almost 6-7 seconds longer than he should have.
Yeah, it makes the approach so much more difficult for NIP. If that clean entry went the way of Brolin, then who knows what could have happened. Probably actually would have been NIP's round. Yeah, in the game that NIP played versus 0-0 Nation, though, I thought their T-side was pretty well put together. They found 7 rounds against 0-0 Nation.
Right.
It was the CT side and the miscommunications that looked very uncharacteristic for a Tier 1 team that left me scratching my head. They only found 5 rounds of 13 played on their defense, and some of those were because players were holding redundant angles that their teammates were already watching. 0-0 Nation was able to sneak into new spots because of it, catch them off guard, and you would have hoped that NIP ironed those issues out, but I don't even know if we're going to get to see much of a defense played out here.
I was going to say, the way this is going right now, we might not even get that, but I mean, it's worth thinking about, because obviously, if you're NIP, you want to put some foundation in for this map just on the T side alone. You want to be able to do that. Alexi, forward position, beating the timing on that, turns around for the flashbang. He loses the fight, but you could tell he had every part of that engagement mapped out in his brain, so that's pretty good. That's a good start. He was a bullet away from taking down Nafany. That's what they needed. Now they have the mid control again on the NIP side, at least for a minute here. A little bit of a crossfire between that red room and donut position.
Wow, Nafany, that nade took him down to 3, but Axile still holds his ground, as you would expect he does. And right when Hetrick pulls out the molly, Axile decides to swing, finding a second headshot on that defense. 1 minute left, and NIP, they're already so bruised and battered. Config and Brolin remain, but we've got this push from Shiro. Keep wanting this guy to get even more aggressive, take over games, and yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, because you want to see him get away with it.
You do. It's also one of those things where we were just crediting Cloud9 for not being the kind of team that would go too aggressive. I feel like if he just holds the middle there, it's probably a better move, but obviously hindsight, it's 2020 and all of that. It's kind of a tricky play to make with the AWP. 27 seconds. The bomb has been picked up by Config, and he started to walk over towards the bomb site. Gun barrel showing, I think, there for Buster, so he had slight warning that Brolin was going to turn the corner, and that means Config is probably screwed in this one. Just 13 seconds. No idea where the rest of them are. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant behind the Molotov, and can't even really complete it. Wall banged out. That's unfortunate, but not for Cloud9. 7 in a row for them.
Really convincing stuff from Cloud9. Couple 50-50 duels that had they have gone the way of NIP, this would have been a different story, but they just didn't. This duel in particular could have changed the entire tide of that battle, but Axile, man, like, just can't complain about anything this guy's been doing. So consistent as a rifler, just put him in any spot, and he's seemingly always good for 2. Sometimes just stays alive on top of that, and I'm not really sure what Groove is so confused about. Maybe the Shiro push in death. I think
it could have been.
That's probably the one thing I would have widened my eyes for if I'm a coach there.
Did you have some hot take about Axile? I feel like...
I just keep saying he's the rifler of the year.
All right.
Because he was last year, and I called that probably 6 months into the year, and then this year I'd honestly... It's kind of hard to... If I create my mental list right now, I think that he's in the top 3.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just because he's on Cloud9, but there's something about it that every time I see him play, I'm reminded, oh yeah, this is what he is. But then if I had to make a mental list, I tend to forget for some reason. I don't know why. Negligence, I suppose, from my end.
I think he's just so new to the space. So
yeah, it could be that.
You think of like Nico, Rops, and Twist first.
Yeah, that's true. But he is very, very consistent.
Okay, well, yeah, this is a weird buy for NIP. Kind of a half buy between a few of the players. And Hobbit, on a little search and destroy mission, finds Config. Seemed like he sniffed him around the corner. And he wasn't going to let go once he caught scent of his trail.
Yeah, probably not a position Config even wanted to be in, but he was so low on health that even backing out would have been dangerous. It's a 4-on-3. They have one flashbang on Broland to set something up. They're not even going to try and use it right now. Just going into the bomb site. With no warning. It can work. Oh, what a nice bounce around the corner of Buster with the HE. And Rez entirely left to his own devices. Oh, that's a beautiful headshot on the second one, though. Buster and Shiro both get blown up, and now it's Axile. He's walked in. He's got a health advantage. He also knows where Rez has gone to. He's got everything working out his way, but a bullet could change that. Molotov to force him back, and now Rez put under a fair bit more pressure. He's going to go straight for the defuse. Rez, do you know the lineup? He's got the right idea, but he can't find it. Oh, it looked like that was going to work, but instead it's 8 for Cloud9.
Oh, it looks so close. The fact that Axile still had his molly made that practically unwinnable for Rez. A bit more chaotic this round, but you could see that Cloud9 were the ones to come out better for it. And Rez really made us believe there, but that's one clutch that doesn't go their way. At least they're getting close on rounds like that, though.
Yeah, they are, in spite of... Yeah, some just very unfortunate starts here. It'd be fun to see NIP play around where they just have the 4-on-5 advantage and they have the same mid-control that they've had in some of the rounds. Just to see what they even do with it. I feel like we're kind of getting... We're getting denied even getting to that part.
Config already some deep position. And Axile snuffs him out. Well, that's a pretty good molly. Yeah, displaces him, and Hobbit's able to find the kill because of it. Now Alexi still just holding on to middle, and Hobbit's caught off guard. So, 4 versus 4, but Shiro should... Oh, what? Rez, how does he win that?
I don't know. You could feel it. He was going to be dead, but then somehow the AK beats him to it, flashbanged out, and the sandwich from the other side. Really good stuff. That looks a lot more promising. That's the sort of stuff they need, and they need a lot of it right now in IP. Get up to the first 6 rounds here on the T side, just to have someone to work with.
Yeah, better late than never. I like that they're still continuing their approach to go for middle there. It seems like Cloud9 are very willing to give those fights, and maybe NIP were just a little slow to start in taking some of those duels, but now they're ready to face those engagements.
Yeah, definitely Rez. The Deagle in the previous round, and now the AK to open up against the AWP. That was sick. Nafany looking to make it expensive if he can, although he's kind of getting denied. That's pure panic.
Yeah, that's generally how you use the smoke to try to put out the molly, but... Yeah, he's laughing it off, though.
He's trying to discover something new, wasn't he?
He's trying to create a new CS2 interaction, yeah. Alright. Groove is so expressive. I never get to see this much from him. Usually he's so stern when he's standing behind them at LAN.
Yeah.
And he's just the most emotive person when he's in the room with them like that. Look at this. What is this? This guy is like just a GIF every round of this guy.
I like how he's shaking his head at his own players. It's like, it's not good enough.
Right.
We're gonna have a conversation about that later. In spite of the fact that they're up 8-1, you know.
Yeah.
Gotta keep them honest. Headtrick has been boosted up outside of the B-bomb site, so he's in a decent position if somebody oversteps. I think it's Buster who's all the way back there. Shiro playing with a rifle. So they've got a little bit of a 1-2 type punch. If you go for the wide swing, you're going to be walking right into Shiro's ult. Flashbang around the corner. There we go. It works like it's supposed to. Nafany not really put into play just yet. And the Molotov, oh, it's very awkward. And Shiro is going to be toast.
Wow, that was a very strange molly. Just barely burning around the smoke. And Shiro, a little bit of panic in that moment, but... Yeah, okay. 4 versus 4. Last time around, NIP were able to convert with this. Axile, one that'll never shy away from a challenge. Just peeking towards middle. And it seems like Cloud9, they probably want a little bit more information here, but they're also a team that's very heavy on the stacks. If they just have a read where their opponents are going, you could see them usually shift into a strong side setup, but this time around, I think it's just Axile on his own.
Well, we've been talking him up a little bit, so now he's going to be getting a chance to prove it. Oh, that's a dangerous time to put out a grenade. Lands a little bit behind them, and he walks right into the shot. I don't think he had any idea how close the danger was. And if they're just going to be saving on the other side, there's no reason to run across the map. It's 8 seconds when the bomb goes down, so NIP kind of cutting it a bit close there. But it all works out. Second round on the board for them. Well done.
Yeah, that back sight position not nearly as strong when the T's can have donut control.
But I mean, if that's not an HE that he has, but a Molotov instead, then that's 3 of them blocked off with no time on the clock at all.
Almost just round winning.
It almost would be, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been excellent stuff. But this time around, Cloud9, they just didn't play for information. They just played this heavy B-side lean, and actually works against them. This is something they do, though. They always have to keep their opponents guessing with their defensive shifts in the mid-round. If you just give a steady diet of always reaggressing or always stacking, then you get predictable, and teams will always know how to call against you. So that's it's kind of in a way a calculated loss for Cloud9. They're very okay with playing that style, and by the numbers, it should even out or at least play into their favor.
Yeah, there's still some of the half left, so maybe that trend will swing back in their favor. Just good timing.
Yeah, nice work from Headtrick there. Hasn't been doing too much, but kills like that, it's basically winning a round. And Hobbit, okay, flashes in his face, and Config is there. We've been talking about him, how willing he is to go for that mid-fight, and it works in his favor. This is the cleanest 5v4 NIP have had.
Yeah, super important. That's a specialty on the map, isn't it? And Hobbit realized if he kept running back, there was a chance that he was going to get caught, you know, just backpedaling and instantly shut down. So he actually stood his ground to take that fight, but it still wasn't enough. Config on 7 kills, but some of those are really impactful in terms of getting the middle opened up. Even if it's been a little bit late sometimes, he's been trying quite a bit. Wow, they're going to go back to the A-bomb site. No messing around. They got the donut, and they're walking in from long. Axile is absolutely dead. Even getting the 1 kill is a bit shocking. I mean, he almost got the kill on Headtrick as well, which is way more than you would have expected. But NIP, they found the formula now.
Mid-control's been working for them. Would be really surprised if Cloud9 actually attempt this. I think they're just looking for a freebie here. If there's a kill presented to them, they might consider it, but that's got to be the safe call, surely. Because Cloud9 never goes for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Wow, what? Okay, yeah, Nafany backing on up. Lingering a little too long, though, and that actually really hurts the money of Cloud9. I thought surely they would have canceled that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I'm surprised. They don't have the money. They have plenty. They have a huge round lead. I mean, even I agree with you. Even in the 3-on-4, it's already kind of questionable. So
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, maybe find something with that flash, but if you don't find it in a split second, just hightail it out of there. But that works into the favor of NIP. They can make this a respectable half all of a sudden. They still have to worry about the off of Shiro though, and yeah, this is just Config's signature move now.
It is.
I think 2 things that this guy has really made a name for himself: his mid control on Mirage and his mid control on Ancient. Both just finding him in his comfort zone. It's almost his safe space.
What a tool to have. I mean, if you're Alexi, that's going to feel great just with the confidence to say, yeah, we can let Config loose in the middle. It's going to be probably okay. Oh, assisted with a flashbang there. Rez obviously helping out a lot. That could have been very dangerous without the flash. And Brolin also getting a little bit of a say. All right, everything is starting to look a little bit better. Obviously, it helps the fact that Cloud9 don't really have the economy. And he's playing battleships against Buster.
Yeah, that was a great nade.
It's like B7, and it's just dead on.
Yeah. What is that? Is it a tugboat? The little two...
There's a little tugboat.
Yeah, the little two
submarines, I think, are pretty small, too.
Yeah, I think that's a 3-length boat. The easy ones are the aircraft carriers and the destroyers to hit.
See, if CS2 comes with modding, I'm making a Counter-Strike battleships.
With grenades?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty fun. Okay. This is the one wrench that can be thrown into the plan of NIP. A single op on Shiro holding the line, and he's able to take down Config. Now Axile, he could activate, but unable to hit the mark. But Shiro still firing here from Temple.
Somebody stop him before he gets too wild. Come on, Shiro. Come. All right. Oh my. I super respect it. I think it's obviously insane, but at the same time, it's kind of cool to see.
He has to move so far away from the bomb now, though. This bomb radius is massive. I think he has to just go all the way to B lane to feel safe. But looks
like when you see some of those people on the internet who are trying to jump a river that they obviously cannot, can't possibly do it. But you're kind of like, oh, but it is kind of cool that, and then they're filming it as well. So you know, everyone getting something out of it.
There was some belief. On
at
least one person.
At least for one person.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Should still not be able to do too much more. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but like you said, the radius. If he would have hit Alexi, that would have been 2 deaths to the bomb.
And Shiro lost 9, I think.
Yeah.
How's that even possible? It's so far from him. It's crazy stuff. Yeah, Config. Just a berserker, just so ready to fly out middle. Doesn't matter what sort of utility is in his way. He carves out his own path.
What kind of monitor is Hobbit playing with? The flashbang worked in real life for him. Like his whole life just went completely white. Oh. Well, he had a glimpse. He had the outline of a player. The bullets following him back through the middle. Nafany just keeps on going. This seems dangerous. NIP should know that mid has been compromised, so I'm a little bit surprised that out of the 3 people down there, nobody was looking middle. That's a huge risk.
Good response from Alexi, though. Knows that he can take some of this space. Got to smoke off that sight line, and Rez dumping utility towards the long side. NIP have some control on this site, but Cloud9 are already so close, and they don't want to give it up. They are pressing on forward already. Nades, utility, it's all in their faces. Hetrick wants to win this clutch. 1 versus 4 attempt. Already taken down the first, but with a smoke in his face, this feels impossible. Might find a gap on the corner there, but yeah, there's just no way at this point. Has to fall on back, and that's going to be a 9th round for Cloud9.
It's a very awesome call coming out from Cloud9 in the sense that you could see how NIP, they threw deep Molotovs. They were expecting the Molotov to hold them back and then to get the bomb plant and then settle into the after plant afterwards. And Cloud9 did just completely beat all of that. They just don't care about waiting the Molotov out. They've already run in front of it. Good timing on every part of that. All right, they're back to winning. They lost 4 in a row, Cloud9. So, I mean, NIP at least have done something now in the first half. Probably still not enough, and yeah, they're ready for Config in the middle. They finally managed to take him down, and Alexi to follow.
Ooh. Wow. Really testing him there is Rez. Pretty lucky to be alive right now, but a good call from Cloud9 out of spawn. Just a heavy mid dump on utility, throwing 3 bodies at NIP, who really are finding only one avenue for success here in this. Roland wants to lurk out. Okay. He's able to find the first. This could actually really give his team an in on the round, but I thought NIP might mid-round to A, given the other 2 players were so far away, because now Brolin just has to hold this ground for another 12 seconds or so.
Yeah, see if Cloud9 respected if they stay back and wait. They seem to have been a little bit more aggressive in some of these rounds, and Brolin wants to create the space for his team, but instead he goes down, so kind of has the opposite effect. Rez also getting caught. I can't believe he lives through that. Looked like he should have been dead, and he finally will be. Headtrick once again on his own. And this time there's not a bomb plant either. But he has got a little bit more time on his side. So maybe something could work out. Got the Molotov against Shiro. Smoke on that side. Picks up the AK and takes him down. That's a sick move. Shiro caught sleeping a little bit. And now the hunt is on. Axile's trying to run him down, but it definitely will be a bomb plant. And the question is, can he actually outplay Axile here? Almost a little bit scary backing up like that. A powerful position in Axile. He has no idea where Headtrick is. This is a huge advantage right now for Headtrick. Going to be walking around slowly checking it. Not going to find anyone here. He's got every bit of intuition right now. It's super sick to watch. He obviously can't see the outline like we can. And he managed to thread the needle perfectly. What a sick clutch at the end here. That's remarkable.
Very well played from Headtrick there. 3 kills on the round. First op shot there. Great flick. And then just to dump the op for the rifle. To challenge Shiro, a guy that should have his number every single day of the week on a peak like that. But just full confidence. And sometimes you need to take risks like that. So it's great to see the budding star for NIP deliver in such a manner. Keeps this game competitive.
Wow.
Yeah, that's actually huge, because look at the buy for Cloud9. It's okay, but no op on Shiro.
Yeah, they're lacking that. Nafudi right on the other side. Would love to fight right here, but Molotov is going to slow it down. That's a great flashbang, but he just stuck to his guns.
Oh, wow.
And that's enough for the headshot. Buster taking down Alexius. Well, it's a 3-on-4, even if Buster is on 2 health. And now they're trying to walk up onto the bomb site. Rez, he's got the right idea, but the wrong corner to be peeking. He was sure that Buster was going to try and fall back from that cave, so he was looking for him. They knew he was very low, so it's not a bad guess, but they just didn't get it right. And again, it's Headtrick. Try and see if he can do it on his own, but he's been found out already. 10-5 at the end of the first half in favor of Cloud9. That's well done. Second half is going to be rough for NIP. Welcome back, everyone. Second half is coming up. We're on Ancient with Cloud9 and NIP. And it was honestly an insane run from Cloud9 at the beginning of it. 8 rounds in a row before NIP started to wake up a little bit more. And at the end of it, it was a 10-5 first half, which obviously means Cloud9 in a very powerful position to try and pick up this opening map. Second map is Overpass, and third map is Vertigo. If we get there, but right now, a lot of that's going to be up to whether or not NIP can have a blistering start here on the CT side.
I will say, the saving grace about NIP is that their T side was super rocky at ESL Pro League, one of the worst in the league, but their CT side was quite commendable. It was top 7 in the league, so you should expect that they actually put up a little bit of a fight here on the defense, and we'll see if that starts in middle.
Ooh, they actually re-aggress into it. Even walking through the smoke, that's so risky. And it was also a bit disjointed. They had 2 people on Donut who never actually ended up fighting with Headtrick. I don't know if they were delayed for the flashbang there, but either way, that's obviously not what they wanted. They wanted the full 3-man collapse to try and see if they could take that. It'd be interesting to see the replay of exactly what slowed them down, because if that was a friendly flashbang that did it, obviously a bit of a nightmare for NIP.
Oh, this is a nightmare for Roland. Yeah, he's trying to juggle 2 angles there, and he's going to be caught off guard. Rez, though, okay, well, tries to make things interesting, but is unable to find more than a single frag. Now, Config and Alexi are so disconnected at this point. It's just got to be headshots if they want to get back in this one.
And I think they know where both the players are coming from as well, which is kind of a nice luxury if you're Cloud9 at the moment. They're going to be able to get a good read, and even a crossfire. This is a 1-2 punch, and Hobbit, he'll be the one to get the kill, but even if he didn't, you have to assume that there would have been a little bit of a swing on the other side from Buster, or from Nafferty. That would have been enough, probably. Config, yeah, realizes it's too far gone. It's time to pack up and just leave this be. Nobody exiting this way either. Although I think Buster is around the corner, so might get a chance here at it, and he'll at least get that one shot, so something to take home. But it is the round for Cloud9.
What do you think about that for Config, though? I mean, you're not going to win 99% of the time there, probably even higher than 99%, but you're giving the T's an extra $250 each because the bomb blows up. Yeah, sure, you got $300 because you got that one kill, but if you even it out, you come out worse for wear. You're losing that economic battle.
Yeah, it is true. I feel like the math is pretty easy to figure out. It's just, I guess, emotionally, it feels different.
That's what I think too. It just feels like if you just play by the numbers, you should go die.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to do that.
All right. Well, I kind of like that attempt from C9. That could have been interesting.
Yeah, well, this is kind of cool from NIP. They're at least changing the game state a little bit, not just playing default.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a lot to work with, so why not try it? I think the other problem people run into is that maybe the 250 per player once is not such a big deal, but obviously if it happens, you know, like the cumulative value of that throughout the course of a game, could suddenly be maybe more money than people expect.
That's true, actually. Yeah, especially on, say, a map like Inferno where people save so frequently.
Yeah.
You're giving them an extra $12.50 so many times.
Yeah, that's something to consider. I mean, on a much smaller scale, you notice if you ever just for the lulz, if you just buy like a decoy, even if it's like 50.
Yeah.
But if you do it, you know,
if you did it 15 rounds, people will be like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, what's happening? Like that's a whole lot of stuff that you're missing all of a sudden. All right, Rez back here with a deagle. Definitely had one opportunity. Roland, that's a good attempt at the one-way on top of the sign. Config is right around the corner. He's got the lineup. Surely going to be able to stop the bomb, but I don't know where the bullets went. I'm sure that was going to be a kill, but somehow it isn't.
I'm just disappointed. I wanted that to work for Config.
Yeah,
like he had it, and then he started just moving his mouse left and right. Okay, head trick. One kill onto Shiro. Oh, found a shot onto Hobbit, but not quite enough damage to take him down.
That's unfortunate. I don't know if they win the round if Config gets that one, but it's going to put a lot of pressure on the rest of C9. So, yeah, just unfortunate, I guess. It looked like he had the right idea at any rate. They're just marching towards that finishing line at the moment. There's seemingly no stopping the T side here.
Yeah, I like that the way Cloud9 play this. Also, it's one of those things where I've drawn into question their style in certain games, but because sometimes they'll play around like that and they'll almost just move too individually, I'm glad they just went as a team.
Right.
They knew what NIP did, and then they just kind of moved away from it. I don't know. It seems like so obvious, but I've seen them mess those up before.
And those small fixes, right? Not giving anything up like that is obviously super important. A great position here for the SMG. You can almost sense the terror on the other side when they realize what's going on. A quick 4K for Shiro. They actually had a flashbang, and I wonder if they wanted to set something more up, but obviously it just gets completely blown up. So Rez with a grenade and a USP and absolutely no hope. Shiro's out. No, it's actually Hobbit that's out looking. I was going to say they swapped it out. They've given Hobbit the Mac 10 instead.
Yeah, give it to the guy with high HP so he can just try to hunt that last USP down. And it's... What? Oh, what the?
How?
I don't know how Nafany dies there. But, okay, Rez takes one with the to the grave with him.
Did he just connect with 2 instant bullets?
I think so. I'd actually want to see it back, if possible.
Yeah,
get the little Shiro highlight, but I think he had to have. Just ding ding.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom.
And Nafany's probably like, you didn't have to be standing on my head like that. But it's fine. The way that Cloud9 are playing and laughing that off, they feel firmly in control of this game. But yes. NIP really standing their ground towards middle. Nice kill early on from Rez, inflicting some good damage. And they're also figuring out a lot in terms of the positions, and that is another frag to find. Rolling right through the smoke. Okay. This half might get a little bit interesting if NIP can keep putting up defenses like that.
I really like it, and I like the assertiveness to try and take that mid-control instead of playing maybe further back and more defensive. You can obviously do that, and Cloud9 did it for a number of rounds successfully when they were on the CT side, but again, when I look at the names on the NIP side, I just want some of these players to be actually put into play, and I feel like having Brolin aggressive like that, maybe having Config in the middle with Rez, it's like, it's going to feel like they're actually being activated as opposed to just waiting in the back of a bomb site somewhere. I just don't like it for this particular lineup.
Yeah, I mean, think of how a team like, say, Big plays CT side Ancient, where they just play so far back.
Right.
They kind of let the action come to them, hoping that their nades in the mid-late round can bail them out. Sometimes you just want to take the fight to your opponents, and with a team like NIP, you've got 3 guys, maybe even 4, that want to be early round aggressive riflers. These are brawlers that they have, and so your win condition is to let them loose, to brawl.
It's got to be, or it has to be a super long-term plan of trying to change those players and the whole structure, and that's obviously very, very tough to do. Buster getting the better of Brolin in that one.
No way. No way. Oh, okay, bomb down. No time left. Even though there are a lot of casualties here, wow, okay. That got a little too close for comfort. Alexi tucking into CT, recognizing the one losing condition there is to die. But for Cloud9 to keep 2 players alive after being down in a 5 versus 3 and taking 4 people down with them, this is a pretty bittersweet round for NIP to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it's not gonna. You're not gonna feel nearly as good. You win the round, but there's no hype behind it. You kind of feel like, wow, why did we give up so much? The round was already pretty much won.
I think there's a chance NIP just relaxed so much because they thought Cloud9 were saving.
Could have been.
So
that could definitely be.
Yeah.
Well, timeout's been called, so a chance for NIP to talk everything through. I can't really feel the NIP comeback yet.
No.
I'm not a believer in it just yet.
No, not with the new Ancient. Old Ancient, I would say,
much better.
Buckle
chance.
in.
Yeah. Much better shot at it. 13-6. Scoreboard on Cloud9 is really interesting too. Shiro and Axile just way up there, but everyone else is doing really well. Look at NIP, even in terms of kills, they're quite far behind, and Axile, he'll get the opening in the middle. Taking out Rez, who was a little bit curious for it. Hobbit. Oh, Komovic, this is...
Oh, yeah, so
that's
risky.
dangerous.
Wow. Yeah, with a A1S, I could justify that, but with a MP9, you're probably not even winning the duel anyways. Okay. So NIP still have mid control at the very least, so they'll have fast rotations to either bomb site. And it does seem like Cloud9 are setting themselves up for an eventual A play, but they're just waiting for a mistake right now. They're tucked in so deep. They're hoping that NIP go for an unnecessary push. And that would play right into their hands.
And NIP are begging for some kind of mid presence because they just put down one smoke. They have another one on Alexi. So you can keep middle smoked off for a long time, but obviously it's costing them the A defense, which only now Config is starting to walk his way back in here. 40 seconds. And he's got the right idea, but he's going to maybe end up with a lot more than he could eat. It's just going to be 4 people coming at him. All he has to FAMAS crouches around the corner. It's a good start, but it has to be a lot better from here. Backup is a little bit closer by. Alexi's fallen back into Donut, so there is maybe a way, but again, the FAMAS, hard to find that one. Shiro jumps up, and he's going to get the kill on Config. And actually, as they're trying to rotate out, Buster, that's so annoying. I'd be so frustrated. You can't even actually help out the bomb site that's under attack because Buster's there shooting you in the back.
Oh, yeah. What a lurk by Buster there. Very nice stuff from him. But overall, just opening pick from Cloud9, slow conversion towards the A side, and I mean, the numbers were always going to favor them. But this was nice.
I'd be so mad.
Yeah. Yeah, and head trick too probably feels like he could have taken that fight a little bit differently.
The quiet head shake is a lot more damning than some of the more emotive stuff that we've seen. Like there's like a sense of defeat about it. It's like,
yeah,
you guys disgust me.
Yeah, the quiet head shake in real life for me is reserved for the most somber moments.
Yeah,
when I'm actually sad.
Past anger,
yeah,
into sadness. Part of the fabric of the universe has been destroyed by this kind of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, part of your soul was just ripped out, and you've gotta find a way to put it back.
We're mind reading DJL at the moment.
This is a really intense psychoanalysis session.
Yeah. Oh my god. Looked like he started shooting before the smoke even faded. I mean, which he might have, but he was correct about that guess. Nafferty, last bullet, I think, taking down Brolin is pretty sick. And it's a really quiet taker that they just walked onto the bomb site and discovered there's nobody here.
Yeah, this felt incredibly flat for NIP. They stacked a few players into cave, and then they just kind of peeked out one by one. I think NIP have checked out of this game. This is pretty uninspired in terms of a round. And it's already pretty difficult to imagine any comeback, and now I just would give it 0.00 chance.
Nice.
Yeah.
Always gotta add those decimals, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, rounding to the, the whole digit placing is not unthinkable sometimes, but I want to make sure people know this is less than 1 in 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we started a game 1,000 times in a row from this scoreline,
with the emotions being portrayed on the server or on the webcams, I mean,
there is a chance that in one of those games, maybe.
Yeah.
NIP could come back. I'm not feeling it either. Which is
why are Cloud9 taking a timeout? I feel like they're just letting NIP stew in their emotions now. Not like they can see them or anything, but at LAN, this would just be also pretty rude, you think?
Yeah, in the best possible way. They should do another one right now.
I've been on teams before where if somebody on our team wins a crazy clutch, we just time out. It's just, yeah.
You just take a timeout, type in all chat.
Just type in all chat, LOL.
You can always get away with doing the stupid emotes and be like, sorry, that was a bind.
That was a bind.
It's a bind, 22nd round. And they don't have a lot to work with. This is pretty disturbing. Obviously, if you're slow at math at home, it would have to be 9 rounds in a row for NIP to get into overtime.
Those people are thanking you right now.
That's what I could do. As long as I'm adding numbers below 10, I feel pretty safe. I feel pretty good about that. There's no panic at all.
Oh. How does he win that?
I actually have no idea.
That's disgusting.
Those SMGs If some people are just so good at getting the consecutive headshots in. But it's a start. It is definitely a start. And it kind of looks like that A defense wants to move into the hallway as well, which, yeah, I mean, you got Rez low on health. If he finds somebody, then maybe Hetrick can just sort of double up. I don't really mind this. I think this is not... Normally in a 4-on-5, I would say maybe don't try to be too aggressive, but I guess in this case, you can kind of justify it. They're in a bit of an odd position anyway. They'll lose Rez, but exactly at a point in time where they probably couldn't follow it up. And, okay, there's one. They recognize the boost and brawl him with a double.
Okay. This is working out pretty well for NIP. Oh, nice shot from Nafany there. Clotheslining Brolin. Now 2 versus 3. Still have an opportunity to put this one back together. And with Hetrick pushing out, that might give Axile the kill he needs to open up this A bomb site. Yep, just wants to speed up over there. Nafany, I think he's just going to hold on to this space, or at least attempt to, and that is going to play right in the hands of Config. No real way that Axile should be able to win this. 20 seconds left, just too much ground to make up, and yeah, that's going to be a 7th on the board for NIP.
Scrappy round all across the board, but I think NIP recognizing the potential deficit of having the MP9s or the submachine guns in general, and just trying to move up and make them better by getting close range and playing around the smokes and everything else. I can respect it, and they'll win the round.
So now you believe in the comeback?
Now I'm ready. Now everything's changed in that last round.
Yeah, I can tell. Something in your eye changed. Just glistened. That's an unbelievable win for Rez, actually.
Yeah. Good stuff here. I don't know, there's something about not necessarily even the strategy that's being pulled by NIP when they're on the T side, but there's something about the confidence of each of the individuals in the fights they're engaging in that doesn't feel very convincing. It's hard to explain what it feels like, but I mean, I would contrast it with what we saw out of every single player from 9 yesterday. Not that I think 9 individually have to be better than NIP, but their confidence certainly is in a very different spot.
It's clear that a team like 9 has outlined their philosophy for how they play out every single stage of a round, and they've made plans to emphasize that.
Yeah.
And NIP, on the other hand, we're seeing a lot of just dry peaks. A few of them went the way of NIP in the last round, and it looked kind of good because of that, but we'll see if that can hold up or can actually sustain a defense. Because it feels a little bit more random.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably very hard even inside of NIP necessarily to put your finger on what is it that's happening to cause this kind of thing. But it feels like you could see it when you've been watching a fair few of the games. We've been covering a lot of the games in the last couple of months, really. So
I think you've covered more NIP games than any single person in the history of Counter-Strike.
That's got to be true. It probably is true. Oh man, there was a time. That's all we did, all the time.
Well, those were the glory days.
About to be, put an end to that chapter with CS2 coming out. 18 seconds left as Cloud9 are really cutting this one close, but with a good opening, that's all they need. They lose 2 in the beginning, and Hetrick is still back here. Only 9 seconds left. Hobbit, if you want him in this round, it's right now. And he's going to go pick up the bomb, the wall bang. It's almost enough to stop him, but he will be able to get the bomb plant through. And at least it'll give him the chance here to close it out and move on from Ancient. Hobbit goes down all on Axile, and he recognizes he has to swing for the fight, and he'll do it. Taking down Config. What a great play. And now he's patiently waiting. Rez is on the other side, hoping that Axile is nervous, but he's not. Steady as a rock right here. Not worried at all. And there's the swing from Rez. He had the right idea, but Rez is going to be able to beat him. That's another close round, but NIP up to 8.
Oh, such confidence from Axile there. Really trusted his off angle. Thought that Rez was going to be swinging out close side pillar, but doesn't actually happen. So NIP, they keep themselves alive in this one. Felt like that last player in the site, Hetrick, really upsetting the timing and the composure of Cloud9. Nice, okay. A little bit of life being shown from NIP. But the buy is more or less better for the T's.
Yeah. Unfortunate side effect of losing 4 players in a round. Oh, you see that coming, don't you? A little bit of trouble here for Config because I was going to say, even if he gets the kill, Nafany was just hot on him from the other side of the map.
Rez and Config are wielding completely different MP9s. When Rez had it, it was just a laser beam. Config just almost used the whole magazine and couldn't find that one.
That's my experience with the MP9.
The spray is just unruly, really. I mean, the people that are fighting for it over the FAMAS, I'll say that FAMAS would easily have bursted that guy down.
Yeah. There's a special breed of people who just, I don't know, they could do it.
Yeah. Oh,
they got it. Well, how do you get back into this round if you're an IP?
I want to go for a donut crunch, donut mid crunch, but do something that at least you're taking your fate into your own hands. But actually, they're running into the stack over here.
Yeah, they are. 45 seconds. Grolin, almost a free one. Headtrick will pick it up, and he's got the right idea. If he could take this player down in the hallway, but look at the mid-round call coming out. Cloud9 decided to change it. Grolin wants to hunt it down. They know where Headtrick is, and it's a 1 versus 4. He's picked up one of them, but how do you even get across the map right now? They're here waiting for him. They're going to probably be able to shoot him in the back. Headtrick trying to see if he could check it. He actually does go deep. That's a really nice cover. Taking down Buster, and now, yeah, there it is. Axel sneak it up, a double kill for him at the end of it, and Cloud9 walk away with a victory on Ancient, even if it took a little bit longer than maybe it could have. They look like the superior team this time. Second map is going to be on Overpass, and that will be coming up after the break.
ping doesn't seem to be the only issue that the Ninjas are having, as they weren't able to win it out on their own map pick of Ancient. Cloud9 proved too tough for them, and it looked pretty damn convincing. I would say from start to finish, Cloud9 never really looked like they were bothered.
Not at all. Got off to a good start. They were completely controlling the game, completely controlling NIP as well. And I thought we were discussing whether or not Ancient was slowly but surely leaning more towards being a T-sided map. I think this game was quite the opposite. It felt like Cloud9 were in full control and had everything they needed to go for them. A stellar performance where every single member of Cloud9 stepped up as well in the first half. So no, NIP never came close.
Yeah, this was very much easy for Cloud9. I felt like they were miles ahead the whole way, even as NIP is mounting the comeback that you can see in the first half, right? It's 8 rounds in the for Cloud9, and then NIP are able to win 5 out of the last 7 rounds. It felt like Cloud9 were quiet and calm anyway. You know what? We're down a man, we're just gonna gamble a stack. Oh, you're not coming to us, we're just gonna save our weapon. They were never really stressed, never really anticipating plays or forcing plays. They let the game, they let the victory come to them, and it did.
And they played to the advantage in every situation. They're playing smart.
They're playing smart. The classic, very cynical Cloud9 way of playing. We saw all the players pretty much have a couple of highlight packages in this one. Everyone chimed in, Hobbit in the beginning, then Shiro took over, then Exile took over, and Anthony had a couple of rounds as well. So when you're facing a Cloud9 that is firing on all cylinders, that is not making mistakes, that is clearly taking this game super serious, you need a well-playing NIP to even make it a game. And this time around, we didn't get to see it. I again feel that it was a lackluster NIP. It wasn't an NIP that had much to offer. And right now, I think that's just the reality of the situation. NIP is not on par with Cloud9. It's 2 different levels.
I mean, when you have Cloud9 who's on cruising altitude the way they are now, and they are just basically mass-producing victories, I don't think NIP can debate with them. I don't think NIP can do anything against Cloud9, who are on this level where they're just going through the motions, they are playing correctly, they're making the right decisions, and even when things get a little bit iffy in the second half, then you have the individuals popping off. You have your Shiro coming in with multi-kills. You have Exile cleaning up situations, 23 and 8 was it towards the very end. So it's the best of both worlds that kind of collide, and good luck to you if you have to handle that.
And the thing is, though, the one thing I expect Ninjas to be able to do here, look at the experience on the roster, other than head trick, you've got all these players. There should be some other ideas. There should be smarter decisions being made. They should be able to do something.
I hate to say it, right, but it almost feels like a lack of quality here from an individual standpoint. And I look towards the players, and I think Brolan, great talent, a great player. I think Config, we talked a lot about him, obviously a great player as well. Alexi B once touted to be the next big thing as an in-game leader. So yes, in terms of player for player and in terms of what NIP has to work with, they should be performing better. But every time I see them, I get a sense that there's a little bit of lack of quality, individually speaking, decision-wise as well, productivity on the server in terms of raw aim duels. It just feels like they're lacking 5% here and there all over the place.
And they gave Cloud9 good starts. I think that matters a whole lot. We talked about the 8-0 and what does it do to your confidence and to your finances and the decisions you have to make. But even on the second half, I mean, Cloud9 are on a 5-1 start. That's pistol, conversion. You lose 1 round, but then you immediately reset your opponent. And from that point on, if you're NIP, either you're going to have the craziest comeback ever with no victory coming over, or you can't. We have round 20 that we can show you guys at home to kind of illustrate what is it that Cloud9 do in Counter-Strike. What is the essence of their playstyle? And that's a good example. It's going to be an opening kill found by Exile here with the bloom of the smoke being a little bit too early for res. And from this point on, they slow down the pace. They let NIP stew in their doubt and their curiosity. And when Config tries to get the peak, he finds a kill. Clever little rearrangement from Cloud9. They were too far away for a direct trade, so they group again. They do the boost for Shiro, who's going to destroy Config. And at the other end of the map, Buster is having a super impactful lure where he forces the defense to come back to him with the multi-kill. You are losing your shit if you're NIP. That's what is happening. You cannot play this round correctly. You are 4v5. You either make a right stack and you actually trick them, or you try to cover the whole map, but you lose. By the percentages, you lose.
Sad times for the NIP camp, but will it continue going into Overpass? We're going to go over to Danny in the Mahone zone and see what he's got cooking for us.
Cloud9 are a comfortable team on Overpass, and one of the reasons why is because they operate a lot on map control. And out of all the teams, they actually use Long A a lot more than most other teams. So I want to break down this round to show you how exactly they do so. So it's this round here against Godsent a couple of days ago, actually. And we're going to see Buster basically pushes Plopsky off of Long A. And as soon as CTs really give up this Long A position, it creates a situation where now the Ts, they can actually crunch into the A bomb site using these 2 avenues. Normally, CTs only have to deal with one of them, but because they have control of both, Cloud9 know how to make the most out of it. What you're going to see here is that rather than throwing the utility towards that mid position, they're going to throw the utility from long. You'll see that Shiro is going to toss a smoke as well as a Molotov. And then Buster is also going to throw this smoke towards bank. Now with this utility, it creates this situation where all of the common rotating spots, such as jump up and bank, they're going to be isolated off, as well as this Molotov flushes out a very common position behind that truck area. And what that does is it makes it very difficult for CTs to play in the site, because you'll see that Joel here, he's forced to this default position, and once he's here, he's in such a tough spot where now he has to deal with these two fights right here. He has to try to find the perfect timing, and as soon as this Molotov comes in, Joel, even though he manages to find one kill, there's nothing more that he can really do. He dies in the Molotov. Next thing you'll see here is that ZTR behind this truck right here. He finds the first kill onto Nafny coming up. But look at the situation that Cloud9 have created. They have another player who's coming in close, and they have Shiro who's further back. There's no way that ZTR can get more than one kill here. In Cloud9, they do a very clever thing here where Hobbit just gives a little jiggle to allow Shiro to come out from long and get that kill. Here's another example, very quick. We're gonna see, once again, the nades from long A to create the situation where CTs are in panic. You'll see that Dreamer here behind this default position, forced to make a move, tries to peek towards long A. There's two people there, guarantees at least one trade. And as well, for Oxygen, once again, he's in this spot where he has to deal with two different fights. A player who's up close, as well as players that are coming from long. There's almost no way that he can get more than just one kill here. And that's what Cloud9 are really good at, especially when you give them this long A control, is that when you give them this long A control, it makes defending the A site so much more difficult. So it's gonna be up to NIP to figure out, do they want to contest this long A position or not? Because if they don't, they could be in for a tough time.
You are fantastic, Danny. When we see stuff like that, you just see how well drilled Cloud9 are. And this just is painting a picture of these reps they keep putting in now.
Yeah, it is. It's very complicated for a defense to go up against Cloud9 because, first of all, their default in general is hard to analyze. It's hard for you to know exactly where is the main force because, as Danny said, they like to spread thin across the map. They like to have the control every single position. So as the defense, your first step is having to say, okay, is it one player that's behind the smoke or is it three? If you can actually elucidate that mystery, then I beg you, be aggressive. If you think it's only one in front of you, go and get him, find him. Because if you play defensive the way NIP did, or rather the way the opponents did in that clip from Mahone, then you have to trust your defense. You're going to get executed on with 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs, 7 flashes, and you better be damn sure that you have a good position, but it's really hard to do in Counter-Strike.
That puts a lot of pressure on Hetrick, especially on a map like Overpass. He has to be disturbing. He has to go up middle. He has to roam around toilets. He has to go A-long, maybe shut that area down so Cloud9 can obtain and get all their map control for free. I feel like Hetrick could be the key to a close game right here. I still have Cloud9 as heavy favorites. We cannot forget NIP were the ones picking Ancient. Cloud9 were the ones picking Overpass as well, so they probably have a good idea of how they want to approach the game. Without Hetrick being disturbing, there's going to be no way NIP is going to make this one close.
Well, let's see if the Ninjas can disturb Cloud9 and walk their way to a victory and potentially a third and final map. We'll be back with you guys just after the break.
back, everybody. Your daily dose of Counter-Strike is coming up. We're still in the first best of 3 with NIP and Cloud9, and Cloud9 just look very impressive. The odds over at Unicom already favoring them to begin with. Now, it's almost sort of 1-7, 1-8. That's pretty rough. NIP, they're not looking that impressive at the moment.
That's usually the point of no return. If one of the teams is above 5, you can usually kiss them goodbye. And so that might be it for NIP's campaign, unless they have something to say about it here on Overpass. But I'm going to give you some of the match history that we've gotten from NIP on this map, and they just lost a few days ago to 9 Pandas on this map.
To who?
That's right. Yeah, exactly. 9 Pandas, a Russian team with the likes of CEST, who's on it. Don't get to say his name too much anymore. And players like FURIA, FPSSS, Dilladez, and Trunic. So,
those guys, I remember.
Yeah, all right, exactly.
So what you're saying is they're definitely going to get us a third map here.
Yeah, I mean, given the Showdown's logic, you'd bet your bottom dollar it's going to a third map.
That's actually, I could believe that. There's been some wacky stuff happening, which there usually is. That's kind of like part of the charm of it. But right now, just look like 2 completely different teams at the moment. Sneaking on through, Lexi, he's got the lineup. It's a great double kill to begin with, and the counter flash coming up from Rez as well. That's a great shutdown. Now just calm down. There's no reason to peek anymore. You have the bomb on your side. All that could happen here, Config, is you get shot in the face, and it's a 2-on-3, and it's a winnable round for Cloud9. So just deep breaths.
Are you telling Config to calm down?
Yeah, I know.
Because it's not going to happen. Headshot on Anafony, and Shiro 1 versus 4. Okay, yep, no, Config, of course, gets that one too. And so...
And flashed into it, it's a lot better. That's a better fight.
That's true.
We can respect it.
That's true, yeah.
Nicely done. NIP win the pistol. I'm happy.
Some teamwork there. Yeah, you've been really riding the NIP hate train for some time now. And
yeah,
I'd like you to... How about try summarizing why it is that this team is ticking you off to this extent?
I think partly, obviously, the way that the roster's been working out in sort of having different players hampers in and then out a little bit, and you know, just it's been a lot of S-Tag was there for a while, and it's just been a lot of weird back and forth. And the problem is that does legitimately give them a little bit of cover to say we've never really had like a real crack at it. We've never had the consecutive like 4 or 5 months where we've been able to build something, and I want to give them that, but at the same time, when it keeps going forever, it's just so frustrating when you're watching it. And it's probably even more frustrating for them, I get it, but that makes me even more annoyed, you know? And then I think it's just because when I look at the names, I want to say that they should be competitive in some of the rounds, even when they don't have that much. Like, I'm not seeing the Rez, double deagle headshot or the Config double deagle headshot rounds where it's like, oh, they just won this round just mechanically. They just look really good. Like, it feels like everything is way more labor than that at the moment, and I don't think these players should be playing that timidly. There's something that's missing, and I bet the answer is, if you ask them, something like, well, we're still in the middle of figuring everything out and everyone's roles is kind of settling in and there's a lot going on there. But again, I just can't anymore. I feel like it needs to work a little bit better. Nice shot.
Yeah, I think that what's curious about NIP is that they've taken the step to move into an international territory and start bringing in players from across Europe, and they've gotten worse for it. They actually were better,
yes,
more or less, when they were playing with a Swedish roster. Sure, they threw in the occasional Dane with Device and S-Tag, but they were still speaking Swedish during these times.
Yeah, and I mean, you had the hot take the other day that, they were actually better with Hampus than with Alexi B. But the thing is, what they're missing now, which is what Hampus brought to the team, is the playmaking ability of Hampus. The ability to walk in behind enemy line. He just could see timings in the game that most people can't, and it made them a way more dangerous team.
It's tempered aggression. That's what Hampus brought. Whereas now you get this unbridled aggression from a handful of these guys. Like, Brolin can be pretty tricky and he can be pretty smart about his aggressions, but Config, you just send this guy on missions a lot of the time, and he just tries to do it.
Yeah, Config is much more of a blunt instrument in that sense. And the problem is, if Config's going to be playing that style, Brolin can't also then do it, right? Having 2 people that are going to go aggressive like that could be very, very dangerous. So Usually, you're just going to have the one player that's going to be trying to do that, and I guess it makes sense that it's configured. Just that, man, they really needed to work. They're off to a good start here. We should be celebrating that though. It's a 2-0 lead, and Cloud9 are bought into this round, and they have something to work with. Not a lot of utility, so some of the executes here could be a little bit one-dimensional once they get into position.
Yeah, not much utility left for C9. That's definitely the biggest concern, but we'll see how the mid-round fares for them as Nafany tries to find something towards Divider. Absile connecting now with Hobbit as it looks like they want to encroach on water. And it does seem like Cloud9 will be afforded that real estate. Again, talk about how they have so little utility, but it's enough to actually pull off a little bit of a B-pop here.
All right, it kind of forces out some counter utility. The Molotov thrown not with the rest of the setup.
NIP is all towards A, though. This is so worrying. They could have easily had a normal setup towards B, but now it's just config.
And I don't even know why. They haven't seen anything. They got Alexi all the way over at long. Or just one from us to hold it. Now, they are starting to rotate back here. They need to be so quick with it. Smoke goes up on top and not for the sniper spot. So there might be a chance here for NIP to hold it. 10 seconds left. The bomb is being planted right down in front, and nobody there to stop it either. Buster's going to get the opening kill, taking down Alexi. That's all the way across the map, by the way, so no flank is coming in, and Cloud9 are in a great position right now. Oh, it's the last bullet! We are going to need the replay on that one. Brolin's on his own, and he can't stay alive. Shiro will be able to take him down, but that looked like a sick spray coming out from Axile.
That was dirty from Axile. Yeah, we need this. Oh, Rez feels cheated there.
Shut it down.
Such a labored spray, and then the last bullet just taking down Rez in the face, or maybe second to last, but wow.
I have a new business model that I think, a new company that I'm thinking about launching that I think could actually help out NIP. They're kind of like the test product for I think what might work.
What is this?
And you create like it's like a plastic tube, and you put whatever candies you like in, like little M&Ms or something like that, like little whatever you prefer.
Yeah, sure.
Something like that.
Got my attention.
And then it's tied. You plug it into it's a USB device. You plug it into the game, and whenever you get a headshot, it just gives you like a little some some M&Ms.
Oh,
like a tiny amount, like a little reward system.
Yeah, reward system
like
for playing well.
NIP needs something like that. I feel like that could make them better. Just a little. It's a positive reinforcement, right? Same way you would treat a dog or something. I feel like it can work.
I think there's been a few experiments like this where the rats have the option to press a button to actually get cocaine, and they usually just keep pressing it over and over again.
You can put whatever you want into it, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're not limiting it to just these candies.
It could be whatever you want. Oh, it's completely useless, but it is kind of fun. They were out on a picnic, 3-man picnic.
Yeah, they were actually trying to assemble a reverse pyramid, it looked like. I think that was supposed to be the triple boost to peek into party, but Cloud9 just went so quickly they never even got it together.
On the birthday party side, you can still, to this day, boost up near that weird sign, and you're basically floating in the air above the toilets.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like it surely should have been patched out a while ago, but it's just not. Now it's too late anyway.
Yeah, CS2 will fix that. All right, Rez, make it interesting. Actually found the headshot, but that's about it.
Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that NIP needs some kind of reward system where if they perform well, then they are motivated to actually repeat that action. And yep, they couldn't. Yeah, you could tell they wanted to do something with it, but maybe they just wanted to actually have a triple lineup there. Could be.
Can you do a double run boost off the head of one player?
I figure you would know this if anybody.
Double run boosted Zeus coming in?
I think you can. It's just that usually the second guy could easily get stuck. Like if he jumps a half second too early, he's just going to hit the guy in front of him.
Right.
So you got to be really strict on the timings.
But if there's a way, double run boost outside of Vertigo, just send 2 people off the side.
Oh yeah, that'd be amazing actually. Double entry flying off the side of the map, air strafing back on to B main. Make it happen.
Yeah.
Make it happen, 9.
That was so sick. If you missed that game yesterday, that's legitimately a game that's worth going back and watching.
Yeah.
Because they just look so impressive.
Oh, head trick.
He's so dead. Nafany, and even with the knife out inside of the smoke.
Oh,
right
my.
there, but the timing is godlike. Nafany, gonna be able to take care of business. Rez, don't even blame him. They're in a 3-on-5. They need something to get back into it, and that's not going to be possible. And actually with a good boost, but that also reveals that both players are there. The bomb is quite far away, which is a bit awkward, but it's good information for Cloud9 nonetheless.
Yeah, that's the one thing that could have gone awry for them if NIP decided to push out Monster Tunnel, secure that bomb, but they had no idea. And why would they? Yeah, Cloud9, first plan really working out for them. I'll outline really briefly just why Cloud9's Overpass is so deadly, because...
Go on.
I think many people see them as the best Vertigo team in the world, but another reason they were able to come up so strongly in the online era is because their Overpass 2 had so many reps in it. And the style that they play is just slightly different than everybody else, where they find map control relatively easily and early with good utility to flash opponents off of angles. And then what they do is they create these uncomfortable hold states so early in rounds that CTs feel baited into pushing for information. And because of that, then they're able to play passive duels against CTs who are taking unfavorable forward fights. And the way it kicks off usually is Nafany trying to take space away, but frequently he dies. And for him to find the kills as early as he did, that's just not even necessarily the plan for Cloud9. Like, he's not supposed to pop off in rounds. He's supposed to just be the catalyst to help insert his other teammates into deep forward positions.
And I mean, that incentive you're talking about, you know, going aggressive and peeking, it's even worse on Overpass, right? Because the map is so big that the CTs very often will feel like they kind of have to take a little bit of a look, and that's where things go wrong. I mean, that goes wrong in people in the A bomb side when they're peeking behind the default boxes, right? Sometimes they're like, let me just take a look at restrooms, and then boom,
yeah,
you get your head blown off.
Yeah, there's always a... On Overpass especially, if you're giving up space for free as a CT, you feel like you're fundamentally playing the map incorrectly.
Yeah. Which you might be. I mean, I think you can make an argument that every round the CT should be throwing grenades towards down towards the playground, just to even force the Ts to slow down a tiny bit and maybe use some nades of their own to check some of the corners or whatever.
Yeah.
If you don't even show up, then it's a huge luxury for them.
If you're not actually Molotoving the T-steps every single round as a CT, at this point, I think you're basically playing the map incorrectly. Because you should be trying to force a smoke out of the T's hands. Okay, let's see how this goes. Flash over the top, and a proactive play from NIP. Alert Cloud9 to their presence, but at least they're able to recover that AK.
It's a very smooth flashbang. You love to see it. Gives them an AK. They already have an M4, so back with the boost. Sick position if they're coming in from the restrooms, but could be absolutely detrimental if they are pushing on the other side. Molotovs are raining in. The bomb is being brought back, though. This is all a bit of a ruse, and NIP, they're kind of over-rotating, but I can't blame them in this round. It's very hard not to feel like they have to, given how they started. Even if they actually have a fair few weapons to work with, they bust open the door, and the bomb's been confirmed. So, question is, can they get everyone here in time? Only 22 seconds left, and Config, deep breath right now. No bombs in planted. You don't need to die, and he's not going to either. Good headshot. That's scary, though. That's the kind of play where if you die to Shiro instead, it's a bomb plant, and it's a tough retake.
Oh, but he's just holding the line with the AK. All right, Cloud9 actually not able to put this one together. Good forward position from Headtrick to give his team some forewarning there. And Hobbit, oh, actually, he dies after time, but he had 7,200 in the bank, so it's not a big worry. He looks like he has $0 left, and his family left him, but that's not the case.
Yeah, he looks really distraught.
He has a loving family.
Man, that's a lot to get out of the round. And encouraging to see that laser aim on Config. That's what you want to see. This fight, the next one too, just very, very accurate.
Yeah, Config actually is a very strong angle holder. It's just that he's normally pushing.
I know.
He doesn't give himself many opportunities to do that. Oh.
He could hold all the angles, but the ADHD is just fighting him all the time.
Too strong. That's too strong. Just got to take another fight.
little devil on his shoulder saying, like, we've been standing still for 3 seconds. It's time to move.
Yeah. Oh, Nafany has a chance for a double kill here. And as the smoke fades, Rez is able to connect with Config to take down the in-game leader of Cloud9, who will be now calling from the grave. 3v5. Looks like Cloud9 actually want to make their way back towards B, assuming that Hobbit actually is going to go. But no, actually, not the case.
Well, they might want to clear out the restrooms first anyway. Maybe they did this previously. They kind of pushed this all out, pushed out long, and then eventually they went for it. Petrick getting into a moment of real danger. Man, this game has a different feel. I've got to say, though, NIP definitely look a little bit more calm in this one. And Cloud9 are losing some of these early fights in an interesting fashion, so maybe there could be a real sign of hope here for NIP. Map was picked by Cloud9, but that doesn't obviously mean that they're destined to win it. Buster is going to be going down 5 versus 2. This is... I feel like there's a slight change in how this is playing out.
NIP are a good CT side team. They were a good CT side team in Pro League. It's just their T sides were abysmal. So I'll pull it up again just to confirm, but
I wonder how that happens.
CT side, they were 7th best in terms of round win percentage, but once they got into the T side, they were bottom 5. The only teams worse than them at Pro League in terms of T side were Evil Geniuses, ATK, Rare Atom, and Saw. Yeah. So
I don't understand. I feel like mostly when you're trying to rebuild a team, in my head it's going to be the CT side that's going to be the hardest one to put together in general. You always have some bases, like everyone has like 3 or 4 strats that they remember from other teams they were on or whatever, that you can sort of like, you can pool, you can crowdsource some kind of T side usually. Obviously, if you want to beat FaZe or G2 or something, maybe you need more than just that. But
yeah, you need a whole comprehensive default probably at that point.
It's got to be more elaborate. But for NIP, it feels like that's not even the case on the T side. So I'm just curious about why the CT side would be so much better. That's it. It feels like sometimes the harder problem to solve.
Yeah, it's been a phase of growing pains for NIP when it comes to their offense. But no, you can believe in this team on their defense. They are good. They've got some good individuals who are able to lock down some of their positions.
Well, let's hold on to that, because otherwise it's just all hating on NIP,
which is your favorite activity all of a sudden.
It's been a theme for a bit, yeah. But I'm happy to catch the CT side and just feel a little bit of warmth from that. It's good. Flash in just to take a peek. Roland playing it safe around this. It's a little bit scary, but it looks like he'll make it back in safety.
Wow. He was in such a long period of vulnerability.
Yeah.
Buster had swung out. Not sure if Roland would have survived.
To be honest, even the attempted flash peek there is something where I'm like, that's a little bit of proactivity from NIP. That's something that some maps I'm seeing them on, they don't even really get to do that. And it's such a simple thing. Anybody, in a matchmaking game, you could do it, right?
Yep.
I'm going to flash, I'm kind of going to count to 3, and then, you take a peek. It doesn't always have to be mega complicated. So I'm just happy to see them try.
When I watch NIP CT side, I remember what that runner's high is like, the serotonin's flowing, but once they switch to the T side, it's like all those demons that I've been fighting for so long that I should go to therapy over, start rearing their ugly heads.
Step back.
Yeah.
Config. Not exactly a therapist himself, but fine again, holding the sights. That laser aim, it's so sick. Oh my god, he's 10-2 right now. Horrifying news for Cloud9, because that could easily be the kind of thing that locks you out of a half if Config is feeling this way, and he certainly is. Hobbit in a 1 versus 5 now, and now we turn the criticism the other way. Some of this from Cloud9 feels a little bit flat.
All right.
First kill for Hobbit on the map. And it's in a round that was definitely lost.
Yeah, we're starting to see the Cloud9 T side, though, come across a little bit flat, because I outlined before how they like to start the rounds and play the mid rounds. My biggest criticism of Cloud9 has always been their finishers. When they are trying to breach bomb sites, their flashes do not always hit the mark. They don't always have the optimal utility to get their players who are so skillful into winning positions. So that's why sometimes it feels like they did everything right, and then they tripped over the last hurdle.
Yeah. Because they're getting kind of close to the bomb site. They're kind of in a position where they almost could, and then you're just not seeing it. One AK in place, saved from the previous round, as NIP are looking to take a pretty big lead right here. Imagine how good they would be with the cocaine reward system. I'm just saying. I think there's real potential. Yeah, you could tailor it for the individual player. Let's do M&Ms instead, you know? They get little chocolates coming out. Imagine, you know.
Yeah, I think in Canada you can actually get a sponsor for that pretty soon. Okay, well, one sneaky kill for Nafany there.
You say the Canadian version, I imagine, is just maple syrup, but that's a little bit unwieldy, you know, and just pouring out onto your desk for no reason.
No, it's actually that a couple of Canadian companies are now legally licensed to sell and produce cocaine. That's why.
Really?
That's why I said that. Yeah.
I'm not as up to date with as you are with that, but I believe you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a big news story.
Well, then there we go. There's potential country for testing it. Interesting times.
Yeah.
Lots going to change apparently. 6-3 is the scoreline. So Mac 10 in play. That's maybe not the end of the world. Could signal that they could go for a little bit of a faster play, but hard on overpass unless you're rushing the B-bomb side, which when the CTs have all the utility, you maybe don't want to do.
Right, yeah. We'll see that early utility from Cloud9 as they take space in a 3-1-1 default. They give Axile so much freedom towards short. They basically let him off the leash every single round, and he's good for it. Usually either finding a pick or just taking the space safely. I think the thing is that, if we're being honest, no rifler wants to go head-to-head against Axile. He is just always going to out-mechanic you.
Oh! I so badly wanted that to connect just because it would have been so sick.
So close, yeah. And see, now this is where Cloud9 have created a position where NIP feel like they want to make the next play, where they might want to go for a push somewhere. And this is usually where Cloud9's mid-round really works out for them, that they're just going to hold for the next 30-plus seconds and wait for that play. And there it is, and Brolin actually gets a kill because of it, pushing through the divider smoke and catching Nafany off guard. Best case scenario for NIP there.
Yeah, bit of a risk, but super well played. Shiro comes back to take a look and maybe also defend the bomb a tiny bit. Mac 10 up front from Hobbit, not able to do much. Even if you wanted to swing against Brolin there, it's just how do you win that fight against the M4? Not necessarily that easy. They are setting up for what looks like a more plain, just raw execute onto the bomb site. And we're down the 30 seconds that you mentioned. They've already come and gone. So now we're down to 15 left, and the spray is perfect. Brolin, 3 kills in the round. A little bit of a jump to bait out the shot. He's looking for it. He'll pick up the quad kill. And if he had more bullets, he would have taken that last fight as well. But that is a beautiful round out of Brolin. You love to see it. NIP, the CC side, is looking really, really good at the moment.
Brolin is a beast. This kill on a Nafany, catching him in a moment of transition. And then look at that. The lineup, just perfect. I love this jump peek, too. Oh, wow. Barely tagged, and then just nails Shiro in the face. That was excellent stuff from him. But you could kind of see there, the flashes from Cloud9, they came in and no one even pushed with them. That's where I have my criticisms with this team sometimes. But we'll see if the flashes hit their mark this time. They have to enable these Tech9s to get some space. But it's a mowdown. Config, Headtrick, Alexi, all able to chime in with kills apiece. And Brolin's already flanking through connector.
Yeah, absolutely shutting it down. I think they even ran right into an HE as they exited the monster tunnel, which obviously will slow down quite a bit, so... All right, a little bit behind them perhaps. Either way, great work on the defense. And great work for NIP. I'm just gonna take a moment to be excited here.
Yeah, just good stuff for them overall. Looks like Cloud9 are gonna have to expend a timeout here. Recognize what's going wrong. They're finding a lot of space towards water and short, but these A attempts at the conversions have not been effective.
Like they've run into Brolin solo out there by the restrooms. I mean, you could try and fight him with more of a force, right? and try to flash your way into that one. Especially if you have some covering flashbangs to try and force Hetrick back if he's going to be there to assist Brolin. Maybe you feel like, okay, if he's out there for the fight, maybe we accept that and we just try and bring it to him.
AAA start for NIP. Hetrick making his way down connector. And Alexi's already taken so much space away. He knows that nobody from Cloud9 is even here. Oh, this is a great position to be if you're an NIP. You have all the information. It's just about maintaining this sort of space and keeping the numbers where they are.
Smoke's fading. He should be able to win this fight, but you could see Buster is well aware that someone could have made his way there already. NIP, this is... If he wins this one, then the rest of Cloud9 are so far away. Buster's walked in by the fountain. Got to be really careful. Alexi's holding on. He's not quite sure how many people are on the other side. And now some backup is going to be called in for Buster, feeling a bit lonesome out there. Bomb has been picked up, but actually, no, they're going to go back, and Buster is probably going to join them.
Oh, he wants to clear out this position. This is a big fight. Oh, what a clear. He just hard clears the angle outright. NIP, they're still set up in a pretty heavy B lean. This may work to their favor. But, no, okay, Axile trying to press on forward for Monster. Config, great opportunity, and he seizes it. Takes down Nafny right in the side. 4 versus 4, and another duel is emerging. Hetrick versus Buster. Great shot. Wallbang there, and Hetrick's able to keep himself alive.
And they lost Config as well. Yep, 3 versus 3 now at about 24 seconds. So, again, running the clock very, very low. Res, way further forward than I think Shura was expecting. But a good return from Hobbit. Still a chance, maybe. They're going to be attacking the bomb site. And Hetrick is quite far away, so Brolin is a little bit on his own right here. And his crosshair, he was in the wrong position, but he still wins the fight and shuts down Hobbit. Brolin has been a real revelation on this map, along with Config. Both of them at 12 kills right now.
Oh, yeah, they've been doing such a great job on these defenses. Brolin, too, so active, so mobile. And there were a lot of points in this round where it could have fallen apart for NIP. That kill in particular could have sent them scrambling, but they stayed composed, didn't over-rotate, didn't overcompensate, and it all worked out for them. Good stuff from Brolin there, too.
It's a little bit of panic probably starting to set in on the Cloud9 side. This is their map pick. So far, they have 3 rounds on the T side, which is not going to be enough.
You wouldn't think so. They're able to bring it back and find 5, though. I'll tell you, I have confidence that they can shut this out. Just Cloud9 also the strongest CT side team in Pro League. So,
okay, 5 is the magic number.
I think if they get 4, they'll win. Actually,
God,
that's just how good they are on the defense here.
Okay,
unless they just mentally check out. But no, they should be able to do just fine. And Hobbit on the entry, double entry for Hobbit. This is great stuff. Good pounce from him, and now they've taken so much space away, but it's quickly being reclaimed by Brolin.
Yeah, you mentioned those. Oh, what? God, it jumped down back into his face. That's so much damage. Gotta be careful here, Alexi on the other side with the M4, and he'll take the kill. Buster on the flank. And now Alexi a head trick here. One of them with an AWP. It's an uncomfortable weapon to try and go for the retake with. So Alexi, though, he's low on health, so he's kind of leading the retake, but very close to death himself. Smoke is fading, and he still wins the fight against Shiro. That's crazy. Now holding it with the AWP off the defuse, and they both peek him at the same time. With the kit, they're going to have enough time for it. Great retake coming out here from NIP.
Wow, that positioning from Alexi to find that kill onto Shiro. So nice, so well played, so composed from the NIP side. Seen them scramble a couple times lately, but on this map right now, they're showing a level of composure that feels so distant from the last couple weeks of them.
Yeah, it's a very, very different look. And finally, that was a round, by the way, where Cloud9 did get some of the really great utility. The flashbangs to set that up, they were really sick. You could tell both those players that Hobbit took down were under a lot of pressure, either flashed or engaging and trying to turn away from the following flashbangs, which either way is not a good look if you're defending. So really impressive opening for Cloud9. It just wasn't enough. Alexi, I think you got a triple in that round overall.
Yep.
So well done. Tech timeout. As we're sorting a couple of things out.
Yeah, I think it looks like Shiro's computer is off, or restarting at least.
True.
Should be connecting in just a moment. you really enhanced that image, you could have got the IP and password. But
Yeah, we need the CSI enhance tool.
I know you guys aren't watching this in 8K.
Not yet. Get that one day. But yeah, this is a different feel certainly for NIP. And like you said, probably the real thing for Cloud9 to do is to mentally not check out, to try and remind themselves of what they already know, that their CT side could be pretty strong. Just hold on to that feeling. You're going to need it. Already a really well played opening to overpass for NIP.
Yeah, and I think I want to give Brolin the most credit in this. Just the way that he's been maneuvering around A to maintain information, keep Cloud9 guessing. He has such a variety of options for openers and mid-round plays, and he's so confident in all of them. He's definitely a guy that when people have asked me before, who should I look at for A riflers for overpass, I think a couple names really jump off the page, like Rain, but I actually think Brolin, in terms of just cerebral play, is really up there with the best. So this is a demo that if you're that playing that position for your team, look back at it, because this is no easy feat doing this well against Cloud9.
It's good to have like a little list of players like that. If you know you're going to be playing in that position, just that you are going to be looking at for inspiration and try to figure out how they play some of these positions. It's kind of the kind of work that people overlook, right? They just go play more deathmatch and then that's it. Config, ooh, good swing. Hobbit, he did the entry last time and he's back at it again. Over on top, and it's almost a repeat. That was the fight that he won last time. Rez is going to be low on health, and they're going to be falling all the way back to try and get a little bit of a boost in here. Good catch from Buster to take down Head Trick, and it looks like Cloud9 are about to find a 4th round.
It's looking pretty good, unless Alexi's able to manufacture something here, and looks like he shot at a dead body. Unfortunate, but the visual clarity will improve with CS2. Just hold on, Alexi.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Just maybe 6 more months or so. Well, end of summer, actually, so even faster.
More maps than Dust 2. We're all looking forward to it.
And I said I think 4 is all Cloud9 need.
That, you did say that.
Yeah.
And there we go.
This is Danger Zone.
Hobbit with that opening.
Actually, this is Diffuse map. It's not Danger Zone. No bump mines.
That's the only thing we really need for CS2 is the VIP maps. I still kind of want those back. I feel like...
The AS underscore?
Yeah. I don't know if it's just all nostalgia. Maybe if they brought it in, no one plays it, and they just end up developing... They spend like millions developing it, and then no one plays it, but it feels like we need it.
They might work in a show match. I would love to see a show match of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, you know, so every once in a while you could have something like that.
And didn't the VIP have a USP?
Yeah, so
like give that to someone like Nico.
Yeah.
No, just give him a USP the whole game. It'd be so fun to watch.
And like 1,000 armor, so he's just...
Yeah.
Unstoppable. 1,000 health.
Okay, Cloud9 just going back to the same well. Just another B play, and the hold is even stronger this time for NIP. They've righted their wrongs. The crossfire is here. The multiple angles being held, and that's going to do it. Shiro, 1 versus 3 now. And it looks like NIP will get 11 on the board, and you can't count Shiro out of a clutch like this.
Do you even blame Cloud9 for running this strategy again? If everything else they've done for the rest of the half has kind of fallen flat, and they found something that seems to work on B, they do it for a 3rd time, and
to support my narratives of the calling and the in-game leader of Cloud9, I do blame them.
Right. You have a reputation to maintain after all.
Yeah, not going to delve deeper into that one right now, but it'll be on a podcast.
That's Alexi all the way back there with the AWP. 11 rounds in the first half for NIP. What a great revival. Let's see if they can finish what they started in the second half.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a leash, we're going leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is going to give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage. Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think I'm gonna try Nitro. So that's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me this one.
Okay, let's try Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush. We can try for Rush.
Twist is Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian. I'm gonna try Naf.
Hoxie. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27. Imagine, maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
A smoke. Yep.
Can go banana close.
Play back.
I need close long.
I have molly, bro.
Casino close. Flash. They flashed Zeus maybe. Molly. Molly.
I'm on
Kör
short.
Malmö.
I'm playing truck.
Molly close. I'm white.
I can banana, Alex.
Yeah.
Thank you. Flashing a monster pipe. Yeah.
Back.
1 second. Backside.
Down.
Flashing truck. Flashing truck.
Close. That's low. That's low.
Ludwig.
Like, we play for TS right now, boys.
Yes.
Good shit, boys.
Playing good CS right now. Do you disagree?
I think that NIP's CS looked excellent in the first half. Will it be enough is a completely different question, though, because Cloud9 are devastating. They are impenetrable when it comes to the CT side here. You're not going to expect them to just wither away in this second half, but a pistol round victory would be massive for NIP to pull off this upset, at least on Overpass.
That would really change the game quite a bit. Again, just very, very flat performance over on Vertigo. Sorry, on Ancient. Vertigo obviously the third map, but yeah, on Ancient, NIP just didn't really show up, and Cloud9 looked like they were in a whole different league, but the tables have turned, and NIP are back in charge of things. They're 5 rounds away from doing it. Shiro, very aggressive move coming out with Hobbit as well, down at the B-bomb site, but the rest of NIP, I mean, if they move pretty quickly here, they might be able to at least get to the site before that flank really comes into play. They are kind of starved for information in IP, and Cloud9 have a very good read of what's coming.
Yeah, good utility too. Oh, it's a great counter flash.
Yeah, they're so blind on the other side. Axile able to pick up that one, Brolin. I think he was flashed throughout almost all of that fight. It's very unfortunate. Nafany will get one more, and they're shutting it down. Config, the last to drop. Buster able to pick that one up, and Cloud9, they win the pistol starting the second half. And that is at least something on their side. You said 4 rounds might have been enough, so...
And winning the pistol is definitely enough in my eyes, Anders. I think Cloud9 got this one. If you want to witness one of the best CT sides in the Tier 1 space on any singular map, well, just strap in and witness. Shiro is just so sick on this one.
He's the player to watch.
Yeah. I feel like that's almost just easy pickings, but in actuality, I mean, Axile does a great job too. You could pick almost any of these players, and I think with the just lone exception of Buster, I think they are all masters at their roles on the CT side here. And Buster, I just haven't seen the evidence yet. He could be great.
All right.
I'm just not sure. The jury's out still.
For NIP, how do you plan a half like this, knowing that you just need 5 rounds, right? You have quite a bit to work with.
I think B-Pops are a key here. I don't
try to return to it.
Yeah, I think B-Pops are something that Alexi's definitely drilled with these guys, and you would expect that just a couple good flashes, doesn't matter how good some of these players are at holding their positions, they can't always beat flashes. Shiro, dancing around middle, able to find one. Nafany's here to support him, and actually Rez picks up Shiro with a wall bang. It's actually a pretty consistent lineup to find that kill. So a little bit of damage inflicted here. Anything more, and NIP are going to feel really good about how this one went. But just knowing Axile hasn't had a great game so far, but this is where he does his best work.
That's part of the advantage anyway of going to the B-bomb side and just popping through the monster tunnel is that if you get the opening like Hobbit did in some of those rounds, it's you're so far into the bomb side. It's not tactically super advanced, but if you only need 5 rounds, you get a couple of them like that, and suddenly the CTs don't have any more money. Might not be a bad template. Nafany, that ragdoll went everywhere. Good shutdown though. Nobody else dies on the C9 side, so they'll take it. They're happy with that. Yeah. And it's started to go in their favor a little bit more.
Ragdolls are interesting, just because where is this guy getting all this momentum from?
Yeah, tiny little bullet that weighs nothing just carries all the energy somehow.
Yeah. Okay, this round is going to be really telling. It's a great opportunity for NIP to break the money of Cloud9. Despite the fact that Cloud9 have kept a couple players alive, they're not going to have much loss bonus. And if NIP want to win this, you got to start here. You got to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, they still have a good lead, so probably not feeling super pressure just yet, but that can change. I mean, at 6-11, you lose around here and suddenly Cloud9 get a couple in a row. If you don't get the bomb plant, you can't continue to buy. Yeah, it could be painful really fast.
I can't believe Alexi B didn't continue to pressure there. I mean, if you get a 50-50 duel like that, AK versus FAMAS, you gotta favor yourself, but he really wants to enact this FURIA crawl towards that site. Shiro spotted it out, and Config, excellent shot to take him down, but Axile's there with the return. Molly as well. There is some support here, but okay, actually, Axile, he did not expect a player to push that Molotov, and that plays into the favor of NIP. They keep that pressure on.
They did not go all the way to the wall. It looked like Brolin ran through and took almost no damage from it.
Yeah, I'd have to see it again, but I think it could have gone a bit far, and Brolin peeking close means that he was barely licked by it.
That was interesting, but yeah, great stuff. The opening, you said the FURIA crawl towards the bathrooms. Is that what you call it?
I think the Mahone zone broke that one down before. The way that you are essentially avoiding sight lines with a very just unassuming approach where you're not using utility, just hoping to play off the trades or hoping to dodge the angles that the CTs are holding. And so you get a lot closer than they may expect.
It certainly works. Brolin will find one more kill at the end. And for NIP again, first time they pick up rifles here in the second half. There's the Molotov, but
it just kind of kissed his butt.
Yeah,
seems like.
If it did damage, it wasn't that much. Frustration building in the Cloud9 camp at the moment. I can't really blame them. I'm sure they must have been thinking that, you know, the first map was so easy. Surely this will be even better. It's not turned out that way at all. 12-6 is the scoreline. And Cloud9 have put all the money that they have into this round. It's a scout.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
No. Oh, and he's still going. Ah. Okay, well, I don't think he's able to do anything with that smoke either. I think it went too deep under the stairs. He can't even push forward. The doorway is not even blocked itself. That's just 2 wasted pieces of utility from Rez. Oh, okay, Shiro presented an opportunity here. Playing the jump scout. And
I don't know.
Yeah, a little too risky in his eyes.
He definitely had a moment to pull that trigger, but fair enough. Gonna try and play it a bit more safe. Config's pretty deep up on long, so With a little bit of help, maybe a flash over the wall, he could definitely try to push that a little bit more. Hobbit sneaking in, M4 in hand. He's got no back. Well, he's got some back behind him, but that's not really what they need. They probably need someone to throw a flashbang from the CT spawn area for this to peak to really be sick, but they might have missed an opportunity.
All of Cloud9 is centered around this A defense right now. 2 players in con, 3 on the A site. NIP, they don't know it, but they're walking into a trap. Hobbit springs early, 2 kills for him. They might not expect Buster, though, to be here also. This is not going to get any easier for NIP.
Yeah, it really won't. What a shock. They were just setting up. Everyone preoccupied looking at the A-bomb site and just worrying about the fight to come. 23 seconds. They're smoking off the bank and started to see if they can encroach on this bomb site. Config, that's a great wide swing. He's going to take down Axel and Brolin. Even while flashed, he's going to be able to drop Nafany. So somehow, in spite of Cloud9 knowing everything and getting the double kill to begin with, they've still lost the bomb site. Bomb is planted. Shiro's going to get caught, and now it's just Buster. He's walked up behind them, but how do you do this? Bomb is planted in a dangerous position, and Rez, clean headshot to finish the round in favor of NIP.
Cloud9 dominated them in the macro game there, but in terms of the micro, NIP, they just hit every shot they needed to breach that bomb site. Okay, this game and this series is starting to turn on its head. This is supposed to be all day for Cloud9, especially finding a 5v3 like that early. They had all the information. It's just that every player on the bomb site just got blown up. Good entries from Config and Brolin there.
Yeah, man, what a round to recover if you're NIP. The fact that they even stuck with it, they're like, yeah, we did get shot in the back, but we're still going to be going onto the A-bomb site, even if you know. All the USPs down at the B-bomb side. And not a single 5-man boost in sight. Yeah. I'm just saying.
The disappointment is so obvious in your voice.
Yeah, this is the moment to do it, you know?
Bring something new to the table. Good chance for Brolin fans to rejoice, as they should be presented a bunch of easy targets here. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Triple spray down from Brolin. Best player in Sweden. That's what Hampus said, and I believe him.
Yeah, if you got the Hampus seal of approval, that's going to count for something. He's up to 21 kills here, and they're going to come clean it up. Well done. 14 on the side of the Ninjas.
Okay, if you told me after that first map that NIP were just going to steamroll Cloud9 on their map pick, I would have said, you're crazy.
Yeah, there was nothing to suggest that was going to happen.
It's like, get out of here with that.
It looked. I remember I walked away from the casting desk thinking, man, why are NIP playing like this? I was disappointed. So I was definitely not expecting like anything resembling this. But here we are. Reyes is up there at 16, Config at 17. Yeah, this is so much more encouraging. I'm getting baited. I'm getting baited back into rekindling that NIP feeling where it's like, okay, there's some in here, like I'm seeing what they're building. They're tricking me back into it. And I'm afraid I'm going to be disappointed again on the third map. I don't want to be. Axel, this is scary. Config's got such a good read, but somehow the M4 is going to beat him too. It looked like Config definitely knew what was on the other side. So that's a bit unfortunate. 6-14 right now. Huge lead building for NIP.
Oh, Brolin really wants to test his luck with this fight. Good smoke deployed, and oh, the flash is there. What setup from Alexi there to make that so easy for Brolin. Knew that he had the timing, and what an excellent double kill. This game, it's looking lights out for Cloud9.
He's got to have thrown that flashbang as they're throwing the smoke,
yes,
right?
So perfect timing.
It couldn't have been any better, I think. Because if he has to call for the flash once he hears the smoke, it's probably too late, right? So he's already thinking about peeking, then the smoke comes, and one of them is switching back to the rifle. Rez is going to be walking up. If he jumps on top of the railing, he could maybe see him down there, but going to be instead listening for the footsteps. They lose Alexi. Still 20 seconds.
Oh, Oh no, Rez, I mean, he's repositioning. He should be good for at least one here. Should be a freebie. Oh, Shiro just turned in time, but Nafany's still lying in wait. Playing the bunker position right now. We'll see if they're able to dislodge him. They might overlook this. Oh no, NIP, you can't lose a round like this. In the waiting moments, the waiting seconds, Nafany is able to. Oh no, he doesn't stop the plant, actually. Rez, 1v2, still has an opportunity to recover this. Bomb is planted on the other side right there. Should be able to spot if he swings wide, though.
Oh, this is intense. If he actually stopped the bomb, then they already win the round. They're going straight for it. Defuse out in the open. Rez. Oh, what? He's a second late. He gets the kill, but they had the defuse. Oh, my God.
Oh, no. All he had to do was swing a half second earlier. Oh, the look of disappointment is there on NIP's face.
I don't think he's expecting them to just go straight for it out in the open.
You usually don't see a two-man just stick like that. To Rez's credit, that feels very rare in high-level play, and also he missed it by 1/10 of a second there. Okay. It's still a comfortable lead for NIP. Not going to ring the alarm bells by any means, but could have really tightened their grip on this one with that victory.
Yeah, it's a little bump in the road, but you never know what that turns into, you know?
You don't. I have to give a little bit of historical context. At the Rio Major, FaZe were up 13-4 against Cloud9, and Cloud9 were on the CT side, and they brought it all the way back to win in regulation. They won 12 of the last 13 rounds.
Yeah, so you just have to be careful.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Well, this is a pretty decent start. And also because it was everyone died for Cloud9, obviously, in the previous round, they're not going to be very well equipped here. Head trick. Good shot. They realize there's two more people here, so they can do the math and realize there's going to be one on the other side. But Axel running wild, the rifle. Oh, fade-away grenade. That was such a long throw. And Axel, he must have run right into it. Still a 2-on-3.
That was a Kobe moment for Alexi B.
It was.
Great stuff. And now man advantage still lies with the T's. They're grouping up, using their numbers to just make their way towards long. I have kind of an unorthodox approach. Usually you'd have at least one person in the bathrooms here, but still, this is going to put Shiro to the test. Only wielding the FAMAS. With an op, you would have given him a chance in this. FAMAS, not as likely, but he's able to take down one. Puts Buster in an uncomfortable position approaching from short.
Yeah, but the fact that he's already here is kind of sick, right? He's moved out. He realized he had to try and get a little bit closer. They're not ready for it. Rez had no idea that someone could have been there, and now Hetrick on the other side. He walks into it. Looked like there was no communication. Looked like Hetrick was looking the wrong way, and he dies.
It looked like Hetrick was looking towards CT.
Yeah. Maybe Rez didn't even realize.
There's no way. I mean, that's obvious in so many ways. Either they should have heard him, there should have been a comm that he's short, something. That's a ridiculous way to lose that round.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 2 now in a row, though, for Cloud9 that they should not be winning. So things are getting a little funky in this game. And funky does not favor the ninjas.
No, not right now. Oh. They can feel just a tinge of frustration on that NIP side right now. I can't really blame them. 14-8 at the moment. But some more rifles on the C9 side. Just a little bit more. Back to the AWP for Shiro.
Yep. That's what's scary. At least they look rather diligent in their approach, using good utility in order to take space away from Cloud9. They're finding some footing on multiple fronts right now. They have connector control. They have this front bathroom space.
And NIP kind of just freezing in time a bit. Maybe expecting, you could see that L bend. They're also looking at the restrooms. I think Config is trying to keep an eye on that and making sure that no one's walking in there. But Cloud9 aren't giving them much movement at all.
This is just supposed to bait some utility. Red's throwing a little bit of a one-man fake. Wow. That's a beautiful nade. 89 damage total. And now it looks like they're going to go for the B pounce. Rez already ready to go.
That's super painful. He's going to try and get the opening, but Buster, he couldn't have done it any more perfectly. Complete shutdown for him. Triple. Config was on the other side, hoping to catch, you know, some sort of a lurk or late rotation in through connector once the bomb is down in B, but we never really got that far. 9 going to be on the board for Cloud9.
I'm going to say this is the most out-of-hand 14-9 lead I've seen in a while. Like, Cloud9 are ready to take this all back. I'm not confident in NIP's ability to close the Sanders.
No?
No, I'm not.
You could feel the ground is moving beneath them.
I've been setting it up the whole time, and just how cleanly Cloud9 are dealing with these attempts from NIP now. After the couple random rounds, that's a statement type of round.
That little speed bump from earlier,
yep,
it did real frame damage.
It did.
Someone's in the car asking, has the car always been making this noise? And everyone's like, yeah, it's fine.
Started realizing that the car's now just slowly veering to the left.
Yeah.
Yep.
You get uncomfortable feeling and you're like, I don't think it's meant to do this at all.
There's a leak. The suspension has been dislodged. I don't know enough about cars to keep up these metaphors, but
we need somebody.
The radiator is overheating. That I do know. That's something.
But they have timeouts to fix the car in this elaborate metaphor that we're building.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Like a pit stop.
It's not all doom and gloom just yet. NIP do have a chance to close it out. This would be one of those kinds of rounds, like this kind of buy feels weirdly good for NIP, where if they play a standard round versus this Cloud9 defense, it feels like it's bad news, but with this kind of mix of pistols, the timings get a little bit upset. Cloud9, they might get caught off guard, one player, and then a domino effect unfolds.
It's one of those things where if you just get close enough to a site, you can just, you know, just completely floor it and just put some speed behind it, send it into the bomb site, and you don't have to worry about anything. But I think getting close is the key here. This is a little bit too far. Ooh,
oh,
that's very awkward. Shiro realize
they're basically trying to do the FURIA crawl again, it feels like.
Which could be pretty sick.
And it seems to be working. Wow. Okay. Yep, this is one of those weird rounds that might just work out for Cloud9. I mean, for NIP, that is.
Yeah, they're getting within striking distance right here. Double setup at the A side, and again, Hobbit. He flanked them last time to get the double this time. He's going to be quick on Alexi, and that's huge. Look at how it turns everyone around. Instead of attacking the bomb site, they're spun around looking for Hobbit. He even got one more kill, so great way to shut that down. But honestly, that is the kind of position that NIP wanted to be in, so they got that far. But Cloud9 are starting to come back. You can feel it.
Yep. That was an opportunity, but just never actually clearing connector. Overlooking that, and Hobbit doing such a good job there. Usually the short water player, one of the B players, but some around just switches it up. Takes the fight on his own terms, and it's a great call, whether it was by him or by design for the team. And they have 4 AKs now on the CT side.
Nice luxury to have.
Are we calling this anything? The 4 AK single op CT buy?
Wasn't there I think it was an attempt to try and call it like the straight flush or something like that. I feel like you get almost everything. He was close enough to make that work. Nice shots from Rez. That's what you want to see. Hobbit and Shiro get blown up. They felt so confident, you could tell, in taking that fight, but Rez doesn't flinch at all. 23 kills on him. Tied up with Brolin right now. Second half has been incredible for Rez in that sense. And it's a 4-on-3. This is, for NIP, a huge moment to try and end this game.
Has to be the conversion here. You need this one. Can't let it slip if you're NIP. And they've already outlined exactly where they want to go. Triple monster split with Rez coming in from short. Buster, he's going to have to find at least 2 to even keep this one competitive for Nafany and Axile.
They even put out the Molotov. Buster, he needed that second headshot and he can't get it. I can't really blame him. Grenades are everywhere. Alexi is low on health, but he's also way out of the range of any nades at the moment. Bomb will have been planted. Nafany and Axile, they have the money to try and go for it. If they want to stop overtime, then they could just try and see if they can make this work. A flash out, but Axile, no such luck for him. And Nafany is entirely alone. And now it is no longer worth it. 15 on the side of NIP. based off of res and just some great shots coming out from Connector.
Yeah, round-winning shots from Rez there to pick up those two short players on Cloud9 who may have gotten a little bit over-eager to take that duel, but when it's Shiro wielding the op, I mean, you want him to go for those kinds of fights. This is an uncharacteristic, poor performance from Shiro as an individual. He really hasn't found his footing in this game, even once he started wielding the op. Still sitting at only 10 kills. Yeah, let's see those kills back from Rez. Just perfect crosshair placement, makes it look so simple. It's a little 1-2 for him.
That was super sick to watch. And that's the kind of individual play with him, with Broland, that should give you some real positive vibes for NIP's future, right? That's what the team has to be based on.
Okay, well, seems like they were feigning for an early B play, wanted to expend some of the utility from Cloud9. Probably recognized also that Cloud9 wouldn't have perfect nades in this kind of round, given that they're going to be going for the full force off the back of a loss. But it doesn't actually bait too much. Cloud9 were pretty comfortable just holding on to that space with their guns out. And so minute 20 left, NIP, they have that short water space, and Cloud9 have really slowed down any potential attack.
And it feels like NIP are happy to just wait this one out just a tiny bit. They still have quite a lot of utility on the T side, so we'll see what they do with it once they get some control. Brolin, wow, he's not even necessarily trying to attack the B bomb side all that much. He's just holding outside a little bit on his own, but that's a strong start. And looks like there could be another one. He sees the shoulder and he's able to take down Exile. Don't know if Exile realized, but Headtrick definitely aware of that moment. 3 versus 5 now. And we're down to 40 seconds. Shiro, he's kind of in the right position, but he needs to do something miraculous here. He's got 10 kills overall in the map. He's just going to have to get 3 or 4 in this one for this to work out, and they just flash him out of that position. Config able to drop him in. There's no way back into this one. Nafany and Hobbit, 2 versus 5. Try to walk through the smoke. I mean, I don't know if that's better or worse than what the alternative was. Config to take him down, landing himself at 20 kills, and Hobbit in a 1 versus 5. What a strong map for NIP.
Yeah, I'm pretty shell-shocked here, if I'm being real. This is such a huge victory for NIP to pick up. Hobbit, we'll see what he's able to do. Ooh, tag through the wall. Yeah, shouldn't be able to find anything else in this one. Should be 16, and there it is. NIP, they're able to take away Cloud9's map pick of Overpass. We're going to be headed now to Vertigo to see if the upset can continue. But first, we're going to hear the thoughts of the desk after a break.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda!
It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, Smokey in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
The
you can
nades
gate
are raining,
second
the
ball.
nades are- Kenny's hiding under
He's
the
at the
floor.
ground.
He's
He's
in the
at the
ground in the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
The Ninjas did what we thought might not be possible, and they showed us the true strength. But my oh my, I was surprised. My oh my, I did not expect to see Cloud9 struggle so much in the first half. It wasn't even competitive at the beginning.
No, it was strangely easy for NIP to put all these CT rounds to bed. 3-2 scoreline for Cloud9, reset of the CT economy. They should have everything they need. We've touched on it with Mahone as well, like how hard it is to play against Cloud9, how they can mask their default.
Yep.
I don't think much of that really materialized, you know? I think Cloud9 struggled. I think even Hobbit showed some signs of frustration on the webcam as well. He was not getting into duels where he wanted. He couldn't convert the advantages he had. And this was a Cloud9 that looked way more fragile than I thought.
This was the pressure we speak about, though, right? There shouldn't have been any pressure in this game, but when things get frustrating, we saw it, and then we went, well, we thought we were past this.
I guess that's the critique we have of Cloud9 sometimes, that they can be a bit one-dimensional when you don't have Shiro popping off, you don't have Exile popping off. Do they have like a deep enough strat book? Do they have a deep enough constellation of players and way of attacking the game that can still net them rounds? And I think after watching this game, the answer is still no, right? When you don't have individuals popping off of Cloud9, it doesn't feel like the way they're playing Counter-Strike can fulfill that commitment to win more than just 3 buy rounds on a T side like Overpass. I will say it though, NIP played a strong CT side. I think all the players were stepping up. Config had a great start to the game. Broland was popping off. There were so many positives to take away for NIP that we can't only, you know, just look at Cloud9 saying you suck. It was a bit of both.
No, obviously we wouldn't say that. I don't know why.
Only Pimp would say that.
No, I wouldn't say that, but I will say, and you're right, we should not just spit on Cloud9. We should accept that NIP turned around a couple of situations. We have round 19 we can show you guys at home. That's a great example of that. Look at this, 40 seconds on the clock. Hobbit has that very good punch from behind flank. Double kill gets traded, but Buster is blocking all the offense. So all the defense of Cloud9 is focused on the A side. But now Config is going to come through with a beautiful shot onto Axile, putting him to bed. Issue is, no one is baiting for Axile. What should have been a bait and switch between Nafany and Axile turns into a 1-for-1-for-1, Shiro being found in the bank. This was a 4 versus 3 with information fully acquired for Cloud9, and it looked flawless for NIP. Once again, I repeat, when Axile is in this position, he needs another defender to take a little bit of heat off of him so that he can strike. And that's not what happened. They played too passive, and NIP come back into the round.
It's one of those rounds I call unlosable. When Hobbit is walking up, getting those 2 kills, you have a 4v3, you have Buster in connector. He could have hit a timing as well where he was a bit more aggressive. Fair play for holding it a little bit defensively just to make sure they didn't make the rotation into the B bomb side. But he can tell his teammates that they are coming 100% towards A. That 3 men stacked up on A side, and yet Shiro was still caught in a rotation in CT spawn. As you said, Exile wasn't baited for on truck, and it just fell completely flat for Cloud9. That was a good execute by NIP, but that was more so Cloud9 completely falling apart, and we don't see that very often with them.
Now, 2 players since the beginning of the tournament that I want to highlight, we spoke about when it comes to the NIP side, was Broland and Rez, not living up to expectations, to their experience, to what we know they can do. Well, Broland, especially in this game, whoever said something to him, whatever changed between the maps, to enable him to do this, that was impressive.
Yeah, it was a flashback from his good old times with the Orc and the Krieg on a map like Overpass. I remember Broland dominating this area where you're going to see him a lot in the highlight package as well. The toilet and the A-bomb side. He used to be so strong with an Orc in his hand, but he's slowly but surely finding his footing with the rifles once again. We were talking about him coming into the tournament, saying that we expected more from Broland. He's been a little bit quiet, but I think so far in this tournament, he's been a huge positive for NIP.
Yeah, he's been. I mean, you look at the amount of multi-kills he's had. I think this highlight is basically only multi-kills. That was another one right here as well. Great from Broland. You have to admit as well, NIP did give him a couple of key positions, right? Rez used to play bathroom on Overpass. Now it's Broland. Rez has been relegated to the B side, so he took a hit for Broland to shine, and at least now he delivered what he had to.
And that's what you want to see as well. And the other thing is Rez is the second string. We all got so excited about him coming off the orb, being back on the rifle, and it's been flat.
It's been a while since we've seen Rez fully live up to his potential. I'm still honestly very disappointed that he hasn't been better ever since he switched back to the rifle. This game, of course, was a good game, and that's what we spoke about coming into the game. You look at the lineup, you look at all the different players NIP has available, they should be good. They should be better than top 18, top 20 in the world where they're laying right now. It's a team with a lot of potential, and you can see it if Broland's playing well, if Rez is playing well, if Config is playing well. That trio of riflers, you know, that's a lot of firepower. We just haven't seen it all come together at the same time in a very long time, apart from this game. So this is NIP showing us that when they're hitting their strides, when they're playing well together, when the individuals are showing up, they can still beat some of the best teams in the world.
Now, Maniac, I know you'll do a pretty good job of remembering this. So, Pimp, you said something to me about 2 zeros, you know, and that it should 100% be for Cloud9? We see this here. What does it say? 2-0, Cloud9 over NIP, and 2-0, FURIA over EG. Otherwise, I'll do 100 push-ups.
That's a private conversation. That's a private conversation I've had elsewhere than this desk. I feel ratted out.
No, we are bringing green room conversations onto the desk. We have struck a taboo in broadcasts. We've passed that now. No one is safe.
Pimp is
he's
never
not going to
safe.
do 100 push-ups now. That'll take us way too long.
We'll give you a bit of time. You know,
We'll give him a bit of time.
FURIA is potentially going to save you at least, but you should at least do 50.
I'll do however many you want.
Oh, wow, okay, I like it. He's always up for a challenge. The challenge, though, now is for the Ninjas because expectations are slightly higher. We go into Vertigo, and Vertigo is supposed to be the absolute home ground. It's the dominant map, and, well, you guys are saying they're one of the best in the world on it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's 100% win rate.
Don't say that word. 100% win rate. Oh, sorry, never mind.
I said 100% win
That's
rate.
okay. That's okay.
And also, I would not say I'm going to do 100 push-ups. I would never do that to myself. So I'm not going to put myself in that situation.
Could you do 100 push-ups, Maniac?
I don't think I don't want to, actually. No,
Could you do it? Not if you don't want to.
Yeah, over a week, probably. Look at this map win rate, as I was talking about, 100% from Cloud9. NIP have a pretty good number, but what is actually funny is that almost 50% of all the teams that NIP have beaten on Vertigo is OG. They've actually beaten them 3 times in the last 3 months, so there's a bit of a weird data skewing in here, so we have to be careful with the 86%.
Let's play double or nothing. Cloud9 is going to win Vertigo 100% because they have a 100% win rate. Or if they're not winning. If they're not winning, I'll do 200 instead of 100.
But if they win, you don't do the 100? Is that what you're saying? If Cloud9 win, you don't do the 100?
Then I'll do half. Then I'll do 50.
Okay, so it's
Take
like
the bet.
half or nothing.
Yeah, half or nothing.
Yeah, but I'm not doing any push-ups. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah. I think Cloud9 is going to be good enough on Vertigo. I said it coming into the game. They are most likely, at least according to my understanding right now, the best team in the world on Vertigo. They've been very consistent. Again, the numbers, the stats speak for themselves. NIP is good, but I feel very comfortable that what we saw from Cloud9 on Overpass, that was a one-off. That was way below their normal level. You don't see Shiro play poor 2 maps in a row. You don't see Exile with 0 to non-impact 2 maps in a row.
Yeah.
So I expect Cloud9 to step up here, and I expect them to win and save my arms.
Are we expecting this to be at least more competitive, though, from Ninjas now? Or was this like, is this going to be, Overpass was just a fluke?
No, I think Cloud9 will set the tone. I think Cloud9 will decide, right? If you have Hobbit stepping up, if you have Axile stepping up, covering both mid and the B side of the map as rifles, I think it might just be the end of the day for NIP. We might just have a quick game, but Cloud9 are the one deciding that.
Cloud9 are the ones deciding, and NIP need to decide their fate. It's all against them once again, and the frustrations will hopefully have gone away from Cloud9, but we'll find out if it's true or not when we get into Vertigo after the break.
Well, here we go. The actions of his the consequence reactions are back. It's Pimp, just absolutely doing the point. What a god! Why is he so good?
Looking tight.
Yeah.
All right, we got the unicorn odds. A little bit more balance has been restored here. 1.47 and a 2.50. Wow, it's getting pretty close.
It is getting kind of close, and for good reason. NIP, I think, proving the haters wrong, including us. It's impressive. I'm happy for them. That's the kind of NIP that I really want to see.
Yes.
Rez playing well, Brolan playing well. Config, he was third in line, but I'm happy. I'll take Rez and Brolan playing that kind of game. That's a good basis. That's enough to make them interesting, to make them competitive, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we've been talking about with this roster, that the rifle trio of Brolan, Rez, and Config is one that has always showed so much promise, but never been fully realized. And that was a map where we actually got that realization. That was the potential of NIP poking out, showing us that there's more than meets the eye with this team. And they pushed Cloud9 to a third. It's Vertigo. This is NIP's usual first pick map, but it's Cloud9's best. And some would consider them the best in the world at it.
They're going to have a chance to prove it. They're starting on the CT side. The dualies have come out, and it's actually Hobbit to get the first one. He's got the second set of dualies. Fighting is everywhere on the ramp. It's all-out madness, but Hobbit, he's realized my teammates are not quite there with me. I might have to fall back. It's still just a one-for-one trade. Nafany steps away from the double nade. What incredible foresight for him to not just get blown up in that corner. And now the problem for NIP is, do they even check it? Why would you check it now? You think that you've just cleared this? They're kind of still looking, but Config, got to be real careful back there. What a weird start to the round. Smoke goes up, and yeah, they are going to check. They hunt him down. It's a good headshot, and still a 3-on-3.
Yeah. Hobbit towards the long side. Presented with an opportunity, seizes it, takes down Headtrick. Now Rez and Config, they're going to feel forced up to this A bomb site. Could still backpedal, but no, it's Buster that is able to chime in with a kill of his own. Config in the 1 versus 3 might just be looking for the plant here. No, tries to find the swing, and that's going to do it. Hobbit picking up the last frag there. Always felt like Cloud9 had so much position that was going to always make things so hard on NIP's approach.
It definitely looked like there was a moment where Hobbit was swinging deep on the A ramp and nobody was following him. That had me worried, but I think right around here, maybe they are a little bit more there than I was expecting. Yeah, I guess when Shiro dies is when they realize, okay, we've lost a little bit of cover here. But overall, well-played round out of Hobbit. 3 kills for him. And with Cloud9 winning the pistol, they're going to set themselves up to get at least a little bit of a boost at the beginning of the game here. Best in the world, you say, potentially. That's crazy.
You got to think they're up there. Kind of the short list for teams on this map is essentially them and G2. Because Navi and FaZe don't play this map, and those are just the better other teams that are great right now. So, Cloud9, kind of a lot of reasons also to be very strong at this map. The way that Axile can just lock down this B side of the map. Nafany, a constant innovator, or at least he was, towards the A ramp in terms of little micro smoke meta changes.
Yeah.
And then Shiro, just one of the most reliable oppers in the space right now.
Obviously, third team in the world is 9. Well, but,
yeah. Hades also the best Vertigo opper, apparently.
So sick. I think Cloud9 going to be playing 9 if they win this. Is that how the bracket plays out? I can't do the...
Yeah, they're going to face the winner of Big or 9.
Okay, Big or 9. I'm assuming that's 9 already. I'm counting Big out.
You're actually making your threat known already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just super BM. Okay. Nobody dies on the CT side, so fine. Not a problem. A little bit of aggressive move from Axel over at the B-bomb side, but he didn't have much to lose. Third round, though, will be different for sure.
This is where NIP have a chance to prove themselves rather early. Don't want to let Cloud9 get ahead of steam on this map. And a couple of MP9s make this pretty tricky for C9. I've seen Nafany up to some shenanigans at this ramp, though, when he's wielding that weapon.
Oh my god, that was quick. Roland is kind of lucky to be alive, but it's going to have to change how he plays. He's just given the AK over to Alexei, I think, instead, and said, you know what, with this kind of health, why not just have the Galil? I'm probably going to die anyway. Yeah, without that leg shot, it's possible that they will try to scale the ramp even further and just try and attack the bomb side a little bit, or at least push Cloud9 back, but that put a really fast end to that idea.
Rez just peeking over. Gonna have a pretty slow approach here. NIP. Someone's got Molly for the long side, which will help. Don't have to worry about the swing from a Maniac like Nafany. And so this gives them a safe passage to at least find some footing. And that might be the trap card for Cloud9 right there. Hobbit, this angle frequently overlooked, and with a nade, all he has to do is collect with a clean spray.
Yeah, he's got Shiro there to warn him as well. Good shot, and he just comes right out. Only the one kill, though. Nafany, like you said, a little bit crazy. MP9 at range. He's going to distract him just a bit. And the legs are showing Buster. Even with the FAMAS, he's going to be able to get that double kill. That's a fine end to the round. And just a tiny trick there, right? Hobbit, even if it's just the one kill, it's enough to really distract that attack. They can't just smoke off Shiro and keep on pushing. And then they get shot in the back from Nafany.
Yeah, and Buster just took out their kneecaps. Like a true gangster.
It's rough out here.
All right. Well, just good defense overall from Cloud9. Inflicted so much damage earlier in that round. The leg shot, the nade damage. Everyone was softened up once they started approaching that site. And Shiro holding the line against Config. And looks like this might be pretty simple for C9 to find a fourth.
NIP had the upgraded pistols, but again, part of being able to use those Tech 9s is getting close enough to your targets, and when you get shot through the smoke on ramp, then it's not really a fair fight, is it? And nothing much for Cloud9 to do in this round except for just kind of relax.
Yep.
Take it easy up here.
Just hold on. Just keep the crossfire up. Be patient. NIP making it abundantly clear which bomb site they're favoring. Utilities out, and you can see that the defense from C9 is solidifying, and it is impenetrable. 5 alive, not even a single point of damage taken.
If you accept the idea that the cones on this map are like the chickens on Inferno, what do you think about the idea that there are giant cones here, but there are no giant chickens? Like, there's no rooster on Inferno. Could that be a thing? Like, once every 10 rounds, one big rooster spawns instead.
It'd be funny if one had a big head. Like NBA Jam. Just big head mode, and then it's a chicken walking around with a big head.
There we go. Something to think about.
Oh. Nafany holding the crane angle with an AK. It's pretty bold, and it works out in his favor. 5v4, Roland trying to find some space, but the utility pushes him back. That won't be granted to him so easily. Roland also one of the stronger ramp takers in the space, but not having a game for himself just yet. 0-4. You want to see a competitive bout. Love to see him start to pop off. And there we go. Roland.
Well done.
Taking off the head of Hobbit. And now, Axile getting caught off guard too. Wow, it just feels like in the blink of an eye, everyone from C9 was just suddenly dead.
Yeah, caught sleeping a little bit. Shiro unable to connect with the flick, and he keeps on pushing to go down. Rez will be able to take him out, and wow, yeah, that's unexpected. I was about to give my favorite speech about not getting ramp control on the T side of this map and how devastating it could be to your tactical options for an in-game leader, but turns out it's all good.
Wow, the way he peeks that is so clean, and Rez is keeping up his individual form from the previous map. That is a tough shot, and he nailed him.
Yeah, definitely some frustration.
Oh, look at Shiro in the back there.
Yeah, he's hand gesturing at his monitor like he's talking directly to it and not his teammates. Yeah, timeout called.
That's when you know it's serious.
When the hand gestures come out?
Oh, yeah. Once you start gesticulating, it's over. Only spitting at that point.
It's kind of an early timeout for Cloud9. They've won 4 in a row. They lose that one, but I guess it's more like the fashion that they lost it in. Maybe Groove looking at it thinking, we need some focus back in this round. Something was definitely missing there.
It's kind of hard to read what even was so bad for C9 in that last one, but Brolin, once again, trying to take that space away. Oh, he might have gotten a little bit farther than C9 are ready for. Brolin has a great opportunity, but Nafany so deep as well. Oh, no way. Brolin felt like he had the upper hand, but it's Nafany that comes out on top. 2 kills for him, and there's still one more player at that ramp. Alexi backs on up, not able to actually find the return kill, so man advantage lies with Cloud9. And NIP, they're wondering what the hell just happened. How did Nafany appear from the shadows and just take our lives and vanish?
Yeah, he took a deep breath and just walked through the smoke and actually shot them in the back. That's very hard to do. You missed that timing by a second, and instead you're going to get shot in the back from the second or third player coming through on the T side. Pretty impressive stuff. Rez and Alexi, probably not possible to recover this round. Again, we've seen it over and over again how Cloud9 are pretty good at slowing down these rounds and not giving a lot of mistakes. Rez has found maybe an interesting position if they can recover the bomb on the other side, but even that's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, that's the big if here. If Rez were to hard clear Axile, things would get really interesting, but Alexi is just taking too much damage, and this mission for the bomb retrieval is proving to be a tough task, and doesn't look like they're even going to really commit to this one. Yeah, Alexi V backing up. He's able to find an op at the very least, and we'll see if Rez gets the kill. Oh, just an inch more, Rez. That's all he needed to go.
He's going to watch the demo back and think, my God, so close. But yeah, save has been called. A bit of a shame. I would have loved to have seen Rez actually find one of these kills just to see what would happen. But we're never going to be living in that world.
This is a round where you just know that Nafany watches a lot of anime.
Go on, elaborate.
I was going to leave that statement as is. Just the way he played this was definitely, shades of Naruto. Just playing around the smokes. Maybe Sasuke actually is the better
for the anime
character.
fans out there.
Yeah.
Typing furiously in the Twitch chat, excited about what's happening.
Yeah. I'd say that in terms of character development, animation, and strong female leads, I think One Piece has the Bible beat.
I need to be caught up on this. The only thing that I've ever seen is Into the Abyss, because Londus was recommending it to me. And I enjoyed that. But I haven't seen anything else. I'm really uneducated.
I think Nafany has a tattoo of a character from Spirited Away. That's a great starting point.
There we go.
To just open you up to the medium and recognize it's not just all teenagers having coming of age stories. It's actually just a deep story about, familial bonds and finding your way in the world too. So great animation too. Miyazaki's one of his finest. But
right, the recommendations are there.
Yeah, Nafany recommends it right on his arm.
Super, super sick play from that previous round, and I'm sure NIP are going to be worried about those smokes for the rest of the half, wondering if he's in there somewhere lurking. Deep nade. Not that much of an output behind it. Lean towards the A side still for Cloud9. They don't feel the pressure on the B ramp or the B stairs or middle for that matter. So they can kind of keep this 3-man setup until NIP decide to put a little bit more focus on that part of the map.
And they're really sending Brolin on these solo missions, it seems like. Everybody else has been a casualty or almost just falling apart once they try to match Brolin's approach, but Brolin's been getting some decent space by himself. Wants to contest through that smoke. Gotta imagine a flash might come. But no, actually it's just the dry peek. Brolin ready to find that kill. Nafany was hoping for a trade from his teammate behind him, but it doesn't come. So NIP up in a 5 versus 4 now.
They had the flashbang the first go around, but I think all it did was actually flash Nafany. Then they didn't go on it. The second time where they went, they just didn't flash it at all.
Yeah.
Very strange. All right, they're grouped up outside. Brolin's still making noise on the other side of the map, but this is where the real fight's going to be happening. Buster, he's got a smoke, so in theory, he could help out his teammate if they throw a Molotov all the way back. They don't have one even. So this is going to be a raw fight right here. They line up for a huge double. And now the question is, can Axel get a bit more help? They have to clear Axel back here somehow, but they're running out of time. 8 seconds left. What a shot from Shiro. That's round winning. They can't pick up the bomb and plant it any longer. They just have to stay alive. Hobbit just stay out of the range of this AK, and they're going to be fine. Wow, that was a very, very tight shot coming out from Shiro.
Ooh, kill after time. That is really tough to stomach if you're NIP. Felt like you were actually making some headway onto that bomb site, but the time just wasn't with you. Shiro, with that one shot, really just ended the round. Axile as well. Waited for his time to strike and plays this perfectly with his teammate.
That one is huge. The lack of a Molotov to the back of the bomb site, that's a key piece of utility that you always want attacking the B bomb site. They just didn't have it this time. Nafany, he's thinking about it. So Brolin on the other side. These two are really having their own battle within the match right now.
Yeah, and Config seemingly getting a little impatient. Hasn't had too many opportunities to activate towards middle. And Brolin, oh, nice play. Just right when the smoke fades to push in right there, recognizing Nafany and just throwing the Molotov. And once again, he's winning that duel. So keeps the numbers even for NIP.
Oh, but they're going to be flashing their wins. A lot of people back there. They're just like fish in a barrel. That should have been a multi-spray down. Why was that not a triple kill?
Wow, it was so close to being one. I felt like it was right there. That spray looked pretty good.
They were bumping into each other while flashed.
But Buster, he's taking up this position. This might catch NIP off guard. The relentless pressure from C9 towards this long side. You're not going to expect it. But he's pumping the brakes a little bit. He has a lot of utility. Don't usually want to just take a dry fight when you have this much equipped on your utility belt. Smoke could be deployed, nades, flashes, but the exec comes out from NIP, do the double backside sight, and Shiro, he pushes right on through.
They got to be careful about who's planting the bomb. Oh no, there's still an HE in place, so they really have to worry. It might not even matter. There's the HE I was talking about. Axile coming in from the B side. That's why obviously they get the kills, but even the leg shot there, no matter who's going to plant the bomb, they were going to get naded by Axile coming in from the other side. So, unfortunately, they were low on health. Good defense once again, and you did mention it. Relentless aggression. How many people from Cloud9 end up fighting at that A ramp? From NIP, it's got to feel like the whole team is there.
I think a lot of the top teams right now hate retaking A. Just hate it. It's like the least favorite activity of any Vertigo team. And so that pressure to just keep it up, you just want to make sure that you're ending the fight on your own terms, and it's usually not in a retake. 9 does the same thing. They'll just keep re-aggressing, usually on the ramp side, on the left side, but yeah, Cloud9 showing just another variation of that same mentality.
And 9 had a lot of really interesting flanks as well coming through the center of the map where they were actually down below or even walking out of the B bomb site. So I don't know if Cloud9 are willing to do that, but that's obviously another way, I guess, to reinforce that idea. This, once they bump into each other, it just looks like that's going to be the end of it, but good stuff.
Yeah. That spray from Hobbit, just barely missing the mark. Got to see it back right there. Just every bullet landing a millimeter too far to the right.
Tech9s are out.
Yeah, and Nafany, man, I almost feel like he prefers having an MP9 sometimes because it just emboldens him. He goes down at the bottom of the ramp so quickly. Doesn't really care if he even loses the fight because it'll provide his team with information, but that's when he's actually at his best, when he's just ready to make all these tricky plays. And look at that, one-man army. But Axile, the one contested. Oh, the teaser here already, and he wasn't ready for it. Axile caught off guard. 5v4, NIP finding themselves finally in a favorable position.
That's almost unforgivable. They had the information because of Nafany's play, and yet they just misjudged the timing. They thought they were going to be down there, and they were already running up to the bomb site. Instant bomb plant as well coming through from the NIP side. Alexi, a little bit unfortunate. That actually opens it up. Nafany's going to get one more kill. They're going to try and jump him, and they will be successful as well. 3 versus 3, and the bomb, there is a kit in place. Smoke as well to be put on top. I think they might have failed a little bit, but they get res. I think they can still see them if they're defusing. Might have put up a second one here. Shiro with the shot. They're trying to stop it, and they will be successful. No chance for Hobbit. Great shot for Brolin on the other side, and NIP will find a second round. And a very unlikely one at that.
Yeah, Brolin's been the hero of this game for NIP, barely surviving by the skin of their teeth in that. And this Axile play, it seems so uncharacteristic. You never see him get caught off guard in this kind of fashion, but that pop, it was ferocious from Ninjas, and they were able to take so much space away.
And that smoke really was not quite on the bomb.
No, yeah. It just kind of ticked the molly and actually was not dead center where they wanted it on the bomb.
Which could have played a apart in that last one, but great stuff from Brolin. He's saving NIP at the moment, or at least trying to. Orb versus Orb here is Hetrick. He's got the right lineup, and he's got the bigger trigger as well this time.
Wow, I kind of can't believe Alexi didn't swing there earlier. Could have prevented this op from falling into another player's hands, but yeah, I mean, technically he didn't know that it was an op, so maybe just a little bit hesitant. Still, things are looking pretty good for NIP, and they're looking even better after that. Brolin, touchdown onto Nafany.
Yeah, Orb being wheeled into position. Buster gonna try and go a little bit further out. Find that one.
He was a secondary for VP.
Yeah, we know he can do it. But that's a quick reaction from NIP. They probably identified this point. That might be the only real threat in the round. Not the best spray that I've ever seen, but it got the job done at the end, so we'll let it be.
Yeah, that was a...
Oh. Okay.
Hetrick really wanted to hold that line, but Buster was already there. Not too much to be done this round for Cloud9, other than some damage. If they can keep the economy low, then NIP always faced against the potential reset. But yeah, this will be a third round for NIP. And it was feeling pretty stompy for Cloud9. Like they were really just going to run away with this one, but a couple consecutive rounds being won by the offense here keeps this interesting.
Yeah, it's kept the door open for NIP to get back into this first half, even if I agree it did look like it was going to go horribly wrong. Config exiting far away from the bomb site. He was low on health. Oh, that's interesting. Molotov on top. Still, that bomb zone is very, very light compared to, well, most of the maps, so they're not going to be really forced into anything crazy. But it's a nice attempt anyway. You can appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to find a kill, you're going to be pretty happy about the results there. But NIP, they're bringing this one back.
Yeah, Hobbit is doing a lot of talking here, leading into the next round. 7-3 the scoreline. It's not ideal for NIP, not yet. But look at the money for Cloud9. This could be one of those crucial rounds that sets up NIP to actually have a great first half.
Yeah, if they win this, you can expect a following round to come. Double stack towards middle. Very strong position for the CTs to be holding. No real way that Config should be winning this fight. But Hetrick has a molly. That should just be for construction, though, so... Oh, no, actually, no, it is for the boost.
Wow.
Good bounce, actually.
Yeah, I'm going to be canceling that one out. And kind of resumes to normality after that. About a minute on the clock here. Another Molotov going to be sent, this time landing towards the wrong side.
Yeah, Nafany's not really playing to swing on the long side, but this is still just a necessary precaution when you're taking ramp space late. Usually would expect it to be thrown in conjunction with a flash to flash anybody off the ramp angles. And there is the utility. So... NIP, they're speeding up off of this. 35 seconds left, and it looks like they've already committed to this.
Look at Shiro. He's pushed in front of the smoke. It's so aggressive. It's an all-in. And he's going to be going down. Brolin with the second kill. Taking out Nafany. And Bomb now being brought onto the site as well. 18 seconds left. They're not wrong. There is somebody in there, but it's a bit awkward.
Oh, what?
Hobbit's over here trying to take the fight. That's now 1 versus 1, but Hetrick, he comes out on top. If he dies... I don't think they win the round. It would have to be a very, very tough one-on-one for NIP at the end there, but well done. That's a lot of confusion. That's NIP attacking both bomb sites at once, and hard for Cloud9 to figure out what was actually going on.
It felt like that happened in such quick succession that Cloud9 didn't even rotate over yet. They still had players towards B, and this was a bit confusing that nobody moved from Cloud9, but the fact that it's that tense at the end of it all, I think NIP are feeling pretty fortunate about that. Yeah, you can see the way that DJL reacts, almost kind of confused that C9 was still in position at B, and yet relieved that his team was able to win. Okay, flash set up there towards the bottom of B main. Hobbit doesn't seem to spot anybody. Maybe we caught a glimpse of somebody, but that's a great smoke to block off that position. And Brolin, once again, is just on these solo missions towards ramp, and finally Nafany takes him down. And that is a lot of space given up in the blink of an eye for the ninjas.
kind of awkward. Obviously, they didn't peek the corner. They don't know that there's nobody else on the A ramp right now. If they do, they could pick up the rifle, and they could probably start to gravitate towards this B side. You could see they are building the courage right now on the Cloud9 side. They're starting to get everyone into place, and they're going to realize now, yeah, there's nobody else on this ramp. So they know, and they are rotating back very, very swiftly. AK has been recovered, and Buster is down on the flank. So NIP, they have their work cut out. They have all the weapon advantage, but man, positionally, they're in trouble here. Hobbit ready with the CZ, but he's going to get run down. Mac 10 probably the best weapon they're going to have to enter with. Look at how much work Alexei is doing. That's the point in time where you want that Mac 10 over any AK or anything else. Great work with it. Nice cleanup for NIP. They made that look easy.
This is looking scary for Cloud9. I'm just going to put that out there. We've seen now on consecutive maps, Cloud9 have the better macro understanding of where the round is headed, and yet NIP are able to fight out of some pretty dire situations. This time around, NIP obviously had a huge firepower advantage. It was just pistols, practically speaking, on C9 side, but it's starting to feel like NIP are believing.
It is. They're beginning to believe. Alexei making the charge again with the Mac 10. He's got the right idea, and Config is there to back him up. Shiro, he was hiding behind the sandbags, but he never had a chance to do anything. One good flash over, and this is going to be a problem. We'll take the HE over the flash, I suppose. Alexei destroys Nafany, and it's a 3-on-3 with a health advantage favoring Cloud9, but again, they're attacking the other side of the map as well. Oh, Rez. Good spray this time to take down Axile, and a Molotov to try and contain Hobbit. He's ready to take that tap fight if he wants. Rez, he's got all the confidence in the world, and now he's got the backup as well. Look at how crisp he is.
That is such a tough fight for Hobbit. Fighting over the default boxes is always so much more favorable for the T-side player there. Buster, yeah, no hope in hell there. Taken down, and NIP are on fire. On Vertigo, T-side versus C9's defense. I can't believe this game has turned to where it is.
No, it's impressive. It really is.
That push from Rez, too. Just such confidence. You know you're running into Axile, but feels like they have a read now of how Axile likes to play some of these mid-late rounds, where he hangs out around construction for such a long time, lingers there, and then, yeah, it's a favorable duel, generally speaking, if you catch him like that.
Oh, Nafany, you mentioned it earlier, sometimes he does favor having that MP9 just to be able to go aggressive. He's going to get caught by Brolin, who's again coming out on top. And he's ready for anyone else. Hobbit's up there.
Oh, wow.
Just keep on doing this work. Imagine how much that's worth for Brolin to get those kills.
Oh, it's just fantastic. Yeah, 5 versus 3, and to take down 2, using the same spot twice. Oh, you just love it.
We've really been riding NIP, and now they're playing better. Do you think we can take credit for it?
I think we're the only ones who have casted an NIP game for the last 3 weeks.
I feel like that's true.
Yeah. We caught pretty much all of what they did at Pro League, and now we're getting this too.
And we've been bullying them?
Yeah, the whole time.
And it's worked.
Yeah.
I think we deserve some credit.
That's why I'm toxic to my teammates.
Exactly.
Yeah, just play better. Dude, hit your shots.
Nobody wants to hear that, so, you know, then they play better.
Yeah.
This is great.
Negative reinforcement works.
Axile and Shiro. They're feeling that. They're feeling that right now. About to tie up the scoreline, 7-7. Again, playing the T side of Vertigo. NIP in a prime position right now. How's Cloud9's T side, would you reckon, on this map?
I mean, it's good, but their CT side is usually where they make their bread. They butter their bread.
Not margarine.
No.
But real butter.
Yeah, just definitely the real stuff. Some real unsalted Irish sweet cream.
Wow.
Yeah. Kerrygold all the way, baby.
You got the brand name.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. All right. Well done.
I almost strictly buy Irish butter now.
That's when you know. That's when you know.
Shouts
you're
out.
Living the model lifestyle. You know.
Yeah, I know.
You care about exactly the kind of butter.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
do a blind taste one day. We'll see if we can get you. You know.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if I can make it happen. Okay, Shiro, opening pick. This is what Cloud9 needed. They have really been falling apart in the last 6 rounds, but Shiro wants to set him on the right track moving into the second half. Brolin, though, he's been doing such a great job at this ramp, and now he's triangulated the position of that CT player. Hobbit, he's got to step carefully. Doesn't want to give anything up for free, and the molly will dissuade Brolin.
Yeah, I think the smoke was fading in Brolin's back as well, so he didn't feel too comfortable sticking around. Again, he's doing a lot of that work basically on his own. Exile, a little bit forward. HE, not really going to do that much. Molotov maybe could, but I don't know where it... Yeah, I guess it just went a little bit too shallow. Looked like it was going to be on target. But the 4 on 5 continues.
Yeah, there's some decent damage inflicted, and NIP, they've made their presence known at B, so this should actually lock in these 2 defenders in Buster and Axile. If NIP call for a late A swing, then this is going to be pretty hard on the rotations for C9.
Oh,
that's...
It's rolled right off the building, hasn't it? That has to be one of those rolling grenades.
Wow. Okay, yeah, NIP, they're making their way back towards A. As you can see on the radar, there's still 2 people at B, so it's going to be a pretty tough hold for C9. Hobbit here at triple, and he's instantly taken out. Alexi finds the headshot, and Brolin's taking so much space. Oh no, Shiro still able to react in time, although Nafany's presence has been taken care of.
They also planted towards the CT side. I don't even understand what's happening. That looks crazy. Let's see if it works out for them. Rez and Config are still alive, and a good headshot. Config's going to hit a banger as well. And Axile, I don't know what you could do. You don't have the kit or anything. It is planted kind of for you, but still, he seems to be very, very confused about what's going on. He's looking for it. I think now he's finally realized what's going on. They're going to tap the bomb, but this bomb plant position is so scary.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Why did they plant the bomb here? That's going to come back to bite them. That's an 8th round for Cloud9. And absolutely unforgivable. That's a shock. We're going to need a time to recover. Second half is coming right up.
My name is Blameth, and I'm playing for Complexity.
Hey guys, I'm Config, playing for Team Complexity.
I had a situation pretty recently, honestly, when I was playing in a Blast tournament, and we were playing against Vitality, and it was the last round of regular time, so I guess the score must have been 15-14, and what happened was that Vitality had planted the bomb on lower bomb side on T side nuke, and we were the CTs, and we had to defuse the bomb, and we had a pretty good situation. I think it was like a 3-on-2 situation or something like that.
And the bomb sound on A and the bomb sound on B is different, but it's really hard to hear the different sound the further you are away from the bomb. So my teammate Rush, he made me believe that it was upper when it was lower. And then when I went up the vent, I was like, no way, like my teammate is lying to me, like it has to be under. And when I went down and opened the door, I got instant owned because I had to rush the bomb.
I don't know, like in the end it was just like a stress situation, I guess, and like a must-win round, and then the sound just betrayed us a little bit.
That was pretty rough. It was a rough moment. We lost against the team. We should have won the match, but we lost because of it.
Behind.
Fine.
Ramp. I'm low.
Wait.
We can pick him together.
I'm going
behind him.
Wait. Just side wood on him.
You're alone, Alex.
Right side.
Holding heaven for you, Alexei.
I'm behind him.
Oh, they're coming.
He's holding me. Oh my god.
Let's get him.
A lot AC coming. Maybe he has a flash. I'm so low. Just check.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm checking.
later,
The smoke bomb. It's bad smoke, they bad smoke. Wait, done it, swing for me soon. Wait, 3, 2, 1, swing.
Oh, picking low speed. Nice, Luda.
Nice.
Take
Nice. Nice, you're so good. I told you it's gonna work. It's not going now.
Nice.
DJL told him it was going to work, and it did. Brolin with a sensational first half, but still the lead lies in favor of Cloud9, 8-7. These teams showing that Vertigo is the decider between the both of them, the ultimate decider. Usually we're saying that's Inferno.
Yeah.
But these teams love this map.
It's been really sick. I'm really pleasantly surprised by NIP. I love the call at the end as well. They noticed the bomb was not smoked before they actually started fighting it, which is super important. A little bit of a goosh onto head trick and a Molotov in the corner to clear it out. So yeah, he's under some pressure, but he still has the USP. You can still get some fancy headshots going. And look at this. Cloud9, they're putting some speed behind this one. They've got the wall of smokes up. They're putting the bomb down, or at least faking it on the other side. Probably baiting out some nades. NIP, they kind of invented the triple nade onto the bomb planter, so I can understand why they want to be a little bit careful about that. But no grenades are coming, and now it's a full-on 5-on-5 after plant, where NIP also have some smokes.
Yeah, they should be able to smoke the bomb, smoking the long side, a couple options here. And yeah, that's exactly how they place those. This is going to be a pretty difficult hold for Cloud9 because that flash is perfect. Rez with the opener, but Shiro still holding the line with the P250. Couple kills for him, but the bomb site is being swarmed. Buster waiting right behind the smoke. He's got the lineup ready to go, and that's going to be it. Cloud9 to take the pistol round. There is nobody there. Head trick all the way back towards B.
Wow. Buster's only mission is just to stare into the smoke with a Glock waiting for it. Which, to be honest, seems a little bit silly, but when you see how it works out and how many rounds could be lost to those smoke defusers, especially in pistol rounds, it makes sense.
Wow. Really labored there from Shiro, but still able to get the job done. 9-7, NIP on the save. Should be a 10th for C9. Single smoke for Alexei. I'm not sure what that's for, but we'll find out what his plan is. Actually, he already threw it. Looks like he just wanted to smoke ramp immediately.
Yeah, that was his dream. Mission accomplished, I suppose.
I'm not sure how you play off that. Cloud9, they're making a lot of noise, and NIP are reading that as a fake. They think that it's all for show, and they're going all in on the B stack.
And I suppose it could also be the smoke of the ramp. They're saying, let's smoke ramp and run B and just hope that for whatever reason they decide to go pretty quick on the B ramp. They're not going to be right about that. They're not going to find anyone out here.
Yeah, the smoke is so unconventional that it makes the T second guess it.
Yeah. Like, wait a minute. Bomb is here. If they're quick, if they find Buster, it could be funny.
Yeah, this could get interesting. Oh. And he's out of there. Okay. It's close.
Yeah. Almost a moment for comedy, but didn't turn out that way. So 10 rounds on the side of Cloud9 here. 10-7. NIP forced into a slower start, losing the pistol. And the real question, I think, will be, you know, also what will the CT defense be like? You've generally been hyping up their CT sides. Is it true on this map as well?
I would say that it is. Not gonna... I think that C9's T side should be enough to deal with it, but I think we're in for a close one, Anders. I think we're in for a pretty good end to the series. Competitive one. Hobbit, nice shots. Should be fine, though. Can still survive with 23.
Hobbit's been doing very well. He's up to 17, out-fragging Shiro and everybody else on that side.
Yeah, about looking at the stats last few months for NIP, CT side just about equal with the T side. It's within 1%, so whatever they can do on one side, they should be able to replicate on the other.
Yeah, we need to see that from NIP, and they're gonna have a crack at it pretty soon. Definitely still impressed. I mean, I think everyone in the little Pick'ems game we've got going on picked Cloud9 for this one.
Yep.
But I mean, if we could put a level of confidence behind it, I would have been so confident that Cloud9 win this 2-0, just from what I've seen from NIP so far. So the fact that we're on a third map and they're still very competitive is, I'm really impressed. And now they have to follow it up. They have to follow through on what they've shown so far. Rez and Brolin are still the two main engines, each of them at 13 kills. They probably need a third player to join. Just a little bit more.
Okay, Exile using the one-way, wants to take a duel, but before he gets set up, Rez goes for the peek. That's really bold, but he recognizes that timing is available to him, and Brolin's still holding on to so much ramp control. This puts Cloud9 into a very tough position where you're either going to have to pinch with this mid lurk from Hobbit, or it might just be lights out for the round.
Exile, they don't have any nades really on the CT side. That's maybe one of the slightly weird positions here. If to try and stop and sort of slow down any attack onto the B bomb side, that might be something that they're going to be lacking. Obviously still requires Cloud9 to actually get the entry that they're looking for, but if they do that, maybe NIP will be in a little bit of trouble. Rez playing all the way in the back. They have the Molotovs. They can clear out some of these positions, and they will. Forcing him forward, and they run right through. No head armor as he just gets destroyed by the Mac-10. Config's on the other side of the AC, and he's going to be swinging wide for that one. Way too wide. Shiro with the double. And just like that, at 15 seconds left, they're going to go for the bomb plant. Head trick. He wants to try and stop this round, but he can't. Buster is there, holding it and bodyguarding that bomb plant. Brolan is going to have to walk away from this one. 11 on the side of Cloud9. That was about as good as it could have possibly got from them on the B-bomb side.
Oh, yeah. Flashes were good. Rez even found a good position, but without head armor, so vulnerable to that charging Mac-10. Couple players from NIP foregoing the helmet, and were punished for that.
It's a building site now. You need the helmet.
Yeah, exactly.
It's mandatory. I think you get fired if you don't.
I think that is actually exactly according to regulations.
Usually Mac-10s aren't the problems, but you know. You never know. 11-7, 4-round gap. Super unfortunate. You know, with that opening kill from Rez, really, really good timing, obviously. Follow up here. Ooh. Big move.
Yeah, like the config wide swing felt pretty uncalled for, I will say. Just want to take a little peek usually. But, you know, config, he swings for the fences. That means you either hit the home run or you strike out, and that one is not going to help his batting average.
No, it's been a tough game for him, right? At least this third map. 6 kills overall. And you're right, that did feel like if he plays it more cool, then they can group up and, you know, do the retake at more even odds. Definitely a chance there. They're back to pistols. They've got the 1 M4 on Brolin and not much else. That's a very, very deep nade and a follow-up. Okay. Not exactly a fair fight, but who really wants to fight fair? The whole name of the game is to try and make it as unfair as possible.
Exactly. Always trying to carve out an easier path to a victory. And Brolin on top of the boost had an opportunity for a multi-frag there, but couldn't quite hit the spray. And Cloud9 quick to clean up that mess on that A side of things. 12-7, and they're looking great on this offense. This game is slipping away from NIP.
It really is. Not a single casualty for the T side in that round. So, you know, you just... Normally we care a little bit more maybe about the CT side economy, but for the T's to build up a bank as well means even if NIP figure out some of the defense here, they're going to have to fight for quite a few rounds, which could be painful. AWP on the side of Head Trick, though, and Nafany back at it again versus Brolin. This fight is continuing in the second half, and Nafany comes out on top. I don't know who's been winning that more, but that's a huge one.
Yeah, that's the biggest matchup of this. I'd love to see that broken down in the post-game. Just who is getting the better of whom at ramp, because both of these guys have been taking huge cracks at each other. And yeah, Head Trick couldn't even get that op into the fray of things just yet. There we go. What a shot. That is nice stuff from Head Trick. And now he's able to lock down this position by himself. This is going to give NIP a real shot to bring this round back. They have a lot of information right now, and they should know where the offense from Cloud9 is moving because of it.
That was an interesting flick. Bomb's still all the way back in T spawn, more or less, so nice little spray, 50 seconds. Axel able to take care of Rez. And he's going to be moving forward. Config, he wants to be the hero. He failed it once, but in the meantime, while that's happening, they've actually made their way through the middle. And Alexi gets shot at the back. Config, he's up here, but no idea where to go. Buster is going to be there to spot him and had the crosshair and the speed to pick him up. Now it's just hat-trick. This is a super confusing round.
They lost track of middle.
Yes, they
NIP.
really did.
They didn't have any eyes on it, and Cloud9 just walked out. I can't believe that. I felt like NIP should have known that it had to be mid or B, and now Hetrick doesn't even keep the op moving forward. That is a bit of a disaster for NIP. Feeling like when the pressure's on for this team, sometimes the comms get a little bit odd for the Ninjas. Sometimes angles are overlooked, held twice by the same people, and that is a big hole that not a single person had their eyes on.
Yeah, the sun is really set here on DJL. You can tell it's the start of the game. It's all bright, but now it's a little bit murky in that room. And maybe the atmosphere is as well. A timeout has been called. 3rd out of 4 that they have. And this second half, they have never really got up and running. They haven't even found some of the basics.
They haven't even won a round. This is nice from Hetrick, but it was really the only thing to go the way of NIP. This duel between Axile and Rez is just so favorable for the T.
Think about some of the early success that Cloud9 had defending this A-ramp when they were on the CT side. NIP should be inspired by that to try to do something similar. When they have rifles, obviously, it's a little bit easier. But just winning that A-ramp fight is so important. They're going to try and go deep with it, but there's a lot of people here to receive them. Hetrick eventually zoned out in that corner, and they're so aware that if they're going to be aggressive on one side, they just as well could be on the other side of the map. Axile, he's got the right read. And there's so much time to wait. Find Config as well. Oh, that's so much time waiting just to get blown up.
Yeah, he was holding that angle pretty comfortably, but just a perfect peek from Rez.
I feel for him, you know?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's always just these one little kills that NIP find that make you just recognize that they are tier 1 players, but it's just that the team cohesion is not always there for NIP. It seems like these certain halves, they just go completely missing.
Yeah.
Unit.
I think that's what I was trying to say earlier. If you just have Roland and Rez playing well, then they, even if they don't win the map, they shouldn't go missing. It's that missing part that's painful, right?
Yeah, it could just all fall apart, it seems like. Okay, we'll see. You wanted that A-ramp contest. Roland, so vicious with it. Just peeks right on down. And another one to add to the tally of how these two players have been brawling against each other.
This could get scary. He's going to see the boost coming, but somehow he's not ready. I don't know how that works. He had the read. He saw the bottom of the boost. He even adjusted his crosshair for it and still got out-dueled. Now, grenades, Molotov on top, and Config has to use that smoke right away to stay alive.
Yeah, that just feels like such a wasted opportunity from Rez. He knew that player was there, and if they're there, they're sure sometimes they'll swing right and you have this weird fight through the rafter, but a lot of times it's to assemble the boost.
There's nobody middle again for NIP. And if Cloud9 realized they could do a lot here, Hobbit's just holding this, ready and waiting. If they lose them, all right. I think Brolin's back to taking a peek in there, so that's at least something. Molotov's going to be following it up. Let's see if they're going to be ready for it, NIP. There it is, and Hobbit will get the kill. It's real clean work. Alexi, I don't know how he got that. It looked like he was in a lot of trouble, but a good little flick. 30 seconds left, and the bomb is being brought over this way. It is going to be a B attack here. And Buster, very patient as well. Alexi goes down. Brolin, he gets caught. Buster just one step ahead of him this time. And Hetrick, not much you could do in this one.
Wow, this has been just such great work from C9. Oh, wow, okay.
All right.
Just whipped him out of the server.
Exile looked like he even took a second sort of crouching and he wanted to jump scare him.
Yeah, it's like he wanted to one-tap him or something, just lining up the shot a little bit longer, but yeah, don't let Hetrick have that moment.
15 on the side of Cloud9 as they are 1 round away from sending NIP packing, which most people expected, but I feel like this is even more frustrating, right? Because NIP really showed today what this team could be all about and just what kind of Counter-Strike they could be playing. And they did all the way up until the second half here. That's where things started to fall apart.
Yeah, this is a game where for NIP, even though you're going to walk away a loser, more than likely, you should be happy about the fact that you've shown these signs here where you were able to put quite a few rounds on the board in ways that have been difficult for them in the past. The overpass win in particular, very, very commendable stuff from the Ninjas. Just that haven't really seen that across a whole series. Like, to beat Cloud9 on overpass is not something that a lot of teams can say they've done.
Hobbit is at 23 kills. That might also be a big part of the story. We've been talking a lot about Nafany and that A-ramp versus Brolin, but definitely Hobbit's also been helping out quite a bit. Shiro starts the round getting shut down. Again. And yeah, it's another trade. Brolin versus Nafany.
Just wish that were any gun other than a FAMAS.
Yeah, he would have had it.
2 HP. Crosshair was a little bit off, so I'm not going to entirely blame the gun. But 3 versus 3, and this felt like it was going to be a round for NIP, but Cloud9 once again clawing their way back into it. Still a lot of utility, but Brolin, he's holding the line with the op. Do not see him wield this weapon too often.
You don't see Hobbit doing it either, and he's picked up one on the other side. Okay. NIP yet to win a round in the second half. This is looking like one of their best opportunities. 50 seconds. They're kind of in the right position. They could draw Rez back to try and help out him and Roland. Need to buy a little bit of time. Config's quite far down on those B stairs, so I don't know. He's going to be far away. Roland with a jump up. They might need to hold it. I don't think Config's going to be here by the time this round expires. All right, now he's legging it. Axal and Buster, 25 seconds. And look at how they're waiting. They're just waiting for NIP to make the mistake. One little step up, and maybe that's it. 19 seconds. Axal picks up the 1 kill. Gotta be careful, though, on the other side. Axal keeps it going and gets the headshot, taking out Config. What a sequence to end it. Oh, man, they gave them all the space, and NIP got a little bit too curious, and then they got blown up.
Yes, and Axile, of course, very fitting for him to close it out. And we're going to have the deaths to close out this series and wrap this one up.
Just like we expected, Cloud9 were able to take it over the line when it comes to Vertigo. But it was certainly a fight. There was certainly more from NIP than at least what you expected. You thought it would be a 2-0?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a 2-0, yeah, but I guess on this map, you know, Vertigo, I got exactly what I expected. Again, Cloud9, miles ahead of NIP. I was impressed with NIP on Overpass. I think they played a good game of Counter-Strike, but coming into Vertigo, we kind of sensed that they needed to overperform once more. And as we said, when is Shiro going to have 2 bad maps in a row? It's just not going to happen. He's too good as an individual player, and he was the one helping Cloud9 to knock these guys home.
I want to say one thing, though, right, is that we should give NIP a bit of credit in this first half. They were 7-1 down, and they did battle back. They showed that they weren't just going to get completely rolled over. That's a positive, right?
I agree with you. I think all the cards were set for like a 13-2 or 12-3
It was looking
C9
bad.
defense. Then I think a couple of clutches went the way of NIP. It gave them a little bit of fire, a little bit of oxygen for that fire to be burning. But then I have to also say maybe Cloud9 got a little complacent. There were a couple of rounds where duels were taken by Nafany on A, by Hobbit as well. They were a little disjointed. So just maybe Cloud9 saw this game being over before it was. But you could definitely see once we moved on to the second half, everybody was reset and we were on track for a good T-half.
I do want to talk about Hobbit as well, because there was the frustration from Overpass was there, and it was turned into frags, but it was also then sometimes over-forcing the issue.
It was the willingness to fight from Hobbit. I feel like every time we were looking at his point of view, he was just hunting down people. He wanted to fight, and he wanted to force the fight. And I I think Hobbit is a somewhat balanced player who can be aggressive, who can be defensive, but in this game, he was out there for blood. He wanted to fight, and he was forcing the issue time and time again, and with great success as well.
Yeah, he was angry, and I could definitely see some of that eagerness to sort of seek revenge for Overpass. Like, he was on a mission. Like, he wanted to be vindicated. Overpass really angered him, and then he came in here with the intention to fight, and I think as soon as he found a couple of the multi-kills that we have on our screen, you see the scoreline as well, it was 4-0, it fueled him. And he thought, okay, well, you know what? Things are going my way. I'm actually having a little bit of success after this horrifying second map where screw this. I'm going in, I'm taking all the duels, I'm fighting everywhere. And yes, when you're in that zone, sometimes you just over-exceed, you over-peak. He did that a couple of times. It was still an excellent map from Hobbit.
Yeah, you're allowed to do it, and I like to see a bit of aggression from a man that's normally so happy with everything, you know? So throw some of that ferociousness in there. I do want to touch on Axel a little bit, though. The fact that it's actually, I don't care about his score. It's a good sign that they don't need him to be up there all the time with Shiro.
That's usually how it goes for Cloud9. I think that's a point of conversation we had a lot of times where you need two of the three to do well. You need Hobbit and Shiro, or you need Exile and Shiro, and vice versa, right? You just need two of those three to do well, and then you're in a good spot. So yes, Exile, individually speaking, in this game, didn't have a great showing for his standards, being maybe one of the best riflers in the entire world for the past couple of years. Didn't really live up to that expectation in this game, but I'm sure he's going to bounce back as well. He's rock stable, and sometimes it must be nice as well to be the star of a team and still win without playing well.
Definitely, and you know who compensated for that? Buster had an excellent series.
Yes.
Like, much better than what we, prior to the game, would be ready to give him. Okay, he's the glue. He's the fourth player. He's going to have a couple of odd clutches here and there, but super sharp. He had a couple of these entries on the B side as well. When they launch him with the MAC-10, where arguably an IP might have made the mistake of not buying a Kevlar, that's a different, or a helmet, that's a different conversation, but he had a few of these really sharp entries. We're like, God damn, like, Buster can play like that.
But I'm glad you said sharp, because that's exactly what we said going back onto the first games we saw from Cloud9.
Absolutely. We need him. We need him to be sharp. And it's not supposed to be only at the end of the round in a 1v1. And I think once Buster exceeds that input, that becomes something quite new for Cloud9. If he can be one of the substitute that goes into the triangle of Hobbit, Axile, Shiro, which is the triangle we always refer to. Yeah. If suddenly he can chime in and say, listen, Axile, you're having a bad game on Vertigo? I got you, my man. Like, I got you. I'm ready. I'll step in. I don't think Inters could do that. Inters was more of a finisher, and he would close the round. But what if Buster can actually step up and be some of the stars here and there?
Could be exactly what Cloud9 need. Well, we're going to find out what Hobbit's thinking, though, as they're now one step closer to making it to Washington.
So, Hobbit, congratulations. We're going to see Cloud9 in the grand final. You had like a pretty good start in the first half, but then all of a sudden, NIP started to get those rounds. Was there even a moment when you kind of started maybe like self-doubting yourself?
I mean, they played really well, to be honest. Sometimes I can see that they're losing for like to the teams tier 2, maybe tier 3, but on their mindset, they're like their playstyle is for tier 1. I'm pretty sure about that. Just because the macro game, what they're playing is really well.
And what about Overpass? Because that's the map you decide to pick, and you're gonna struggle to get those rounds on the T side. Were they just reading you?
I mean, no, it's at this part, I'm gonna say it's about that. We just play very chaotic CS, which we usually, we're not playing the CS. It sometimes happens just because they just snowballed us by economy, by some aggressive moves, and by some attacks, and we just start to do some stuff which we really not doing usually.
We saw a few tactical timeouts, and usually during those, the whole team would be silent, and we could see on the background that Shiro was super emotional. He was showing a lot of things with his hands. What exactly was he telling to the team?
I don't remember exactly. Due to the pause, usually everyone is talking. Everyone.
Yeah, because
the group mostly talking on pauses because it's his time, the first of all, yeah. So after, anyone can recommend, but I don't remember exactly this part which you're saying.
Well, it's always good to hear from Hobbit. And in
did you hear from Hobbit?
Again, it's a tough. I feel bad for Hecker in them situations. I've been in them myself
Very
before.
Professional.
You're like, okay, I kind of got what he's saying. I'm half there. We'll try and work it out.
You have to interpret.
In terms of what he's saying, in terms of communication, everything, right? You do see this from them. It's not just Nafani talking the whole way. They all have a bit of say in the matter.
Feels like it's always been like that in Cloud9. I think Shiro has grown into a personality within the team that is taking more and more responsibility. And we always highlight that with an AWP player, you got to be able to take matters into your own hand. If you want to go somewhere and go for a play, you got to communicate that to a teammate. You got to take charge. And it does feel like Shiro is growing up right now within that team. And he's the man that is sort of controlling the CT sites in terms of where he's going for peaks.
And Hobbit can do that as well. So if you're Nafany, you have at the very least 2 voices that can help. And from where I was standing in Katowice, I saw Buster as well being vocal about what the hell was needed to be done in his area. Not that I can understand the vocabulary, but I could see like how he was gesturing with his teammate, like this is what's happening. So if you can balance these, voices and it doesn't become overcrowded, then suddenly you have a good recipe.
That's exactly what you need. Communication is the key to success. We're going to take a look at our teams left here in the European Showdown. And well, just 3 remain. Cloud9 have booked their spot to the final. We'll see that on the brackets. And Big and 9 will go head-to-head because we are almost there. Just 2 more days remain, and we'll be crowning the first EU team going to Washington here through the Showdown, then on to the Americas. But we've got some more games to come, and we're moving in to a bit of yeehaw ourselves, all the way to the Americas side of things. Complexity taking on Imperial, then EG going up against FURIA, but that'll be soon after the break.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
In It's over to the Americas here at the Spring Showdown, and this is a matchup that you're getting ready for. He's definitely ready for, and I cannot wait to see go down because it is always a brawl. It is always a battle between our next two teams, as we have already said goodbye to both Nouns and MIBR. These are the remaining teams to face it off, and today we are blessed with two North American matchups, and this first one, we should start with one, sadly, negative point that takes away a bit of the hype of the game, though, right? Because Complexity will be without Hulzerk for this game in terms of he's
there, right?
There, but he's not going to be there with Ping.
He'll
he's
be there.
Be struggling and lagging behind.
So Hulzerk had to stay in Europe, right?
Yeah.
He had that information coming out of the Complexity clan. So basically what Hulzerk is going to do is what I used to do 20 years ago, which is play in 56 kilobytes with 150 ping. Because ladies and gentlemen, that's how I used to play Counter-Strike 20 years ago when I had to make a choice, telephone or internet in the house.
Yeah.
My mom wanted to do a phone call, I had to stop playing.
Now, I know some people might say, Ping only matters so good. As an AWPer trying to do this?
Trust me. I have my worst game ever recorded in Team Liquid with 120 ping against some Brazilian team, and I've been mocked ever since by that community. So yes, Hulzerk is going to be in for a rough run. 120 ping. 120 ping, especially with the AWP going up against Fallen, who's in form right now. It's not looking likely for Hulzerk to succeed here, I'm not going to lie.
And look at this. This is the last matchup they had. This was back at EPL, and Hulzerk was the man in the very top running for the team. He was doing the dirty, doing the damage onto Imperial.
Yeah, he was lights out, and we have to say that historically speaking, Imperial versus Complexity has always delivered good games. 2 series recorded, and all of them going the distance, and all of them going multiple overtimes on the last map. And it's true that Hulzerk was the shining light, the beacon of light for Complexity on that last series. And overall, I think he's ascending to a greater level is directly connected to Complexity's better results. I think their run in Katowice, beating the likes of ENCE, beating the likes of Mouse, teams that I would have put above, it still is a result for them. They're still, I think they were picking up steam, and that's a little bit of a shame that it came to an early close in Pro League.
Yes, it is a bit of a shame for sure. But I will say when it comes to this Complexity, we've seen positive signs from them since the start of this year. They've been grinding it out back here when it comes to being in the spring groups, then going into Katowice. This team showed us that they are not just a team to come in and win a game here and there and then drop off the face of the earth.
No, I think they've been competitive. You know, we talk about Hulzerk, and yes, he's elevated his level. The man in the middle right there, Grim, has been a superstar for Complexity. That's a guy who's telling the rest of the world that if you need a rifler right now, look at me. If you're a European team and if he's willing to go to Europe, look at me. He had a time in Team Liquid where it didn't really pan out too well for him, playing with Stewie 2K and being part of that lineup didn't really seem to suit Grim, but the way he's conducted himself in Complexity has been nothing but stellar. So if you're a European squad, or if you're Liquid for that matter as well, and you're needing a rifle at some point, you look towards Grim right now. He's the best out of the top, and I think he's doing a tremendous job.
Well, I think after the nightmare Grim had at Liquid, he probably won't be going back there anytime soon. But let's hear from Grim and see how he's feeling ahead of this matchup.
I kind of have an impression that your team really tried to improve like the map pool, especially when it comes to Inferno. There was a moment, a kind of glimpse of hope that maybe like you finally managed to take full control of this map, but the recent results are kind of questionable. So what's the relationship right now with Inferno?
We're still confident in our Inferno. I think that our performance at Pro League, especially against Imperial, was not to our expectation and how we know we could play the map. So I think we're just going on a fresh slate and trying to play it like we know how to. Like at Kato, we dominated most of the teams that we played on Inferno, and if we just come back to that form, we'll be good on that map. And our map pool going into this event, I'm honestly really confident on every map right now, so we should be one to look out for.
You're slowly starting to build a history when it comes to Imperial, and obviously you kind of have a history with Fallen, with one of your ex-teammates. Does a series like this always make like something special for you?
I'd say so, just because I always like playing against Fallen. He's a good friend of mine in Liquid, and he helped me a lot with my game. He'd always sit with me after and review the VODs and see what I could do better. So in a way, it kind of goes against him now. I have to play him every game, but I mean, I like playing him, and I think that we always have good series going in, and especially Overpass. I don't know what it is with that map in Imperial, but it seems like it always goes the distance. So we'll see what happens today.
Probably the question that is on everyone's mind right now is, how many OTs are we going to see today?
How many OTs? Well, hopefully none, but I mean, if we do go in OT, probably like 4 or 5.
I remember a microphone sounding like that, Pimp. Don't you, Maniac?
Hey guys, I got a new microphone. Can you...
That was exactly
not too good out there, I'm not
too
gonna lie,
good.
but we got the sense of it. Grim respects Fallen, and he doesn't necessarily like going up against him.
Yeah, it's never fun to go against a team that's got so much experience on him when Fallen's leading the charge like that. But I will say that with Grim, he's got this new air of confidence right now, especially since being on Complexity.
Yeah, he's taken a much larger, bigger role that he's had prior to being in Complexity for sure. And the impact he's been having is great. The anytime we've seen Complexity shine, that was mostly through Grim, who obviously in his part-time works as a captain for a flying company, because that's exactly what I was hearing. To the left, you can see the Alps. We're just messing around with the microphones. Yeah, look, he talked about Inferno, and fair is fair. When you lose 16-1, I don't think that all of the issues are just related to the map. You most likely just had a horrifying showing and nothing was working for you. So I can see where his sentiment, where he said, listen, we're probably better than what happened. I will give him some leeway.
We'll give him some credit. We'll give him some leeway. But also going to give Danny some credit because he's been cooking up a storm, as always, over in the Mahone zone.
That's right. So Imperial, last time they actually played against Complexity on Inferno, they had a 14-1 half on their T side. And one of the reasons why was their ability to work the map. So let me take you through this round right here. So it initially starts off where Imperial, they lose banana control, and Complexity, they take control of it. And this is typical stuff on Inferno, but Imperial, they actually react rather quickly. After losing the banana side, they actually go up towards brackets very quickly, and take a look at the way they do it. So first they throw a flash here to push Halzark off the angle, and after they know that Halzark shoots here, take a look at the map. Typically, whenever you take banana control, usually the CTs are going to be at least 1, 2, and maybe even 3 sometimes. As soon as they realize that Halzark is here, this pathway now opens up here towards the CT spawn. This is why you see Imperial, they rush towards that arch side as soon as they can to try to catch that rotation back. Vinny, he's able to catch Fang here towards that CT spawn area. Now at this point, after they have the CT spawn area, it actually puts Complexity in a pretty weird situation because they have banana control, but they don't have any control of the CT spawn area, and they don't have control of brackets. Puts them in a weird spot, especially in a 4v5 situation. Now Imperial, what they're going to do here, understanding that it's 4v5, they're going to just wait for Complexity here, because in a 4v5 situation, you normally have to re-aggress or grab some sort of information. So they freeze across the map, just waiting for that reaction. But the odd thing here is that Complexity, they don't really actually move. They just stay content in really strong, powerful positions and just wait for the fight to come to them. So what did Imperial do instead? They actually draw out the reaction themselves. Vinny throws this smoke here towards the site, and what that does is it suggests the Complexity that this might actually be an A hit. If you take a look at Halzark right here, this smoke blocks his vision a little bit, and this finally prompts the rotate. JT and Grim, they come through this CT spawn area, and the reaction is here. Cello, right here towards this library position, he finds the first kill on the JT, and then he finds Grim as well. And as soon as that happens, they understand that with those 2 kills at B, as well as that kill coming in from the rotation, that has to be the entire B site. And just like that, Cello drops the smoke, falls back from this angle from short, and they just run away. And just like that, 3v2 situation, but look at how deep these players are towards the site. There's almost no way for them to go for a retake. They can't go through that CT spawn area. They can't retake through middle. And just like that, that's just an Imperial round. So it's really just the way that Imperial are able to work the map. Even though Complexity may not fall into their traps, they have these secondary plans that always work out on Inferno as well.
And there is a ton of experience within Fallen going up against an in-game leader like JT, which is why he can maneuver himself around like this.
Especially on a map like Inferno. I feel like Fallen always have been great on Inferno. Back in the days with MIBR, even in Imperial in the first iterations as well, while the team weren't competitive, Fallen, and the man on the screen right here, with all the maps played in official games, he was the one making them good on Inferno. He has a ton of experience, and I feel like he's always been able to make whatever team he's been on competitive, especially on Inferno.
And I think that experience can come to shine through when you have a rematch of a rematch of a rematch.
Yeah.
Because every time you replay a team in a series, and the map pool is slightly similar, then there is a little bit of mind game going on. This is what we did last time, remember, and this is what we know about you now. And I think this puts the IGL under a little bit more pressure. Just box them and forces them to make decisions on the fly based on what they know. And I would give Fallen the edge in that regard against JT, because I think that experience will help.
And this is the thing, right? It's about learning. It's about how you adapt and change. And you expect a team like Imperial with Fallen leading the charge to be able to make any little micro adjustment to completely throw Complexity off.
I would say so. I think Fallen has shown me enough throughout the year as well. He's been improving individually.
Oh, he's done enough throughout the years, yeah?
Yeah, he's been doing a lot throughout the years. But in this year in particular, I think all of us felt that he was maybe coming to a point of an end, right? He's talking about retiring anytime soon, and individually speaking, in 2022, wasn't really living up to what he was supposed to. His beginning to 23, though, the way he's conducted himself, the way he's been playing, Imperial's results, there's a lot of stuff right now trending upwards for Fallen in the very late stage of his career, and I, for once, respect that a lot.
And the thing I do want to look at, though, is the fact that Imperial definitely no longer the last dance, right? It's just Bolts and Fallen. This is now a legit team, basically.
I know, and you literally just took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. This team, which seemingly started more as a nostalgic marketing hyper punch, where you put together all of these Brazilian legends, and we all want to see them maybe play in Rio with FNX and Fur and all of that. Actually, you know, they've trimmed a little bit over the months. They've brought in a couple of very skilled new players on the block. We have your Cello, you have your Jota. I mean, Vini is here, but it's more of like an older generation now. But still, they've kind of took that step towards being more competition-oriented, result-oriented, and we'll see if it pays off.
The only thing that's funny then when you look at this, though, you bring Jota and Cello in. We've been talking about them for ages as well. The average age of the team is still 26. Like, they're not young guns they've brought in. They're just guys that never had a chance to go further up.
I remember Cello back in 2017 playing a Pro League final in Odense where he was doing well for his team, and he's just been circling around within the Brazilian scene. Obviously, he's a good player, but Imperial is still a team, despite being, you know, result-oriented right now, that I think the cap of the team, we're seeing it in the results as well. They are a decent team. They can beat some good opponents, but there's not enough firepower, there's not enough skill, there's not enough, you know, productivity on the server for me to really believe that's a team that's going to make it into top 10 or top 15.
And I agree with you, and I'm low-key kind of under, how can I say, a little bit disappointed by what Vini was being able to output so far in Imperial. I have to say, we always knew when he was in FURIA, he was not your extreme mad fragger machine. He had this Vinferno here and here, but still, I thought his overall level, individually speaking, was more than respectable, more than decent. And I don't know why. I think he's slumped a little bit. I don't have the same kind of credit for him as an individual. And now could be a time for him to have that kind of impact.
Well, this is the thing when I look at the whole Imperial. I lack the direct star player that can change the outcome. We see a lot of good players. They can have moments at time, but there's not someone who's really in there and just changing the whole game.
I miss some young blood. You know, you said it yourself. The average age of the team, 26. Cello has been circling around for a long time. Jota, sure, you bring him. He's kind of new to this level, but he's been around. He's been around for a long time. I would like to see them pick up some youngster, you know, 18, 19, 20 years of age. Imagine Insani inside this lineup, right? That would be interesting. That would be like a new, fresher blood. But it is a lineup that I feel we have seen the cap of it. And as long as they can win games here and there, they're going to be happy.
So while we're playing musical chairs now, you want to bring Insani for Vini? Is that what you want to do?
A player like that. A player of the type of Insani. Someone who comes in with fresh blood, you know, energy as well, and is hyped to play.
You can't keep taking MIBR players and putting them on Imperial.
I can do whatever I want.
This is all they've done is just take from MIBR. But let's learn a bit more. Let's find out a bit more. Because Heki was talking to both Vini and Fallen, so I'm sure we're going to get some good insight.
How would you rate the form that is your team is right now?
I think we're playing really good. The results doesn't show that. We are losing a lot of advantage rounds that we should win, and everybody's kind of going, you know, in a bad place after that. But I think we're evolving, and it's gonna be better to the armor and to the blast.
Fallen, it's great to see you here at the Blast Showdown. What were you up to during the break?
We have been practicing playing other tournaments, and right now preparing for this edition in Monterrey. We arrived here 2 days ago. It's been great so far.
And what was your main focus on improving when it comes to your team?
Just playing game by game. Recently, it's been a little bit difficult with the results. We had some disappointing results because a lot of the matches went very close, and it kind of escaped from our hands. So it does feel bad, but on the other hand, we can also see there are a lot of good things in our game. So just got to make sure that we polish some stuff and play the best we can.
And you've kind of started like building kind of a history or a storyline when it comes to complexity. Every time you play against each other, you go to 3 maps, you go to multiple OTs. So what should we expect today? Again, 3 maps and a lot of OTs?
Nah, I'm hoping for a easier match, but it's always tough against them. It's great to play Green. Had a good time playing with Unity and Liquid, and every time we play each other has been very intense so far. I think this is the 3rd BO3 we're going to play. It's 1-1 so far, so time to see which team gets the upper advantage.
It's respect, as always, from both Grim and Fallen towards each other. But I want to ask a question going back to this Vini side of things to you guys that the FURIA way is a very different style of playing under leadership of Art compared to Fallen. Do you think that could be a reason why you're saying Vinny's not doing what you wanted him to do?
Well, I would say at the beginning, this could have been. There was probably like a cultural clash in terms of philosophy that you've played where you needed a little bit of time. But no, I think that window is kind of closed. Like the time has passed. You've been playing together for long enough. And I also think that in this system that now Fallen has, I think Vinny has a bit more space to have the impact. I think in the FURIA camp, we know how sometimes you can be a little bit lost behind with the speed and the pace that they had, or at least that they had a few years ago, because now they've calmed down a little. So I don't know. I wish I could give him that way out, but I don't think that's the case for him.
For me, it's 100% a personal responsibility as well. He's had his time to develop into becoming potentially the star player of Imperial. He was also brought in the very first iteration when FNX and FUR and Fallen was in there, where firepower was something they needed, and he was put in positions where he was supposed to be the guy racking up the frags, which he wasn't able to do either in the beginning. So I agree with Matthew. I think that train has already gone, and now it's a personal responsibility. Does he have what it takes to elevate himself, or are we seeing the best of Vinny now?
And how much is this factor of the fact Hulzak is now not going to be in because he's not playing, he's playing 150 ping, you know, that's just like is that making him a null and void player to even challenge? Or?
I mean, null and void might be exaggerated, but it will be a huge issue. I don't know if you guys at home have any experience playing with that kind of ping, but it is to the point where it's like disconcerting. Like basically only Adrian, the Kazakhstani player, could at the time play with 120 ping. Famously, he did that for a few years. But besides that, there's not a lot of people who can do that. And also, Hulzak is not used to that. So surely there is going to be a lack of inputs of frags from Hulzak, as an AWP as well. We know how important that is. So there's no beating around the bush. It would be complicated.
Let me give you a concrete example as well. Like, we're at a point where you're playing Inferno as well, and there's going to be a lot of running through smokes. There's going to be a lot of trying to entering. Obviously, Hulzak being the AWP player is not in that position normally, but there's a conversation to be had whether or not you want to sacrifice him in some of those situations. Okay. You don't want Hulzak to stand back with an AWP and 130 ping while some of your hard hitters are running through a smoke and risking everything, because Hulzak can't make the difference with that ping. So there's going to be a conversation where I'm sure we're going to see him play a little bit more risky, a little bit more versatile as well in the way he's going to approach the game based on the ping. So it's a massive factor, and it's not a good one for him.
So it's not directly a 4v5, but it's playing to the advantage in some way you can. 4.5. Okay, 4.5 versus 5.
It's just if you're JT, then you have to accept that you cannot go into this game with your basic plan. You have to rethink whatever the hell is going to happen, whatever you're supposed to expect from Hulzak, what he's going to give you. Sure, maybe he'll jump first. Maybe he'll throw more flashes. He'll be more selfless. He'll take more risks. All of that, he can have an impact. He can bring something, but it's not going to be how they usually operate. It's not going to be how they practice.
And it's so rough for Complexity, who have just been on the upwards, while, for example, Imperial's not been doing anything. They haven't played a top 30 team this year.
No, it's a bit of a shame, because we saw at Pro League as well. That kind of took the hype of Complexity. I feel that was not too good for them. And before that, Katowice, the group stages at Blast as well. They were very, very close, knocking out Navi. Let's not forget that they were up 14-7, third deciding map. They probably should have been in Washington, to be completely honest. And now they find themselves in a position where they're playing with I wouldn't say a stand-in in Hulzak, but almost that's what it feels like, right? 4.5 against 5, and there's a slow and very small likelihood that they're going to make it to Washington, given the bracket as well. So it's just taking the top of the hype for Complexity, and to me, a bit of a shame, because I think they've done well so far.
Yeah, they certainly have. Now, focusing in again once on Fallen, looking at his stats, looking at this head-to-head we put together for him, Fallen has at least shown, because there was times people saying he should have just retired already, get rid of him, you know, but it's not been terrible. We've seen improvements.
Yes, I mean, at least when it comes to the numbers, we all have to keep in mind the context of these numbers. Of course, he plays different kinds of opponents as when he was in Liquid and all going to the S-tier tournaments. But I have to admit, individually, when this Imperial project started, I was afraid that he would fall off completely individually because of how much work he had to put as an IGL, because he had to caught up with the meta as well. He had to help his other teammates catch up with said meta, the FUR, the FNXs of the world, trying to help them be there, and I thought it would be too heavy for him. And I have to say, the last numbers have been good. They've been better than what I expected. And you just have to imagine, you're Fallen, you have accomplished so much in the game. You've basically become an icon of a generation, an entire generation in your country, and you are still playing competitively. You could just cash out. Just become a streamer, have a good time. You're already an idol. You have an entire nation behind you. But somehow he's still remaining competitive. He's still in the game. He's just put some skin. And that in itself is kind of but with some respect a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's admirable. The fact that he's continuing, he's trying, and as I said, he's trending upwards right now in terms of personal form. I can't help to think, and this annoys me to say out loud, that if you're forgetting the fact that Fallen was in Team Liquid, right? You look at the player profile, you look at how he's performing right now, he's an in-game leader. He would be a great fit for Liquid on profile, right? But obviously we tried that, didn't really work out. We've been there before, but that's what it feels like right now. The way he's playing, individually speaking right now, the way he's been able to make Imperial, when you look at the players, what he has to work with as well, a somewhat competitive team, he could go in Liquid right now and they wouldn't be a worse team. He's been there, obviously it's not going to happen again, but that's how well he's doing right now, that he's actually putting himself in a position that certain teams out there may be looking at Fallen thinking, let's try him out one more time.
That's the circle of esports, circle of life that we've just gone through right now. Like, you're the good guy, then you stay long enough to be the problem, and then you stay away long enough to be the solution to the problem that you were. So, checkmate. That's why Smith is back with shocks.
They claimed, right, that he was the problem. Then he's worked on himself and he's come back. But why do you keep bullying Liquid back? We've said OC gone now. Then you're going to say Nitro's gone. You're going to put Fallen in.
I'm not saying anyone's gone. I'm just saying that if you're Team Liquid and you want to make your team better, maybe you got to start looking around. You know, that's part of the job, James. When you're a team, you always got to look for the next solution every single time. It's part of the job.
Let the men be creative a little bit. Think outside the box. You know, it can always hit.
Liquid are not a rock bottom, boys. They're fifth in the world.
No, I never said that rock bottom at all. I'm just saying let the man dream, or at least...
This guy wanted Saivu to Liquid yesterday, man.
Yeah, okay, but that's just...
We all said things that we didn't think in the heat of the moment.
I didn't, you know, you guys are just losing your damn minds. We're also losing our damn minds because the Steam network is still down. So what we're going to do is kick it to a break real quick, and hopefully they'll be back soon so we can get this game underway.
Volvo, please.
so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO has come to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Coldzera. But is Coldzera old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually a European guy maybe. He's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh, you
Grenades are raining.
Kenny's hiding up.
He's in the ground.
He's in the ground in the bomb. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
The first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Coldzera. Let's go Coldzera. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Coldzera only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Not close.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike. Saiwu Peak stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead!
OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Navi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champions, Navi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldsera. No, it cannot be Coldsera because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldsera was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now trying Orange Box. United States. The same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That's very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a Leash, we're going Leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage. Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try. Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Russia is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Alba.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Alba, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Alba.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Monacy is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got 1 from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colsera. But is Colsera old enough?
I'll go for Shocks.
Rain? I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda!
It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, Smokey in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
the
you
nades
made
are
second
raining.
ball.
Kenny's hiding up.
He's at the ground.
He's in the ground in the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi.
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Pasha beats him. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats him was on point. Lost it.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make the noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Saiwu Peak stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead!
OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal. Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Sumda Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sumda Young and Sumda again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champion, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mystery CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Sarah. No, it cannot be Cold Sarah because he only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Sarah was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device.
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a leash, we're going leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage. Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try... Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Nav. But then again, it could be Nav, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Nav.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it. But I have the age range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America. He's retired already. And he's younger than 27. Imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
What do you think the viewers should expect from your series against Complexity?
I mean, hopefully not a lot of drama again. Every match is really close against them, but I think we got the edge this time.
You know, we always play them close. It's always a good series, and you know those guys are insane. So, you know, we're just prepared for a good game, and we'll see how it goes.
And you're expecting for this one to be another close one?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Hopefully not, but the way they'll always happen. So.
Fang can't help but be honest, expecting this one to be close as it tends to be. Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through the old classic of Complexity versus Imperial. The unicorn odds giving this one to Imperial, but ever so slightly. I think that's fair. But there's one factor, of course, that is just an unfortunate reality, and that is we've got Halzerk in Norway playing in North America. But Launders, we're Canadian. And Canadians understand that even in NA, ping is only a mentality. That's all it is. It's not an actual physical, technical barrier. No. It's a mentality. And if Halzerk can embrace the 100 ping king mentality, then maybe Complexity barely feel the fact that he's not there with them.
Yeah. Everybody and their grandmama knows in North America, you got to be used to playing on 90 to 100 ping. North America itself is a very large region, and then we oftentimes play in Europe for that quality matchmaking. But Halzerk, he's really adopted the NA lifestyle, and he's actually spent some time there, but I'm not sure. He's still in that spoiled European zone, I think, where they all have 20, 30 ping. So we'll see how he fares. And actually differ from the desk a little bit. I think you still got to use him the same way and hope everybody else plays well enough to make up for it. But, you know, as an op, you still want to have him take opening duels and try to have impact. And we'll see how Halzerk fares. Again, very unfortunate considering how close this game usually is. But I think it's still true that Imperial probably had like a slight edge coming into it. Their roster changes, their recent form, Fallen doing as well as he has been. Things have definitely been looking up for them.
Most certainly so.
On top of their recent win over Complexity, of course.
Yeah, that's the big one. Just an added jab to the gut, of course, for Complexity's spring run so far. So close to already being qualified for Washington. Joda, 1 kill, Bolts 1 as well. Cello with the 3rd on this entry inside of the A site. No defense offered up here from Complexity. Grim from Arch can get nothing. And so it's Floppy from downtown at a distance to respond as bomb goes down. Imperial, easy pistol.
Yeah, great start. A nice Halls pop right there. Perfect entry pathing. Everybody sharing the frags. That's Cello with 2, but most players chipping in, and Imperial have a clean one to start the day. Love the addition of Jota. High praise for this man. I think sort of like, for me, like Hard Zao on Pain. I feel like not always top of the board, but really making good decisions. And I think also has some experience as an IGL, probably learning a thing or two from Fallen, on top of being able to contribute and bring some things that he's learned. You know, that Fallen is very receptive to figuring out how the younger generation are starting to play CS. That's what's, you know, kept him going for as long as he has.
Really is just that Imperial echo chamber, though, right, in terms of their officials. Dominating down in Brazil. Time to see if they can take it to Complexity, but obviously already in Monterrey. The boot camp has begun for Imperial. Very much like what we saw from Nouns yesterday, if not the exact same hotel room layout. So everybody trying to get down there. And that's kind of what surprised me a little bit about Halzerk's situation, if I'm being entirely honest. I know he's played a previous showdown from Mexico. He's going to Mexico next week. Could have been there ahead of the camp, but hey, is what it is. We'll see how it ends up holding him back, if it does. MP9s, 3 of them for Complexity. Halzerk's Desert Eagle blindly fires through smokes, not going to find anything. Fang now soon to be swarmed. Poor guy. Hides back sight, drops bomb. Nice enough to start. Had he gotten the follow-up, 1 deeg, maybe they flush one out, but Cello does him dirty through the smoke. Alleviates any more pressure here at this A site, and Complexity transition to a save.
We learned from the Mahone zone that this is something that Imperial love to do, is go for the arch wraps on towards A and really punish 3B setups. And it looks like that's already something that they're going to try to employ here in this match. And, you know, I think that what you'd expect in a matchup like this, because of the amount of times they played against each other, is sort of what you expect when you see 2 teams that haven't played against each other play against each other in overtime. You know, instantly into the mind game.
I'm following.
Less so about, you know, trying to do tricky things that, you know, go for regular standard, you know, conditioning plays or whatever. Skip all that stuff, because there's been some preconditioning to how you feel about the other team, what the individuals do. There's going to be a lot of knowledge about how these individuals play clutches. You know, this is the kind of matchup where you almost don't even have to watch demos. You'd rather just play off of how they play against you and what you remember. And, you know, Fallen's brain is definitely burning the calories right now, thinking about what kind of complexity you're going to get today.
Originally, I was part of the camp of people who thought that Fallen would hang up the mouse after the Rio Major. You know, that Imperial came together for that one last hoorah specifically for the Rio CSGO Major. Then he made that announcement when things didn't go too badly, but they also got eliminated, that I'll keep trying. And we've seen all the other pieces fall around him. And if he was still here, as all these other guys were trying to put their best foot forward and struggling next to them, I'd be like, ugh, he missed his chance to go out in a glorious moment. But it's really nice that Fallen is still a part of the win conditions for Imperial.
We've seen too many fighters retire when it's too late, right? Lose all their dignity. It happens in every sport, of course. And yeah, it's true. The fact that Fallen's still continuing to play well, that's an argument for him.
Yeah, I don't need to see Chuck Liddell get knocked out anymore.
Oh man, yeah, that hurts me. Just one more spinning back fist, Chuck Liddell.
Just one. Just one. Luckily, there's nobody beating on Fallen's head.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we've got the last CSGO major coming up. You know what I mean? So this is that's also another opportunity in a different way. It's not the Rio major. But you know what? Once you've gone that far, you got to try a CS2 major, right?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Try the new stuff. Fang, 5-7 in the pocket upstairs. The upgrade to the gun's not enough to best Cello, who is very much finding his impact inside this A site now. Making quick work with the pistols anyways. Trying to minimize any losses. Fallen should do the same. He's wary about the arch wrap, but it is, again, just the heavy flank emphasis. Floppy with the fresh flow, may I add, finds the headshot onto bolts.
You know something that's not happened in CS history is when 2 teams have gone in a head-to-head matchup, and the first result is a 16-1, that the second time they play, it's a 16-1 again.
It's never happened?
I don't think that's ever happened.
There's probably a lot of little things that have never happened.
Yeah, and that might be one of the last things we've got in CSGO 1.
Damn.
That hasn't happened yet. Imperial, the last time they played against Complexity, 16-1 on Inferno, started on the T side. And I'd say they look about as sharp as they do right now. So I'm just saying, we're going to leave that door open for the moment.
Yeah, we'll let it
chance to
ruminate.
make history. Grim promised us that wouldn't happen again. They believe in their Inferno. They said that was an aberration. And in this rematch, they were ready to play it before the veto started. Looking forward to playing against Imperial.
You know, I have an affinity for believing Grim, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Phenomenal start to 2023.
Yeah, for sure.
I think now...
But he did go 3-15 in that one Inferno map.
Ugh.
But outside of that, yes, he's been great.
Oh, poor guy pelted by grenades here. Halzerk is on the op now. It's an MP9 for Floppy.
So we've already seen 2 instantiations of this arch wrap coming out in the first 3 rounds.
They put an op there. JT to be sent into the flames. Bolts flashed first. Nice support from Grim on the backside. Of course, he doesn't want to get into the action being on that 22 HP because of those frag grenades early.
Yeah, that was pretty perfect because they had the flasher in the back, but they had two guys ready to fight at different moments.
And they immediately moved that low Grim over towards A. There is still this intention of getting towards top banana for Imperial, however.
It is looking like a strong call to stick around on this side of the map. Cello will be joining them in just a few moments. 40-second mark crosses. That offer's locked up on Arch. Two riflers here to hold.
35 seconds.
Yeah, one flash on JT. Fang with nothing.
Nothing but that A1S in hand. And a full bar of HP. Late smoke confirms it. Hit is coming. Molotovs don't seem to disrupt him, so he's holding on to this spot. Can't finish Vinny, though. And JT smoked off earlier. Unable to do anything here on an assist. Grim takes to the top rope. Vinny's going to catch that. Off shot through, finds nothing. A jump back, and Floppy will get a little miraculous moment here for Complexity just to try and keep this competitive. We've got two to the right. We've got one deep new box. We've got the double coffin push-up from Complexity, wasting no time in an attempt to get the retake going, and 2 kills come in quick. Fallen 6 health between them both, and JT shuts him down.
Ooh, he's shooting hot. JT only headshot so far. That is a nice retake from him, and that's in a round where they had very little retake utility. They also lost their guy in sight, Fang without a kill, so that was not easy at all. We saw the good protocols, however, from Imperial to make that as hard as possible. Vinny standing on top of the bomb plant, waiting for the boost to come out, understanding that that's going to be one of Complexity's first responses. Locks his kill up easily, and here's where it looks like there's almost no chance, but a 3v4 retake goes the way of Complexity.
Floppy blessed by Lady Luck with that MP9 kill on the jump back to Banana.
Oh, we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah. Round win's a round win. There's one. JT getting curious again. Was set up by Grim last time to get that kill down Banana. Ooh, poor Grim. 2 rounds back to back, pelted by utility. Poor guy hasn't seen anybody, and he's at 44 health again. We get the arch smoke to disrupt Fang's position. He plays inside that, throws down util of his own. We posture at the minute 10 mark.
Sit and wait. They've been using JT to look for opening duels a few times. It looks like he'll be set up in the exact same fashion again.
Comes back. This time, Bolts finds the headshot while blind. Not ideal for Complexity. Fang nearly capitalizing on Vinny with his hands busy. And Bolts just sprints across. Throws caution to the wind. Nearly finding a bit more damage onto the additional player here. The only one that's left in Fang. Excellently done here from Bolts. 2 kills inside this B site, pushes Fang away from construction, bullies him back, and now he's stranded with the CT smoke up. This is not going to be even an attempt at a retake, but rather maybe just getting an exit kill. This one is big on Bolts, jumping past that fire, knowing that when the light turns green, he goes.
Yeah, and he's the one guy they could let go because that molly didn't spread fast enough to do full damage to him, so he made good use of his space. 87 health left on Bolts after his 2 kills. And I think when he was on the half wall, I'm not even sure if he was full blind. They were set up to probably have 1 anti-flash, and maybe the kill feed. Oh, wait.
No time.
Okay.
Dead man walking.
So let that gun go. Either way, his crosshair was placed perfectly for a flash retake setup. We saw JT use that flash assist to go for kills like this in the previous rounds, and it's a clean clothesline here from Bolts. Bolts for a while was a player that, you know, it felt like he was going to be able to float onto the #1 Brazilian roster during kind of his peak, or like while he was active 2015 through, 2018, that kind of period where there was a lot of top-tier Brazilian activity. But there was too many other kind of good players still there. Whoa, nice pick from Halzerk.
Yeah, you're talking too much about Bolts. Now you got him killed.
Who should I get killed next? Give me a player, I'll give you a fact.
I'll give you the list.
I'll write the death note.
Group up inside of the apartments with a smoke in front of it. Floppy blinded. Not ideal, but they also get jumbled there for a second. Looked like it was going to help out Fang. Instead, it sets up Floppy. Pistols out. Halzerk's here, his second in the round. And Cello facing a 1 versus 4 while Blind stuck against the wall. It reeks of desperation as he sprints away, hoping helplessly for safety. Will take JT down with him. But it is Complexity thanks to Floppy to lock down that A site. But a little awkward on the exit.
It was like there was an electric fence on the balcony that they couldn't get over, and 3 of them standing up there nearly got the kills without jumping down. But it's really important to get someone in a pit so that when you're fighting the pit guy, you have someone high, someone low, and they're standing right above each other. And right there, none of the 3 players trying to jump out could get over top of it. So failing on the hurdle. And that definitely cost him. Nice round from Floppy, even though he got hit with that first flash. Held his nerve. Same pick here from Halzerk. No opponents in view, however.
Small sample size, but does seem more like you are still utilizing Halzerk as you would. He's not shying away from opening picks. He's ambitious with the run boosts, with the normal boosts.
And if anything, you know, on high ping, you should only be more aggressive, not less.
Yep. Peek more, hold less. That is the way of the Ping King. Flash.
They're good.
Oh, still clips Cello. Oh, a second. Halzerk chance at a third. Not gonna miss that shot. And the 4th over towards the lane gets gunned down by Floppy. 1-man hold on the arch, and I didn't even see how close they got because of how long he waited for that flash to come out from pit.
I thought he was dead. 3 players wrapping. Normally, you're trying to take that kill when they're swinging. Cubby turned around. They were already at his doorstep, and then he got 3. Now they got to be feeling good. There's no excuses, I think, for Halzerk. He's feeling great about this. These next 2 shots are beautiful. Check out this flick.
Wow, damn. 1 with the ping already. So
maybe the tweet was a lie.
Yeah, they hit him in the back room. Looks like TC's chiming in remotely as well. Maybe he's got some time back at home in South Africa. Now a chance for Complexity to get their groove on. Nading bolts out from behind wood. JT's postured and clean with it. Headshot in an instant. See you later, Fallen. Call from the sidelines. Looking like a tied game, folks.
JT is one of those IGLs. He has pop-off games. For the most part, you know, not known for his stats. But his crosshair placement is very good, and I think that shows in guns like the Deagle, for example, where
phenomenal
crosshair placement is what's the most important part of that gun. JT definitely has mechanical prowess, and I think there is something that happens to an IGL when they can't rely on like their star that day or something, where normally, you know, you're just so empathetic to everyone else's feelings, you're managing all these emotions, you're setting people up all the time. Well, suddenly he feels like, oh, well, Halzerk's going to be in a rough mood because he's playing on really high ping. I can't rely on him as much to carry. I've got to think about my individual level this game. But then you also get Halzerk playing well at the same time, then you've got a great formula.
Halzerk has decided to change sights, and he's getting more of the same. Opening pick versus Vinny. Back into the gun rounds as well for Imperial, so that's a tough pill to swallow in the first 10 seconds. I want to return back to this whole idea of like mood and Halzerk specifically. Sometimes when Halzerk gets tilted next to Complexity, I feel like the entire mood across the camp goes down. I'm a bit of a critic with that when it comes to like desk smashing and pouting, and I understand frustration, especially in a competitive environment, but sometimes I'm a critic where it's like, man, just reel it in, you know, for the sake of the guy next to you who's not in a bad mental space. Right now, he can't affect them. He can't hurt them, Launders. He can't cyberbully them. Just get off the internet.
I think he also does a lot of good with
when he's in a good
as
mood.
well as one of the. I think it was Fang who said he's one of those guys who's very naturally funny. He's got a joke every 5 seconds, and a new crosshair too.
True, right? I heard his numpad is just actually different crosshair binds.
That would be the ultimate troll.
No, I definitely think he brings positives as well. Right now, Grim burning. Utility has not been his ally so far this evening. Cello picks up JT. No headshot from Grim backside. Will they think about Fang? Doesn't matter. Bolt blasts him against the stained glass, now stained with Fang's brain, and all that's left is Floppy. So we've got Imperial back to winning ways via way of banana play.
The best thing they had about that round was the opening duel won by Halzerk with that hyper-aggression. So I think they keep swinging him like they are, and then they're still set up in pretty good situations. But right now, B Defender's not looking too great. I mean, we look at the map and we see that these aren't retake frags, right? This was a adequately staffed site with an opening kill to take the edge off on Banana, but multiple players not getting a single kill. That's JT going down through the smoke, Grim downing backside, and the Coffin's holder is Fang immediately getting sprayed down right after. Not even shooting back, really.
Terrorists win.
So that one's just on their mechanics. Like the smoke that went down between Quad and Emo Pillar, that gives you a one-way that he was using, but he couldn't find an opening. And there's just small timings where you need to capitalize then and there. Otherwise, your smoke comes up, you know, they could re-molly Quad, or they could be already scaling the site and cause you way too many problems. So they're missing these windows. In CS2, the smoke's going to be useless, so you better make do with those kills now. Uh-oh. Oh! Man, he's playing with so much confidence, too. Could have easily turned away from that fight. And look who comes to find him.
Very quick from Fallen. Fang getting punished for just jiggling it with what looked like util out. So Cello pokes the bee's hive, gets stung.
That's pretty solid, you know. Fallen's gun is sticking out. If Halzerk decided to stick around, but who does that after a first kill in mid? You don't think that anyone's going to push that aggressively, so really nice way to make up for that 5v4.
Off revealing itself. Chip damage here from JT. They're getting closer though. Oh, clean from JT. Under pressure with the pistol. A triple on his own.
He's toying with them.
From JT. Take a bow, brother.
Damn, the beauty in how confident he played it, just enough. Dodging the flashes, dodging the nade, which is supposed to catch him falling back. On top of having the right to stand in front of his smoke. He's got one up there in car, and they decide to come through it. And he gets full view of the flash coming over top of the smoke because of his angle. And if he played that half out or decided to fall back or play sandbags, he would have got the full brunt of that attack. But instead, he was in control of that whole situation. And even though he was alone, he again had every right to be there. For at least 3 more seconds.
Exactly.
So they rushed it and they paid the price.
You know, and I feel like in some more normal circumstances, we'd say he loses that right just because his individual level is not always the best, and therefore he's not supposed to get these kinds of 3Ks.
Yeah, like
but that was clean.
Yeah, like an average player gets 1 kill and then like body shots but gets traded. But JT today, he's got his cape on.
Hell of a hold. He's currently looking like the best B defender of the 3 we've seen over there.
Yeah, between him and Halzerk, they've got two star players.
Little delay with Vinny through the smoke. Maybe it helps him, but it's so clean from JT regardless.
That shoulder peek too.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
And then right back to pretending he doesn't care.
Like what, you guys don't expect this from me?
Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
What's so funny?
Clean with it. Triple AK here for Imperial. I think everybody, players included, expected a tight game between these two. That anomaly of a blowout is exactly that. Not an occasional occurrence. Bang. 2 kills. Floppy 1 from the other side. They will still break through on this A setup. Enough so to wrap that bomb around Arch and plant. But Fallen wants to do it quietly, and JT is lurking through that smoke. Will he get flashed out or wait? He holds.
Let's go with multiple, it looks like.
They all do. Now bomb is being planted around the first box. Fallen's hands no longer busy.
No
support
audibles.
from Bolts in Little Pit. Flash from Fallen. Good amount of util here from Complexity's retake. So they started off with a molly on the back site. There goes the one piece of util from Imperial. Fallen sees this as an invitation to play behind the smoke, and that catches Krim off. JT trades it with both, because JT apparently is a star tonight.
He's just murking him. That's a really cool way to approach the smoke from Fallen, to not play in cold, where that's the angle that's trying to be isolated by the guys who lurk through. He knew exactly how they'd approach with it, jumping up over top of the box first, but JT out-aims him and then takes out Pit. Having a hell of a day here. Oh, and it's a spray transfer with an A1S to make it a little bit more special. And right back to pretending he doesn't care. Job's not finished, says JT. But a great recovery in the half. They're up 6-5 now versus Imperial, and have Imperial back on business.
I'm really glad the whole Halzerk situation hasn't spoiled what I was considering like the most exciting opening match of the NA Showdown. You know, sorry, but FURIA versus EG Black, Liquid versus Nouns, those seem pretty predictable. It was the Brazilian head-to-head in this matchup that I was hoping would deliver. So far, so good. Halzerk back to the A hold. Boiler pushed. And Floppy's here in the corner to just scrap up with Cello and Vinny. USP's enough. Here comes Joda. Beautiful double tech 9 kill and a chance. Oh, to hit Fang in the knees. A smoke down at his own feet. Don't you tell me this 1v5 is in the making.
He's got health and time.
Plus an op grabbed off the corpses from short. This smoke is wonderful in the sense that he can reposition safely. He gets back behind center box.
Yeah. Can't play it standard though, right? 3 players coming at him.
Oh no, no way. Tech9's out. Heads both sides, but they split him over top the box to make sure that he just can't pull off that miraculous 1v5.
Got a chance right there. It was tough. I think, I don't know how you play it better considering you have the op. Maybe trying to do it from pit gives you a couple more options. Could have been a crazy Tech9 clip at the end. But hey, he can be happy about 3 kills and a bomb plant. That's still valid play right now. It matters economically with your rounds left in the half. And hell, it was just an exciting round to watch, so a good effort.
Guns back in from Imperial. Vinny looking frisky. Did he see that sliver of a CT?
I think he was definitely hurt, though, as well.
Nobody's looking back around. Fang just gets caught off by it. However, because Boiler's occupied not just by 1, but 2, they're going to hear both of them running away with Joda hot on their heels, slowly creeping up behind him. Bolts gets caught out by that balcony play. We've got the second CT down inside of the pit, and so Vinny's the victim of it. Man advantage here for Cole as they stave off what was setting itself up to be a very quick A-pop. Fallen holds for rotates, but again, I feel like Complexity's been much more heavy on the flank than the rotate in through Arch.
Man, those are some nice fluid protocols. If they stayed up in the halls and they let that, site get taken over, then they have an awkward retake going on. But oh, here's a free one for Halzerk. Hero trying to take a risk. And
last guy disconnected.
Oh, okay.
He died so fast, bro. Wasn't in the kill feed.
So, but you love that. The chimney flash into taking over pick control as if they're on a Halls pop on T side. They organize so quickly. You love to see that from Complexity. Responding well to the very aggressive plays right now.
Who steps it up? Where's the Vinverno? I didn't like the criticisms for Vinny on the desk prior to this game. I'm not saying that they're completely unfounded. I just don't like them. He's a kind soul. And somebody who I think, much like Bolts, has proven that at times deserves a place on some of the best Brazilian teams. constantly gets shout-outs for being a great teammate. And Once in a Blue Moon reminds you that this map is his favorite. But yeah, he is 5 and 10.
The Inferno CT side anyway.
Oh, okay. Then it's right around the corner. 2 rounds left to play in Complexity's defense. Yeesh. Lucky to have both arms.
Man, definitely the most surprising part about this match so far is that they're using the same aggressive moves on both A and B simultaneously almost every round. They're run boosting Halzerk across mid to peek into steps, and they have JT swinging on car almost all the time. And both those plays have worked out, I'd say, more than they failed. So why not keep it going? Wonder what they figured out. Oh, last time they did this, they... Oh, Grim spotted it for a second, but he misses the timing.
Fang holds off. Ooh, it ain't pretty. And it's what costs him anything more than just 1 kill. So Imperial back to winning ways inside this B site. It's where their success started at the beginning of the half. Looks like it's where they're going to get back to.
Feels like the only one right now is Fang's mechanics are struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Hasn't had many good B defenses. I don't think he's actually got kills on these rifle round holds. That was 1, but, you know, set himself up to get 2 if the first one was quick. And
you know, and unlike let's say maybe Grim, who I feel like has been kind of muted and sent back because of util damage, Fang's on 12 deaths, dying constantly, as do Floppy and Halzerk. He's had the chances to take players with him, but more often than not dies empty-handed. So another added to the tally here for Imperial towards the end. A single round left.
That's why this matchup is always close, because nothing goes right. Not everything goes right at the same time for everybody.
It does still feel like the inconsistencies are pretty real for Complexity's individuals. And Grim for a while was just like this, you know, shining star at the beginning of the year. Even that has tapered off somewhat, as you can expect. Halzerk as well, sometimes hit or miss, but even more so from Fang and Floppy. It's nice to see this resurgence from Floppy, in fact. I feel like even speaking to him, he felt like at the beginning of the year he wasn't getting a chance to shine, wasn't playing his best, was very self-critical. But he has taken it up a notch. Right now, inside the apartments, gets a dink, but not the kill. Halzerk, yeah. That's like a 100 ping, you're dead type moment. When they're that close to you, when they fly across your screen in half a second, no chance to stop that one. So another convincing A hit out of Imperial to try and keep this half as close as can be. Joda deep on ult. That was supposed to be the insurance policy. What could have just ended 2 more of these Complexity players. Instead, all 3 play with less than half health. A fantastic flash out of Cello to set up Bolts' 3K to close. We go to the second half, 8-7.
Welcome everyone to Name That Skin by CS Money. I'm your host, Maniac, and today I am joined by 2 lovely gentlemen. I have Twist and I have Hampus. Today, guys, I will have you guess skins. I'm gonna progressively show you bit by bit parts of skins that you have to recognize. As soon as you know, you hit that buzzer. If you're wrong, give a pass to your opponent. We have our first skin going on.
Oh no. Yeah, I won't know this.
Oh, he's done it. We have a first clue buzzer.
Is it a Glock Franklin?
Boom! 5 points straight.
How do you know this, man?
We have a serious contender. 5 points from the get-go. I guess we move on to round 2. Let's go.
USP Cyrex?
I unfortunately cannot accept it.
My bad.
You can actually have a guess now.
USB Cortex. It was a C, right?
Boom! Let's go. Let's run the third skin. No one's ready to make a guess? Should we go to the next clue? Should we see a little bit more?
Yeah.
Let's see just a little bit more.
Bro, what? How is there a barrel with a... I've never seen this before. Really?
You have to make a guess. If you make a guess...
I'll make a guess.
Oh, you go. All right, we got a buzzer.
Has it the Hydrophene?
You are very close, but I cannot accept that one. But now you have a shot.
I don't know.
I'm gonna give you 3 choices and then you guys have to react, okay? The Jaguar, is it the Bloodsport, or the Hydroponent?
Yeah, it's the Hydroponent.
There we go, reaction time. There we go, 1 point
Yes.
for Hempis.
Going mid, mid pop. Up. One more.
I'm rotating.
One more mid.
Bomb. They have guns.
He went arch, other unknown.
He smoked me arch. I'm not trying.
I have smoke flash, I can try to
Try to walk.
I'm flashing to left. Flashing left.
So.
Ready for left again. Hold in. What's it? Do anything.
Don't see him. So.
Big
Big.
Nice, John.
Nice, Johnny.
Clean communications, solid retakes, and
good.
a standout performance from JT.
Yeah, he's firing off a laser beam right now. He is shooting sharp. Definitely the coolest player in the server today.
Yes, sir.
Somehow 14-7, even though this half is as close as it is. Floppy right beside him. Now a switch to the sides. Let's see what the T side has to offer. Last time they played against Imperial, they just didn't have time. They lost the pistol and conversion and lost the map into a 16-1. So that might actually benefit Complexity. They probably had some nice things to try to pull out on this half of Inferno.
Smoke to the left. Couple on porch. It's really that balcony pressure that should unravel this. Ooh, Grim. Welcome to the game, my friend. Wow. 3 kills on the clock. Bomb will be planted. And a difficult one presented here to Bolts. Now, at least he knows there's a player on site. Gonna try to keep his head down, wait out this smoke, see what he can make happen. I don't see any kits through the walls. But that is exactly what you need to start this off. A beautiful tap onto Fang, a silent creep into sight, but a lurker right behind him by name of Grim. It's supposed to be easy, and luckily Floppy trades it. Complexity pick up second pistol.
They can laugh that one off. Now, if we actually go compare directly these 2 pistol rounds, Complexity's setup was just overall better. Like, they had one in pit holding for the hull spot with someone in lane ready to fight lane. In this same setup, it's the same attack, except the setup from Imperial, it's so heavy towards lane, nothing watching the halls whatsoever. So the perfect counterplay from Complexity. Maybe they knew this is what Imperial were going to try to do here on CT side. Again, the amount of history between these two, it's kind of a pretty epic matchup at this point. The amount of times they've gone head-to-head and how close it's been.
Fallen Scout looking ambitious here down middle. JT wants to roll it forward, though. He's still feeling that bloodlust from the first 15. He's like, oh, damn. Murdering feels real good. Nades off the mark, though. Counter-terrorists fine to keep holding, especially with a smoke here for Cello. That could burn off some pretty critical time.
Did pretty well with the utility.
Didn't throw the smoke. No need. Just the deke into the teeth of JT. And Floppy climbing over top from Barbecue takes the pressure off because everybody else is smoked out of the situation for now. Of course, Cello dying means no smokes for the counter-terrorists. Could have blocked off Banana and maybe tried to fight Sight. Instead, they'll just concede this one, give Complexity double digits first, and look to use Fallen Scout in the next one.
They fought hard to get in there. So the amount of utility Imperial had wasn't much, but they made that Molly go far, they made the nade go far, and the late smoke as well, to make that as difficult as possible. I mean, if they had slightly better guns, we might get a different round, but Complexity themselves also didn't get too frazzled by everything that came their way, made sure to throw their smoke, and stayed close together, even surviving that clean 1D versus JT. And now we'll touch 10. Light years better than their previous performance. Not exactly getting revenge just yet. And we know the troubles for Complexity come at the end of the series. Overpass is the third map, and it's been a place that has consistently been the finish for them versus Imperial. It's been very exciting and fun to watch. Actually, Complexity in a lot of their series end up on an overpass. And it's not because they hate it. Just because they're almost good enough. They're not picking it.
Almost good enough to beat Na'Vi and qualify for Washington.
Yeah.
But almost only counts when you're throwing hand grenades.
Why is that?
Because you don't need to land it on them, you just need to land it near them. Almost is good enough.
Maybe they'll add bullet AOA in CS too.
Explosive rounds. Nice little stream of flashbangs from Complexity. Halzer gets down into the safety of pits. Okay. Mac 10 from across the map. Protect your heads, kids.
I'm not talking about Ping at all with him like today. I thought it was going to be a conversation.
I told you, man. Ping's a
feel
mindset.
Bad for him. Yeah.
It's just a mindset.
Dude, the mullet means he has been fully assimilated. He is North American. He can deal with the ping.
You know, it's not their fault. It's not their fault that on the analyst desk they talked about ping as a problem because they're from Europe.
Right.
Europeans don't know.
They're spoiled.
But us East Coast NA folk who connect to West Coast with 70 ping and connect to Western Europe with, what, 95 to 110?
Yeah, depending on your internet connection and routing.
It ain't half bad.
I stay under 100 in London, but like, and then Frankfurt is, but...
Yeah, it's all fun and games until you get like a...
Turkey.
EU North as well.
Oh, that too.
Sweden server.
Can be tough. It's pretty far away.
Norway literally further than Sweden. Actually, I don't know if that's true.
Well, routing doesn't have to do with the exact geography, right? But you can just check for the fun of it.
Bled taught me that.
What?
Sometimes Bled will join European servers without his VPN on. He'll have like 160 ping. And then he'll turn on his VPN, reconnect, and it's down to like 120. But he's still just as far away. How does that happen?
Routing.
Oh. Okay.
It's okay, folks. Scrawny knows about routing.
Wow, Norway is literally closer. I thought it would be further north, but it's just west of Sweden.
Yeah, it's like almost Northway, but...
Who knows? It gets real weird up there, I hear. Up in
the mountains.
Yeah, up in the Nordic countries. You know, where people be waking up in saunas and
going for hikes in the morning.
Yeah.
Eating salted licorice. Taking sandwiches and then opening them.
Right?
And then eating them with a knife and fork. What's
taking
that?
off one of the two pieces of bread and trying to claim that that is a dish.
Yeah.
It's just half a sandwich.
Hating on each other is another very Nordic thing.
Yeah.
Just not standing together.
Denmark's feed it. It's like, guys, you're all European.
You're all European.
That's like people from the UK who make fun of one another's accents.
Nicholas came to Quebec and had poutine and didn't like it.
He didn't like the cheese curds.
Which is the point of poutine.
Right?
Yeah.
He said, well, they offered mozzarella. Maybe I'll get that next time.
And you sent them to a good spot.
I did.
Yeah.
La Banquise in Montreal.
I love Bonkies.
La Banquise.
too bad. I used to like Nicholas.
There's going to be a whole conversation now of French Canadians like, no, man, you can't take him to this is a tourist trap, bro. Faut que tu passes à la belle province, man. It's two schools of thoughts, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if they eat it in France.
It's like, I've seen on the internet.
Yeah.
I've seen on an internet a picture of a place called, the picture that claimed the best puts in the world.
Just by the look on your face.
And it was in France.
Okay, come on. No.
I'm like, listen, you can have wines, you can have cheeses.
You can have complaining. No, that might also be French Canada.
You can have a beautiful language. You can have beautiful people.
They
you
are
can't
hot.
have puts in.
French people are so hot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Both of them.
And France is around the corner, folks. The last CSGO major. And the first CSGO major in France.
It's crazy.
All this time. Which means Denmark
Washington
never got
coming
one.
up might also be the last CSGO event.
That is very true.
Yeah, but before the player break.
Although speculation, of course.
We have yet to see what the plans will be even in summer or what will happen thereafter. It's a very exciting time. Lots changing, lots going on.
Yeah. And CS2 is great.
Absolutely.
Back to the action. Complexity wastes no time. Into Banana. Off of the nade. Do they peek into Fallen? We've seen him try to grandfather that scout back-to-back rounds. Didn't land that shot.
And then a nade switch.
Oddly enough.
JT gave him a chance.
He's still alive and kicking. Nice flash onto short. Floppy takes a glance and falls away. Now Fang's been hit by a frag grenade, so we've got two of these T's down to 50 health or less.
And JT got wall banged. And a shuffle of utility here, so I don't know if they're planning a re-aggression. But you know Fallen loves to call them out. So yeah, they throw that molly and they'll start pushing forward. And this is just going to push Complexity into the full A take.
Waiting up in the apartments.
They may have heard that.
Arch emphasis, though, big time here. And CT is not watching Library, but just making sure that the Arch wrap doesn't come through. CT spawn, not a problem. It's this commitment to the A hit that could be. Vinny, solo sight, delivers bomb to his own feet. Somebody's gonna have to go and recover. Fang's been left to float around and Fallen. That's a big pickup. Could have been a massive, problematic push beyond the Arch. Instead, they've still got Complexity somewhat corralled. Floppy does see a timing to get off-site and back into the apartments. Can Bolts get the best of him? Big duel for this retake to be picked up like that. Now JT's relegated to pit with no utility. Grim sitting inside of the site awaits this eminent retake. Two from short, already through, no problem. Grim, double headshot, and Fallen's up finds its home.
Oh my god, that shot from Fallen. It's not even a wall bang. There must have been just the top of his cap showing. And if he didn't hit that, 10-second defuse, no chance they win the round. That was the makings of a great clutch there from Grim, but the denial is just as impressive. And JT got both entries here, but there was just a lack of response. I feel like Fang, especially when he heard Fallen running through Speedway, you know, taking the duel in the way he did looked a little bit like, oh, well, of course you're going to get killed, but maybe he didn't expect that to be an op. And maybe certainly not scoped. So that's fair enough. But those retakes are not easy to win. And getting yourself into those favorable post plants is also not that easy on the A site. JT definitely did enough as an individual. And the call was pretty good there, too. There was no friction on the arch wrap at all.
What is friction? Go.
What is friction?
Yeah, define it.
Friction is the interaction between two surfaces in an atmosphere.
All right. Honestly. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
I did one did physics in grade 10, so I don't know what the actual... Is there friction in space? In a vacuum? Toss it back to you.
I don't think so, no, because any momentum in space is just carried forward.
Okay, so in an atmosphere, two surfaces.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Okay.
I was impressed. I gave it
I don't
to
know
you.
if atmosphere would be the right.
No, in a...
What's the word I'm looking for? On Earth.
Did you know that Earth is the only planet that we've been able to find that has enough oxygen in order to support fire?
There's no fire on Mercury?
No, man.
Everything's just charred?
Yeah. There's not enough oxygen to burn fire. That's what we got, baby. Caveman with the fire.
The fire.
With the fire. From fire to inferno.
That's cool.
How far we've come. And with CS2, how far we'll go. Fallen armed with the op. Looks for first contact inside of apartments. We got bodies coming his way. Tough to get out of here. They time these peaks at the same time, but they don't. Balcony player, however, keeps this moving. Floppy's not letting off that W key. Oh, he does.
He's waiting for the fall and fall back into the site here.
And here it comes. Or so it's delayed because Vinny helps him out, so Floppy decides to get active. Jumping up and caught out by Vinny. Hauser, however, 2 op kills on the flank, denying both. JT takes a nade to the teeth, still gets back around the corner. They killed 2 flankers. Do they go B?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, they're expecting maybe Jota to fall back in a second, but he sticks around the perfect angle, and he was about to leave. There definitely was a mistiming there. I think either they run back to Banana or they wait a lot longer to see if the reclaim of Arch would take place. And they could have, of course, caught Jota in transition, but he was very smart about how fast he left the site. Just enough of a punish. Vinny really saves the day, I think, with that kill on Floppy as well. The MP9 in lane. There was a chance for Floppy to speed up, but he didn't believe that fall and would hang out at Arch. There has been a couple of times now where Imperial have left pit open. Giving him a chance.
Fallen sticking around, but
they're quickly walking halls this time around. I think they're responding to what they just saw because it was actually not a bad setup.
But instead, Vinny's playing here inside Gravestairs. Will lose out to Grim. Jota slides into the site. Floppy dives down to pit. That's the AK telling them where it's at. And he's not able to get more than one. Floppy's Tech 9 from across that bomb site just picks up Fallen. So the op goes down, and Imperial man disadvantage in an attempt to reclaim the A site. It gives a chance for Complexity to upgrade weapons with the smoke up towards Moto. Guess what? Imperial concede.
Yeah, good entries there between Floppy and Fang. I think there's a real opportunity here that could persist for Complexity when it comes to hitting the A site. Especially if they're going to let halls go like that every single time. Right now, Complexity are seeing that they're not optimizing their op rotations to stop anyone from coming out on the pop, and, well, they're right. They failed the last time after a staggered exec where Floppy could have got a 2K but didn't, but here they try it again. It's a little bit faster, but same idea, and it works out beautifully. Feeling like JT is cluing into this in a big way.
Even with a slightly different setup there from Imperial, doesn't hold back Complexity. Had some clean shots out of Complexity with lesser weapons as well, right? Look back to Hulzerk's Mac 10 entries, Tech 9 kills. Making do with what they've got in order to keep this lead in control for the time being. 3 rounds the difference. Double MP9, and this util just heavy on Complexity's approach.
But they've honestly used a lot of good util that they needed. Imperial couldn't stop this or get info. So rotation's coming in now.
Bolts, nice. Fallen finishes one with the USP, spamming through the smoke. On the fallback, Fang will get the better of him. We've already got the Famas coming over, and Halzer's crossed the barbecue, but Bolts can't maintain any longer. A good initial hold that ends up slipping through their fingertips. They can't manage to hang on long enough for Joda and Vinny to come over, and then again, Lady Luck blessing Complexity on that CT smoke. Twice now from CT side to T side. Complexity come out on top of it, 13 rounds to 9.
Damn, quite a chaotic situation. And as you put it, I mean, it was just so important that Imperial win right there to recover the money. But instead, it'll be Complexity on 13. And yeah, it looks so good, especially after Fallen got his USP kill. 2 players still up in the site. But then the injuries come back. And the entry pack from Complexity has always been pretty sharp. Halzerk as well, again, just been very impressive. I was wondering, do we get a taper off now that he doesn't have the op? Now he's on T side, and like roles and ideas start to change. Is he going to struggle? But no, he's continuing on. He's still actually tied for 60 kills along with 2 of his teammates, JT and Floppy, top of the board.
Oh, that's the guy in the background too. Still not as nasty as Naf's 1 bullet tap versus Nouns yesterday. Right. That's shot of the showdown so far. But Imperial with another shot here in round 23, off on Fallen, and P9 goes aggressively down middle, and that's enough to cause a distraction for Fallen to capitalize on. Upgrade plus Fallen with a 3rd kill for Imperial. Not supposed to happen, not like this. But Imperial get rambunctious. And Fallen takes over. Did feel like Imperial were giving respect to Complexity. Nobody had disrupted their mid setups yet, not like that. Imperial throw out 1. Complexity down bad.
Yeah, no kidding. But you know what? There's actually still a chance to win. They know that outside of Fallen, there's low guns. Bolts has been tagged down, and he has the AK recovered, but the rest of the guns are too hard to get to. So even though this is a 2v5, they've got full kits of utility, full HP, and enough time to walk anywhere they want to go.
And perfectly for them, a 2 versus 2 right now. They'll hear the AK rattle off. Smoke on Cello. Floppy half clears it. That means all of a sudden Grim, no gun out, doesn't get punished. Now it's a post plant, but those AKs that they weren't able to retrieve are now very much in the hands of Imperial, coming around from this banana flank. You'd think Complexity could assume that'd be the case. If you're gonna force the retake, you might as well grab guns, but what is that from Fallen?
He just gives it a shot. Wow. Was there a flash that went into spawn as well for him to push through? I think maybe. Okay, that's the kind of kill that makes you feel like they know what Complexity are going to try to do in this situation in a low numbers post plant and to try to get an edge. If they played backside, honestly, I think they still have a pretty good chance. The main threat is the op. They don't know if Fallen's going to be rotating through mid or through CT, but they probably think it's CT.
Oh, he sees him.
Oh, he was going. Yes, he was going through the flash. Yeah, it was just slightly mistimed, and there were 2 smokes overlapping each other. A bit less of a gap on his side.
Awkward.
Risk doesn't pay off, but you can understand why they wanted to take one. So 2 ops now between Cello and Fallen here for Imperial.
Round 23. That's the supply drop to Imperial. That's the lifeline given over. That's the classic Complexity. Close, but no cigar. But no one's smoking yet.
With 2 ops, they'll play it pretty static. But this actually makes it quite difficult on the A players. You know, Cello has to have output here.
Turns his attention back round, missing a shot. Joda postured beautifully. They go past for a moment, but Floppy the double. The fact Vinny dies empty-handed, awful for Imperial's A-holds.
Yeah, if Cello gets 1, he sets up his Halls guy perfectly. He doesn't have his aim split between 2 people. But Floppy with the double trade is huge. And they also went 2 in through Halls, which is a lot less common. You know, either it's like one player lurking out as the lane guys are coming up, or it's 3 and they're trying to pop out and get pick control. So that was probably a little unexpected for Imperial. Complexity take full advantage, and they show, again, how good they've been at taking the A site via lane.
Fallen's op is at risk.
Yeah, that's an op handed over.
Nail in the coffin, perhaps.
Elzerk will have that.
Yeah, that missed op shot from Cello.
Yeah, Vinny put up one. It was kind of multiple points failing at the same time. It was the same struggles that Complexity had in B when they had an opening kill, but then the next 2 guys didn't get one.
And Joda even helps Vinny out by killing that player that's close against the wall.
Right.
So Vinny, he gets the easier duel of just dealing with Floppy up on Balk. Floppy in his 2nd engagement.
Right.
Going down empty-handed there. Tough spot for Imperial. Joda peeling away. Cello's primed for the fight here, locked in the corner, but given a chance to leave with that smoke. Fallen, oh, missed a chance, but at least he's on high alert. So he waits patiently for Grim to come around that corner. Body bags him. 5v4 to the Brazilians' favor.
It looks like low utility with the walk up from Fallen to get into the half wall and just Floppy. You know, he's not going to clear this. Thinks, okay, that must have been the guy who was playing in Cubby. 3v5 again. Organizing towards B. Fallen's alone for the time being, misses his shot.
They could pounce on this. A recoverable round here for Complexity, no doubt, but Fallen, love that. Extends out with the trajectory of the nades, knowing JT's along that left wall, clips him, forces the 2v5 instead, and with bolts up top, bomb goes down. Smooth from Fallen and Imperial.
That's huge. And you can just see that smoke is bouncing, and Fallen knows exactly how much time he has to go for that wide shot after missing the first one. If he dies, he loses, but if he doesn't go for it, they might lose as well. So it's really important that he tries to get something since they were playing retake in that position. And we know what Complexity can do in a post plant. So we go back and forth. Money's still available for Complexity. They won't need an op. Well, a high ping deagle attempt here for Halzerk. That's a bit of a mistake from Jota. Really camped on that angle, expecting one play to take place, but not covering all options right there. And that's a simple walk up through alt, a smart clear for Complexity, and an easy 5v4. They could try to spend some time to get the gun back for Halzerk if they wanted to. You know, they're not expected of a multiple hall setup, but they haven't found Fallen yet. And you know he's relatively pervasive. They're going to chill without it. Bolts alone in B as they start to walk up, and they're not going to get opt in this position. And Fallen now full commit on the A site. Yeah. Bomb, though, inside of middle.
Oh, wow.
Now they'll surely start to run it back, actually. That's big information, even though he dies.
Massive indeed. Time to shine, Bolts.
He's going to throw a smoke, but they're going to see from where.
Okay. Oh, didn't see them. And Halzerk.
Halzerk with a deagle.
Ping, folks. Mind over matter. Poor Bolts splattered by the sidearm. Complexity rocking it back wonderfully after Floppy gets slammed by that op, knowing, of course, no assistance over towards that B site. And it looked like Bolts just wanted to play the gap he made for himself on that smoke, but Halzerk was just ready for it.
It's the same one way that Complexity were using as well. So it's not like it's always going to work out in your favor. Even if somebody knows you're throwing a one-way, you can still use it to have like a second advantage on the first duel, but it was far too late at that point. As soon as Complexity just found that the op was over on A, then you could start taking a lot more risks towards B. If you're walking into CT like you did that last round, Fallen ops you from CT spawn, then you're a fool because you didn't find him yet. But in this situation, he was too far away. They guaranteed with that amount of time, he couldn't have got there. Putting maximum amount of pressure, on the Professor. See, he doesn't even see him, but he just knows the one way's there.
Yep. Bolts. Disappointed that he can't offer any kind of hold.
Well, this is just such a better complexity from the last time they played Inferno. Things are looking great in the driver's seat, but the money's still good here for Imperial after trading back and forth in a couple of these rounds.
Bolts tries to get aggressive. Oh, and Grim, who is already barely alive, thanks to the assist there from Cello. I feel like Grim has been the victim of utility damage this map. This round, no easier, but it's not just Cello and Bolts. We've already got Fallen placed on this B site. That flash indicating they're here, ready to go. Fallen almost skewers too, but instead they'll clip JT and walk back.
And look at that, they're immediately responding to the op, making noise. Now it's at the cost of 2 lives, however. Yeah. So good setup between Vinny and his site player Jota.
He's gonna have to offer a hold. Flash nullifies him, site player dies, Vinny fires off, kills Fang first, and now we're on for the 2v4. Halzer's gonna get that bomb in as a 37 HP'd Floppy tucks down into the grave stairs. Retake via way of Fallen's op, a single smoke for Cello.
They've got a good way to kill him from Halls, but Halzer, oh my god!
So clean. Peeks around that smoke, takes the headshot first. Floppy's now down. It's gonna have to be the clutch from the Norwegian on the other side of the ocean from his team, looking to close out Inferno. And Fallen's ops point blank, getting ever closer. A missed shot, Halzer falls off boxes and into the next round. 12 for Imperial. Inferno keeps on giving.
A little bit too much to ask for, but what do we see again? A failure on the A side between Jota and Vinny. They're struggling to get the entries, and they're 2 players in their perfect crossfire with a lot of time to pick their spots. You know, they have to deliver a little bit more, but a great flash from Fang to make sure Jota can't see a thing, and Vinny only grabbing 1. Unfortunately for Vinny, you know, you're going to be in pit. You're expected to get multi-kills. You got the strongest spot on the site. You have the longest rotation to B, but if it's coming towards the A site, you have a lot of options. And so far we've seen, you know, 1-kill rounds here and there, but overall, not such a great map here on CT side.
Still definitely equipped with the tools to keep this one going. An apartments control here from Imperial, fighting forward. Vinny not in the safety of his pit, point blank against Floppy. Okay. Missed instant headshot, and Jota from porch, nearly a second. Vinny's gonna try to run it back with an incendiary in front of him, but they decide to take Arch instead, a chance to wrap the B site.
Now, it depends how much noise they make here. It looks like they've cut just in time. The push will come in towards Banana, and the boost is perfect from Grim. Oh, what a play!
Both on his own. A 3 versus 5, turned back in an instant. Grim, the difference maker, as he turns it back down. Banana, he's got this whole picture figured out, and down goes Vinny in the end. A substantial improvement from Complexity versus Imperial on Inferno. 16-1 not long ago to a map 1 win for the North Americans, setting up a second map of Ancient, which was also incredibly close. Both teams acknowledging that this head-to-head is generally the nail-biter. Well, we'll see you in the next one to see whether Complexity can close at the showdown.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's older? Okay, simple.
Come on, Colter. No, it cannot be Colter because he only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25, and Colter was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think now trying Orange Box, United States, the same continent. Fallen, Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1, Oh. Poland.
That's very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Fallen and his men couldn't do it again as Complexity were able to best them on Inferno. 16-1 in their previous affair, and it really was just a flash in the pan. That was a one-off go, because even with the Mullet Man with 130 ping, we saw Complexity still just terrorize Imperial across the map.
What the hell is this magic? Like, have I understood ping wrong my whole time?
Wait a second. Scrawny and Launder said on the cast that over in their region, they're used to playing with these mad pings. They understand it. But he's coming from Norway, so maybe he's been playing. I don't know how this works.
No, there's just no way to make sense of it. He's just that good, and they were just that better. What the hell is going on? I mean, I'm sure we'll touch on it a little bit down the road, but a couple of very good setups for Halzerk. We've seen a few situations where he got caught off guard, and you could argue the ping was an issue, but he still tops the charts. He was in first. He was making play on the city side with the op, with the rifle on the T side. 22 kills. The word doesn't make sense. It's the upside down.
I just love the fact that he's embracing it and Complexity is embracing it, right?
Oh yeah.
A lot of cool flashes, a lot of cool setups. He's being boosted, he's being flashed, he's delivering as well. This clip right here is not easy at all. That is ridiculous with that ping. But look at that. There's always utility surrounding him, always being boosted, always being done something with him. So they're embracing the fact that Halzerk, of course, doesn't have the playing field to deliver at this level, yet he still does it. So that was a very, very good game by Complexity and for Halzerk as well.
And I did have it confirmed to me by our admins that it was 130 ping he was playing at.
Ouch.
So it is no joke. This is the reality we're living in, and this is Complexity opening up in style. But this is a bad sign for Imperial.
I mean, I'll be honest. Complexity were head and shoulders above Imperial. And I think their scoreline is almost deceiving. You could look at 16-12, think, that was a close affair, a few rounds. I would argue Complexity were much better. I think Fallen at the very end saved Imperial in a couple of situations. Maybe Cello put them on the right tracks. But once everything was settled, once the dust settled again and everyone had weapons, Complexity were much better. Their executes were refined, clean. The first line of defense of Imperial was always struggling. I don't think this was a close affair.
Well, it was not a close affair in our eyes. It was not a close affair in the scoreline. And now Danny will show us why it wasn't a close affair in this round.
That's right. So we talked about how a separate meta can form between two teams that play against each other a lot. There's actually an example of it right here. So let's take a look at this round. And this round is off the back of Halzerk's 3K. So we saw this, obviously a highlight round off the back of Floppy's flash. But this actually has a lot more to do with the context of this round. So if you remember before this match started, I talked about a round where actually the situation last time they played at EPL was Complexity. They took banana control, and Imperial, as a way to react, they fought for the arch side right away. You'll see that in this round, Halzerk gets flashed off the angle, and because he gets flashed off the angle, he pushes back towards the site, and it opens up a space for these players to move up towards the arch side and then catch this timing on the player coming towards CT. You'll see that this time it's actually a little bit different. The same thing happens. You'll see right on the radar right here, Same thing, Complexity, they're taking banana control right here. 2 players at A. Imperial, they're trying to react off that information. They're gonna push towards Arch. This time, take a look at what Halzark does. When he sees that push coming, he plays anti-flash. He plays anti-flash to ensure that he does not get blind like he did last time. As well, you'll see that Floppy here towards his graveyard position, he reacts a little bit differently. He tosses a Molotov here towards short to ensure that the push can't come in from short. That gives him space and time to then throw a flash for Halzark to make use of. Off that flash, Halzark gets the first kill, as well as the second kill as well. And in addition, take a look at the rotations this time. You'll see that JT and Fang, they're already here towards the CT spawn area. Very different from the last time that we saw this round play out and the last time at EPL. So even though Halzark had this very nice highlight round, you can see that the setup is completely different this time. And it's all because of the fact that they're adapting to each other. They've understood what didn't work last time and they adjusted it this time around. And that's why Complexity were able to have such a convincing CT side this time.
Thank you very much, Danny. You certainly learn from moments like that.
That's a reference to whenever we're talking about preparation. What does preparation look like? What does preparing for a certain opponent, preparing for a certain player looks like? This is it, right? Halzark had a bad experience last time. He's coming in, he's probably looking at the demo, figuring out, okay, I had this issue last time around. How do we solve this? How do I get help from Floppy? How do I help myself by playing in anti-flash? It can obviously come from the coach. It can be from an analyst as well. But fact of the matter is, this is what preparation looks like. That is a reference right there from Danny, and it's super, super cool to showcase it like that.
It certainly is. But also, we should probably reference JT in the first half especially, right? We were talking about him, the in-game leader, the experience, that battle between him and Fallen in that sense, but also the fact he put up so many good numbers at the first half as well.
He was very keen on fighting.
Yeah.
Very keen on taking duels, not shying away from them, and not giving away map control. See his position right here, for example, right behind the half-full smoke, with a flash coming in from his back, even standing his ground with the USP. I think his decision and his perception of how he had to play B kind of put Fallen in the corner. I think he stopped the B possibility for Imperial. He sent them all towards the A side for the rest of the half, and this is where Complexity just put up a wall, quite literally. So as far as I'm concerned, he was the main architect of the switch of momentum of the first half. He put Complexity in the right tracks, and he stood his ground on B, and that was ever so important.
Yeah, very impressive as well, and this is why we see this good score.
Yes, and I also wanted just to point out some of the intrication, that Mahone showed on that great clip, you know, with all of the flashes, the reactions, the rotations. Yeah. I think this is a level that Imperial didn't have. They just didn't have that level of details and intricacies on their CT half. They were very much relying on individuals standing their ground or not. And we have round 24. It's a sad example of what exactly I'm talking about. You see, this is relatively pretty base level. AWP being pushed away from the smoke. He puts down the Molotov. Vinny's a little bit alone. He's got his help from the AWP here, but the flashes are coming in and everyone is a little bit fending for himself. Jordan misses the kills, and just like this, everything falls apart. It was in multiple occasions that the A defense was tested by Complexity, and they actually never really passed the test.
Yeah, you can't be having that happen whatsoever when it comes to this. Now, going into our second map, going into Ancient. They've played this before, they've played against each other so many times. When I want to look at the details of it, though, if Halzark's playing this well, Pimp, you said to me, it's 4.5 players. It doesn't seem that way. So
No,
it's not.
No, he's playing well. It's going to be hard to replicate, though. I think that's the sentiment for me, that the fact that he was playing so well on Inferno, that was very impressive. Can we realistically expect he's going to do it again one more time on Ancient? Most likely not, but if he can, that's another scalp for him and another scalp for Complexity. I will argue Imperial. I watched him play a couple of times on Ancient, and I haven't really seen anything that stood out. I haven't seen them, you know, be new thinkers or coming up with something I haven't seen before. They seem to be a decent team, all things considered, in their own region and in their own level, but nothing compared like Complexity. It's a map they picked into this matchup. It's a map they play quite a lot, and they also have beaten good teams, you know, down the history on a map like Ancient. So I'm starting to lean towards the 4.5 team.
Ooh, 4.5 getting
They're
it
not
done.
4.5 at all. I mean, they're 5 right now. They're completely 5. You can see it.
Let's see for how long. That's my issue. Yeah.
Halzark didn't seem to be impaired by his ping situation, and I think even if he has the ping, luckily enough, the brain isn't impacted by the lag, so he could still make the right decisions. The way Mahone talked about it, how he anticipated the flash on long, or how he went through and was the first up to find opening kills, he can still play the game. Now, there will be a few occasions, there will be a few moments where maybe he misses a shot because of the ping. It can happen. It happened on Inferno. But on average, if he plays right, it seems like it's not that much of a handicap as I thought.
It's like when you're having a big dinner, you're eating a lot of food. Next time you're going to the toilet, you're not necessarily surely paying that bill at that time, but at some point you will have to pay that bill. At some point you will have to get rid of it all, right? And that's what's happening right here as well with the ping. Halter can play a couple of good maps, but at some point the bill will have to be paid, and that could be an ancient.
So many metaphors you could have got. Why? Why did we choose to talk about the barrel movement? It's too much.
I wanted to take the pay as a bill, just like, yeah, pay it, but then now I understand. Oh no, this is horrible. Pimp, why do you have to do this to us
so many
again?
poetic ways we could have
just close your eyes and imagine. Yeah?
Definitely not. No, never.
I'm good, actually.
But realistically, we spoke about what Complexity learnt on the Inferno, right, and how they managed to benefit themselves. When it was 16-14 last time, Complexity just about won on Ancient. Do we expect Imperial to have learned much anymore? Do you think they've got no chance there? Where are we at?
Hopefully. I mean, we saw how much Complexity learned from playing Inferno and getting absolutely smacked by Imperial last time around. Some new setups, some new anti-strats, etc., etc. Maybe that's the case for Imperial as well. You would hope so. You'd hope they respect Complexity enough to do that. I think JT is the key. The aggressiveness on the CT side, you pointed out so rightfully so. Can he be aggressive on that CT side once more on Ancient? I think Complexity have it.
Yeah, I'm on that track too. My mind was still stuck on that toilet metaphor, so I think it's time to send it home.
Close your eyes and
leave me alone.
think about it.
I'll be fine.
No one's thinking of any bowel movements. We're thinking about the next game, but that'll be coming with you as soon as possible. Once again, we're inflicted by the Steam servers, so we'll see what happens after the break and when we'll be back.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Alba.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Alba, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Alba.
He played the last 2 majors. Monesi, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Blast Premier is coming to North America.
NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO has come to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier,
Washington, D.C.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks.
Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. He's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail.
Are you ready? JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda!
It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
The nades are raining. Kenny's hiding under the ground. He's in the ground. The floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
The first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah. Let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it. I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha biceps was on point. Muscles.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Saiwu peaks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead!
OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
Goddamn.
Oh, filthy! Absolutely filthy! It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Navi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champion, Navi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Freeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Zero. No, it cannot be Cold Zero because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Zero was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device.
I'm guessing Fallen here because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a Leash, we're going Leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage. Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try... Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Russia is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hard.
Yes, it's Tarek.
so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Blast Premier is coming to North America.
NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO has come to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier,
Washington, D.C.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks.
Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane. Who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple!
What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, Smokey in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
The nades are raining. Kenny's hiding under the ground. He's in the ground. The floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah. Let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Not close.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Saiwu peaks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead!
OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
Goddamn.
Oh, filthy! Absolutely filthy! It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champions, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldsera. No, it cannot be Coldsera because he only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldsera was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a Leash, we're going to Leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you haven't forgotten where you are or what we're doing. It's the Blast America Showdown, Complexity and Imperial, and now the odds favoring the way of Complexity after that first map improvement. A 16-1 not long ago turned into what seemed like a pretty clean Complexity win. Definitely a chance for Imperial in certain rounds. Could have gotten that much more interesting. But all things considered, I think exactly what both teams and all of us have come to expect. Close matches between Imperial and Cole, and Ancient should be more of that.
Yeah, and it's Cole's map pick, so you got to give them some credit here. They played a lot of good teams on it. They played a whole season of Pro League, of course. Took a victory over Imperial on it, 16-14 at Pro League, as well as big 16-8, even though they lost the rematch. We'll see if the same will be said for this game, but for sure, it looks like individual form definitely tipping in favor of Complexity despite ping issues, and game plan was solid on Inferno. Liked what we were seeing out of them rotation-wise and how they were defending, as Mahone pointed out, based on the last time they played on Inferno versus the same types of attacks.
Man's found a lot of space. They just leaning on Vinny behind box, kind of actually inside donut hall. So no contest in middle, no hold towards the A site. Immediate 2K out of Grim from mid. So this one's looking like Complexity have their name stamped all over it.
That one's a little bit too easy.
Right?
Not even one bullet landed here for Imperial. Oh, there's one bullet landed. Good start.
Joda's got the next. Ooh, and Fang tries to push in close, get the trade frag. Now suddenly, man advantage. Damage versus JT. Floppy's gonna have to be the one to come in big, or else it's the Imperial 3v5.
Wow.
Straight up 3v5 retake made to look easy.
Couldn't get a single other frag. So they took that fight versus Jota. It was a staggered attack. The second guy swung out a little after his teammate died, and they both fell down to this player. So Jota, 3 kills in the round. Great retake all over the place, whether it was taking over Dover control back or wrapping temple, plus the 2 rotators coming in. So Bolts and Vinny got nothing to worry about. They got some great teammates alongside them. That'll feel nice, but there's still a buy here with that plant coming in.
Grim trying to wait for them to get ever closer. And versus Bolts, and Bolts keeps it clean. More where that one came from, though. Bolts, of course, knows it. Utility on his feet makes it weird. Loses the support of Vinny from Donut. And so Bolts is in a tough spot. Oh, but he just finished off the little that was left of Fang, and then his support does come back. It may have been nothing from Vinny, but Jota wastes no time sliding through red.
Got a little awkward there inside the middle, but after we see where the chips fall, Imperial full control with the bomb in view. They can give it up. They don't really need to hold on to this for much longer. So I think Complexity are just going to chill. Take the window smoke down, a little extra damage. But I think even with the kill, it would have been dire scenes. Push now from Fallen as that final nail. They'll leave the A side open for a moment, but it looks like he'll catch him going to B.
Yeah,
we'll see if he turned the corner into cave or not. With the shoulder piece coming in, he's been very careful about it, but he gets that clip off.
Comfortable flank, well-timed, no panic. Again, bit of an assumption to just let that donut to A play remain open. At the end of the day, it's perfect. He drops the bomb as well, so it's not even like JT can go sprinting at the site, try and get a headshot and go for the plant. No, sir. This round is very much Imperial's, and JT knows it. How many can he bring with him? None. Fallen finishes it off. 4 alive for Imperial. Clean 2-0 for the CTs.
There's 2 players I'm not sure if we'll see them play as well as they did the last time, because Inferno wasn't great from Fang. He was one of the top 2 performers in their last attempt on Ancient, and Halzerk as well. Even though he was great on Inferno, I think like Pimp said, something about taking a dump and paying the bill. Eventually, the waiter's going to come to cash the check, something like that. So maybe he
yeah, one of those
keep it
Danish
up for 2 maps in a row.
Man.
We'll see. You missed that death segment, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't catch that one. Hard-hitting analysis. Jota and Cello gonna stave off the pistol push here for Complexity. They try to get frantic, and instead they get frazzled. Frazzle-dazzled, baby.
Frazzle-dazzled. Jota and Vinny did not have a fun time on Inferno. They're better than that.
Very true.
This one's a bit better already.
Very, very, very true.
Oh, yeah.
Nice nade. Hefty amount of damage. Again, it's poor Grim that takes the most of it.
They really want these fast mid attacks.
Bolts is no longer up close. Instead, just outside of the red room.
Man, doubling up on this box is really risky, of course. That's where more utility could land.
Seems extremely claustrophobic.
They're waiting for this, it looks like.
There's one, but of course Bolts is getting up close. I've never seen 3 players on this box at once. But there's no way he predicts a second. I mean, the fact that actually works. Joda, though, from Red Room immediately trades back, so it's not as though Fang can get out of there. And then the cave play also into the favor of Imperial. But Halzerk will get that one back.
Wow.
Floppy wasted no time coming up from Rem, so we get that deep set of eyes on the B site. Burned out, smoked out, Fallen desperate if he tries to push this. Op, full belt of utility. I mean, his life is worth a pot of gold.
He is right, though. They do play close to the smoke sometimes, so this might give Fallen a chance. But Floppy puts himself in the perfect spot, takes Fallen out, and a round up for Complexity after a very key trade to swing it back into their favor from Halzerk.
Unique setup, I'll say.
It was. You mean the post plant, or?
No, I mean that whole double box.
Oh, the double box. Never seen that before. And those are the kind of antics you're going to see in a match where there's so much history. Like, when else are you going to try this? And the fact that we have the trade come out, Fang doesn't move. He knows exactly what's going to happen.
And shout out Floppy as well. Feels like that added bonus of him being through the B site already really shut off any chance of a scramble into a retake. Halzerk had to get his kill inside of Cave as well, or else Bomb can't even get close. Flash through mid, fantastic. Grim there to capitalize with it. We've got the 2 CTs inside Cave. That's where things could still go south. JT doing the dance of death, double peek from each side. More bodies here from Complexity than Imperial. Joda could have chopped them all down. Instead, an open sight, another plant, and a round win for Complexity.
So it's another double up inside a middle with rifles. It's a really kind of not unique way of playing the map, but to do it so often and linger in mid for so long, I think it's just like what Complexity are looking for. It's what Imperial are giving them. It worked a little bit in the beginning here, but now Complexity are answering back. So do we have a different mode of aggression from Imperial, or do they really just want to hold on to elbow control? And with the, even without actually playing inside of it, you saw the grenade they threw over top of elbow. That can be enough to get what you want, 50 damage on 2 people. That's great. So here's Complexity with 2 rounds, 4 alive on this one. And I'm assuming, limited amounts of money here for Imperial. Don't know what they're going to be able to put together. But the double cave push along with the mid push. No investment whatsoever.
Long forgotten is that 3v5 pistol round retake and the consequent follow-up rounds. Complexity not letting this one slip early. It would be one thing to completely improve on that 16-1 blowout that happened on Inferno, and then also jump into Ancient, a 16-14 last series, and make this one, make this be their 16-1.
Oh my god.
Vinny clean kill with the USB, jumping over box. Honestly, an excellent start considering the near non-existent defense from Imperial. They slide out. It's kind of catching Complexity, making them look a little awkward. More USP dinks, but Fang's gonna double down on the kills and keep 3 alive here for Cole.
Even his regular sprays last map just weren't there. So that's a lot better for Fang. And again, maybe he likes Ancient a little more, because the last time they played, he was leading the board. So positive signs. And again, 16-14. So both halves, both teams put up a formidable defense. They split pistols, right beside each other every step of the way. That's the story of this matchup. It doesn't look like it's going to change. But I would say I would definitely give the edge to Complexity on adapting to what they've already seen. They proved that on Inferno. They made the best use of those demos.
Again, the mid fight, but they're not going to find somebody floating down on the ground here. It's one on each side of that red smoke, so clear line of vision for Imperial.
Ooh.
And an unfavorable spot for Complexity, but
a bad smoke.
An abusable situation here. Off fires off, a warning sign of what's to come. Lineup's a little preemptive, so Floppy's able to cross over. Bomb is now being planted, and Floppy again looking to go deep. Chases and nearly kills the second player on that lane. Instead, Bolts saves his teammate. Fang's gonna turn his attention back towards mid. Sickening double headshot. And just like that, the life of Imperial taken away. They thought they had that 4v3 rolling. The fact they're able to shut down Floppy as he pushes up short, that's one thing. But Fang,
that was
crisp
animalistic.
Second kill.
Oh, yeah. That was beautiful. And, man, the fact they jumped up at the same time, too. They approached that so correctly. Beautiful work from Fang. Yeah, so a couple of callouts there. A weird smoke at the top of Banana, but then the deep molly in CT to interrupt the boost that Imperial hadn't even figured out if they were going to do yet. And then the attack that came after they lost the mid control. But once again, they try to fly out elbow. I mean, they're willing to take... Now, you have a CT advantage of being able to get nades in as people are running out. So they're fine with that. They really, for some reason, don't believe in Imperial's mid takes. They think they're fraudulent. They say, okay, it's worth taking the damage. We know how to kill them. But Imperial have been getting kills here and there. So I wonder what it is that they feel so comfortable with. But they ran right into that one way. Imperial used both sides of it. Got their opening kill and got away. Here they are, right back to elbow.
Double checking. Vinny does have a Nova, of all things. Yeah, pump that baddie.
It's always been great with weird guns. Not that Novas are weird or anything.
They're kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can say that.
Okay.
Let's see what he's got.
Oh, they got a re-smoke.
12 gauge loaded. He's on the close smoke, but Floppy, yeah, make sure to clear it all. And Cello gets the dig from CT. That's nice.
They double smoke it. So they left Temple open. Hauser going to come back into this. No peek from the rifles.
There are two players in there. Still waiting for his contact, putting himself in an awkward place.
This
where
is
he's
a brave
fully
clear,
exposed, yeah.
But once he gets this cleared, he can focus on better angles. And
oh,
well,
met by the dig.
That's not the story I was going to tell.
Not even the A1S of Jota, which is still very much in there.
No smoke, though.
Fang plays the opposite side of box, which is perfect. Denies any potential death from this exit of Temple, and also the A main flank, where the last and unknown player, sure enough, is. Fallen starts to make sound. Fang activates his position. We've got Complexity on fire, folks. 5 rounds straight.
Yeah, he nailed it. Ideal post plan. How are they supposed to find him back at default, exposed to CT, and no one coming in from there? Again, could be leaning on the protocols from Imperial, thinking, oh, they like to wrap Temple for these retakes first. Let's take a risk. Fang showing what he knows, and Complexity on a 5 in a row. This time versus a full buy, and this has been very interesting. Again, the early portions of this round always ending up in mid control, but this time for Complexity, they're running it full towards B.
Flash over quick. Oh, that nade. Holy hell. Jota's A1S is gonna feast. Cello comes back to lend a helping hand, and Complexity, they may have put out the Molotov, but they got pelted by that frag grenade. And I think that just siphoned the soul right out of him. Halzerk about to get surrounded. Saw a glimpse of Jota. Down they go. Phenomenal hold, all by way of that one nade.
Yeah, especially, you know, this is a full-on rush on the B site. But no matter what they want to rush to do, whether it's take over mid, like in the beginning of the round and hold, or take it all the way up the steps, these HEs are going to be the most important thing. Like mollies, if they come out too late, they don't spread fast enough, you only take 10 or so damage. But an HE landing square between 3 guys, there's not going to be a better piece of utility to use.
When they add riot shields to CS2, though, that's when we can block nade.
No. Oh
yeah.
My God. People thought that that's when Lobo's going to get really mad.
Fallen. Nice, clean kill on Fang. Oh, unfortunate there for Bolts. He finishes off Fallen.
Yeah, and he's actually low, and so is Cello somehow.
We get a quick pop out of Floppy. He's been a real key piece to these overtakes on the B site. While Cave gets smoked off, that is a chance for the bomb to come inwards.
Yeah, he peeks all the way back there. They know there's still an op up, right? Oh, no, there isn't actually.
Killed by Bolts.
Didn't grab it.
Are they going to go into the cave?
Oh, that's a huge call out
What?
too. Wow. Right after Cello left.
Both of
These
them.
are the mind games, bro. These are the mind games.
The 2 cave players go back onto lane, so all 4 of Imperial players are on lane. Halzerk chopping down the first. JT drawing attention. Floppy's original position smoked off. Comes back at it from long with a double. And Joda sitting on top of that bomb, taps it to elicit an answer. JT closes the gap, dies, and leaves Joda on a measly 19 HP. It is Floppy, the king of the B sites.
Yeah, it's a huge spray by him, and even though they got themselves in good spots, Halzerk missed a second kill, so there was a chance that retake to still go down in favor of Imperial. The bomb planted on default meant they had to swing a little wide, but Jota at the end was not enough, and Imperial lose another. This is not looking too good for Imperial.
2 cave players push lane for the 4-player lane flank. And Complexity take cave?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's a huge call out. So that's the call out JT and no other IGL in the world can make right now with the amount of times they played against each other.
Hyper aggressive from Joda though, taking the fight right to them. Support from Cello. Grim on the response. Joda comes back and gets another kill. Beautiful round out of Joda so far. And still more to offer with his 7 HP.
Oh, he even gets favorable routing back into the site.
Yeah, decides enough's enough. Goes out, gets the 2K. Trying to keep Imperial's CT side alive.
They're not out of the mud just yet. Feels like Complexity. They can upgrade Mac 10 if they'd like to. They still got HP, but nades aren't great. No flashbangs will be a liability. Oh, he's gonna hear the jump. Ooh, that was a low player too. Smoke's bad. Now things are a little more unclear. They aren't going forward with some A lurk simultaneously. Instead, they're just going to group up versus 3 players in the B site. I mean, this would be an abject failure from Imperial to drop this one.
Smoke for cave. Molly for this corner, but Molly doesn't hit the ground. Floppy will get his impact. Bolt stops it then and there. Fang, dead just as quick. So Bolt's nice little recovery from that team kill in the last one. Makes sure that there is no life left in this for Complexity. But, I mean, let's be honest. Joda getting aggressive out of cave. Took that round into his own hands and basically won it early.
And also, like, his teammate was there inside a cave while he was outside of it. And he could have just thought, well, my teammate's going to make sure my angle's safe. But he made sure to stay sharp just in case they could come from mid. And so we're talking about Jota 15-5.
Complexity. Economic woes. It's been some time that the guns have been flowing. And while JT's calls have been great and the brain's been powered up, I mean, individual drop-off for sure. Something that could have been expected.
And Imperial, they're kind of matching their tempo right now. There's less info, less attraction towards mid from the T side, less CTs inside of mid, more CT starting inside of B. Complexity won a piece.
Yeah, Imperial don't want to get close to that. Maybe let Fallen hold it instead. There's more than just pistols down here. They're going to get aggressive. Fangs up top.
Oh, wow.
Fallen.
Oh, he's still fast.
I mean, who's faster? Floppy got the deeg, but Fallen got the snap. And then Fang gets active. Cello along the wall, turns around. 2 kills both ways. Fang's looking to make the difference. Bolts on the back lane, lands an excellent grenade. Gives his team a huge health advantage for this 2v2. But Vinny's crosshair wasn't ready for that lower peak. Bolts comes in with the answer. Both players half health. Fang, who's having a fantastic second map, 14-7. Already starting to walk up that ramp as Bolts puts smoke on bomb. And then comes back around. Damage both ways. It's gonna be close. And Fang has had enough.
Oh, we got a little extra peek just when the tap came in. Bolts played it so wisely. You gotta appreciate how he waited for so long to see if Fang was gonna come back. On half HP, he had the right idea. It's what Fang wanted to do. End that round early, not try to delay for time when the bomb had just been planted. But look how sharp Fang was throughout. Especially scooping back under this last guy. That's the big one. Vinny had every right to get that frag. But a great pre-aim from Fang to close it out. And that barely recovers the money for Complexity.
Okay, flying player distracts Fang so Bolts can capitalize 5v4.
That is not the first time that's happened.
Floppy looks to exit A main while Fallen plays SMG close. Works both ways. Mactan responds. Mactan, that's what Freakazoid uses.
Yeah, said simple, get a Mac-10.
This one looking good. Imperial. A bit zany with the fact that the opening kill comes by way of Fang busy skeet shooting. Nade's got him focused on Grim. When does Halzerk decide to go for the kill? He wants him to walk up.
So hard to convert from this position. I don't like it when they don't have a smoke, especially.
Yeah, I would say impossible, honestly.
Like Imperial, unless they get really nervous. Well, they might get nervous because they have no one to B. So that's the one thing. They're also, okay, ready enough for that, apparently.
And enough players to swing for trades. Nice. Imperial keeps it close.
Nice reaction from Bolts. There was actually a chance there. I think they waited even longer. They, you know, they're worried about the other side of the map, but not the case now. So, as usual, close as ever. Good rounds from both sides. Better map here from Fang. Better map here from Jota. Got different players entering the match. No hyper carry from Grim. That's what we were watching for, too.
Mm-hmm. And no repeat performance from the Halzerk op of Inferno. But it's still numerically a good half out of Complexity. Fang's keeping this boat afloat. And CT side awaits them. Anything can change. In fact, with JT on 1 kill, Halzerk on 3, almost seems wild that Complexity have a lead to begin with.
And they don't have the pistol.
Correct. Almost. One more.
Oh, he's playing with it.
Donut player comes through, though. Bolts as well. Not going to let them get that much closer. Complexity just walk into the meat grinder. Churned up. Bomb spotted as well, so mid control gets taken. And Imperial will tie this game at 7, recovering what they can in the first half. Done.
Done.
We're still yet to see that always, at least once, JT Desert Eagle moment. Every series has a JT Deagle pop-off.
Well, there's one more map left, so, you know, we know it's coming.
No. There's one more half left.
Oh, there's one more half left?
Yeah, there's one more half left. On Inferno, anyway. I mean, ancient.
That's it. Overpass is coming.
All right. Yep. Flubbed it.
All because of that. JT started the first half of Inferno like 15-4, 15-6.
Mm-hmm.
Got 2 kills in the second half, but they won. He used up all his juice 2 halves ago.
Yeah, 14-7, and then 2-11. And now this half, 1-11. So if you had stopped watching after the first 15 rounds...
You don't have to be good at math to know that's not great.
Good dink. Jota's gun is empty. Cello just awaits to see whether or not they decide to push to cave again. That's a team flash, unfortunately, that made things weird. And there's enough CTs in place to close. Bolt's gonna mop them up. So it will be Imperial after winning pistol and the first 3 to finish with an 8-7 half.
than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike. Saiwu Peak stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Filthy! Absolutely filthy! It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice.
It's time for the grand final. Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champion, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
Nothing here.
I'm at base CT again.
Clear ramp. I'm gonna clear ramp.
Yeah.
Have a good timing.
After
Nothing
that.
CT. Nothing CT. Ramp one.
They got all flank.
I only see one
I'm
ramp.
holding the cross.
One ramp.
I'm soaked. I'm soaked.
They saw me.
Coming stairs.
I'll plant it for you, Tony.
Do
Nice.
that. Nice. I'm hiding.
I don't see this guy.
Tap.
He's on the bomb. I'm
Go
walking out. Off. You're both going.
Low.
Low. He's really low. Running away. He's running away.
Nice!
Nice, guys.
Bro.
Dumb.
Good dog.
Good.
Good.
Good dog.
He said good dog, right? Good dog.
Woof woof.
Yeah, as Complexity say. Halzerk won with the jokes. Not the one with the frags. 3 kills in that T side. Johnny, JT, whatever T stands for. 1 kill. Not ideal either, but Complexity still 7-round T half. Not the end of the world. Let's see if they can split pistols. As per lickety split 'em a pistol. Poking like a thistle. Hard like crystals. Joda. 1 back sight. That's all that's here. And Halzerk goes down empty-handed. So B site completely swarmed. But we did see a 3v5 CT pistol retake in the first 15, so tell me why it can't happen twice.
I won't, because it can.
Vinny's gonna get himself another kill. Fallen and Cello adding to the tally. Now it's gotta be something miraculous, and miracles aren't real.
Miracles aren't they just rare events?
Yeah. I guess so.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Unless they're like it's a something that defies science, specifically.
Yeah, something that's not explicable by natural or scientific laws,
Okay.
and is therefore attributed to a divine agency.
Gotcha.
Well, I stopped playing Agency years ago.
All right, this would be an even less likely round to win.
And that's why it won't happen. 4 immediate kills as they try to go A main.
Fantastic start here for Imperial.
Joda's gonna end it.
So two pistols in this map should be damning, considering how close it was last time. So, and the thing is, there were so many moments where it looked like Complexity got the round they were looking for. 2 guys jumping out mid while they're swinging out, but they never got those kills on the specific aggressive attacks. And the delayed attacks through mid, they were able to win later in the round. But I feel like they lost a lot of opportunities that first half that were, you know, that they found chances for in demos. So in dropping those rounds, feeling a little less confident about Complexity here and now, but we don't know what they have in store for us here on CT side. No op in play for Complexity. But at the same time, 4 Galils here for Imperial. That's a lot of ammo.
That it is.
And that's a lot of CT spotted. Ooh. What can they do with that information? 3 on the push.
Nate finds Floppy, who gets ahead of the fire. JT up close. He's going to try to chase this out, but a wall bang from Cello. Sit down. However, the third in Grim comes back at it and is given a chance to fall back. If they think that B site's clear for the taking, they're wrong. Halzer caught on the rotation, Fang alongside him, but Vinny off of the bomb plant already, gets close to the cave troll door. And Grim denied. Vinny looking for the double. Blinded in the process as the CTs get ever closer. A fantastic job of sectioning off fights, but it puts the pressure back on Cello, only 10 HP. Flash deep, 1 tap, he sits back, waits, and lines up the first, but Fang will make the difference yet again.
Yeah, if there's one thing here, it's been Fang in these close moments. He's getting the really important trades. It's been great all over the B side. On the T side, looking just as good here on CT. Locks up the 10-second defuse. And that wasn't a round that Imperial could afford to lose. They didn't reinvest anything because they didn't lose to any of those pistol USBs in the last round. It also just looks a little frantic, the 3B push on this attack. I mean, it made sense because it was all the bait for the third guy, which they didn't expect to come through. But still, very close round at the end. More expensive for Imperial. Sorry, more expensive for Complexity. Luckily, they saved 1 gun. But look at the utility. It is not great here for the CT side. I think Imperial are going to be able to know this.
Whoa, Fang dives into cover, comes back. 1 for him and another to Grim. Bodies inside middle. Halzerk, he's been spotted.
Oh, he didn't know they ran past.
He got the dink off on Vinny at the very least, but the fact that Joda crosses over, Joda now 21 and 8.
They have 1 smoke left over, and they haven't used it yet. It'll go into Donut, but this trade.
Critical flank here from Fang. Do they push the issue?
They have
Remember
enough
saving
smoke.
with just 1 last round.
I think this makes sense for Fang to route this way.
If JT comes out, nobody's watching Vinny's back. If JT makes contact first, he has Vinny sitting duck. But he doesn't come around the corner until it's time to trade. At least he's still got that. Molly towards the backside. JT watching main. We've got a crossfire set with another smoke deep. They're going to get on top of bomb. Trying to steal this with the defuse. Fallen fires through it, but Fang gets it in.
Wow.
And the game stays close.
That was
chasing him down as well to clear Imperial's board.
He's just been the man of the closing moments. Fang at every single turn. And of course, all he had to do was hold E in the right place, but he did that on time and got the last frag where the economy still matters. It was absolutely insane inside of mid. Fang also started out the round by answering back to 5v4. This is not an easy retake, but again, I think he made a good decision leaving A and that fight and not slowing down the round that way and relying on the 2 smokes they had left over to go for the play we saw at the end.
A is clear for the taking right now. Grim's real deep. A1S nerfed at this distance. Half health on 2. Blinded Fang, also now dropped to 59. Joda's Mac 10 picks up a kill elsewhere. And that A site absolutely crumbles.
Well, the T's are getting a little hungry here. Playing close to the smoke.
Once that gun's full, you could spray that smoke justifiably. Yeah, Halzer gonna find the first one. Fallen's also on it. Oh, but Halzer's got a pistol out.
Wow, he ran out of ammo.
Had to switch over. Fang in another clutch situation, trying to keep Imperial's lead within touching distance, but Imperial pouncing on that A site. And Grim not playing to the strengths of the gun.
Which was?
A1S and CT spawn.
Yeah.
But
oh, like spraying all
it's now
bullets?
nerfed at distance, right? Since the M4 update.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And he hit 2 players, but like for 40 damage each.
Yeah, the spray was also pretty crazy, but you're right. Like that's definitely a distance where it falls off. Yeah, that's a solid point right there. Now Jota with the MAC-10 also got like a kill in the beginning of the round, at the end of the round too. On top of the entry that came down on top of Grim. Should make things that much harder.
He's playing like a god at the moment.
Yeah.
Complexity stacking up the site that has been Imperial's target. But the pistols chucked to the wayside. Thrown in the bin. Stomped. B is clear with the bomb outside of it. They feel a little resistance at A, so won't be surprised if they just head in elsewhere. Imperial full control of round 21.
It's definitely close enough that I no longer feel like, oh, Imperial have a huge edge, because money got drained in the last couple of rounds. They've got one to bounce back, but Complexity showed a really good face on their setups. But at the same time, they've also looked a little frantic. Like, you can see why they're not perfect on CT side.
Oh, this is that JT Deagle moment right here.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, it was close. He's still yet to get warm. 5 kills, better than 1 in 14, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's revving up the engine.
But I think he's really not focused on his kills right now. This map is so close. I think he's really thinking about what's Fallen going to do next, and how do I assemble the troops when they've got money in their pockets.
The stacked hold that could have been, but wasn't. Cello and Jota really taking over the server right now.
Oh, but actually just not enough money to buy again.
Yikes. Gonna let that 13th round win go then. Again, it's desperate with pistols, but at least they take down 1. And that is an objectively marked improvement from the last round.
Yeah. And it really matters. It really matters. Having full-on ecos, you would really like to be able to get half armor and like $500 pistols at least to take down 2 or 3 players. Going full USPs gives you such a low chance of getting any kills at all. And now we have basically Imperial back to where they were after they won the pistol and the 2 following conversions in a very, very solid place. So Economy could absolutely dictate the story of this match in the second half. Not enough good chances to buy, losing the key rounds. And honestly, I guess even the rounds that Complexity did win, they were very close when Fang had to basically come through the defuse with 1 alive.
Complexity have awaited these guns. Gotta make the most of them. JT will at least bring down Cello. Big scalp to take. And Jota's also on his deathbed, but still breathing. Bolts can't stay the same. Dies out to Grim. That's an assist now for the lane play. Fallen's gonna tuck back in behind doors. And the bomb's in for Imperial, so it's a man advantage, but it's a retake needed. Cave smoke comes up, draws the attention of the long player. He decides to throw a smoke deep towards CT. Floppy will clear sight, and Fallen comes in with another Jota's wraparound. Almost catching Grim off, but the man's too sharp with the 90-degree snap. Gets Complexity into 10. Double digits at least on map 2.
They would have liked to have 3 alive here, coming into the 10th round. Again, always at risk of just that Economy totally falling apart, but Grim wipes the gunk out of his eyes. He puts together a nice round here. Starting to wake up a little bit. Hasn't really had his moment in the series so far. It looked like the push was read pretty well from Imperial. You know, JT walking down the ramp by himself, right into two people looking. And luckily for him, he was sharp enough to get one. But in that situation, you think, all right, he's probably not going to make that move if he thinks that's there.
Ooh, wow. Damn, Bolts. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. That was not easy to see. Another 5v4 here for Imperial.
Bodes well for them. Economy on the line. A 3v5 needed, and nothing's going to happen in this B site. Nothing other than Imperial domination. Complexity crushed by taxes.
Norwegian taxes. Imperial look pretty serious right now. And again, I'll say it, especially with Jota in the front, 29 and 10. And this map ain't over yet. Him, Bolts, Cello, over 20 kills so far.
Wiped.
Grim walks into his death. And Imperial will be able to buy until Complexity tie, even if they win at this point. All signs pointing to a victory for them now. Jota recognizing the moment, the value of his flash. I think he was pretty clear that there was someone else in the site. Wink over to his teammate and back to full pistols. 3 rounds like this in this half. That's just too much to bear, you would think.
Economy has just been non-existent for Complexity. And that will be the tale of this flat CT half. Fallen kicking it up a notch. We said we expect good things from him individually, and we have had those clean shots so far. But this second map has just been dominated by Jota and Cello.
Yeah, no kidding.
And that's why they both got siphoned away from other Brazilian teams to join the legends that find themselves on Imperial.
They're looking good doing so. Again, this is Complexity's map pick. It's looking disappointing in the second half. Again, we're looking at 2 rounds. And if, like, Fang's individual level wasn't nearly where it is, they wouldn't have won those either.
No.
Somehow it might have been better for the economy, but...
Yeah, oddly. Close round wins set them up for such a bad situation. Maybe that'll help them just kind of shake it off going into the third, which is Overpass. Overpass, the map where Complexity's dreams go to die. And Washington on the line here at the showdown. Hulzerk. It's another round where Complexity find themselves equipped. They've been far and few between. Grim, singular kill, bomb picked back up, and nobody else here to stop it. A retake needed, 2 versus 4. Imperial knocking on the door of Overpass. Fang played lights out. But unfortunately for him, a stark drop-off from Hulzerk and from JT's individual levels. Floppy not able to replicate the performance on Inferno here either. And now Fang, in a sad situation, tasked to exit Donut 1v3. Molly in front of him, smoke on top of him. He'll at least put out the fire, but it is Imperial that burn bright here on map 2. Jota closes. It's only apt, as he was a monster on this second map, and we go all 3. A best of 3 with Washington on the line. A best of 3 that always gets close and has yet again before map. It's way too quiet all of a sudden.
Quadrado
Só
direito.
quadrado,
preso.
quadrado. Pra cá, smoke, pra cá, smoke.
Mais um B comigo.
Voltou lá
Plantou.
atrás. Tá de boa já.
Mais um B comigo.
Colei na smoke
Vamos
da
avançando,
base.
Choque. Calma.
Quadrado smoke. Eu tô guarda do meio,
Tá
fechado.
fechado. Vamos
Tinha
pra
2B.
mata eles.
Tá, tinha 2B. Eu tô preso na
Base
guarda do
T1.
meio.
Silêncio.
Templo.
Templo.
Dois base.
Eu tô quase quadrado.
Dois base.
Boa. É o quadrado. Tô esperando o quadrado vir pro meio.
Tá matando também.
Nice! Vamos! Linda porra.
That is one way to bounce back if you are Imperial. And they will be very happy with that. Improvements were had all round, but also Jota taking charge, taking it under his own belt, and just running away a bit and slapping Complexity left, right, and center.
Talk about a bounce back from Jota. He was absent of the first map. He was named as one of the win conditions for Imperial, one of these new players in the pipeline who can actually have that kind of impact. Another one of these stolen players from MIBR just come in here, come to my team. But he showed up massively on this map of Ancient, and it started from the very beginning. He was one of the first, or one of the few rather, Brazilian fighting when Complexity were in the lead in the first half. And you will see here, I guarantee you, most of the kills are CT sided, and he put his team where they needed to go.
Exactly, that's the point right there. He kept them alive when they were struggling the most. Complexity got off to a very good start on the T side, up 5-3 at this point, right? But Jota left, right, and center, getting kills and keeping them alive. This could have been a disaster of a first half had it not been for Jota, had it not been for the 31 kills and the 130 plus ADR he put up over this game. That was a monster performance.
And he kept on being aggressive, and that is something that I appreciated when it came to Imperial and their CT side. Very quickly, Complexity put them in their place, right? It was 5-3 lead for Complexity, but then the Brazilians didn't stop with the aggression. They kept on going. They said, listen, we might lose this game, but if we go down with swings, swinging swiftly, whatever word, because English doesn't make any sense because it's late. And they were really in their faces, and that is something I like. And they actually did. They regained control. They put the confidence in their backs, and then they played so fast on the T side.
Yeah, and this seemed like something Complexity wasn't ready for. That's how it looked like.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. They weren't ready for the pace. They weren't ready to deal with it. Again, got off to a good start, had a good opportunity of not winning the game in the first half, but at least putting them in a very beneficial position. They kind of missed out on that opportunity coming into the second one. It felt like they had nothing to offer on their own CT side. Unfortunately, that was very disappointing for Complexity. Only once were they able to win 2 rounds in a row, and mark it right here, right? They had to defuse the bombs, so those were close rounds as well, where Imperial got into the bomb sites, they got the bomb planted, and a couple of those were down to 1v1s as well. So 16-10 right here. I don't think the scoreboard is lying by no means. I think Imperial were that much better.
And we've got to look at this thing for Complexity again, where I think we've said it many times before. They don't get off to the starts they wanted, right? Even when they start to come back into it, there's this doubt that seems to sit in, and then they can't fight their way out of these bad situations.
I mean, to me, that is the next step, or the last step, if you want to call it like this. I mean, we all know Complexity on a roll can look terrifying, and on Inferno, we had a couple of moments where we saw them just firmly in the lead, and it felt like nothing could happen, and they were untouchable.
Yeah.
When Complexity is the backs against the wall, and then the headshots aren't really flowing, and they become a little bit more cumbered, this is where they sometimes show weaknesses. And I think that was the case here, mostly on the City side. The solutions that Imperial found through the aggression, through the in-your-face Counter-Strike, Complexity couldn't. They were left out. I mean, they defused 3 bombs, but the rest of the rounds won by Imperial is not by detonation. It's by kill. That is domination right there.
Straight kills coming in as well. Now we speak about Jota, but Cello was also doing more of the same as well. And these are the 2 players we did highlight, are the ones that needed to have all this impact.
They were doing a good job. You see on the scoreboard, both Cello and Jota obviously up there, and Cello also had quite a lot of impact. I do want to steer the conversation though somewhere else. If you look to the bottom of the scoreboard over with Complexity, we talked about a build that had to be paid at some point, and we saw it right here from Holzberg. Let's be completely honest. What he did on Inferno with that ping, that was admirable. That was very well done, but here we saw what we expected. When you play with that high of a ping, you play on a map like Ancient, 6-21, 31 ADR, that's the 4.5 team Complexity we talked about coming into the game. This is more like what we expected. This is more like what I think is going to happen on the 3rd map as well, where Holzberg is going to have a very, very tough time given the conditions.
It kind of confuses me, this whole ping situation with Holzberg. I don't know if we're overrating or if we're underestimating the weight of that, because on the first map, it looked so seamless. It looked like so smooth, and on this one, he missed the puck. So where are we exactly right now?
You're supposed to tell me. I'm not.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm the analyst. I thought it was
I'm not going to answer any of your questions, Matthew.
Hold a second.
I would not be able to do
I
anything
honestly
with
don't know
that.
where to stand, but I do join Jacob in the fact that we're moving on to Overpass, which, by the way, in the laws of natures, if Complexity and Imperial play against each other, then it is stated that Overpass has to be played as the third map with multiple overtimes. So if you're at home, please make sure you got the popcorns, you got the tea going, water, stay hydrated, my homies, because it's about to go down. We'll play very long games, but will Holzerg provide as he did last time?
You want a prediction? I think Holzerg is going to get roughly, if he is to play 15 rounds on the CT side, let's see where the teams are going to start. He'll get, 10, 11, 12 kills. On CT side Overpass, he can hold angles, fall back, hold angles, fall back.
Yeah.
T side Holzerg, if he gets 3 kills overall 15 rounds, I'd be surprised. It's going to be very tough for him to enter into a bomb site on Overpass with an AWP with that ping. So I think Holzerg comes into fruition. Maybe he can find a bit of impact on the CT side. T side, Complexity is going to struggle massively because they don't have an op.
And you might have actually just hit the nail on the head and answered Maniac's question in that sense, because if you think of Ancient, they obviously started up on the T side. That's where he wasn't able to get much done, and then by that time it was already too late. So
It was already too late, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that could be the way it goes down.
That's a very specific prediction. I like that. I like
Numbers.
that.
Let's keep an eye on it, Yeah.
Taking risks.
Start counting them up on the T side and how it will go. But ultimately for Overpass, it has normally been a good map from now. But where do you think this sits? Is it all just going to... We can't just say it's like, oh, it's just on Halls, because even JT, he was non-existent as well.
I mean, JT had a very black and white performance so far, I would say, or night and day, or whatever comparison you want to use. First map, impressive. Convinced most of us in how aggressive he was and how assertive he was. Here on Ancient, sort of a non-factor. So it's kind of hard for me to gauge where he's going at when it comes to Overpass. I think if you're a Complexity, you still have to stay in the game. The first map was clean. You got a little bit outclassed on Ancient. You couldn't keep up with the pace, but you should still be calm. I think you've played the map many times. You've learned from all of your experiences. But hey, who am I to tell? I predicted Imperial to win.
When it comes to Imperial getting the win, though, I think if they set the pace early on here on Overpass, that could be the key to success.
I agree. I think Imperial is going to win the game as well. Given what we've seen so far with the Holzerg situation, I didn't know that when I did my first
I also didn't know that. I don't put that kind of message out there. I didn't know that either.
Maybe you knew. Maybe you talked. Maybe you talked. Why would you do it elsewhere, right? But I think Imperial is going to win. We can't forget Imperial as well. This team had a period where they were super, super good on Overpass. I remember them coming into the View Major, and that was the one map they played up against Tier 1 teams. Could actually win against some of the better ones. Again, man in your screen right here, Fallen. He's a great caller on the map. So yes, Imperial against 4.5 man from Complexity. It should be doable.
Well, analysts, it's time to stop talk because there is no Steam network issues, and we are going to a break. And when we come back, it'll be time for the decider between Imperial and Complexity.
unable to close in 2 maps, Complexity now no longer the unicorn betting favorites. Imperial have taken back their rightful throne because that one was a bit of a thrashing. That second half just had no legs on it for Complexity. So unfortunately, you know, maybe because of economic problems, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, we had a couple of tries on the rifle rounds, but we had a pistol round 1 from Imperial, 2 conversions where they lost 1 player, into 2 clutch rounds that Fang was last alive, into I think 4 rounds where they had full pistols in that second half. That was brutal. I mean, I'm sure they at least feel better knowing that they didn't have that many chances to play, but overall, when they did, Imperial gave them no room to breathe whatsoever. So here on Overpass, of course, it's such a fantastic map for, honestly, it's a good map for both teams, even though Complexity have had more tragic losses over it. There's still been close maps overall, the Na'Vi game, Imperial games in the past, and it's just meant to be that we get a third map here versus these 2 teams that ends on Overpass, and it feels like it's definitely Fallen's day to take this and really show that, you know, you can't just get away with having a significant ping advantage or disadvantage and then just winning the series in a matchup that's usually narrow and super close. JT as well, he never got started on that second map, really didn't do anything in the second half of the first map, had all of his success in the first half of the first map. They need more than random people coming through with above average performances. They need Grim to play at full strength, maybe Fang to bring in his ancient level, Hauser to get at least like 15 kills, have a better map than he did on Inferno, and for all those things to at least go right, for it, I feel like for it to be relatively close. Otherwise, it's going to be tough, and the op is going to be such an important factor on Overpass.
That's the one. You know, I think that on an individual level, we talk about how Fallen kind of keeps up with the younger guys. This is a map specifically where everybody has come to expect wonderful things from Fallen, and I think that could be part of this equation. Yeah, we want to talk about how close this match usually is. Overpass specifically is always so close that the last 2 times they've played it, the score was 25-23 and 20-22.
Wow.
So if you, like everybody else, don't want this series to end just yet, if you haven't had enough of Imperial versus Complexity, then buckle up, because this one's got overtimes, plural, written all over it.
It does, yeah. Thanks. And well, I hope there's not going to be overtimes, but if there are, there's probably going to be a lot. The history of this will definitely tell you that's the case. Now, unfortunately for Complexity, some of their worst losses or close losses have ended on this map. And Imperial, the other story. You know, they took out Cloud9 on this map back at Antwerp, had a fantastic, unbelievable victory. Fallen has hit some of his greatest shots on Overpass throughout history, whether it's the most crazy collabs, off-screen flicks, massive clutches, had a 1v5 back in the day. So I'm expecting a Fallen masterclass, especially considering his overall form in recent days. It's been very impressive. I mean, in terms of longevity, talking about a player like Crims on Fnatic, even though they got eliminated, definitely wasn't because of Crims. And him and Fallen are 2 of the players who have been playing the longest at this point at a high level, you know, and in contention to qualify for a major is where I'd kind of put the threshold for if we're going to talk about them in the tier 1 level or so. And it's really impressive to have someone like Fallen keep up with the meta, lead people from his region, and that's just keeping up to his namesake of somebody who's always been a teacher as much as an IGL for his own roster for the entirety of Brazil, like just straight up and down. Been such a role model. We actually had Taz retiring today officially.
Damn.
As another sort of role model from his scene. But, you know, if you want to compare the 2, the amount of impact Fallen has had on so many other rosters, I feel like Taz was trying to bring some of that into leading Honoris.
Yes.
Not achieving the results that he would have liked to, but long and illustrious career regardless. So, massive trophy cabinets for all these guys.
Kind of made that Cato 2014 that much more special.
That was
a turning point in CSGO.
That was an amazing major. I mean, the fact, you know, I always want to see the home team win at their major. For him to pick up Cato, that was huge.
Yeah, like watching outsiders win Rio.
Yeah, that's what I was cheering for. But even Furia winning versus Na'Vi in the quarter, that was special. When Zywoo won Paris, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was.
I was there for that.
Yeah. The last CSGO major too? Crazy.
Yeah. When you talk about deserving, by the way, like, people are always like, oh, Zywoo, would be a shame if he didn't win the major, or like, but I in my eyes, he still feels new. I think the tough part for Zywoo is that, like, there was no major in 2020. one major in 2021, and one major in 2022 so far. So he's had very few chances for a player of his caliber, probably the least of anybody who has been in his range, in the top 10 players on HLTV or something, even though he's only played professionally for 4 years now.
And that's the thing. He's only played for those 4 years. I think if there's anybody that we can have a conversation about who deserves a CSGO major,
it's Nico, baby.
That exactly there. That would be the actual shame to see him walk away and not have his. In my mind, it's like that would be the most recent tragedy since Guardian not getting one in CSGO either.
Right. Yeah, that's very true.
A player who definitely, you know, dominated for X amount of time and could have, but didn't.
And we talk about
because Cloud9.
Because Cloud9. And we talk about Fallen. He's got 2. Crims has 3. 3. Yeah. 3. Yeah. 3. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they're feeling good about that. Is it 2 or 3?
I'm not sure.
Ugh. We did the HLTV quiz.
We did.
We had to name every major in a row, which I don't really have an excuse. I've watched them all. I I'm getting old. Okay.
It happens, man.
Old, yeah.
The memory
But if
starts
Fallen
to go.
can keep it up for this long, I've got no excuse. I can at least name the majors that he's played at.
Keeps it going and keeps it fresh.
Yeah. Multiple rosters in his career, different organizations, Luminosity, SK, Imperial now. Played some very strange teams. Stewie and Tarek.
It's true. MIBR Stewie.
Yeah.
Remember those days?
Might be back. Maybe Stewie comes back.
Maybe.
To Imperial.
Anything can change in 6 months, so they say.
That's true.
Anything
But
at all.
No, it doesn't change. Overpass. This map hasn't got.
It will soon. Complexity and Imperial to close out the second best of 3 tonight. And then our third best of 3 starts tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We got a defuse kit and a smoke grenade on JT. We got a little util here for Fallen. And hey, put your silencer on. What the hell? You're not simple.
He's not simple.
You're not Moneshi. But they are just going to go for the walk contact outside B. What's the protocol here once you see that this is open? Where are you going now,
You
bud?
start panicking and screaming in the mic that there's no one here. And it's tough when they hear the running rotations as well if they're just walking over top of the bathrooms. And they'll get in a position, but I mean, this gives Imperial an edge. They've cleared out bathrooms, really important spots to play if you're going to stop an A attack. So we'll see if Complexity try to overstack A or, you know, take over stairs quickly. Oh, boy.
He's going to hang on to that smoke for now. Picks up an early kill. Ooh, but Bolts and Cello bring it back, and Grim. Labored effort to get Bolts down.
A very slow flank here from Fang.
Put your silencer on.
Might actually be useful in this position.
You're literally on a flank from long with an unsilenced USP.
This would be funny. I mean, if he shoots, it makes a lot of noise, and he gets the instant turnaround.
Well,
okay.
Turns out the gun still works. Bullets are bullets. 2 versus 2 off of Fang's flank. Vinny.
Youch.
Run right through him.
Alzerk let him go.
Oh, insta-gush as well. Vinny's going to get his impact. 3 kills in the pistol, and that's a name we haven't had to say too much tonight.
Yeah, for the Complexity story was like JT and like some of the other players, but Vinny also hasn't really turned up yet. For Imperial, this wasn't necessary last map with that Jota carry. I don't know if he got 30 at the end of it, but that's 3 pistols back-to-back for Imperial. I remember how Inferno went in terms of pistols.
They split them 1 each.
Split them 1 each. Yeah.
Yes, sir. T-side 1 both.
Doing quite well overall in this series. Buy up from both sides. One looks better.
But it is, again, lickety split into the short water. Door popped. Grim's going to use that as a chance to walk away. No need to stick around. Fang on a scout. Sign me up. Tags Jota. Nice first contact to Complexity's favor up towards this A site. And it's definitely not Fang alone. We're leaning into the 4-player A stack now from Complexity.
In my mind, I see the odds tilt a little bit when you get a scout shot on a round like this, even if you don't get the kill down. I think it really affects how you play when the T's are searching for info. I think there's a much higher likelihood that the round clock ends up running out, or you make a move way too late once you get these scout tags in, especially if they're too scared. So at least they got some damage on Grim, but they're looking for map progress right now, and they're at 40 seconds, so...
We know how dangerous of a game it is.
There's another tag, and I'm going to say it. I think Complexity are just going to win this round now.
Running that clock down and then just trying to quickly ambush into the A site when pistols are all in these pockets. And I've watched hundreds of these rounds fall short for a T side. 2 scout tags, as you said. 15 on the clock at this point. Fang will get blasted by bolts. And now it comes down to the CZ and the MP9 of Grim inside the corner. Him and JT lay it down. Back behind the truck. No chance at the plant. Floppy just has to survive, and they have done it. Complexity, a speed bump too big for the Imperial suspension.
Yeah, and I swear you could forecast that just because of the damage. Like, Fang doesn't even get a kill there, but it scares you. It scares you when you know you've got a MAC-10 or a Galil in hand, and you cannot swing on corners as confidently as you could before. Your death is just imminent because pistols are one-shot kills now, so well done from Fang for those two. Imperial with just no time. So there's a momentum swept back. And I think we had a denial of anti-eco so far in the series as well. So pistol not worth absolutely everything.
Yo, how good does CS2 frag grenades look? The explosions? The frag grenades?
Yeah, insane. The mollies, dude.
Oh, dude, the purple fire, bro. What the?
That just sprung to mind. Uh-oh, but Fang's down.
Yeah, fast flank, though.
That's very fast.
Very quick. And catches 2 with grenades out, trying to support the entry of Cello. Because that flank is so fantastic from Halzerk, it then leads Cello to try and push in alone. Bolts will find an open route towards B. Decides to double it back around Monster. Pauses. Waits. Options open.
Floppy hears it all. So yeah, one mid round is, you go for Monster in case they're playing right side Monster. You take that fight early. If not, you have some nice fights with your back against a wall. But okay, there's a small chance. Floppy exposes their game plan. But now 2 CTs have calcified into good positions.
And Floppy gets the Bolts kill before Grim is even needed. Poor Joda gave away his gun, hoping Bolts would crack this open. P250 versus 3, 14 health. He's fried. Right? Yeah. Floppy's able to react. Pistol simply not enough. Complexity 2-1 lead.
Yes, that's actually looking pretty good for them. Nice round from Grim. And if there is a map that Grim's going to pop off on, sometimes it's Inferno. But usually it's Overpass.
How's his series been? Mediocre.
Mid. Very mid.
Yeah, 17-16 on the Inferno map win. 15-24 on Ancient.
Yeah, and there was a lot of confidence in the interview. He's feeling very good about his recent performances and stuff and the team overall. Didn't really talk about Halzerk too much. But you can feel good. Sometimes it doesn't go your way. That's just Counter-Strike.
Man, that flank from Halzerk last round.
Nasty.
MP9. With an MP9, I expect like that second player to jump back into bathrooms and things to get a little crazy. But the bullets found him, followed him.
There he is, frisky Halzerk. Clearing out blue.
As expected. Comes up from connector, JT. Yeah, he's gonna get some kills on the board. Welcome back, JT. Incredibly flat hab since the first on Inferno.
It went 1 in 14 on Ancient to kick things off, so struggled there. But I really don't think it's something that would tilt him in particular. He's really good at setting everybody up. And I think he has shown so far. So Thoroughbred RGL. Ooh, thinking about the wins first and foremost. But yeah, he's got some aim.
If JT was tilted by getting bullied like that, he would have had to retire years ago.
True.
You know, this has been a part of JT's reality.
Yeah, he's got the makings of someone with good mechanics, but the stats are always going to be inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing you got teammates like Floppy.
That is true. Fire on the feet.
Uh-oh.
Flash in the face. AK from Cello. Drops Floppy. Clean second headshot onto JT. Back to reality. Halzerk's MP9 has been a constant nuisance for Imperial, coming at them from all sorts of angles. He gets an AK upgrade, but Imperial wastes no time with that pop out from Monster. 2 players all it took, really.
Yeah.
Catching Floppy with his face turned, and then the insta-kill towards Graffiti.
I think it was Floppy. The timing was Floppy throwing that molly, knowing they'd come out, but then at the same time as he threw that molly, a flash met him over top of Monster. And a great second entry from Cello. Check out this slide. And just flash assist across the board.
Chopping up that defense like maple logs.
Like maple logs.
Yeah.
Tapped for all their syrup.
True. It is sugar season right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Get out
sugar
there.
season.
Every Canadian growing up, including Fang, has gone on a field trip to tap the maple trees.
Yes, sir. Sugar shacks.
And got to go home with a bottle of fresh maple syrup. And drank it all on the school bus and got a stomach ache.
And got to eat sugar on snow while they were there.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
If you've never rolled syrup on a popsicle stick,
You haven't lived.
not living like Halzerk, living large with the opening op shot. Love that. I feel like that was his entire mantra on Inferno. Opening op picks, run boost me, normal boost me, let me take B site when I please. And that op was a dominant force in the reason that Complexity won. Well, it was completely muted on Ancient. And at least this round, once he's able to afford it, features it. But that 5v4 taken back pretty quick.
Yeah, Grim got a little awkward there. You know, splashing in the puddle allowed Vinny to feel comfortable swinging from the staircase. Definitely some of Imperial's most impressive rounds is getting in between utility on their attacks. They seem to be able to catch them off guard. It was like all over Ancient in that second half. As soon as Complexity would take a step forward into their just regular aggression to retake map control, Imperial were ready for a full attack. But there's JT on the hunt.
Damn.
Showing they're still comfortable trying it.
And as much as I want to paint Halzerk as like the key piece to Inferno, JT was doing the same thing on that first map, right? Peeking down Banana, having Floppy or Grim behind him, setting him up. Great shot up into Connector. Floppy, though, flashed yet again. And JT falls right after this two-man monster hit, serving up problems. Halzerk flies out from heaven. Molly on his feet. Oh, but he snaps onto Fallen to stop that bomb. Won't survive in smoke, however. Cello guns him down.
Wicked shot. Nice try, Halzerk. Damn, the second flash. Those flashes have been beautiful. I mean, the first one was like enough for the first guy, but a second one coming out, they couldn't expect that. It gave Fallen enough time to, like, you know, not have this fray in order, but still get the kill comfortably. That's one of the big values of attacks on B-side overfast with good flashes, because that skybox is completely open.
Like all the maps on Source 2.
Yeah. Two MP9s. Deagle here for JT. Tied game.
This monster tunnel has been the burden of Complexity's behold. Imperial, why not? Run it back. Usually it's been Fallen and Cello, but Bolts takes a little peek around that corner. Gotta be cautious about those flashes, right? Floppy's felt the wrath of them.
Throw their own flash just to see if anyone shoots back, and that gives them confirmation so they don't waste a smoke. Jump spot sees nothing, but of course they know T's are out there. So Halzerk will persist. Congregation of T's now up through the short side, but a lot of CTs here on the other side of things. Not great guns, but enough numbers.
Those are boosting. This could get weird if all of a sudden the short hit comes
they're
through.
way ahead of this, so...
They disassemble, but JT falls right down into Joda, prepared for that. Halzerk, M4 point blank. They're trying to hold off on Monster. Can they finally hang on? Halzerk able to stop the short push. Beautiful wallbang from Cello. And he turns it up a notch. Fallen point blank. Fantastic.
Wow.
Fantastic.
I can't believe that. Any one more kill, and then, of course, it's pretty much over there for Imperial. But Cello has just done so much as a B opener. 9 kills for him. A new name to talk about in this series. That'll secure 4 for Imperial. That's the money gone once again for Complexity. JT makes the most kind of clear mistake of the round, and I think it's because Grim sees nothing in an open doorway. But the thing is, they had confirmation they were outside of Monster. There was a high likelihood they could have been approaching this way. And JT could have fallen back pit and rotated in via pit side and just checked on short to see if anyone's there, but they didn't have a molly down, they didn't have a smoke down. So that's sort of an unforced error.
Looked like the best B defense yet.
Yeah.
And it still wasn't enough to hold back Cello.
Yep. Yeah, some people pretend that, you know, wood wall is solid, but it's really just the chain link fence and those plywood basically leaning on it. So Cello just goes for the really deep wall bang, and it's perfectly placed.
Yeah, that's no sturdy oak.
That's no maple.
First time out here for Complexity. Gotta find a solution to the B play, and it almost looks like they had it.
Yeah,
they really did for at least the first half of that hit.
Yeah, definitely. That one's just really annoying to lose. You know, you got to save again, and then try again. Now you're thinking about ancient a little bit. Yeah, Fang up on the rifle.
Only player to save last round.
The mercenary.
But you're dead on, right? A new hero emerges with Cello in that last round. Another individual level that is going to serve up issues for Complexity. Vinny farms the guys inside connector, including that singular M4A1S. Oh, Floppy's got that Deeg, though. He's got it. He's got that Deeg. Nades flying at him. Team flash from Fallen. Almost kills Bolts. But instead, Imperial convert.
Mm-hmm. And I'll see if the bot comes back in here for Complexity for another chance.
Vinny plays with a T crosshair. Give me your thoughts on that.
He tries different things all the time. The only 3 people I know that use that are you, James Bardolph, and Vinny.
I'm no longer a T guy.
Oh, yeah?
No, sir.
I couldn't aim. I just can't aim with that at all.
Have you tried that CS2 feature where the crosshair follows the spray pattern?
Horrible. I mean, my spray on a wall is like really good, and then when I turned that on, it was terrible.
Yeah,
So
it's horrifying. JT opens up. Oh, the spam's on him too. But then...
Wow, the flash as well.
Again, go back 2 rounds. Opening success for Complexity.
There has been a flash assist with every single kill, it feels like.
Oh, the wall bang outside Monster.
Great pressure. Great pressure.
Beautiful. The util gets him scampering back into the bomb site. Cello's not going to let you run. You can run, but you can't hide. Looking for the peak here. Floppy on the op. Not every day we see the flop. Battle of patience between him and Fallen. Hit it, but didn't kill it. A warning to Imperial that the op presence is in play.
They run a little bit, and I think they ran with the audible being able to be called from stairs still, so it looks like Imperial just going to stay patient and hit this site. It looked like by the way Fallen was throwing grenades that it was some sort of really simple and cheap fake. So maybe he thought that there were more T's out towards bathrooms. But in this case, Complexity are going to find out that's not it. So another great round. I mean, just like looking at the pressure they put on short, they didn't even have visual confirmation on the first 2 kills. They threw a flash out of the door, the nade came through, they were ready to fight both angles in the door, and then Cello was outside Monster with the intention to spam the fallback or spam the re-aggression. We know JT loves to go for double short pushes. They say that's not on the menu tonight. Now it's getting a little hairier here for Complexity.
T-side starting to get away from him. I mean, silver lining, 3 saves better than 1. But the round count, you know, Overpass has been the most CT-sided map in the map pool at the moment. In the last few events at least. Imperial making it look otherwise. Wow. Damn, almost got both.
Yeah, it's really hard to get by those bullets, actually. There's no, like, angle to get away from them unless you're just getting lucky. So Imperial with a 5 straight. 2 rebuys in for Complexity. Will it be a new lease on life? Or just a simple repeat of history?
Vinny again. And he's powering up inside of Connector. 9 and 4. We said like Cello was the new champion, and while his impact is definitely being felt on the B site, he was a part of that success on Ancient.
So many parallels between these two in that sense, like not all of them ever turning up at the same time, but in pairs.
Right. Yes.
And then all having pop-off potential as well.
And it comes down to like which of them on which day, on which map.
We have 5 overtimes.
Yeah.
Oh, Cello missed it. Oh, actually, sorry.
Looked like they were going through, right? They phase the smoke. Works out here for Complexity, trying to put out the flames of Imperial. 4v4. Bolts has them locked in 2 monster sides. Smoke will deny him that. Joda gets the vision on the guy Connector.
Oh.
Doesn't get the kill, though. And no turnaround from Grim. Didn't even respond. Not like Halzerk will. Catching the jump over. But of course, confirming that the op's up in heaven just means Bomb starts to sprint towards A. Halzerk will hear that with a lurker down here towards B, who takes his head clean off. Another moment where we see Complexity's hopes on full display. We see a little fight out of them, a little bite alongside their bark, only for Imperial to whack him upside the head yet again.
They've had pretty good, thorough defaults that are covering a lot of options. They've got good aim across the board right now for Imperial, all warming up at the right time. All sounds point to a positive outcome for the Professor and co. Buy comes in once again for Complexity. A very heavy A-lean. This is the outsider setup, I think. With Halzerk just playing far back, ready for them to go through balloons, and JT's got everything covered here. Now this relies on a really slow default. Anything fast towards B, of course, is death, but we are getting that default coming through.
Perfectly timed setup from Complexity.
The only difference is actually Halzerk should be watching balloons, I think, but he's holding deep into mid. I don't even know how he dies.
That's a miscommunication or a misunderstanding as to who's got what. Recoverable. If Grim can come up with another one, has to be cautious as the presence is very much known, but like you said, it's that B play that it means death for Complexity. And Imperial had bolts, feeling it out. Floppy falls off heaven, still recovers with a headshot. Cello will find Grim, looking to go join that bomb on Fallen. Dropped gun. Still, he's alive and kicking.
Oh, Fallen just comes forward in this.
Floppy needs assistance. He tries to turn it back, and Fallen serving up the distraction, but Floppy's locking this in. Down to 35 health. Cello to the 1v2. Kills the close and turns it on Complexity to 10.
Damn. Dude, from that spot on short. He's going to have that sandbag named after him. Another 2K from Cello. And he was so cool about that. That flicker round was so fast. That's brutal. Floppy actually played it pretty damn well. Another huge victory, another economy-crushing win here for Imperial. Just seeing pistols way too much this series for Complexity.
I did bring up the CT-sidedness of this map, but in this specific head-to-head, it's been 8 rounds for both teams T-side, 9 rounds for both teams T-side, and Imperial looking to just extend that T-sidedness, consistently getting Complexity's number on the defense. Grim's got the AK. Complexity looking to use this 5v4. They need to put up something in the waning moments of this CT side.
Protocol-wise, option coverage-wise, like Imperial's defaults just look incredibly solid. But at least there's a 5v4. We saw what happened when we got a couple of scout tags in from Fang on a previous anti-eco. Halzerk's going to catch an audible here from top bathrooms. They're not exactly thinking about him, even though they're aware of him. Jota's going to make his way downstairs. But of course, they're not getting the rotations they're looking for. So, Grim. Here he is, foaming at the mouth. Hard angle on short.
Halzerk would have communicated everything here. If only this is one of those rounds where they've got guns. Shadow advantage here for Grim. First one's clean. Loses his first teammate. Still more of them to work off of. They go for the wide swing to set up Grim. And he uses that chance wonderfully. Still trying to hold it off. Tons of damage done. Enough for Halzerk to come through with this clutch. No kit, but close. Though smoke could be his problem. And the Deagle just gets away from him. Fallen having that instinct to turn around and deny Complexity a round with just one AK.
The amount of rounds that Complexity are just like a hair away from winning. I have to take my shoes off to count them. But yeah, what's even more impressive is just like how they're keeping everything open as a possibility, not just double focusing on one target, trusting each other to get kills so they can take fights consistently, scaling at the same time, like they are on the same page. 5 fingers on one hand here are Imperial. Oh, and this is a big option found actually for a lurk that can come through. They can organize with a B attack, and they actually are not scared of an op whatsoever. Oh, this is massive for Cello to actually fork into the A site if they want to come back to bathrooms, but he can also lurk if they want to go B. And that's a free B as well.
All the way through. Halzerk just completely caught off guard by that one.
That's something you do once or twice a half, because in case the op is not taking a deep option, or I'm not sure if they didn't have that smoke molly interaction on mid.
Fang though, hold up.
Oh, what? Presente. Tough.
Owned. Honestly, owned.
Yeah.
Just owned. Floppy will try to bring it back, but Imperial will be taking a 10th round off this one. The best T side yet of the 3 times these teams have played Overpass. Cello playing like a god. And he'll finish this one off. Imperial continue to keep themselves on fire.
A great call after, not trying anything like that up until this point and just running the entire way over towards the A site. The only thing that could have stopped them there if they started top bathrooms, or if Halzerk took the deep peek, or if they had that 4A setup, right, of course, where Halzerk is supposed to be watching into balloons. But none of those things took place. They've already seen those in the past. Decided to take the risk. The frustration set in for Complexity for sure. What a streak. Pistols again.
I feel like we haven't gotten more timeouts out of Complexity, though, as they've been getting smoked in this first half.
I've had a lot of ecos to talk, so.
Okay, true. Yeah. Cello at the front of it. I mean, they can just do no wrong. So sharp coming into this third game.
They just look like they got some kind of aim upgrade buff as soon as they hit Overpass.
What are you saying, Launders? That they feel the run to Washington? They've got FURIA, the winner of FURIA and EG Black, if they win this one.
So presumptuous.
But it would be quite impressive for them to topple them here.
That's still up next tonight. And we all want to see how EG Black are going to fare. It's an interesting decision to have them play in place of the main roster, of course. And a fun one at that. So the double off adjustment on the final round of the first half on the third map, which was always going to become real. Can't help but feel like this one's just for dignity.
And not much of it at that.
Yeah.
But JT 5v4, a fourth round in the grand scheme of things could maybe end up making a massive difference. Because Counter-Strike is the eternal tale of two halves. These teams know each other very well. On this map specifically, Complexity's T-sides are always their better half when these two teams meet. You know, there are lifelines for you to be grabbing onto if you are spectating this at the moment.
For like a sad North American right now, and you want to know why Complexity may win.
If you're leaning over your keyboard with a tear in the corner of your eye, thinking you wanted to go to Washington to watch Floppy play on LAN, well, you gotta keep believing. Just like Joda and Fallen in this 2 versus 5. Because a 2v5 to close this T-side would really be a massive nail in the proverbial coffin. Fallen is taking that bomb and he is running back to B, where everybody else has left. They've got one player down here. JT, you need to stop this. And Fallen will die. 4 survive here for Complexity. It's a desperate attempt to bring back map 3. But desperation isn't death.
Bom, tem flash daqui a pouco?
Não, não.
Eu tenho. Baga, vou pedir.
Esquerda com de lá.
Baga. Baguei.
Tá com você, Tom. Tem mais um.
Tá.
Areia. Molei areia.
Não sobe. Subiu, DP. Pega a bola.
Boa.
Quebrou eles, né?
Damn, they're even counting bullets.
Yeah, Boa indeed. Very nice half out of the Imperial squad. 11. That's right, 11 terrorist round wins. If it wasn't for that round 2 force buy upset and the 2 rounds that came with it, we could have very well just seen a 14-1. The 16-1 series, that happened over on Inferno last time these teams met, but now it's Overpass that ends up being the biggest blowout so far. This game is not over. Collect your energy. The collective prey for Complexity's hopes. Shredded by Berettas.
Wow, good night.
See ya, not in Washington.
Then where, Connor?
I don't know, the RMR next week.
Only problems, no solutions. Oh my goodness gracious.
Wow.
Talk about setting the mood.
And not in a romantic way.
No candles.
Complexity sleeping on the couch.
Yeah.
With the dogs. Force buy, trying to make the best of a unarguably bad situation. And bolts with an ambitious MP9 peak. Does some damage there versus Floppy. Halzer takes the FOMIS shot, so now both these guys outside of Monster low. And the A1S tapping away at their heels. Vinny will finally finish off Halzerk. And Floppy right there with him.
Oh, Cello, just complete the farm. I mean, we talked about you all throughout that first half, and now 3 players at low HP, no confidence left over, ready to be mauled. Grim takes one down. Cello going to clear out long in a second, maybe join back into this fight. We'll see. Here they are in the fishbowl, surrounded by hungry Brazilians. Jota tucked in, dodges the flash.
Grim's going.
Yeah, eats the bullet.
Long peek, however, shut down by Cello. So he's made his presence known again, having wrapped back around bathrooms. Grim locked into the left side of Dumpster. Vinny will eventually come back up here, or wait long enough. Oh, JT's Deeg. We've been waiting.
Waiting for that too.
And it's an upgrade into the FOMIS. It's a lifeline for Complexity's T-side. If yet again, after losing Pistol, they can successfully force right back. And sure enough, success in this one. It is only Cello left. Bomb beyond the halfway point, and he concedes it. Complexity in back-to-back halves. Lose Pistol only to force right back.
Don't worry, folks. We've got the moment. Sometimes in a match like this that's so lopsided, there's like nothing to look forward to. But we have the round where Connor said, see ya, not in Washington, that we can save for the end of this match if everything goes wrong. It's something to look for. It's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Of course, I don't know if we've got any leprechauns that can help us find it. It's going to be tough. But it's there waiting for us if we get there, so. And maybe they could play it at Washington. That would be hilarious, too.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Jota. Wow. Man's running around the world real quick.
Dunkirk.
Ooh. Continuation spray for a ton of damage versus JT. 4v4 regardless. Cello the only other weapon here for Imperial, but Fallen, I love when he makes these moments happen.
Right.
When he's not afraid to follow up on a push. But will it cost him? JT catches Vinny and Fallen's head. Cracking heads all over this map as he retreats back to his T-spawn. Bolts at bat. Gun goes empty, unfortunately for him, and this is looking clean from Complexity to start their T-side even after losing Pistol.
Yeah, sabotaged right there with that weapon on low ammo. Cello again, pristine scoreline here, 22-9, but not a real way to get back into this round. So might be a clean 6th. So when it comes to Complexity, they've shown a lot of good T-sides, a lot of comfort on T-side in general. But it's not like such amazing T sides that like they regularly win games like this, for example. Like where you're saying, I think their best T half was 9 rounds, so it's between 7 and 9 or something like that. I think not only will they have to kind of get themselves back into this, but we have to see if they believe they can win it. Bang still on 2 kills coming into this half. So good on Ancient. It's just crazy how much changes map to map between these players.
Yeah, I think that fallen P250 kill towards Fountain really broke him.
He got upset about that.
He was mad, and you just saw Grim's reaction looking over like with pity. I'm so sorry that had to happen. I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Yeah. Grim just barely kind of going positive here and just barely negative in the last 2.
Yeah, this is...
Somehow I feel like he's going to average better than like Fang, who
yes, he will.
had a great map last map. And
yeah. But that's not what Grim needs to do, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
The complexity win condition isn't for Grim to just be okay.
Yeah.
It's for Grim to be the star. You know, at Katowice, arguably the best player from the United States of America. That's kind of how this...
Yeah, you did tweet that.
That's how the year did start. He really was. But then I think Elige got wind of it.
Yeah.
He's turned things around.
Yeah. Yeah, Elige did have a slow start. Grim did have a hot start. But life comes at you fast in CS.
That it does.
Start predicting too many things, you end up like Maui.
Yikes.
This boost works every single time except when it doesn't, and there's also 3 spotted.
JT looking to trade, wait for that Deagle. Ooh, it's an actual P250, much smaller, but in fact still lethal. Bomb will be picked back up by Grim. Bolts keeps a quick glance.
He probably wasn't even on screen yet.
Wow. That's the ping. That's the 100 ping
that's
king
you gotta
effect.
be just swinging.
You gotta be swinging, holding
it's
angles.
Not even W. You gotta be holding A. You gotta be holding D. You gotta be going sideways.
You gotta swing. He who pingeth, swingeth.
Yeah, Shakespeare said that, right?
Pretty sure.
7 to 12. Nice couple of rounds here to recover after the lost pistol.
I like the idea behind that solo M4 boost.
Yeah.
JT, though, just a little too smart. Exactly. So 5-round lead, complexity. That force in round 17 has kept them alive.
Crazy how Fallen's just almost seen nothing this game. 8 and 8. It's been a war zone out here. And now there will be a bit of a feel-out period, it looks like, after the quick ones have gone.
Right. It's like everybody recognizes, okay, we're back into the real game.
Yeah, this is suddenly a real game scoreline. Just a good lead for Imperial. Oh, on the 1-for-1 trade inside of blue.
Critical trade.
Yeah. That does keep things alive. Oh, but he gets traded through the wall. However, one back on the B-side player. There's 2 more, however. They forgot about Vinny.
Yes, sir. Down by Monster. Vinny pops up. So focused and fixated on that fallen wallbang into connector that they run out trying to get that specific trade, not assuming there'd be a third in play for Imperial.
We can already compare 1-to-1 there, that like on these B attacks, the flash assist that were coming out of Imperial every single frag. And when there wasn't, it was 2K entry cello, 2K entry cello over and over again. And immediately into this rifle round, Imperial show us a better B defense, a worse attack from the complexity side. Halzerk 1-on-3.
Oh!
Whoa. You know, if it's the first guy and then the Woodwall player, we're talking.
Yeah.
But right now we're talking about 13-7.
Nice try on the adjustment, I gotta say.
Yeah, it was good.
Looked like it wasn't too far off.
Oh, Lanny gets that.
You know, I give half points for almost.
Yeah.
Quarter points for maybes. But Vinny crossing the T with those 2 kills. out short B.
Yeah, that was the layup right there. Like, you didn't see tunnel vision on the Imperial side, but Complexity, they had one guy they had in the site they wanted to kill. They forgot about Vinny completely. Maybe thought he was playing deeper.
Silver lining, guns again, and JT finds a quick entry. That could have easily been a cello opening. We know how hot he's been shooting. It is still a bunch of damage to 2 of Complexity's players, but it's a 5v4 and a little map control, although Imperial aren't far away. They are not shying back.
Oh my god, the call out.
JT through smoke. And now Fallen's going to try the same game. And why would they expect there to be another player right there? Fallen,
yeah.
if he doubles back towards short, as Bolts draws attention away from long, he is in the thick of it. We said he hasn't seen much action despite this battlefield. Well, now he tries to take down Grim and pays the ultimate cost. Vinny, the last man up, 1v3.
Okay, good 2K spray down from Vinny in that previous round. He'll have to do one better. 16 and 12 on the map. They are coming to his site in a few seconds.
It's his best map yet.
No smoke for him to stop the one molly potentially from Fang. This would be the most natural spot to molly, I think. But he's actually not going to use it. They're gonna
just through the wall. Both other players out long. Vinny's falling back. And they almost line up in his spray, but Complexity will finish this with 2 alive.
Yeah.
For 8.
And that's Fang with his 5th kill, but an important one at that. Still a chance to change the story. Undo everything that we talked about coming into half number 1. It'd be funny if you did a content piece, then we asked them, are you happy to be in not Washington? And they go, what's not? We got the ideas flowing.
Luckily, FURIA or EG Black still await.
now you're just rooting against your favorite team.
Ooh, sorry.
That's the CS2 op scope.
Kinda, yeah. Not far off. What do you think about that new sound when you get the right jump throw?
What?
Yeah, when you successfully do a jump throw, they added a sound.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, he goes.
Are you sure that's just not the sound you make?
No, but it sounds like something I'd make.
That's cool.
Is it?
Oh, no, it's not cool?
I like jump vines.
The sound can still be there with the jump vine.
That is a fair point. Yeah, all right.
But the reason the scout the jump scouts are working is for the same reason that the jump throws are working.
Really?
Because they increase the range at which it's going to land in the same spot, which means the scout's apex is now a bigger range as well.
Well,
you should make a sound when you jump with the scout.
Yeah.
Yata.
Just add tons of martial arts sounds, shall we?
Just do anime sounds.
Yeah. Bang off long. 2 kills. They're I don't know what's going on here. You're losing more money than you have the chance to gain.
Oh.
To survive here for Complexity.
Joda to the bomb. Not too bad. Not too bad, actually. But still more to go.
Guns back in. Ooh, this is getting interesting.
Yeah, it's starting to get interesting. Complexity looking for 10 now.
But this time...
The flash is solid, honestly, but Joda gets 1 frame of vision, and his crosshair placement was beautiful.
All he needed. And we had that really quick clash last round as well, but JT picked up the opening kill. I was wondering if Imperial would actually just shy away from it once they were back on guns, but nah, they go right back to what they want.
So they still at least explode for some positional presence out towards long, and however they're met with Imperial, you know, I mean, look at this.
Yeah, staying
They know
dynamic
exactly
here.
what the play is, basically.
Imperial with a... Remember last time it's all that action up inside bathrooms, and it feels like that's why Complexity are clearing it out as a pack. This time Imperial confident to just sit outside of the flower bed on long.
And it's not... Oh, man. If they go up through bathrooms, yeah, they must be going B if they're not going to take long control here. Otherwise, I think they're really asking for it.
Cruising.
Okay, so yeah, they're actually making the right play now.
But CT's also starting to get curious on long. That would open up the A players to rotate down.
Yeah, that's true. We found a good timing, 45-second mark, clearing everything out. And so we'll see if Complexity are going to be swift enough. It feels like not.
One frag to hold them back from Imperial. The execs light on util as well. Molly comes here onto the ramp. Emphasis out from Monster. We'll see how close to the site they can truly get with Vinny down in water. Oh, Grim, leave it to him. Sometimes when push comes to shove, it's Grim to cut the heads off. And again, he comes through.
Wow.
Triple headshot from Grim. And a Fallen clutch queued up. Grim to the left, one inside sight. And there's the double. Last frags versus Fang. Gets the peak, but Fang to take the clutch.
Another close for Fang. And yes, he doesn't have many kills, but he's got a lot of clutches in this series so far, most of them on Ancient, but starting to light it up. And look at Grim. Those are the entries we're talking about. Those were 3 great spots for the CTs to play. They had all the appropriate information, and it's the first headshot in heaven. Oh my God.
And I swear, Grim entering B-site overpass, that is what has put Complexity on the map within this.
Yes. And that's Triumph for him.
Versus FaZe, versus Na'Vi. Grim entering,
my God,
is what gets the ball rolling.
And we're talking about players playing in CT and Graffiti with half their heads showing just to make sure they can get a few free bullets off. Okay, they take out Grim right away, and they can get the weapon back on top of it. But that's the 10th round right there for Complexity. You know, they don't have any leeway, however. You know, max loss bonus for Imperial and Complexity don't have any majority alive rounds. Even that pistol round, they lost 3.
Joda hiding with the 5-7.
They're just constantly teetering on the brink of defeat. Double eco, you know?
Oh, they gotta find him. Floppy gets popped. It's an op from Hulzerk. Okay. One chance there to keep that AK out of his hands. JT can be left to just make sure nobody flanks. Bomb can start to head towards A if it so chooses. The most deadly player on Imperial is Vinny's M4 here on B. They're going to hear those footsteps. JT, rotation towards A confirmed. Is that enough to force him to double back? Because Fallen faked it. He ran, stopped, came back, and that leads Complexity into this one M4. Fallen's brain so bulbous to set this up. And then Vinny strikes down the first, but it's Fang to respond. An incredibly quiet first half, and yet an incredibly critical 2K to put Cello in a near unwinnable situation. That one would have been beautiful.
Yeah, it doesn't take away from the play. That was so well done. It fed right into JT's call. You know, that's influence with unconfirmed information. And Fallen made it seem like he was, you know, ran by accident and then walked the rest of the way. But no, it was just to set up Vinny for that spray down. And Fang, talk about miracles. What a 2K response from him. Things could have gone south if he didn't get both of these. But suddenly very sharp. Suddenly very sharp on T side. And that's an 11th round for Complexity, but it is still another costly round. And we're looking at none of these players with enough money to rebuy if they lose. It's going to get ugly. And Imperial know that. They've kept them low over and over again. That's going to give them a little bit extra motivation. Loss bonus could continue to be this incredibly relevant and important idea in this matchup. Complexity don't find one majority alive round win.
Man, Joda in the corner. Fang's making a bit of sound, so this activity's heard. Somebody better be holding this. A missed shot from Hulzerk if JT's not there.
Yeah, I think he was blind.
JT on Joda. Gets away. But damn, man. Hulzerk takes a ton of damage in that as well, so Joda, worth it for sure. We start to get this work back towards the B site from Complexity. There's been no activity out of them in this direction. Cello op. He waits, and he nails the first one. Gets away on 4 HP, leads them right into Vinny, who then postures up. Missed shot from Cello, a chance to Complexity to push, and JT fumbles because Vinny this time locks it all right in.
And that's 14 now for Imperial. And again, no matter how many rounds they had won, they don't have much left over. It's unclear if Complexity are going to get all the guns they're looking for here to defend against match point. all of that effort in this second half could be for naught. Such good coverage on the play. I mean, leading them into that short push again. Complexity go for the long control just to get them back out of a situation where they get flanked through stairs while they're taking B like they saw in that previous round. And that idea is fine, but the setup is even better for Imperial. Ready for the worst case situation. Complexity refusing to try to flash to take control of short ever.
Right now, dying on that hill. Desperate situation here for Complexity. Mac-10, 2 Tech-9s, Galil's.
Oh, and that's not just the kill. That's information. Grim down.
Dude, Vinny has been the bane of their existence. Lights out plays from him. Oh, it's a double in from Floppy, but Bolts, he's got the short side. And that is Imperial 15.
That's Imperial 15. About 2K a player here on the rest of the Complexity players, and that first half starting to haunt them. They started to wake up here on T side, but that is just a little bit too late. They missed their alarm. Their pay's getting docked.
If it weren't for that blowout of a first half, this would be the first time we see their economy bottom out. Would have been fine. Saver 2 back in with guns. Now that cannot be the case. It is forces all the way. Near non-existent utility here for Complexity.
They could have saved for this situation, decided to force twice. So are in no better of a position than they just were.
Helplessly looking for a deagle kill through walls or smoke. Helplessly thrashing about after such a stark improvement versus Imperial on Inferno, setting themselves up to win their map pick 2 series in a row. But they allowed this to go to overpass, and their CT side simply not enough. Cello's gonna open up. Contact's been found. Floppy, just like last round, trying to keep Complexity in this. An attempt to get them at this A site. Joda, head on a swivel, turns it back around, nade in front, but again, it is Floppy fighting tooth and nail. With his hands now busy on the bomb. The coverage is out from Halzerk, working only with the scout. And a missed shot allows these CTs to get their retake rolling. Floppy, the one-man army, just cannot do it on his own. And we hoped for the JTD ground, but with 25 health, it is heartbreak for Complexity yet again. Rounds away from beating Na'Vi to qualify directly to Washington. And now instead, that dream is dead. Taken by Imperial.
The clash between Complexity and Imperial happens once again and ends on overpass. This time, no overtime, but it was Imperial that had a gigantic lead and did finally manage to close it out. Complexity, with a bit of faith in themselves, were trying to bring it back at the end, but Imperial, they'd already done too much.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It was a valiant effort from Complexity on that second half, but we have to just run back to Imperial's offense on that map, which was superb. After originally being down 1-3, it felt like Fallen figured out exactly how to play the A site. The amount of time they just abused the maximum distance they could until they gave information to Complexity, it was too hard for them to handle. We touched on the Halzerk situation. We have the scoreboard right here, 14-20, very quiet on the CT side as well. I think Imperial did the best out of the situation, and then they closed it.
This scoreboard doesn't do Cello justice. He was 19-5, I believe, at one point on the T side. You spoke about it, right? A monster offense coming in from Imperial. That's where they laid the groundwork for the win. And that was Cello being the talisman of that offense. He was opening up left, right, and center. And as said, 19-5 at one point in this game. He slowed down a little bit in the second half. He allowed Complexity to come back somewhat in the game. But overall, again, I think we're left with the same sentiment that Complexity were not a path. They were not a match for Imperial here in overpass.
He was so crisp in some of these super offensive maneuvers
maneuver we see here, trading, taking space. Well, that one here is just dirty. I mean, that's part of Counter-Strike. He was very, very great. That 1v2 here is insane. Like, the flick on the second one is incredible. And even on the CT side, I agree with you. By the numbers, he slowed down. That's true. But actually, his secondary AWP is what finally put Imperial on track to stop the comeback from Complexity. That right there, thank you very much, production. Boom, he stopped a couple of these contact play from Catwalk, and he did monstrous on that map.
I think as well, because we gave Vinny such a hard time, Vinny Pass was in full effect.
Yeah, it's impressive you can play that well and get that many frags with the ugliest, not the ugliest crosshair in Counter-Strike. I think Hot Circuit's still having that title, but the second ugliest crosshair in Counter-Strike then, playing with the T crosshair. I've tried it a couple of times. I can't make that work whatsoever. So the fact that he's dropping 24 kills in a game like this with that, yeah, kudos.
My viewers troll me with that, you know, when you can use the fish point to change your crosshair, they always make me play with like kind of T weird crosshair. I can't
other way around as well. Like
it's really complicated, but he can do it. He can make it work.
He can do it, and he can make it work. But you know what we're going to make work? The next matchup. We get to see FURIA go up against Evil Geniuses. That's right. One more best of 3 here, and we finally get to see FURIA in action. This time, they're going up against Evil Geniuses, and this should be a situation where we sit there all day long and say, FURIA, you are supposed to win this. Upset should not affect them. This is the bracket we've got right now, and this is where we're sat. We should be, on paper, set up for FURIA going up against Imperial, but EG might want to throw a spanner in the works today.
They hopefully will do that for themselves. I just think that there's a comparison to be made between Liquid and Nouns and here EG.
Sure. Okay.
This is the situation that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the clear-cut match that should be quick, painless, merciful. Just put him down like a wild animal that is hurt and who's suffering. We put an end. But we don't know. Maybe it's going to be competitive.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen, because this is a new look EG, and we've got Junior with Heku to talk to us.
So, Junior, it's really nice to see you back. I do wonder, what were you doing between Complexity and EG?
During my time off, I really was grinding like FPL and DM. Wasn't really like grinding the demos much, but I watched like every single professional Counter-Strike match. So during my time off, I was definitely grinding FPL.
I see. Well, there's a lot of people that are included in the EG project. I do wonder which analysts and coaches actually helped you to prepare for this specific series.
For this series, it was just our coach Axed that helped us and like our own selves. So it was just mainly all the EG Black guys that prepared for this.
And today you're gonna face against FURIA, and you kind of have a history with them. There was a moment when you played with them, and today you're gonna play against them. So does it mean that this series is gonna be somewhat personal?
Not really. I don't have any. I mean, all those guys are my friends, so we didn't like leave on bad blood. But it's always fun playing against FURIA. They are obviously a powerhouse team in Counter-Strike, and they make every game fun by how they play, so it's definitely going to be a fun match.
And is it going to be a close match?
Well, I hope it's a close match, but sometimes FURIA just, like roll over everybody, so I hope that's not the case.
He's at least laughing while saying that for sure. And EG are going to be picking themselves into a bit of vertigo in here, which used to be a map where I would always say FURIA looked so amazing on it, but they weren't playing it so much recently.
No, they've played only once in the last 3 months. There was a loss too big, but there were a bunch of W's behind that. So definitely a client. Mirage coming up from FURIA, very open, very wild map as well, where we hopefully get to see Art running around like a happy little horsey.
A happy little horsey?
Running around. In the field? I don't know.
You know, they've got a panther here. You could have said running around like a panther.
Sure, if that fits.
Could have been much better.
Like
you could have gone
Jaguar,
with
like a...
Yeah.
Like a... I don't know. What runs?
Anything better than a horsey? No, not a meerkat. Definitely not a meerkat. Pimp's gone again. Pimp's out of this one.
Jacob, anything you want to add to this?
I was just waiting to see if I could do an entire segment without saying a word. I came this close.
Now, one player I want to touch on that's in this EG side as well, because obviously they're mixing things up. They've got plenty of players to choose from, is Mr. Hext we have here. Now, he had his time on the main EG roster. He's now back with within the showdown to show us what he can do. But there's quite a mixed bag of players, experience, and what they can offer here, Pimp. What do we make of this?
Yeah, that's a good question. What do we make of this? I don't know how many EG fans that is left out there, but if there's still a few sitting and watching, you know, don't expect anything right here. I think for EG and for the players, the main thing we can hope for is a couple of the individuals showing us that they still got some firepower in them. That could be Hext, who's now part of this iteration of EG or whatever we call it. It could be Junior that has a point to prove against his old teammates. It could be Rush, you know, who's some may even call him a legend of the game, who's won a major, who's been around for a long time. There we go. So again, from an individual standpoint, you can make this game interesting by watching some of these EG players to see if they have what it takes to go toe-to-toe against FURIA. But from a team standpoint, I am in no doubt that this is going to be a quick 2-0.
Quick 2-0, he's saying once again. Let's see if that is the way. But first of all, let's look at FURIA. And let's start with looking at what this team has to offer right now, because we got very worried at the beginning of the year. Then they've come back into they're trying to show us some more, but they're still not the FURIA where you're directly scared of them. But in this region, you should be.
No, I mean, I think we still have reasons to be worried for FURIA, but this is not where we are worried. This is there's like 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 steps before the moment where we are worried, right? If we have aspirations for trophies and deep playoffs run, this is where doubts start to creep in when it comes to FURIA, but not right now. They have enough quality to just put that one to bed.
Well, let's see what Art's got to say to us as he was speaking to Heku.
They're gonna play against EG, and right now on their lineup they have Junior. And there was a moment when you were playing together. What is your relationship right now with Junior?
Junior, it's been a while since he was playing for FURIA. I think that was 2 years ago, I think.
It's in 2021, yeah.
2021, right? Yeah, so that's a while ago. We don't talk really that much, but sometimes we have like encounters and we talk on prec and screen. So it's a good relationship, but it's just like that we are not talking too much. Yeah.
So this fact doesn't make like the series in any way special. It's gonna be just like another game.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's no like a rivalry or anything like bad blood between us. So I don't think there's anything special going on. It's just like a good normal match. I think, of course, both teams really want to win. I think Junior would be very happy to beat us. So I think there's something special going on there. But for us, it's we just want to win.
And what should we expect from the match?
It's hard to say. I think it's going to be a good match. I do think that they have pracking for this qualifier for some time. So I think they're going to be prepared. And let's see.
Not worried, not looking nervous at all there. Seems pretty happy.
I have to listen to one more interview saying that this is going to be a good match and it's going to be great. I'm going to close my tablet and I'm going to walk out of this desk.
Let's be honest, Art is thriving. He's thriving in these games. He's going to run around like a little horsey and do whatever the hell he wants to. So, of course, he's thriving. Of course, he's looking forward to this. It's a great chance for Art to go plus KD and, get a rating boost.
I think it's going to be a good match.
You think it's going to be a good match? Sure. Yeah, I'm really glad. Why do you hate this so much?
No, I don't hate it. It's like when you have... Look, I know they have to be PR correct, right?
But when I said I don't want the PR answers, you were like, no,
when you're such a favorite, you can do it politely, you can do it with class, but you can also just say, hey, listen,
he's changed.
We're better. We're better. It should be a quick match.
So let's look at this, Pimp, right? I said I don't like the PR answers as the one who normally do interviews. I say I hate all this rubbish these throw at us, and he was like, no, but I know they have to, it's fine, no, it's okay, and now look, he's changed. That's your voice.
He's swish, you're not surprised.
You've gone downhill, Manny.
Listen, I would just like sometimes that we say things as they are, like, hey, we're favorites, we are going to put them to bed quickly, but you can do it politely.
No, you don't. You should say, I'm smashed up out of them. And that's
that's your take. I'm trying to do something a bit more.
I'm in between.
You're right in the middle.
All right, we've lost the plot. Back to Counter-Strike.
Well, we should look at Safe.
Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at Safe because he's been, out of all this chaos and weird FURIA period that we're in, he's been one that actually has been putting better and better and better numbers. I was very worried for Safe for a long time when he was into this lineup. I was worried he was going to be swallowed whole, like many of these all-pros who've tried to play in the FURIA system and have lost themselves along the way. And I truly feel like he's coming into his own right now.
Really?
And that's also, yes, I think he's doing better. You look at in 2023, I'm not saying he's nowhere near simple, shears, all of that. No, absolutely not. But he's doing better. He's coming into the rhythm and he's having a couple of these games where he's the one you actually look towards to make a difference.
But does that work? You know, what you're saying, say, your Simples, Zyru, Shearers, does that work in this FURIA system as an AWPer? It's pretty hard.
No, it's complicated with FURIA if you dissect their team. I agree, he's playing slightly better. He's been okay here in 2023, but the ADR was identical to last year. He's had games where he's dropping off, and I don't think he's performing against good teams whatsoever. And I think that's the issue with FURIA. They've stagnated. We talked about Art, the way he's calling. It hasn't changed in 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 years. I don't even know. It's the same style. You have Keserado, you have Yuri, two of the best riflers in the entire world. You know, there's a lot of potential within FURIA, and I hold them to a standard where I think you should contest for titles. And right now, you're not contesting for titles if you have Safe playing at a 1.06 rating and Art calling the same way he did 9 years ago.
I think we have a saying in French, and you can tell me if that means anything in English. But in French, we say that when you calm down, you put water in your wine. Does that make sense? Is that something you guys
I'm looking at Scrawny. I'm not educated enough to know anything of what you're talking about.
So if you put water in the wine, it means that you're calming down a little bit, you know, out of the craziness.
Scrawny's nodding along and eating a packet of crisps.
You guys know what putting water in the wine means? They're bobbing the head.
What's the point?
Yes.
What's the point? I'm waiting for
the point is that I think Art has calmed down, mellowed out the playstyle a little bit. I think we are lacking behind a little bit. Sometimes in our analysis, we say FURIA is a W religion. You look at them play right now, they try to take it a little bit easier, but they still mess up some situations. But at least they're trying to calm down a little and embrace the current meta. I don't think they're playing so crazy out of this world as it was, let's say, 5 or 6 years ago, as you mentioned, like 5 years ago, let's say.
Did you see them at the major?
Yes. Yeah, I saw them at plenty of games. I mean, I've
Did
covered
you see
them
how
a
they
few
played
times.
at the major?
Yeah, if you have one game aggressive. In general, I think they've mellowed down. They've mellowed out.
Okay.
Well, let's see. We can see now. I mean, maybe that's not a good example.
Yeah, that's a bad game.
This is you want to see them not mellow in this game. You want to see them disrespect the opponent.
I've watched them in Pro League. I've watched them. Yeah, well, Katowice was a bad example because things went to hell pretty quickly. But at Pro League, I thought that's relatively, you know.
Well, let's look at these stats that are on the screen now, boys.
So what do they tell you?
Well,
there's one number out there that's
there's a drop off.
There's a drop off. Good joke. You can take that one to the bank. There's a number that stands out. Keserado, World Star,
the king,
the absolute king, man, the best Brazilian player there is right now. Stuck in whatever Elo hell he is. When he's an actual superstar, that's what he is. Oh, please feel free to work with me, guys.
No, I'm still trying to grasp what you said before. I feel FURIA have been playing the same brand of Counter-Strike for a long time, and I think it's been the same case for Keserado. He's been a world star, and he's been by far the best player for a long, long time. I think I said it a couple of weeks ago on Twitter as well. Like, he's way too good to play within FURIA. He's way too good not to win trophies, and I feel like for Keserado, I feel like the way they're conducting themselves, the way FURIA is playing right now, it's not good enough for a player that is supposed to win trophies. It's sort of like Saivu in Vitality, just to a less degree.
Okay, so talk to me then quickly. You're saying that they play the same style. You're saying they should win trophies. Yes, this is what they should be looking to do. What change would you make for them?
I don't know. I would love for Art to figure out a way to implement himself and slow down a little more. I can somewhat buy what Matthew is saying, that maybe they've taken off the top, you know, but they were so extreme that even taking off just a little bit is not enough in the current meta of Counter-Strike. I want to see a radical change in either the way they play, the way they set up the system, or then maybe Art has had enough time. Maybe he's had 5, 6, 7 years to figure this out, and it hasn't been.
You keep adding years, by the way.
Yeah, I don't even know at this point, but I think if he can continue that progress that Matthew is seeing, then maybe there's a chance, but I've lost faith. I'm not going to lie.
I'm being creative. I'm thinking outside the box.
Okay.
Right? You've seen, I don't know if you have them. You have them in some of these TV shows. But in French, we have these TV shows where members of a family just switch families for a week, right? And they get to see how the other family is living, how people are doing, right?
Yeah.
Why don't we do that with IGLs in Counter-Strike for a week? Like we send James.
Reality show.
We send James to FURIA for a week. And they can all, you know, like they eat together, they play together, and James is like, man, I don't understand how you guys living in this house. Like, this is how it's going in my house. You have to make your bed, you have to, you know, clean the coffee cups and play slow Counter-Strike.
Save your
Then R goes to outsiders, and they're just going bonkers crazy, and they play super fast. And after 1 week, everybody he convenes, they have a nice dinner at the restaurant, they learn a lot about each other, and then eventually down the line, they all better.
I like it.
Yours isn't really a change going on here, and at least you made something. Oh, look, we got our boys back. Scrolling, Launders.
I don't know. I'm waiting for you guys to talk about EG Black. Hello?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
we did that.
FURIA this, FURIA that.
We spoke about EG Black.
I want more of it, man. Talk to me about Rush as a major champion.
How many FURIA players have won a major?
Server.
How long ago was that?
Talk to me about George previously. George Snorts, who should have always been the player to get the call up to the EG main roster, boys.
Who?
Talk to me about Junior, the guy who,
okay, that's fine.
Other than Twists, took on the biggest North American task ever by leaving NA to go to FURIA to try and play when they changed to English.
Talk to me about Stanislaw, the only ever real threat to Astralis in North American Counter-Strike, with his victories at ESL New York.
Is he on the server right now? I don't think he's on the server.
They're way to mute the cast.
Production, can we just...
There's a lot of NA hopium in here.
I'm just saying, screw
Boys.
talking about FURIA, guys. This is going to be the EG Black upset. Aren't you ready?
Oh my god.
I think we were to refer to them as EG, Connor, if you want to be disciplined up there, right? Mm-hmm.
EG. 1, 2, 3. Thing 1, thing 2. I don't know. Whatever EG this is, guys.
Hey, Connor, give us a prediction then.
Give you a prediction? I predict that FURIA win.
Oh!
Yeah.
And on
Let's be
that
real.
note, we're going to go to a break so this madness stops. See ya!
Drop, please tell us, where are you right now?
Now we are in Monterrey doing our bootcamp, preparing for this tournament and also for the RMR.
Well, you're doing a lot of preparations, but I've heard that you were stuck in Malta, and your team is actually traveling a lot. How are you fighting the burnout?
I mean, when we were in Malta, we were trying to live like on the time zone from Mexico already, going to sleep like 7 a.m. So I'm not feeling like the burnout or the jet lag that much.
And today you're going to play against EG, and we know that at the moment EG has multiple rosters. What do you think about the roster that you're going to play against today?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not thinking about them. I don't really know who are the 5 we are going to play against. I just know that Junior are there. So I just expect us to crush them.
So you'll mostly just focus on your own game? Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's the idea. I think the best way for us to beat some underdog team.
So Russia, welcome to the Blast Showdown. Can you please tell me where are all of the players located right now?
They're all over the place right now. I'm in Texas by ping. Feels good. But yeah, we have Peyton or Junior who's in Kansas, and then we have George and X who are in Illinois, Chicago area, and then Jaden or Hext and Wako. They are both in Canada. I'm not exactly sure where, to be honest. It's like somewhere central, kind of middle of nowhere, but they're close to each other. But yeah, we're kind of spread all over the place. So yeah.
Well, your team kind of went through quite a lot of changes, and I do wonder, the team that you have at the moment, how much practice did you get?
Not much, to be honest. We've been playing like a lot of matches just for ECL season, and then we had some qualifiers, cash cups, just a lot of stuff that we've been playing lately. So we've kind of we've had like one off day in the last, I don't know, like 12 days probably. It's really good to get a lot of match experience, even though it's all online. But practice-wise, we've had maybe 3 or 4 days of practice, probably like maybe even less. So yeah, it's not much, but we've been feeling good, and we've gotten a lot of reps in the matches, which is good.
You've been farming a lot of North American tournaments, but I do wonder, do you have like a lot of experience when it comes to FURIA? Do you ever prac against them?
FURIA? No, they're not here that often. I feel like we play the other Brazilian teams, like Pain, MBR, Team 1. Imperial and FURIA seem to travel a lot more than others, so they're gone most of the time. It would be nice to practice against them, so, but not lately. We've put them in the past, just not lately.
And would you say there's still kind of big difference between the metas, between like the South American and the North American metas?
Yeah, I would say it's quite a difference. I'm sure you've heard in other interviews that NA prac can be a bit abysmal, which is fairly astute observation. But we played Imperial, for example, yesterday, and it's the first time we played them in a scrim. First time we played them in some time, and it was clear, stark contrast difference from the average NA team. Probably because they've been in Europe so much, but it was very nice change of pace to play them. So it's, yeah, it's definitely way different.
And what do you expect from the series?
I expect FURIA to probably not have an entire idea of how we're going to play. I mean, maybe they did a little bit of homework to watching us, but I think we have played, or we've grown a lot as a team in the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. We've made quite a big changes since I joined this roster back in fall, I guess. So yeah, they probably, I don't think they'll write us off entirely, but they probably think they're going to have an easy win, and we're just going to do our best to not have that for them.
Blast Premier is coming to North America.
NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO has come to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier,
Washington, D.C.
Oh, hey. Sorry, guys. That's why you said headphones, huh? Ready? EG versus FURIA. Unicorn odds definitely in the way of FURIA. Why wouldn't they be at this point? I mean, we're talking about FURIA who make playoff runs, who make major semifinals, and we're talking about evil geniuses, but not that evil geniuses. It's the other evil geniuses, which is also a rotating door of players, because I swear that Rush just mentioned 5 players, but he's also one of them, so that would be 6. There's players on the server versus FURIA tonight, and unfortunately for them, the cards are stacked against them. But I will say genuinely, and I mean this genuinely, I'm more excited to see this roster of evil geniuses play than the one that we were watching travel through Europe, the one that we were watching play the group stage at the start of the year, because I think there are individuals on this formula of evil geniuses that were never really given a chance to showcase what they've got. And right now, they're all going to come together to try and do exactly that. A showcase versus FURIA of their potential, right? If this entire project is meant to be a talent pipeline that leads to opportunities for all of the players in said pipeline, well, this is the most we've seen of those players all at the same time. That's cool.
Oh, so Axe is playing as one of the guys he mentioned. So Axe played with them in the Melbourne qualifier. So yeah, they made a couple of recent moves, but most excited to watch this iteration of EG play because of Junior's stats. He's kind of looking like an OC right now, basically, in the NA scene with the consistency, the 1.27 rating in recent months, looking really good across every single map, even in 3-map series. So they're setting him up in a way that it feels like he was set up on Triumph, which is cool. And obviously when he joined on FURIA, he was just regarded as like their 5th player, not their number 1. And I think that's because he joined a team with Cacerado, Yuri, and so on. But now I think he's got a lot of confidence back. And that's another reason you want to watch this iteration of EG play. Because like, even if the other one were maybe going to get better at some point, or they had just had no confidence left, you know? So it wouldn't be sensible to have them continue to grind out matches that they're likely to lose in such a bad place and instead try to take a break. And that is the point, I guess, of having additional rosters to use. So I'm genuinely actually looking forward to watching Rush play again, watching Hext in a new new lineup, watching George play, who was very impressive when we saw him play.
No George, sadly. Oh, there is George. So we've got 6. Okay, we've seen 6 key players.
It is Axe.
Is Axe the coach? We have seen Junior, Hext, Rush, Walco, George. We've seen them all. They're all on cameras. There are 6 players on camera. If we could figure out who's coaching them of these 6, that'd be nice.
Oh, maybe he subbed in for Melbourne or something.
But we just saw it right now. 6 different
I mean,
EG
maybe
players.
he subbed in when he was already coaching before.
Maybe. That would make the most sense.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like Axe is the coach.
All right. So subbed in for Melbourne.
I actually did well.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Talent runs deep on EG.
Yeah. I didn't realize Axe was ready for coaching. Know of him, of course. So, all right. Let's see what they can do.
Let's find out, shall we? You know, this to me, it's like, for one last analogy, it's like when in MMA there's suddenly like a last-second replacement. You know, you always have a backup fighter, and it's not supposed to be a favorite at all. That's this. The other EG couldn't make it. Let's watch this EG duke it out in their place. Poor Walco first down. Art just awaits the commitment. There's no short play coming out from EG. Very much fixated on the upper ramp. Yuri's gonna take a gush. Bolsters the confidence of the push. Russian Junior with a headshot apiece. And EG staring down the barrel of a pistol round win. Bomb plants there for the taking. Still low HP on the guy standing boost, but Drop starts to even things out, and Drop's gonna connect with another headshot, leaving this one on Junior and Hext.
No smoke, so they'll actually have to go for kills. They'll tap the bomb, but that gets spotted immediately. They fall back. Haven't spotted sandbags just yet.
Yuri with low health. It's Hext from the sandbags. Shots from the left side. Doesn't need to fight him. Yuri's low health, but he's getting pinched. That's the favorable fight. And now Hext into the 1v1. Just also burning time. Dies to safe, but time decides. EG will win pistol.
Yeah, super well played there by Hext. I mean, he got just enough info, but didn't expose himself and closed out a 1v3. Hext, in terms of the move-ups to the main roster, I was really sad to see him go. I mean, I don't think he was probably not getting the same level of attention from his teammates on that roster since everybody was trying to either sink or swim, right? And I think that, you know, if he had upward potential, at least, like, you know, replace someone else around him and give him a chance to continue to develop. But either way, the roster that he moved into, like, if we're talking about confidence or, like, wins in the region, this EG is the team to watch right now. They're the ones who are winning way more than the main lineup. So,
yes,
at least there's that.
100% that. I think there's also this conversation to be had where it's like, if this is a talent pipeline, well, this is the North American talent. You can bring in all these other pieces and kneel in. Rumors about adding Refresh, Gorborg, the European coach. But this is 6 North American players picked up by EG from the lesser realms, brought forward today versus FURIA. So let's see what the region's got.
Yeah, I'll have to go up against one of the best in the world here. In Cacerado, he's got a, you know, he's in that simple Shiro, Zaiwu, Nico range of statistics coming out of last year into this year. Best rifler since, you know, Cold Zera basically out of the Brazilian region. Minus the accomplishments right now, so that'll be a real big test. And for Rush, I know what he's saying when he says it was like a relief to play against a team like Imperial, even if I think he kind of implied that they lost, just because it's just more fun to play against teams that are like so much better than you, to learn faster. But this is, you know, getting thrown to the Lions for sure.
Yeah, and Lions don't show much mercy. Art will fall to Rush. Double kill recovery here as they work their way back up ramp. Remember, this was lesser guns for FURIA, but pretty confident in just gunning down the ramp, getting the kills they wanted. Safe runs the risk of extending out from elevator. And because those other players aren't as well equipped, still life on this for EG. Junior's gonna jump him on the reload. No coverage from the elevator player. Safe, gonna connect. Very clean scout headshot. But now Major Champion Rush will tuck into the short side. Quesarado, his next victim. Mac-10 immediately to the forehead. Means FURIA's force buy pays off with 2 alive.
It's almost as if Safe could give him the info. He's probably going to go short right now, be on full alert, and then they lock it up. Nice scout shot from Safe. The approach was good from EG to try to recover the round, but of course that started out with just a 5-7 clean kill. No looking back from Quesarado into a very desperate scene. So could have even lost earlier, but a nice try nonetheless. And the trade denied here from Art.
George is a player that at the Rio NA RMR turned a lot of heads.
That's what it was, yeah.
Turned a lot of heads.
I remember when we watched him, that was like so impressive, yeah.
He's definitely making a name for himself. And of course, that's the beauty of, I think, all the RMRs, each major cycle. There's always so many teams, especially for the Americas region, that like you may never see these players ever before and sometimes ever again. But George definitely put his name in the lights. Not because they qualified for Rio, but because he was just punching upwards on a lesser successful team. Love that. Hex just trusts Rush to jump on Safe, and sure enough, Deagle headshot, right? The one Deagle bought up here by EG, and it works wonderfully for the 5v4.
And the jump across, I mean, they knew exactly where he was going to be sitting right there. And we heard from the interview from Drop, he's like, I don't even know which 5 are playing. Like, I'm not thinking about that right now, but you better believe that this EG roster prepped severely for this matchup to learn anything they could in terms to anti-stratting, so.
And I don't want to overblow his presence here, but at the same time, it's like if anybody might know something extra about FURIA, you got Junior in the server.
Yeah, definitely stylistically, right? He's going to be, got to imagine, if he's vocal at all, he's going to be like, this is the kind of thing they're going to try to do. Watch for this.
Just going to start speaking Portuguese mid-round.
Yeah.
FURIA clean conversion after that. Nice Deagle kill from Rush in middle just to remind them that they are very much alive and kicking.
It was really hard watching Junior go to FURIA because like he was so good on Triumph, and then that just ended up being so bad on FURIA that was like, man, everyone knew from our region like how much better he could be. To instantly prove that going to the DG lineup within the region at least. But can't be set up on a team with players of that caliber that quickly, of course.
I mean, while they're also trying to all speak English for the first time.
As soon as he dies in a round, they're probably switching to Portuguese right away. Like,
look what happened to the likes of the Vitality / Astralis player merge. Like, speaking English for them caused players of that caliber to fall off as much as they did.
And the communication and cultural differences for everybody whenever they try to have international teams is always tough.
Unless you're Rain. Rain gets away with it. Ooh, hello, Walco just walks up, catches Art, not being covered. That nade's gonna kill Yuri.
Oh, never mind.
Unless he just runs out wide. Rush won't let him get away, but at least he brought down Walco. Hex sitting towards middle, doing his own thing at the moment. 3 other players for EG floating closer towards A, and Safe pulls off.
Going up towards heaven, it looks like. Still in danger of getting spammed, though, at this HP, but I think it anticipates. Looks like they're actually just going to give this up. Let him have the site. And they'll respect this one. Yeah, and EG's ramp approaches have been good, so no reason to doubt it. Walco got some good damage right there with that Galil. Killing a bit. But Hex wants some action.
He'll find it. Clearing out at least one of the 3 players that FURIA hoped to save with. You know, I kind of made fun of the whole situation and prodded the analysts about not giving EG credit. But while they did have a good conversation about the guys, when pressed for like a prediction, I think it's impossible to say EG will win this. But I do think people may be underestimating how many rounds this team has the potential to get. Like, double digits on any map, I think, is something they could walk away with their head.
I mean, I straight up think they would get more rounds in the main roster just simply because of like how much the main roster has gone through. Like, they just have lost their identity and everything. At least this team is trending up and feeling good about recent maps and stuff like that. The only thing they're missing is more chances to play against teams like this to get better, to, you know, go to some new level. Because in NA, of course, the competition is not that thick. They've just torn through it, but they have every right to like have a chance now.
Oof. But George gets stuffed by K-Serato's aggression. And it's one thing for this EG to play versus other top-tier teams, but you're playing versus FURIA, who may just jump at the chance to pummel you with aggression. Art fighting for the bottom of the ramp, wins out versus Walco. He's getting bullied now, 1 and 5. Hex does get out mid yet again. CT's not going to respect that elevator smoke, so Hex will be caught off guard, and now again, FURIA back to winning ways.
Yeah, that one's a little poofy. So Yuri can safely get out of that smoke blind and not have to worry about someone close to him. Now they're guessing a little bit, you know, as to what to do next. So they start to get peeled apart. This will be hard to figure out. So, well, Rush goes down next. Junior up to the plate, and you know what we want this game is a big Junior round. Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Yep.
Because like again, win or lose, 3-map series throughout the last however many months, Junior has had good maps, like barely any bad maps in series even.
Yeah, if I could get anything out of this for NA, it's just a highlight from Junior, Hext, and George. I don't know enough about Walco personally, and I don't expect it maybe from Rush. But I was always waiting for George to get the call up to the EG main team. I thought that would be the guy sooner than Hext, to be entirely honest.
Counter-terrorists win.
So now maybe while the struggle is real, he can shine.
Junior.
Junior has one of the coolest Counter-Strike tattoos in the world, by the way. He's got the Op Medusa tattooed down his arm.
But not so like the actual... If you like made the skin and someone got a tattoo.
Yeah, but not actually the Op either. He did it in a really classy way where it's just the Medusa woman.
That Medusa chick.
With a little negative space in the center. You know, real classy. You heard of her? But don't look at her. K-Serato's nade looks for a home.
Ouch.
George jumping on the chance to shoot through that floorboard, and it's nearly the death of K-Serato.
They've won here at the bottom of B. They've had a little bit more trouble, though, on the A ramp. That's for sure. Safe's got eyes wide open, ready for this. No op in front of him, and he can counter this smoke for the moment. Delay for more time, make things a bit more unnerving for EG. There's always got to be layers to utility in situations like this, and they've got it coming now.
We get Art, who looks to want to play around the smoke.
Yeah, it's going to Yukinder the situation.
Ooh. Oh, I was getting nervous over here.
And they've actually fanned out in an interesting way. They've left a lurk basically in Walco. But looking to go back to the B sites after this presence, but not expecting the ramp to get re-cleared is obviously, you know, unlikely when it's FURIA. They're always going to come and re-clear things. Malco, does he jump the smoke is the question.
Oh, he's sitting in it.
26 seconds, and we're running out of time to safely exec on the B site.
Damn, he hit the ding.
Oh, they get maybe a rotation here.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they sure enough, they do. One CT sticks around and drop within sight. Yuri's not too far away. And Safe finds that mid-climb from Hext. He was hoping to get over construction. Drop, unfortunately, for EG. He's going to tear away their hopes and dreams. If only they had found him, then Bomb could have gone down. Instead, after time, this could hurt. They're given a chance to save, to survive in Junior and George.
Oh, there's a lot to be... There's like a lot of teachable moments, I guess, for the demo of watching that round. But basically, I think the primary one is they got a lot out of this, right? They got Walco up to the sandbags and got damage on Art, which elicited 2 rotations. Drop fully committed off that little bit of information, and they had no info down the B steps because EG cleared it out earlier on, but they were not ready to exec at the same time that Walco made his information known, and they needed to go at that exact moment. If they watch that back, they'll see it. But they got Furia to move. If Drop didn't play tricky around that smoke, then they actually got a plant.
It's like we're not being ironic either. Like they got Furia to move. Like that's
hard.
It's a good thing. Like good job. It is somewhat of an accomplishment. You got him to move. You got to take the little wins in such a lopsided matchup like this.
Well, it kind of meant like in the sense they could have won the round if they got him to move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They set themselves up for a potential win. Just that cheeky drop in smoke. Little caution here. Anticipating Furia with some kind of overt aggression, but it's nothing too crazy from Furia. Safe's got his angle from middle this whole entire time, so they'll just play contact, wait for the peaks to come ramp. Yuri and Art ready to hold this back. Oh, and the smoke. Oh, that's rough for EG. The Junior catches Yuri, and Art dies with just the one. Now, Pistols can grab those weapons, try to transition into the commitment. It's going to be Safe first, drop behind him. Off shot, clean, but Rush with the return. Now, Bomb can't be planted because of the incendiary. 15 left on the clock, so it will burn itself out. But at that point, what kind of pressure does Furia want to apply?
They got no HEs.
They'll put Quesarado up on the boost. Walco's stuck in this bomb site. Feels like Walco's probably going to die here, and then it falls onto the shoulders of George and Rush behind him. If Walco can bring down one, and we're talking. Peeks out, does a bit of damage. It's George to make the difference off the Galil, and Drop, even though he's got that kit, concedes it. We've got EG with a third.
That was a Junior covering behind the smoke as they were entering through it. And yeah, they had to go through the smoke. There was still a point in this round where it's like they're doing a lot of thinking and organizing, but not enough like pressure anywhere to scare Furia. And if they have the late smokes, those should be enough. But as they ran through, again, Junior stood behind the smoke and took whatever angle he could to at least get the trade. They traded out the second guy on the ramp. And then just some good aim there from George to at least get Quesarado down, so this works out.
Hey. Hey, I want to see that kill. George. You don't always see it spelled with a J.
That's true. It's like Connors with an E.
Exactly. Superior. The other day, Moses owed me money. So Moses sent $500 to my PayPal. Except Moses spelled my name C-O-N-N-O-R.
Whoa, someone's rich.
So whoever that guy is, you're welcome. Buy something nice on me. Well, actually on Moses. You think you...
So he's out $1,000, right?
You think someone's your friend, man.
Right.
Doesn't even spell your name right.
Well, he does love Connor, but... I really do appreciate EG going through map control here.
Yep.
And this deep A ramp setup, honestly, it's pretty flawed. Like, there's not a lot of good spots to stand. So let's see if Art gets a little bit too much. But Drop's about to join him.
Oh, they get both.
That's actually... Yeah, people don't really do that A ramp setup anymore. I feel like Furia, we're just giving it a shot. But they're also keeping options open here. Bomb is walking back the other way as they throw some utility, and they're hoping for the re-clear of ramp, and Furia Well, they've got Safe still here, but 2 CTs on the other side of the map. Okay, now this will be hard to get in. Late smoke as well.
Yes, sir. Worried about that mid-construction push. It has been a consistency from EG. Shot landed. Ooh, not that one. Safe's taking damage here. Tags down Rush ever so slightly. 8 seconds on the clock. Oh, the incendiary, though.
Oh, he's got a smoke on it.
In the smoke, so it's all good. They've got themselves the post plant.
Oh, they got a flank coming.
Yeah, that should
be aware
the end
of this. He's watching it from quad, but
they just feel so suffocated in this backside. No real cover to play around from. Yuri should be able to clean up at least one, if not both. Rush, 1 kill on the round. They've lost track of him, but once the smoke fades...
Yeah, it's tough. He has to take a fight.
He's got to get one before the smoke goes down, and now that it has run out, he sections them off beautifully, gets back into the cover. Rush, this would be a huge clutch to tie up this game at 4, buying time wonderfully as well. Rush, a masterclass in just dodging death, and he doesn't dish it out, but he wins it.
That's well done, man. That's a really hard clutch to win. He's hit some great shots this match. Man, he's got to be feeling so good. Like, it's been so long since he's played, like, you know, matches of this tier. And obviously we're looking at a major winner, right? So I'm sure he's feeling invigorated. Probably all this time talking about the teams he's scrimming against at a lower level, going like, man, you have no idea like how hard it's supposed to be and all these things. But yeah, now he's showing off.
Yeah, what was that quote? You've probably heard NA prac can be abysmal, which is quite the astute observation.
Yeah. We got him tilted. So that one is another good round here. They get the A ramp clear going on. They got the FURIA rotation out of B. Safe alone in the site. Safe gets his 1 kill, but then they trade. And in the 2-on-2, they have a smoke to deny the molly, and of course the rush clutch. But they're doing a good job of going through the map, whether it's poking into mid, taking A ramp controller, trying it, having varied attacks, whether it's going A or B, and not always attacking the same site that they go for map control on the beginning of the round.
Here comes Art on the CZ. X gonna deal with these pistols, or at least just the first one.
You would think that's a good setup for it, but
right, Molly on their feet, Galil, 35 bullet magazine spraying away. USPs find him.
Great flash.
They will go for ramp. They'll still go through some protocols. It is very much clear for the taking. George downstairs. As, ladies and gentlemen, evil geniuses take the lead.
The lead. Respecting the save. We'll take the lead and they'll look good doing it.
I want to say that one more time. Evil geniuses take the lead.
They already won the pistol, so.
Again.
2 leads. It's more leads than FURIA have this game.
Four up as well. I wish we had a mic on Hext. He's always good at chirping.
Talking, yeah. Welcome to the dystopian future. That's the classic Hex line.
I miss him already. You know, he was very aware of his shortcomings. I remember at the Rio Major where he was just super vocal about how nervous he was. He's just, yeah, I'm intimidated by this situation. and you know, I felt like I was glad EG gave him, I thought they were going to give him more than just one major cycle run, and now that I think about it, they would have had they qualified for the RMR. One can assume.
Well, K-Serrato gets drop kicked at the top of B. They're taking space back on the ramp. There's no one here on short. Art has pulled guard, not assuming that they would be so brave. But here he is, and Junior, he'll find the entry. And that's a guy rotating out, the guy who's usually deep in the ramp. So this would be hard for Yuri to get back in. Let's see how aggressive he wants to play it. But we're already in the territory. They might respect utility. However, there's actually none left. Evil Geniuses, 4 players, and they've just got to frag out.
What was that? Junior gets tagged up. Walco back in the kill feed, but sent packing by Safe. See if Hex can make the difference here. Bomb needs to be picked back up. All
Flank's
the while,
already in,
George is coming quietly.
Oh, they did that really well. They
Safe's back turned. He's dead.
Yeah, they were attacking A at the same time, and George was part of the A attack. He just left because they didn't have enough utility to do that safely. So he said, let's just see what's going on. Maybe I catch a rotator. Maybe we have B for later. And instead, just flanks A and wins it. That was nice. Even so in confidence with Junior just walking up the ramp when he feels like he can. Outplaying Art a little bit there in Elevator. How good would it feel for them to win? You know, at least a map even.
I just hope, even these rounds.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, in the big picture, in the big...
They've already got a lot of great stuff to look back on, but yeah.
In the scheme of things, right? How many hours have you dedicated already, even though these players are so young, or in Rush's case, he's on the rebound. Just winning 6 already. Especially knowing that each of these individuals would have been frothing at the mouth for a chance to get onto that main team and to be given the chances of playing in, you know, blast groups to begin the year, etc. Feels like right now we really do need to pay attention.
He just trying to make sure not to blow this one, knowing that there's saving players on the other side. One late smoke here to the B steps to scare him, but I don't think it's going to stop them from the full commitment. Also got the lurk in place inside of middle, and now the heavy rotation out as they clear out the ramp. So again, we saw time be sort of a problem, at least in one of these rounds, but as long as they clear everything properly, they shouldn't have too much to be afraid of. Walking back now to A. Wow, and the bombs here.
Yeah.
So they sniffed that out.
Nicely done. Catch flank, open A site, leave George to his own antics. Even a mid-player insurance policy to really make things that much more painful for FURIA. It's milked down to the final 10 seconds again. Have to say, EG playing with the clock, but sometimes when you play with that clock, you see people, you know, falter in the last 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And there's that one round where it drops inside smoke and denies the plant.
Yeah.
But more often than not, EG have not fallen victim to time.
No, they've done really well with the clock. Like, and again, with the map control and everything. They've got FURIA respecting them. They've got FURIA saving early in some situations. They're winning enough duels. And right there, for whatever reason, they were able to figure out that FURIA were starting to walk back towards the B site. They were maybe thinking the map's a little too quiet. And went ahead and caught that flank. So first time out will be called for FURIA. I'm sure they were hoping to not have to use one today. But they realized that their opponents are in good form as of recently. You know, they got to really test them here. That is 5 straight for Evil Geniuses.
Junior opens up.
Acerado bodied on the stairs again.
EG on fire. And in of 5v4, but that nade's gonna hurt. Oh.
Wow,
George.
Not bad, George.
With the wallbang, keeps track of drop.
That is harder than it looks.
Walco's preoccupying the ramp players, so that's 2 guys that can't really get out of there. Safe has no assistance. He also has no info on mid. But he does burn George. The little that was left of him. Hex point
the flashes
blank.
are excellent.
Nice. Capitalizes on the utility usage of Junior. Another bomb goes down for EG, doubling the score of FURIA.
Yeah, and that's just the best round so far, right? I mean, even though we have one player running into a molly, that's when they feel like they've already won the round. They took out Acerado real early. They win B steps. And this is the first time they've committed to map control that they've gotten right away. And I think that's just because they're starting to grow in confidence right here. Like, they've actually proven they can take out Acerado a couple of times now. and they can believe in their execs. And those flashes, you just kept hearing them come in, and those flashes being spaced out. That's the hard part, right? Players throwing them at different times as you're starting to scale. That's when you're starting to really look like a very solid team. So that was a pretty impressive attack. And yeah, now, I mean, you're going to be legitimately scared about this half. It's a really, really good start. Lots of money left over here for EG. I swear that was like the 6th flash that came out by the time Hex went ahead and took that fight.
Safe that whole entire time, had no help coming. So we'll say Walco's not getting in big with the frag department, but he's doing a good job of preoccupying A players. That time he jumps up Crane inside smoke. He's keeping Art locked in behind sandbags. He's feigning presence. He's really being bigger than he is.
I think they saw him. Yeah, they did.
He just killed Yuri? I don't know. Art, he's going to get traded out by Hex through that smoke. Walco versus Safe Point. Blank gives an AK over. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Ooh, but George will get back that slack. 257s left over. As EG are on the brink of a 9-5 lead.
Damn, they tore through him.
9-4, even worse.
Like, no real big tragedies either, you know?
Nope.
That one, like, timing drop round or whatever that they couldn't hit the B side. This was pretty good. 3 alive again. I mean, their bank accounts are huge, too. It's not like clutches. And I think the thing I'm mostly surprised about, I would only expect a lead like this if somehow Junior had a crazy pop-off map, which was led in by all his recent maps and his, you know, confidence building to, like,
sure,
an Apex, you know, but instead it's like we had that rush clutch and a lot of good kills from a few different guys.
And what I like about this Rush that we've seen so far this evening is I remember when Rush was kind of included in EG at the start, he was one of the guys that really fell off. You know, he took an extended break, I think, before coming back with another EG roster.
Yeah.
And I really did think that, sadly, it was kind of done for Rush. But tonight, given a chance, this is the best I've seen of Rush for some time. And that does...
And it's the most jacked he's ever been. If you go on his Twitter, you can see...
Incredibly.
More vascular than even Semphis. The blood is flowing.
Mm-hmm. Hands like Hulk.
We were talking about Nouns a little bit. This roster, EG, beat Nouns just a couple weeks ago. It was a 2-0.
It's actually really a shame that we won't get to see this roster at the RMR with this kind of performance already. And that was kind of one of the drawbacks about Evil Geniuses having so many different teams, is that obviously conflict of interest, not all of them could compete in the qualifiers.
Who knows? Maybe they'll pull a Gambit youngsters.
Yeah, right? I mean, you know, EG Black couldn't compete. EG couldn't qualify at the expense of their attempt. This is the best thing that will happen to this EG roster in the foreseeable future, and they are taking this opportunity, seizing it with both hands. Walco again
Ooh,
on his
past the one way.
It's a start.
Oh, but I don't think he's gonna. Oh, he hit him.
That.
Oh, and Safe tries to run from it. Art has his back.
Yeah, good cover there from Art, making sure that Walco can't capitalize. Now that's going to just transition EG to the B commit. Drop fights around Tetris. Clean couple of kills. Case Serrato, killer coverage, and a rock-solid defense from FURIA. The sort of holds we expected out the gate.
Yeah, seriously. Not a single one of those up until this point. 5v4 starting to mount against them. Case Serrato, of all people, you know, losing multiple times at the beginning of the round. No, here's finally a good round from FURIA to answer back. bet you FURIA are looking forward to T-side.
I'm
so they can
sure they
control the tempo and go crazy with it. And I'm excited to see, you know, the team that we've seen from Evil Geniuses in this half on T-side looking honestly as composed as they have and treating every area of the map with a good amount of respect, how they're going to approach dealing with FURIA's type of aggression on CT and if they'll be able to handle it at all. That'll be cool to watch.
Whoa. Slide. Excellent flash as well, man. Art. Blind as a bat. Elevator spam, though. That will finish off Hex. Russia's desperate to try and get the entry here, but CSGO will find the timing to turn back around. And again, it is just FURIA stopping everything all at once. But pretty frantic. Look at the radar real quick, folks. We had the kill through elevator, the deep one on Rush, in construction, and then the original hold from CSGO. So the attack was multifaceted.
Whose strat was that? The one that went through spawn? Was it ENCE or?
I don't know.
They copy that from. I can't remember who that was.
It was Evil Genius.
It might have been FURIA's, honestly.
Okay, that'd be defense before FURIA's onslaught begins.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Short1. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Muscles.
I have no doubt in my mind that there were people out there before the start of this match who would have said, yeah, EG can get 9 rounds across 2 maps. But here we are, 9-6. I think it's something to be proud of in and of itself, but I think that greater teams have also fallen to the T sides of FURIA in situations like these.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're talking about, like, Big, for example. a team known for like some immaculate CT defenses and great retake utility and stuff, got completely overrun. But let's let the Counter-Strike speak for itself, shall we?
Yes.
Lots to learn about EG, what they have prepared for this match.
Earned that much already, at least. So very quick, as one would expect from FURIA. Into the A site they shall go. Nice bank nade from Hex. Doesn't do much because alternative plant. Safe tucks it in. And another smoke goes down. So the old 5v5 pistol retake, huh? The old cowboy shoot 'em up.
Now when Junior smoke goes out, that's when this retake attempt goes on. But I don't think they know where the plant is, actually.
Oh, they shouldn't. He's also the kit carrier. So looking like FURIA are just going to sweep away second pistol. Some swift headshots as the retake attempt begins. Flank finds its timing. Walco's got himself a double. He's also got Junior to try and work with, but he gets swarmed. Walco 3 kills. Bomb's going to claim his life as FURIA claim their 7th round.
Yeah, so they tried to do that with one nade to stop the plant. Then they didn't know where the bomb was planted, obviously. And in general, people are playing a little bit more aggressively to stop for post-plant situations because, like, you don't really want to have to do that on the A site. So that's tough for them. They couldn't confirm as well that that nade spot was where the bomb was planted because there was only one HE. If there was 2, then they would know, like, okay, it's not planted there. But actually, was that smoke crane? Oh, it might have been. It was a crane smoke instead, just in front of it. Catch all. Never mind. Actually, should have heard it. So buy-in immediately for EG. They put all their money together. They get Hex to present an M4A1S.
All right. Who took the sacrifice? Walco. No armor for him. NA's newest Sanji. Who's looking for a team, by the way, who wants to coach. So if there's anybody out there, Sanji's your guy.
I'd listen to Sanji.
Yeah. Huge util commitment coming out of FURIA. Walco's gonna burn all the way.
Oh man, the second volley made that hilarious.
Poor guy. I can picture him just screeching as he tries to cross through all that fire.
Like a monk.
Yeah. Like a monk? Yeah. Dude, oh my god.
Well, he clearly signed up for it, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things you can't really take back once it starts, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty hardcore, actually. Self-immolation.
Yeah, I went to Vietnam. I saw the cars they had with that were
in the background when that happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's famous pictures.
Yeah. Is that what? It's the Rage Against the Machine album cover?
Yes, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it IRL. That stands for in real life.
Ah. Sorry, what's that?
Earl. Source 2 graphics are better. Looks so much like Justin, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he does. Shroud's Justin.
Shroud's Justin. Yeah.
Not certain.
Or as Dave said, Justin 9N.
Yeah, I love him in Deadmau 5. Little flash pop here for the B hit. Hex does still have the M4.
And he's so high up. Oh, well, it's a long way down.
Man was in the stratosphere. K Serato brings him back down to earth. A reality check in this one as the individual level of K Serato starts to find its groove.
Yeah.
There was a scary point, like 10 rounds deep on that first half, where K Serato's the second lowest rated player on FURIA, and the lowest was Yuri. And I was thinking, oh God, not like this.
Yeah, he was getting owned in B a little bit.
But now we've got a chance for him to return.
Unfortunately, yeah. The T side of FURIA, of course, is what everyone hates, trying to figure out how to play. You go play everyone else, no one plays like them, and then you're, oh, God damn it. All you do is watch the demos and think, this is what I would do.
Oh, no, Mom.
But then, you know, everyone's got a plan until they get hit in the face. But Junior actually does know. He knows for real.
If anybody does.
Yeah, how FURIA play.
Watch this one.
Wow, he hated that floor.
Flick so fast the trigger pulled itself.
I thought we were going to hit marker off that floor.
Safe's going to find timing through middle, so unfortunately the B-site collapse is very real.
Oh, yeah.
No mid holds.
Oh.
And so this is a 10th for FURIA. Guess what? FURIA back in the lead.
Back in the lead.
And, you know, there's a very real chance that this second half is a complete and total blowout, and this could even end 16-9 to FURIA's favor. But that doesn't take away what they achieved in the first 15.
Well, they pulled out that boost, which was insane. Actually never seen someone... That's the highest step anyone's ever been in Counter-Strike, because they're on the 51st floor, then they're on a double stack box, then they're double boosted. You know? So Hex just made history. Canada always on top. Didn't really have much more to add to that, but...
Geographically.
Yeah, geographically.
As well.
So, what other cool things do they have for us? And why did they do that one versus FURIA? That's what I want to know. Because, like, right there, obviously, all case Rada just swing. So, maybe there was supposed to be a smoke on the steps they were seeing through, right? But was there?
Could have been.
Yeah.
I don't think so. He did pop up from, like, a weird side of it.
Because sometimes people come up the stairs, start spamming the wood wall, and then maybe if you're double boosted, you see them at that time.
Yeah, but he came up from the left side of the railing.
And now you can't do it again.
Nope. You tried, and you died.
It is important, though, to have like a number of gimmicks to use in every map to get an extra edge. Like, one gimmick can be an entire rifle round. So not only got to be fundamentally sound, but now you got to have gimmicks too. Ooh, nice shot from Safe.
We've seen Junior trying to opt that. So Walco instead's the first point of contact. He dies immediately here. Counter-picked by Safe, who has been, as of late, the second highest rated player for FURIA. He is really, really finding his slot on this team.
Which is great. I think it kind of like, it's got like shades of OC to me. Not on the same improvement level, but what I think is the upward potential. Like, we know from Safe when he played on Pain, into why they picked him up, into what we see in some games, but then the overall consistency since he's joined hasn't been there until now. It's starting to get there. You're starting to see that, like, yeah, with time and a player with that much potential, like, wow, they can be insane.
And it's also cool because it's one of those things where it's like, this is an Opper who fits into Art's system. He's thriving in Art's system. There's a lot of great Oppers, but none of them have to thrive in that environment. So, Hex, speaking of thriving, fighting back in onslaught of FURIA players here inside the ramp. Look at the health that's left.
My God.
Very winnable situation here if EG can just not get their heads taken clean off.
Some of it unconfirmed, you know, so EG, they might be treating this with a little bit more respect than they should. No re-clear on the ramp, so a little bit more pressure on the B player here.
That's Rush.
Rush. He definitely hit some clean shots. Like, I feel like he's the type to not waste too much ammo on one kill, so let's see how sharp he's looking right now. Quad's a good spot for a multi. Now, what he would like is some flash support, and again, no re-clear.
He's got a smoke too if the molly lands on him.
Oh, Rushy.
Nobody's checked it. Nobody's checked it. 7 seconds, and Rush again is going to play this pillar to perfection.
No time? No time.
I don't think so. Plants at 3, and the nade denies it nonetheless. Woo! EG rotate in. Will they walk away with guns?
Oh,
one each.
Just barely.
2 rounds, Rush wins by dancing around the quad pillar.
You can call that Rush soon.
Soon.
You know? One more big round, and that quad is now Rush.
10 rounds each. Wow.
That was good. There's actually a number of places where Rush could have played in that situation that wouldn't have won them the round. Like, if you played any closer, Woodwall, Dupree, even back gen, I think all those places lose. I think even default lose. I think that might have been the only spot where, you know, if they don't molly it, of course, and they don't have an op for it, it's too hard to leverage him out of with the amount of time left over. If he doesn't move, they actually have to run so far to clear him out that it's almost a done game. So,
and even if they do molly, he did have a smoke. So with 6 seconds on the clock, it's like that bomb plant's still not guaranteed.
Right.
That's really good decision on his behalf.
Yeah.
And a great place for evil geniuses to be in.
Now they know where to find him. So yeah, Axed, he's coaching right now, but he actually did play an entire Melbourne qualifier, which consisted of like 6 maps or something like that, and I think his stats were actually pretty good. So we were trying to figure out who was going to be the active lineup for this. No, he's played. Yeah, he played it. He's played quite a few maps actually with this lineup, and honestly, they won most of their games. So there's some. We don't know why he's getting replaced, obviously, but the fact that he's still a coach, I think it's always great when you have a coach who's also an active player who's like contributed wins and things like that, especially relevant recent ones. Whereas sometimes there's coaches that are great players that have played a long time ago, but the meta is just so intricate in CSGO that it's really easy to fall out of, and really hard to stay relevant in without actually playing yourself. So I can see the absolute value in somebody who maybe just had good input in game, that played recently for them, and also would otherwise just be a player on a similarly leveled team.
Maybe.
He's 21.
Maybe Axe will even play a map.
Maybe Axe will even play a map. Like, even sub out. Maybe he's the Navera of EG Black.
Maybe.
Or wait.
There's the Medusa tattoo.
Are they just showing this? Oh, sorry. I'm looking at these. I realized they just show results with coach now. So I was looking at, because there wasn't that many games. So okay, my bad. He didn't play anything. He's a player though. I know.
He's a player.
Axe.
Okay,
yeah,
he's a player. He's a gamer.
Okay, that makes more sense. They've been winning.
You know what feature I wish was a thing on HLTV?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like trying to like predict a matchup that could it's like you've got the opening games of quarterfinals, but you don't know who's in the semis. And maybe it's out there and I don't know. But you should be able to pick 2 teams and generate a head-to-head match page. Wouldn't that be a nice thing?
Yeah. Wait, sorry, say it again?
So let's say, FURIA versus EG Black right now.
Yeah.
They play the winner of Complexity and Imperial. Now we know that Imperial won, and we know that whoever might win next. But before that bracket started, if I wanted to get match pages to see the head-to-heads, all the previous matches, etc., you should be able to pick 2 teams and generate a theoretical match page.
You just take their last matchup to see their head-to-head.
Last matchup.
The last time they played against each other, and then it shows all their previous head-to-heads.
But can you select 2 teams that aren't necessarily going to play against each other?
If they've played against each other in the past, yeah.
Oh.
Like you can always see head-to-heads that have happened before on the last match page that they played against each other in.
Okay, I see.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
I see what you mean.
Sometimes,
okay.
but sometimes you have to go back and look.
Right. Yeah. You should be able. There should be a tab on HLTV to just generate it.
Yeah.
Right there.
Just chat GBT it.
Let me game the system. When I'm deep in the jungle of fantasy and pick'em predictions. Like predicting Pro League, for example. That was the hardest thing ever. By the time you got into the semifinals, you'd already made you were banking on 8, 9 other games that had all happened.
Yeah. It's like when we do what's the major picker thing? That's
yes, the major.
I think ESL actually bought it, right?
Did they?
I think so.
Wow,
we're smart. Everyone used it. But yeah. that one, I don't know. Like by the time you were in round 3,
you have
matchups you didn't even think were possible.
Yeah, Major.io, I think.
Right.
Oh no, that's just about a guy named Major. Never mind. Don't go to that website. Yeah, don't go to that.
Be careful, just throwing out links here.
Yeah, fair. My bad.
People at home.
My bad. That's on me. Trying to predict which team's gonna go through 3-0.
Yeah. Hey, I picked Furia at Rio.
Yo. Doge. I hope there's a cultural shift with the next major around the corner in the Pick'ems challenge. I think everybody should be shooting, because gold coin, diamond coin, listen, coveted accomplishments. Congratulations, shoot for that, I get you.
Okay.
But I think what's really beautiful is the Maui Snake hard mode, where in each
100%.
stage you shoot for 9 out of 9. You don't do the easy, include the obvious 3 zeros in the bottom side and then do a throwaway up top.
Right.
No, you genuinely shoot for 9 out of 9 each time. So that way when you do get your diamond coin, because listen,
in some sense,
a diamond coin's one thing.
Yeah.
But a diamond coin with 9 out of 9 in each previous stage.
If they could mark it or something, that'd be sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's literally the same thing as asking for every team to play like FURIA. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is.
Which I respect. So I think we all win if that's the case.
Just do it.
No one wants to watch saving.
Is that a Peepo?
Game. What's that?
I saw a Pepe. It's a Pepe back there.
Oh, there we go, yeah. A little pop art Pepe. A little creepy smile there.
Imagine waking up and seeing that in the morning.
Yeah. Whoever has to wake up beside you.
Okay. That's what they call me.
Sorry,
Pepe.
Sophie. Online games always have tech issues.
Mm-hmm. But at least they don't have DDoS attacks like they did back in 2000.
Back in the day, it used to be one guy casting,
2000X.
observing, with tech issues.
Yeah.
And it was like NA games.
Yeah.
Those were the days. And people betting on CSGO Lounge. DDoSing.
Yep.
Flaming you and all the players. Once I got DDoSed because I was playing with somebody who sounded like Jordan Nothing Gilbert, and they thought that I was playing with the guy who just lost a match on a pro game.
So they DDoSed you.
He started DDoSing me, and he came in my chat. And then everyone in my chat actually found his Steam, and then they started spamming his Steam, and they started changing his Steam name to "Please stop reporting me" and "Please stop commenting."
Yeah, fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
Fight FURIA with ferociousness. Let's see if EG kick it up a notch. Because right now it's been that FURIA T side, but remember who won the last round? Rush. Ooh, baited in. Hexed shows a little skin. Naughty. And the Opper picks up the kill. It's at the cost of a lot of health for the two players involved with that opening pick, but a 5v4 is there nonetheless. K-Serrato traded out by Walco. Can't get the... Oh, excuse me. K-Serrato survives.
Yeah,
Deep
like
dead instead.
And say... Oh. Junior didn't want to go slow on that angle. Obviously could have had the advantage, but... You know, the danger was imminent with the lost sight.
Molly for the bomb site. They're just waiting for that construction jump. Bomb has been planted. George and Hexed. One smoke between the two. Kit on George. That smoke tells them there's somebody back down at the bottom of stairs, and losing George that quickly makes Hexed's situation all the more desperate. He just wants to get away, and they're not going to let that happen. They gun him down. FURIA back into the lead here. A one-off CT round win from EG, which might not bode well if the resets economically start rolling.
I wonder if I could ever sit like that. You'd get your chair so low, and then... Yeah, but he just owns. You know what I mean? So you want to try it every time you see someone do something. Well, that's K-Serrato getting a little revenge on the B site, I feel like, as now a T who can control the pace and go for the attack. Oh, you think you guys are so good at playing the B site? No. Oh! That's a kill and a half.
Gets dinged. Hex finishes it. But then Walco dies here in middle as well. Yuri's going to create space. Lets everybody know, follow me, brethren.
It's actually crazy they wrapped up the ladder that quickly.
Junior tucks in close. What?
Oh!
Come on. Come on.
Looked at him.
That was a headshot.
Oh,
I call red flag.
Manigans.
Red card? What do they do in the ball kicking game?
At the hockey?
No, where they kick it and the...
Oh, the kickball?
Goal! What's that sport again?
Oh, the bad football.
Ah, yeah, that's it. Right.
Soccer,
right.
soccer.
Yeah. Oh, soccer.
Right.
Excuse me. Red card.
Yeah, something like that.
Trap card?
They've activated it. Somehow, with a game this close, K-Serrato's 21-8.
Didn't start that way. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's true. He was like 8-8, right?
Yeah. He's gotten active.
It's just the best line. Get active.
Get active, Landers. It's anybody's version. Can't wait for the Summit 1G CS2 comeback. Ooh. I heard he's playing with Cooper and Freak. Queserado, him and Yuri have kind of had enough, man. You can just feel like the tempo's picking up. The ferocity of Furia starting to boil over, and Evil Genius is getting burned.
It's crazy how they can just queue into that little bit of map presence and just know they can take over a site entirely. Like, right there walking out of mid, they don't see anything. Oh, it's over for you. Just running over it. Brutal.
They're like the new CS2 smokes. You know, they expand faster in tight corridors.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. They have volumetric.
A volumetric offense.
Yes. That's a good one. It's a good way to describe Furia. All right, well, they're actually looking for the save, but look how many T's are trying to stop them from trying. A lot of trying.
And yet no 9Z. Bomb goes off, safe.
I mean 0-0 Nation 9?
No, he's back on 9Z.
Is he?
He's back on 9Z now.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, was he?
They made a swap, Try and NQZ.
Holy. Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome. But then 9Z failed to qualify for the Americas.
Oh, no way. They always get to the Americas qual. Oh,
not this time.
Should have kept MQZ.
Yeah, right.
No, Try was so good. Oh, that's a shame.
Sorry,
I missed all
I hate
that.
to hit you with all these
Damn,
heartbreaks.
dude. You know, 9Z. You know how they are.
It's a
Close
roller
to us.
coaster
Very close
there.
to us, that team. We love 9Z.
Yes, sir. Little boost here from Hext. Ooh! We did ask, right? Like, how many new things would they have in store for us? Well, that's not quite new, but it's still something different. And Junior should have gotten that kill. Yuri somehow survives it. Drop not so lucky. 5v3 in this explosive ramp hit from Furia that EG managed to contain.
Oh, yeah. He lined up that molly really well as for being smoke blind, too. No HEs to lodge him out. Whoa, safe? Okay, that shot looked good, too.
Yeah, these ops are broken. Curved barrels.
Oh, nice pressure here from EG. Over top the smoke. Starts off with Junior giving away for George to rotate in. Maintaining his life. Keeping that smoke up. Getting an extra shot off. Getting a kill and damage earlier on.
Careful, though. This is a Queserado that has very much reclaimed his score. Ooh, and could have had Hex not traded that one quick.
Has to get one.
Finished off Junior, 6 HP. And the lineup wasn't too far off. Yuri doesn't have a bomb, doesn't have any teammates, doesn't have much health, no grenades.
I want them to go hunt him.
Clock's going to expire. Walco.
He's walking back into dangerous territory, though, to try to save.
Yeah, Walco's got a, man, I feel like he's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He has to play alone very often. There's a lot of rounds he was like solo A ramp on T side. Trying to just survive in this carnage.
This crazy, crazy world.
But so far, it is, of course, the 3 more known entities on Evil Geniuses that are keeping this one competitive.
Which means they're being set up well, which is good.
Hex Jr. and, of course, Major Champion Rush.
Clean one here from Hext. Zap. And this is a well-played situation from Junior from beginning to end with the op shots that went in and could have just died with, the, you know, getting a leg shot, a missed shot, but nope, got a kill, leg shot, smoke off, delayed for time.
They're gonna try again.
Here he is. Just gets out of dodge.
Yo. I mean, they're staying true to themselves as they always do. This time around, EG aren't able to extend forward to fight this ramp. They're just very much stuck behind the yellow wall. No Junior over towards sandbags. Feels as though Furia could just put up that wall of smoke behind sight.
But EG smartly are fighting here on A instead of falling back behind smoke. So, but do they want to ramp clear or do they want to go for short? Oh, a great nade to start things out. I like the boost up as well.
Okay.
And they get a kill on short.
That'll help. Hext spammed on the fallback. A lot of bodies here for Furia.
They're in a very solid position. There's no lurk here in mid. There's no B attack coming on right now. Junior's still up. There's full kits of utility, but the top site is not going to get anything but flashed. So that's something to keep an eye on. Oh my god, what a spam.
Last bullets in the magazine. That's going to bolster the confidence before they commit to this hit. And George is up on a pedestal right now. Junior.
Oh, late smoke.
Loses his angle. George's position, good for one. There's the trade back from Yuri, and Rush fell behind the smoke. So they end up losing Hex to the wallbang and George to the split. Those are the two pieces left in front of that wall of smokes that we were praising them for fighting in front of. Junior lost his line of sight, and Rush didn't feel confident enough to stick around, didn't want to run that risk of dying alongside George.
Here's the smoke.
Retake, here we go.
I think. Oh no,
Flash. Safe's fine. Holds his angle. Walco attaches bomb. That's gonna get the first peek up and around the corner, right into Junior's scope. Ooh, slick move. And now those M4s start to press out. Walco doubles back. He's gonna be the diffuser, and it all gets denied. FURIA clamped down on a 14th win.
Yeah, well done. They needed a late smoke there. I can't help but feel for Hext. They actually all put themselves in great spots. Hex didn't even spam a little bit more, just stood behind the yellow wall and got hit again by last bullet of Yuri. This, I honestly think, was the chance for FURIA to get back into this. And that double boost is a lot more solid if Hex is there watching short. The other thing I think they could have maybe done better is Rush just trying to defend short so he could stay up top after Hex, or whoever was on the top of the site, got the first kill. With Caserado down, but a formidable defense. A good start. Tried to hold on to that 5v4, but FURIA also played it very well into those final moments. We got Hexed with some ideas.
I mean, you could see his frustration when he died, understandably. You know, repositioning so well.
Yeah, like knowing they're about to just go for the attack instead of all the spams and stuff, but that's why spams in CS are really important.
And he dodged so many of them.
Yeah.
Up until that last 3-bullet burst.
It's a very dignified place to be, 14-11, but you still got a buy in place. Last round was not too bad to look back on. And a chance to potentially get more. However, Safe is on this angle. Does Junior go any farther? He does. Oh, and he gets Safe.
Falls back quickly. Not just to the corner of box, but all the way deep CT. FURIA again. Oh, how did Hex die here? Peeking on the short side. Art finding Junior's head over top of the smoke, but George is down beneath it. Oh, presents itself.
Just waits.
On a silver platter for Art. He paints middle with the heads of evil geniuses. From a 5v4 to a 2v4 as FURIA on the brink of 15.
Yeah. Defending against A. That's going to be a little bit too tough, I think. How's this Walco flank shaping up, though? So I'll get that plant off. Walco up the ramp. But the hardest of angles being held here from Drop, who comes down low. Leaves Rush now in a 1v4. Op gets saved, but not for long. Oh, never mind. Damn.
Bada boom.
Ouch.
Bada bing.
Okay.
Yuri takes the 15th down. So
nice reaction, though.
Great first half out of Evil Geniuses. Got to play their T side, but then, you know, we did kind of paint this potential picture. Like, FURIA's T side, though, guys. That's
definitely getting handled now, yeah.
Much better teams have also fallen victim to this. And I feel like that's maybe why EG, like, even though they were probably exceeding their own expectations in the first half, you never saw them going crazy, celebrate. It's like that. Yeah. That was a very focused Evil Geniuses preparing themselves for what was going to be a difficult second half and has proven to be, because Caserado kicked it up a notch. If you got a lesser Caserado, like what we saw at the start of the first half, throughout this T side, then maybe EG are getting away with some of the rounds that we've seen them keep close. There's no doubt in anybody's mind. They made FURIA work for this throughout the majority of the game. But this defense is just not quite ready for the likes of FURIA. Yuri sensing blood in the water. Going on a one-man tear through ramp. And where Rush and where Hex were thriving earlier on, now they too have fallen to the wayside. No longer looking that much more impactful than the likes of George and Walco. So if EG did ever have win conditions, those two have fallen away. But still, you look at that score at the top of your screen. I think that EG shouldn't be too tough on themselves. The B site has nobody to stop this hit. FURIA slide in with bomb. 3v4 retake here to try and keep Vertigo alive with Mirage up next.
I haven't seen that map in some time, actually.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think we've casted all Showdown.
Yeah.
Not yet, that is. There's a big question as to, you know, with FURIA starting on the T side of that map, presumably, as it is their pick. Will we get more of this, or will we get more of what EG offered at the start? Drop, Art, Queserado, all a part of the close. FURIA probably caught off guard by the nature of the start here. But in the end, it's that T-side showing that tears through EG. Stepping in for the main team's attempt here at the Showdown. Gotta be proud of that one. 11 rounds versus one of the world's best. And Brazil's #1.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
Vertigo is where we started here with FURIA going up against EG. And FURIA may have got the win, but it was a good effort and a good fight coming out from the EG camp. Some technical problems did plague us throughout this game, but you know what? The Counter-Strike kept on rolling, the wins kept on coming, but it was the T side from FURIA that looked oh so strong, Manny.
I mean, we can talk about the T side of FURIA, but first I think we should give Evil Geniuses a couple of praises, because this game was much more competitive than what I thought would actually end up being. In the first half, we could see EG being able to handle the clock very well. They put FURIA in a very uncomfortable positions if it weren't for the last 2 rounds that kind of saved the day a little bit. We see score-wise, a couple of players, Walco, George, lacking behind a little bit. Junior had a few moments, but the frags don't really matter too much to me. It's the ability from EG to put so many T rounds on the board that convinced me, or at least more than I thought.
Yeah, it was really good showing.
It was the fashion they did it in, because as you said, by looking at the scoreboard, we didn't have one player going off. It was not like Junior winning a couple of rounds by himself or Rush winning a couple of rounds by himself. At one point in the first half, I believe that the top fragger had 10 kills and the last guy on the scoreboard from EG had 8. You know, it was a very joint decision to come in here and play a good T side, and EG were at some points outmaneuvering FURIA. I think it's also a case of FURIA taking a little bit too lightly on the task to begin with. You could see that they were trying to force some of the issues and fight a lot for it, and then they got smacked by EG, who played way better than FURIA probably expected. So a bit of both, but yes, I'd agree. Credit to EG for making it more competitive than I guess any of us thought.
Well, I want to learn some more about this. I want to see some of the details. So, Danny, what you got for us over in your Mahone zone?
That's correct. Even though EG lost the game, they had a brilliant T side, and it's off the back of some really quick thinking. So let's take a look at this round here, round 12. What we're going to see initially is Junior, he first finds this kill on the B main player, and then George, after that kill happens, look how quick this boost gets assembled. Because he understands that nobody can really be towards B main, they assemble the boost right away, and this boost catches this player off guard immediately. Now this is the next best part. As soon as that kill happens, look at how fast EG actually set up their hit. They already have 3 people here ready to throw nades towards the B site. They throw 2 Molotovs towards the B site, a Molotov towards the back corner, 1 towards quad here, and 1 towards default. And what that does is that they know that this rotator is coming in towards the site. This limits his options. It basically forces him to be next to this generator position. What that does is it makes it so that he has to focus on this cross here. Now this is where the flashes come in play. Hex, he's going to toss a flash towards this left side, along with Rush as well. 2 flashes. And with these 2 flashes, it makes it rather hard for Safe to catch players crossing over because he constantly has to dodge those flashes. More importantly, though, what this does is that it actually opens up an avenue for Hex right here, who's coming in towards the site. You'll see that Hex here, he takes the more inside path on the site here, basically avoiding the sight line of Safe as he's taking the wider angle. He's able to come all the way up close towards this generator position, and this is where the next set of flashes comes through. You'll see that Junior, he's going to toss 2 more flashes, one just like that, and a second one staggered. And with these 2 flashes, it allows Hex to then aggress Safe, who's behind that generator position. If you look at this from Safe's point of view, you're going to see he has a very difficult time being able to time this. There's the first flash from Junior, and then here's the second that allows Hex to come in and find that kill. So you'll see that in this round, every single step, it was basically thought out very quickly. Junior gets that kill, then they assemble that boost, and then they have the flashes for them to cross the site and then punish the offer towards generator.
And there you go. That's why it was so difficult, and FURIA had to change things up on the fly to deal with it all.
And we have both elements in this great segment from Danny once again. We have the attempt at being aggressive from FURIA that's immediately punished. Queserado, white swing on the B stairs. The AWPer is ready for him. And then once the kill comes through, then an intelligent set of utilities being put down. And the last flashes that Mahone was highlighting from Junior, this is what nobody in Facey does. No one does this. Everyone just flashes the first line of sight. Yeah, good luck to you. But then you actually have to have some backup flashes as you're progressing, as you're taking the territory away, so that you can have these white swings. And this was the highlight moment for me and EG. Unfortunately, the rest of the map looked slightly different.
Yeah, it really did when we got over to the other side, but it was a good fight, like we've been saying. And we mentioned him, we always have to mention him, Queserado, doing what he does best over and over again. This guy doesn't have a bad game.
No, apparently not. You know, he was the only one trying on the CT side. We saw him here as well with a couple of multi-kills trying to put it up for FURIA, especially on the T side. He went off. He was flanked by Safe, who did a tremendous job as well with the AWP. Those two together had a good game from FURIA. And of course, coming over to the T side, it was meant to happen for this guy. Individually speaking, he's just so much stronger. It's almost like when you're watching Twist play for FaZe sometimes. He's going for a duel. You just know that Twist individually is so much stronger than his opponent that given the situation, given that you're flashed, given that you're maybe hindered by a smoke or something, CSGO will still make it happen. That's what happened right here as well against EG. It does feel like his skill level is exceeding whatever they could throw at him.
And there was another thing when we talk about the AWP battle, we were talking about Safe as well. It was interesting because Junior was having a good game, was having some impact with it, but it was Safe alongside the setup that was coming in, especially on that CT side, that was enabling him to do well.
Yeah, to me, that's the biggest difference between Safe and Junior, once again, is how on the CT side, unfortunately, Junior just completely drowned. He didn't find a way. Well, you can argue that economically speaking, it's not like he had a multitude of AWPs, right? FURIA were able to reset EG twice on separate occasions and put them back down to 0. But still, I think Safe overshadowed his counterpart. He did a much better job. And this is a good sign moving on to Mirage.
Yeah, and it's what we want to see from Safe, who we, like said, maybe not been the greatest overall for the side of FURIA, but has been of a sharp strength and shown himself to be able to fight at that top.
He's starting to trend upwards. I think that was your sentiment coming into the game as well, that it's been going slightly better for Safe here in 23. And can he put on another level and another level? Then we start talking about a FURIA that has a 3-punch, you know, in Yuri, CSGO, and Safe. So perhaps there's something more in store for him. This game, again, it's a farmer game. It's getting some confidence. It's playing yourself warm in this tournament, because FURIA, they're prone to go all the way to the final to beat Liquid. Perhaps we'll see about that.
We will see about that, because Mirage is coming up next. And yes, it's the pick of FURIA, but Mirage is certainly a game that can swing both ways. And we're seeing this EG fight better than what we expected. So could they be in for more of a challenge?
I mean, listen, what we have seen on Vertigo is that if FURIA is willing to take the fight straight up to EG, they will have some to battle will. It's not going to be an easy game. It's not going to be an easy entry kill. There's going to be someone punishing you. So you have to cross your T's and dot your I's a little bit, maybe use a couple of utilities so that you can set yourself in these positions. Now, Mirage allows for that aggressiveness, allows for that assertiveness, and I'm sure FURIA will try to start like this. We'll have to see how they react if it doesn't work out.
Do you think they can be punished for it, Pimp?
I think Art is the man in question right here. I've seen him play Mirage so many times, and he's going to go for all the opening duels. He's going to rush out middle every single round. And if he fails on the 7th, 8th, 9th round, he's going to do it the 10th as well. So maybe there's a way they can punish Art. He's good at it though, right? FURIA is good at playing Mirage. They're good at thriving in chaos on this specific map. So I can't see a win condition, to be completely honest, for EG. Individually speaking, if some of the players steps up, Junior having the game of his life, then maybe, but it's looking like a FURIA 2-0.
Well, let's see if FURIA can get this 2-0, or let's see if EG can do better than we expected and fight us and take it to a third and final map. We'll be coming back to you after the break with all the action.
Mirage. It's where either we're going to see the miraculous EG upset happen, at least on one map in this match, or we'll watch FURIA send down Evil Geniuses in a 2-0 fashion. The Unicorn odds very much skewed the way of FURIA. I think that's very safe to say, even after the first map. Yes, EG exceeded expectations, and we welcome that with open arms. Not the main EG, but the guys with, I feel like, even more to prove. Okay, what? Was that zoomed in?
That was so zoomed.
That's zoomed in?
Okay, so this is the map where all pros in North America and most of the world are born, all right? When you grind up to get your chance to play, it's usually because of what you've been spotted in playing an FPL on Mirage, basically. And so on an individual level, I'm sure of it. All the EG players are going to be their most comfortable, but this is also one of FURIA's best maps for sure. So I think no matter how this goes, whether it's explosive in the favor of FURIA or there's a chance for EG to put up at something competitive, it's going to be very entertaining. Some people's best shots will be hit right now.
Well, George is going to open as he teleports between this dimension and another. 2 sets of Berettas here for EG on the B defense. If there's one thing I get out of this game, it would just be a great round for Walco or George to be able to walk away.
Did Art just start here?
Yeah, how? When did...
When did he even go to mid? What the hell?
We're rushing B. He's like, yep.
Yep.
Me too. He's been
right.
sat here ever since.
All right, Russian spawn. Probably doesn't know about Art right now. Looks like Art's about to go on top. Oh, but he can actually cut off jungle quickly. Oh, but Junior hits a great reflex shot. And the bomb gets planted.
You get a snap down there. Can't hold on to it, however, so FURIA do, in fact, slide into that control. Ooh. And George coming out with them dual Berettas. Drops position now revealed. Queserado's not known about until this point, where he drops George. Rush. Well, he dies empty-handed, but Hext in the 1v2 clutch has already dropped one, and Drop himself decides to present his head on a silver platter, smashed as Hext 1v2s.
It would take in if there was someone named St. Pierre, we would have George Rush St. Pierre.
Oh, we would.
Oh my God, same team, that'd be awesome.
Wow.
Nice clutch, Hext. Walked right into it. Didn't even wait for the tap.
Nope.
Got actually a little nervous maybe about the smoke that was up. So well done from Hext, and honestly, well done from George for the first kill. Everyone chipped in this shot also. Just fantastic reflex shot right there. And I thought actually EG messed up by giving up jungle control after that kill, because FURIA went ahead and lodged himself into it, but, well, weren't ready for that Hext energy.
I know what Hex is saying. Why'd you peek me, bro? Why'd you peek me, bro?
But yes, Mirage Demons, all 10 of them.
I beat Heroic, bro. You're nothing. And I love that.
Yeah, yeah.
George is going to find Yuri.
Oh, it's the spam. It's the spam.
Through abs.
Yeah.
Oh, nasty. Nasty, nasty stuff. You know, FURIA with the bomb plant, it's a decent buy with the AKs. But they're already down a man. And Walco up close. It's just the scout on safe. The MP9 will chew through him. It's a 1.5 kill situation here from Walco. Art does exit lower. George doesn't want to give up another kill. So he just sulks back a second.
Whoa,
watch George have a much better game. I've got a hunch, I've got an inkling. And Hex slides out beyond the fire to kill Drop. Now, Art can grab the bomb and just take a Hail Mary 1v3 attempt at the B site. He's got the time.
Hell yeah.
He's got little to lose.
He ain't saving with more than 10 seconds left, so.
Quite a bit to gain.
Let's get out there. Let's get active.
Let's get active.
Yeah, that's right, cameraman. That's exactly where he's going.
Nobody here to stop him. Not that he knows it, of course, so he'll overplay it. Be extra cautious. Now we get that momentary glance back from Hext. All the CT's starting to come over now. Art may not even get away with the bomb plant at this point. He
plant's safe.
Had time.
Ooh, there it is.
Planting in the corner. Junior's already posted on the angle, so tough to get out of here, especially with Hext gunning up from the Golden Arches. It is EG with 3 alive in a pretty easy second round.
Love the way George played it, man. But the re-swing on Queserado, I don't think he was ready for that. Because, like, you could easily fall back, go up the ladder, you know, take a peek into the underpass, like hang out for a second with ladder control, but he just came right back out for the fight, right into CSGO. Not scared at all, so... I mean, if there's, you know, if there's any way they're going to win the game, it's with that kind of play. When it calls for it, of course, not all the time, but I think that was exactly the occasion. But as comfortable as they are individually on Mirage, it doesn't mean that they can lack in team practice at all. Like when we talk...
Ooh! Hey.
Wow. That's good damage. Like the Mahone round where he talked about the flashes, the consecutive flashes that help them scale across Vertigo. Like they have to have that level of difference between them and their, you know, just individual practice, basically, to be able to stand out in this series. And, oh, Walco just gives up an inch there. Probably didn't even realize he was exposed to underpass.
But devil's in the details.
It is. And on no map more so than Mirage.
Gotta be careful when you dance with the devil. Easy pickups here. They were hoping to get that push going into the B site, seeing as maybe how much space Art found for free last round, but very different situation here. Preoccupied with 3 defenders. Art will connect with the Deagle. That's clean.
He's got a big Deagle today.
But we still got Hex locked in behind Arch. CSGO's on only a third of his original HP. Rush is going to jump up. Or maybe not. Doesn't need to. Doesn't want to give away that next kill. And it was there for the taking.
Go for it.
2 health.
He's just such a hard guy to kill, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Has CSGO always had a mustache?
I don't even think he has that on
right now.
Right?
Yeah.
Just did it.
Is that one of those fake mustaches that the guys at Pro League were wearing?
Okay. Oh, so yeah, he's just evened out here.
Just always. This is
just
what CSGO always looks like. Dude.
Yeah, that's. Yeah,
it's like when it's it's like when you take your high school picture. You know.
Right. Same guy every year.
Yeah. Nice D, got Art.
I skipped every single year of my high school photo.
You're so that guy. You're so that guy.
I literally counted it as a free day.
Honey, don't you have school? Nah, they're taking pictures.
I regret it now. I wish I could go back and look.
Yeah, you know me, man. I was that kid with the bow tie.
Ooh, man, CSGO was getting pelted.
Mom, where's my good shirt?
Not the flowers again.
Here comes the full commit. Look, down on the bomb site and safe over smoke. So George has got a lot to deal with. And drop will be the end of him. Now all of a sudden the CTs can't really even exit out from market. So because of the way that goes so quickly, blanketed in smoke, may I add, both towards Cat, one on market window. And Furia, I think like that's a taste of what's to come.
Yeah.
The real pack play from Furia.
Yeah.
Everybody there on the same page, tethered behind one another with util on it.
And all the little nuanced things like over the top of the smoke and the angles that they can play with. The sweatiest, aggressive fights. Yeah.
And like you can stop all 5 of them, but you've got to do it in that 3-second window before they all spread out and take over your bomb site.
Yeah.
Volumetric.
Volumetric gameplay.
Volumetric gameplay. Furia's first on the board.
Excited to see Furia in CS2 again. One thing they never get enough credit for is how innovative they are every single time a new map comes out. And as a team, how much stuff has been borrowed from them, despite like their, you know, not having like tournament win success. Definitely one of the big innovators in CS, alongside Big, I feel like, or another roster, that same cut. But yeah, and in CS2, it's gonna be so much innovation, so much stuff, first time trying, so many crazy strats coming out. See what Art's gonna get cooking.
We don't have to wait long.
That's true. If you look down, you can see a little bit more under the smoke.
Really?
Yeah. So if there's a smoke above you on a few steps and you look down, You can sometimes see underneath the smoke just a little bit.
If you look down in CS2, you can see your legs.
See some goofy ass legs. They're hilarious.
Yeah, frog legs.
Yeah.
Which are quite the delicacy, so I've heard.
Yeah. Find out at the Paris Major. I think we're getting a repeat here, but they're, you know, didn't do anything inside of mid, so they probably want to, yeah, throw some of these, but they'll get punished for that. Yeah.
Throw some of these, feel one of those.
I think they know it's going to be B now.
Walco, tough job here, man.
Ooh,
just
actually, maybe not.
Yeah, being sent in to go see what, if it was open?
Yeah, because they're flanking B as well.
George.
Uh-oh.
George of the B apps. Oh! Flashback around for the side peek.
Oh, yeah.
They eat it.
Excellent flash.
That stalls them, allows Junior to pluck Art off the front side. They still think he's further back because this is George.
George isn't renting, he's owning.
George flanks and fries them. EG 4-1.
They kind of played it weird considering George was on that like amazing flank because they had Walco just go so far forward into a spot where they had like high likelihood of them still being. But then, of course, why would you expect George to be there on the flank with that push coming through? Because it makes it feel like they don't know. So, a couple levels deep on that one. And it's a great spray from George along with the flash. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You called it.
I'm because I was a little disappointed that with EG doing what they were on Vertigo that George wasn't a part of that. I really did have high expectations, but luckily a Counter-Strike series isn't just one map. So the man's found his groove here on Mirage. You know that whole argument of like this is where players are, you know, born and bred. I think George is really an example of that. You know, if you think about how like orcs are born in Mordor, you know, they like pull them out of the ground.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what happens for Counter-Strike players, but just in T-spawn.
Yeah. Yeah.
This dirt here. Go digging.
Yeah, all the maps were Pangea at one point. It was Mirage where it all began.
Yeah. Yeah, dig long enough, you'll find the next drops.
Well, that's the complexion of a B split, that's for sure. Some pressure on Walco, whether he sees it or not. Ooh, that's an insane shot. Oh my god.
Now George is in a world of hurt, or soon to be, unless he goes above and beyond, knowing multiple players are running at him from that exit. Tough place to be in. Safe. That snapshot to the left side of sight.
Not even a wall bang. Like,
brutal. Wow. But drop gets tagged up, and he only has that deagle to work with, even though the health is so low here for EG. Feels like maybe you just let this one go, unless Hext's flanked can find a freebie.
Yeah, I guess they wait for that to see how it goes and then decide if they're going to save.
Serve up a distraction from Market and hope Hext hits his timing.
Oh, maybe.
Was looking good. Sure enough. Now all of a sudden, attention turned. You can utilize that smoke. A missed shot. They need to find drop. 11 HP on him, but one shot per player would have done it. They jump on top. Hext has the kit, and EG retake with 3.
Wow, nice and careful, and I love that they throw this. They wait on their lurk smoke. They don't throw it out too early while they're trying to architect this flank from Hext. He comes in through apartments, and there's just enough pressure within the site that it seems like, oh, maybe you can drop your guard a little bit. Cat is still a potential option, and of course, it does come down to timing, but it's because Queserado's aim is split between Cat and the flank. So they give themselves a chance and they win the retake. That's really well done here from EG. But they're 5-1. Whoa, wow. It felt like a minute so far.
And I love how that round was like, you could so justify the save.
Yeah, they were just going to see what if Hex hits the kill or not, and that's it.
But they're not really playing scared.
No, they're just playing well. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Some other teams.
I think that's something that you get someone like Rush to tell you that.
Right.
You know, like, no matter what happens today, the only regret we'll have is playing scared instead of just playing how we prepared for.
Love that mentality. No regrets.
Yeah. There was a time in CS where people had static angles and they'd like play optimized all the time, but nowadays the definition of optimized just changed a little bit. Sometimes you have to take active angles. Sometimes you have to go off angles or a little bit wider. There are some fights you need to take. You can't just delay everything for as long as possible, so. scared of George, too.
Needs a flash on the fallback. They're already on bench. George will deal with that one. Rush here to help. Hex catches the kill towards middle, so now suddenly FURIA feel as though the back's exposed, and sure enough it is. Remember, just pistols here in round 7, so not meant to do much. And in fact, they'll do nothing. As Evil Geniuses take a 6th round win, it's 5 alive, and what I love is it's that same mantra right now as the CT side is starting well as the first half on Vertigo. They're not overly excited, they're not talking smack, they know that this is a long road ahead.
Yeah, it speaks that they're focused and the expectations to play a certain way. And if you're laughing and having fun, yeah, you're going to forget stuff. So it's really good that they're keeping their eye on the prize here. The best thing would be is they'd look at that 11 rounds on Vertigo and they just thought, well, that was good, but well, here's all the things we could have done better. Let's try to improve on Mirage, not be happy with that result.
And something they couldn't do on Vertigo was stop the T side of FURIA. Here we are. So far, so good.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are missing this match because it's so late, but it's one to watch, man. It's been really fun, refreshing, honestly.
Yep. And I want to take it back to that, initial point on map 1. This is an all-American and Canadian Evil Geniuses. We don't see teams like that outside of Liquid, who have Ykinder duking it out with the likes of FURIA.
Yeah, that was Valens who pointed out there will not be, another all-American winner of a major, even with the last major coming up. So 4v4, they get Junior down, they get mid control here. George, he's staying active, got the flash in deep, but oh, wow, he gets one in the back. Case Rado goes down. Oh, he's done enough now, certainly. Still 2 on the A side with the approach coming in with Palace control here for the CT side.
Rush is trying to just keep his head tucked. I don't think Art can see his barrel yet, but as he gets closer, Rush... Oh, he wins the duel! The missiles end up eating some of Art's damage. Now, Walco has been quiet across both series. This is one of those 2v2s where he is looking for an immense amount of impact.
He needs an in-between time to walk out. Now, this kill could change things, however, so we'll see how it gets played.
Hex tucked.
So quiet.
Takes a real off angle, survives the first shot, deals damage himself, pre-fires that. Walco, perfect. Wow. Just sits back, relaxed, not stressed, doesn't overcook it, and comes in when he knows it's safe to close out another round.
And sometimes with 1 kill on the A site, Palace is not even that good a position these days. It used to be the best, but when they have this first frag from George with another on site and then Walco's inside of the Palace, it's a little bit more believable that they have the site clean and the other rotator might be from CT or something else.
And honestly, sweet play from Hex. The way we see him just reposition as deep as possible while we're expecting Safe to come clear these corners.
He's feeling it.
The way he pre-fires as he wide swings to finish off the initial damage.
Yeah.
Really clean individual moment there for Hex.
For sure.
Walco closes,
good intuitions,
but just a shining moment.
Seeing those same intuitions from George as well, right?
Yep.
With the way he's shooting.
But this one's a little weird. We've got nobody inside A sites. Rush is the closest on jungle, so FURIA just find timing on this half buy.
Yeah, no CT control actually, so the T's aren't going for it, but they should be worried about this.
Of course, with such a weird and light buy, it's not as though FURIA have a ton of util in this post plant. They did just put one up in jungle, which makes it awkward. They are banking on Safe going for this incredibly long mid flank. But as this next smoke comes up, if EG just sweep away these players, Safe should be able to get into the mix. Drop connects, so does Yuri. Clean Tech9 shots. There's the mid flank out with the Deagle. And all of a sudden, it's Junior. Not gonna chance this one. Evil Geniuses slipping up a little bit. They leave that A site empty, and FURIA just find the perfect timing for the all-out rush.
Yeah, I don't want to be Captain Hindsight here, but it's a bit of a big risk to not at least have someone in CT spotting in a position like that, because FURIA, I mean, they didn't even know about it. They could have gone for CT control, but they're playing retake versus a team where they're definitely not favored versus, and then they're also risking not knowing if CT could get taken over. Pulling guard and open sight. If it wasn't an anti-eco, I think risks make a little bit more sense, but in this specific situation, I would lean more to the percentages instead of the gambles. But maybe they had a misread on the economy, I'm not sure.
FURIA, that's 2. Queserado's 3 and 8. Art is 2 and 9.
George is out of there. 15 and 6.
George.
10 rounds in.
Huge. Junior. Not afraid to hold on to that angle when the flashes miss. Damn. And if all of a sudden they bottom out the bank accounts of FURIA, that little hit to the economy, you know, now we're looking at like, yeah, FURIA have a second round, but I mean, they got an open bomb site.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost gifted to them by a mistake from EG. Follow-up round and Evil Geniuses look better than ever.
Used to be the conversation around like certain maps you don't play versus some teams. Mirage was one of those, but then when Dust2 was in the pool, there was more of that conversation, you know, Big picking it and them being the only team that should, but like lots of other teams are like losing when they should too. And Mirage has stayed as one of those things where, you know, like everyone gets an aim boost on Mirage, so that's always a risk. The amount of times that it gets played, the aim is definitely looking very good here for EG. Not that it didn't on Vertigo, it was also solid over there, but we got a new George, new Hexed, new Junior.
And same old Rush.
Same old Rushy.
Counter-terrorists win.
Uninspiring round out of FURIA.
Yep, they got mauled. You could see the focus.
Again, I want to reiterate, what's the next best chance these 5 players will ever have to make such an impression on the world stage?
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about how the showdowns at Blast are upset city. We didn't get it versus Liquid. Nouns weren't up to the task. Imperial versus Complexity was always painted as a close affair. This one would catch everybody off guard because, you know, there were some limitations on Liquid with the way they were eliminated by Pain in ESL Pro League, so it felt like maybe Pain could even do it in their next match. But Evil Geniuses. Let them cook. Let them cook. They're still going. Walco in with his 4th of the second map. Yuri, however, has taken over window. This is going to be on Walco, and he does pick up the slack. Nicely done. You know, it's one thing for him to be the star at the beginning of rounds. It's another thing for him to just deliver the necessary moments, and that right there is one. Get Yuri out of there. Don't let him grab a weapon. Allow for Junior and Rush to control the B site, which they will. And even though Walco does die in the end, we've got Bomb back underneath Rush's feet. And so this is looking like EG9.
Yeah, they needed that B site presence. So Art, 50 seconds. It's a 1v2. He can try to get back to it if he wants to. I don't even know what he's thinking at the moment, but I'll start, I guess, just hope that it's not being covered. We'll see how many angles he clears here. Let's see if this off angle works, actually, because, you know, Art might clear above the balcony. The push is starting to come out. And, yeah, that's perfect from Rush. So, nice and easy. I mean, very few situations where it looks like EG are out of control even, and they get lucky and win it. They've actually been in very good spots across all of them and covering each other very well. Whether it's through the open connector. Wow. Or just re-swinging positions.
Boosts. Something different. Sees the feet.
Yeah.
They know there's 2 there. Oh, coming back at this? Really? Yeah, that's kind of what it felt like was going to happen. And then Art keeps it clean. George's off angle not going to be enough. It's going to take something special from Junior or from Hexed. And right now, FURIA could slow everything down. Art's in the window. Oh, Junior finds him with his head turned.
Yeah, he's making big moves there.
Drop. A stiff breeze away from death. If Hexed... Oh, man. Wow. If he just throws a nade on Drop, it's over. Clean headshot onto Safe. Primes this one perfectly for EG 10-2. We talked about leads on that first map in Vertigo, and that was supposed to be shocking news. 10-2 on the horizon. Junior getting burned out of his initial position, drop, kind of timid to take this peek because he only has 15 health, and Junior doesn't bite on the bait. Instead, he drops. Well, drop.
Wow, I could just hear Tarek saying, shoot, shoot. Damn. Those are like shoulder peeks. I definitely would have shot for sure. I mean, probably would have killed him too, but he just waited. Well done. Damn. That's a Junior making a big move as well. There were so many players inside of mid. It was hard to read that Junior would like peel back all the way to that position. It's probably hard to figure out where he started in the first place. And FURIA are getting crushed. It's the first time I felt comfortable saying that.
Yeah. Trying to be selective with the words.
Just not knowing what would happen, in the future. But
another A hit. Last time they found this site empty and free for the taking, but George is home. And he guns down 3, 18-10. As man advantage is here for Evil Geniuses, FURIA desperate for a third. Bomb stuck back on ramp as CSGO, who is able to recover from the woes of a slow start on Vertigo, remains 4-10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's not one individual that isn't struggling right now. At least Safe in this round has 2 frags and is still alive. They're looking for an EG mistake, and EG have picked the spots they want to stand in. But the longer that this waits, I think we're going to have the underpass re-clear to see if they walk top mid. I don't know if Falco's going to go for that, or if they're just going to stay patient. They go for the con smoke, which doesn't cover the cross, actually.
Oh, what? Sitting duck for Junior.
Kind of surprised. They threw a second smoke, right? Did they miss it?
Yeah, there's 2 layered here. One's, yep, there's 2. A miss.
Oh, they just badly missed their jungle smoke. My goodness.
20 seconds here for Safe. Walco sitting comfortably in connector and times his peak to perfection, 11-2.
That wasn't a deep stair smoke, right?
I don't think so.
No, it looks like a really, yeah, they needed to smoke that off or molly window. Obviously, someone's going to be there. So, well, George let him work. He has been doing a fantastic job here. And Junior's not missing easy shots. He's hitting everything he needs to. Absolutely.
Which is a nice
15-3, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
A nice addition to the success story here for EG, because that was one of the criticisms of Junior in the FURIA times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Missing sitters.
Yeah, but there was always the thought, maybe he's uncomfortable because it didn't add up from the person he was before FURIA, and of course the person he is today after FURIA. Not to say it's FURIA's fault, it might have just been a total mixed match of personalities and whatever, but all right, there's another CSGO death instantly inside of the halls. Going A looks a lot less appealing, excuse me.
George keeps it tucked along the wall. They know about Walco, but they didn't know about George.
Wow.
And with fire in front of him, he just skates around it. Hex pops vent with 2 Ts on the other side of this. Yeah, that'll catch him off guard, but Junior's here to pick up slack. Art not able to cross back over. Bomb's still down in the dirt of the A site, and Yuri 1v4.
Well, this is almost becoming a layup right here.
Listen, it's 2:47 in the morning. I'm going to double check. Evil Geniuses are beating them 11-2 right now, right?
Smoking them.
Okay. This is not some fever dream.
There was no CSGO safe problem in the last map either. Like the 2 stars, the 2 best recent performers did perform just a few minutes ago. And we'll look to the second half to see, but the FURIA T side of Mirage is not supposed to look like this. And EG have really done nothing wrong. I haven't even seen them get so excited and then just blow around, and then let FURIA back in. And at the same time, they haven't played so static that they look boring and they're sitting back and FURIA are making enormous mistakes into them. No. They're just playing active, meeting FURIA pretty much in their zones, going for big flanks, good sight holds. And the stars are shining, man. George is looking insane.
You called it coming into this. Pugstar is going to shine.
of Mirage players, which are all players at this level that are just coming up, they spend the most amount of time here. Everyone knows that. You always know that when you go up against another team. It's like almost safer in some sense to play against another like tier 1 competition on Mirage. So you're like, you've got matching play time. There's like more gambles involved. There's more like that kind of thing. But a little scary when everyone's playing all their FPL games on Mirage. So like, okay, how do we stand out? We saw a couple of the good rounds that FURIA won over in the B site. They did look like unstoppable in those moments, but that was almost an hour ago. Not sure what happened there.
A little computer crash. An easy reset.
Oh, the poor computer doesn't work.
That's the Medusa tattoo I was talking about.
Medusa.
And then the teardrop that's over the eye is actually an op. That's the nice touch. You know? It's not just like a big old gun tattoo.
FURIA here in, well, not here, but over in Monterey right now. It's the spot you want to be, getting ready to play in the RMRs, naturally. Gary wondering, you know, how well things are going to go based on this. It's honestly, at this point, it's like win or lose, right? It's like, damn, the last thing we need is to get caught off guard by another team that could potentially be around the level of the teams we're going to play in next week. But yeah, a lot of the teams at the RMR, this EG iteration have beaten.
Yep.
So.
Yep. That is the reality of this. And this, of course, is an EG roster that wasn't able to compete for the RMR because only one team from the organization is allowed to. So this sort of is their RMR. This is their major
This is their
run.
RMR, yeah. With Washington on the line, that's pretty sick.
And I swear, if they qualify for Washington,
that'd be incredible.
That'd
be story of the year for North America.
It better be these 5 that show up, or else. Imagine that. The North American EG leading over FURIA like it's nothing. They had 9 terrorist round wins on Vertigo. They couldn't hold back the defense. Now they're shining.
I'd love to play on a team with Rush.
Yeah?
Just PMA, you know what I mean?
What's that mean?
Positive mental attitude.
Ah. Very true.
Always happy. Always energized.
Kind of like Hexed.
Yeah.
Feels to me like he's got that going for him as well.
Yeah, this team definitely seems like a fun team to play with for sure.
Spoke very, very briefly with George at the last America's RMR, the one that was held in Stockholm.
Yeah, it was Stockholm. That's what it was.
Very brief, you know, because like we kind of caught him like after a win, but obviously still like a long road ahead, and it was like, dude, congrats. Like, like crazy, you know, you have technically accomplished nothing. You didn't qualify for Rio, but that just individual performance was worth a nod and a good job, and he seemed very fixated on actually qualifying. They did not. Spoilers. But George is certainly one for the future. Junior has played at a major. But that's in the past.
What, Antwerp or Stockholm or? Well, it wouldn't have been Antwerp. Would have been Stockholm, I guess.
Antwerp.
Oh, it was Antwerp?
With Complexity.
Oh, with Complexity. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, FURIA definitely didn't play with them in Antwerp, right? Oh, sticker prices are going crazy.
The whole market's crazy.
Yeah.
Everybody's printing money right now. If you buy skins or own skins, you're richer today than you were last week.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, Gaben.
I went for the MLG 2016 Challengers.
Yeah, I put a little money in there, huh?
Yeah. Liking those.
A little inventory investment.
What you got?
Me? I mean, I'm sitting on my Emerald Bayonet.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
I went all in on...
Emerald's looking nice in CSGO.
Ooh, baby.
Wow.
I currently rank the Doppler knives as follows.
Okay.
Because before, I would have said Emerald number 1, Sapphire number 2, Ruby number 3, Black Pearl number 4. Now, with the new lighting, and it pains me to say this, Ruby number 1, Emerald number 2, Black Pearl number 3.
I haven't seen enough of the Black Pearl. I think it's
really
all one.
Clean.
Yeah.
It's got like this tiny little green wisp.
Going crazy
a green
bit. Yeah.
wisp mixed in with the gem finish.
Right.
It's really beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks almost I could only describe it as galactic.
Are they nice? Cosmic. Are they rarer than... Are Black Pearls rare?
I believe they're as rare.
As rare.
Because they have, it's only that one specific pattern number, right? That comes out as Black Pearl. The same way there's one specific pattern number that's Emerald.
Like, can you explain how the pattern sheet works for the gem, like to the gems? Like, why are they 100%?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because
I just think that's maybe that's just how they're designed.
They just get their own sheet, basically.
Yeah, I'm not too well versed in that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're kind of like I think it's just the multiple phases, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the all color, the gem version,
right?
And then there's Black Pearl. The Black Pearl, I think, is only Sapphire.
Oh, it's Sapphire.
I think so, actually. Now that I think about it, 'cause it's not its own knife. It's just. Yeah, man.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. The Black Pearl is like it sounds like something you'd be hunting for in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Right, Johnny Depp.
Hi, Johnny.
Pearl, right?
Are you seeking your Black Pearls? Go ahead and ask George.
Well, FURIA should be clutching them.
Back to the action. All that technical pause, but we go right into a frantic hit, a very stringy FURIA in the final round of this half. Just looking for a measly third round. Because on the other side of this half, there is either a massive FURIA comeback versus Evil Geniuses, or the upset y'all thought would never happen. EG, 3 rounds away from closing Mirage against FURIA, a top 4 team at the previous major. Join us in mere moments.
That's a paddling.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. He's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Folks, your eyes do not deceive you. No, they do not. EG are truly this far ahead of FURIA here on map 2 of this matchup. It is the America's Showdown, where single elimination is ever present. And while FURIA do have a map 1 win on Vertigo, it was a tight first half from EG. We've got to see them pick it up on this T side. That's where they're going to have to close out this affair. But 3 rounds seems like a very easy ask for a bunch of players who are popping off to this level. George, 20 kills. Junior, 17-3. Hex not far off behind them. It seems so doable. And yet FURIA will fight tooth and nail to make sure that this doesn't go down easy. So there's the second pistol picked up for FURIA. It's not going to be over too quick.
The craziest part would be if none of the FURIA players got over 10 kills by the time this match was over.
Right.
So with a pistol, that story definitely could change.
We saw that slow start from Caserado on map 1, but then he didn't die for like 14 rounds straight.
Yeah. Just goes into tank mode. Comes one of those Phoenix bots from, well, Operation Phoenix. 200 HP and armor.
Yeah, and a Negev with auto aim.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what it does feel like playing against Caserado when he's on his, but right now he's 6-13. That's right. Evil Geniuses have Caserado 6-13.
Incredible. Truly. So who are they going to give the eco kills to? That's the question. You know the FURIA players are thirsting. It's usually Safe hunting these down, Art hunting these down. Caserado honestly runs it. They all run at them.
Art hanging on to extra cash. EG. We're going to do this, huh? It's like they just broke the football huddle. Huck, huck. Blue 42. Caserado 613.
Hike. All right, we've got the Palace flashes. It's the Fallen Halls pop.
What could possibly go wrong? FURIA have this in the bag. CT start firing off. A bomb plant is a success. And the meat bags do their job. They block long enough for Hex to get the bomb in. So money in the back pocket of EG. A 4th round for FURIA, but 9 rounds the lead to NA.
Yeah, that's the whole plan with that, is just be as close to the bomb plant zone as possible. Just one flash, get one guy out, and meat bag it, as you pointed out. Pretty much it. And it works.
It sounds awful, doesn't it?
Yep.
Next time somebody pisses me off, that's what I'm going to call them.
Goddamn meat bag.
Listen here, you meat bag. Feels like something out of Gears of War. In that game, you can put chainsaws on your gun, so
it's better than CSGO.
Yeah, Valve, if you're listening, let's spice it up. Weapons purchased via the bomb plant. George watching that smoke like, come on, bro.
It took forever.
He loses a bit of HP, but he also escapes. Safe gives up the angle. And with that, we've got 4 players in apartments waiting for the smoke to come up. If they just pounce on this B site, it was there for the taking, but we got more util going down.
Let's see if FURIA put this one together with a little bit of silence. Looks like Safe is starting to cheat over towards the B site. And EG just paranoid that FURIA have pushed something. And they're actually just chilling. Full respect here for EG. See if they come back to it. Oh, retaking mid-control. Not going to see anything here. And I think this is really important in earning the respect of, you know, of EG, that they go back and make sure in the moments that they have time. I actually like how they did that, but yeah, still Safe has the right idea about it ending B. And they've got cat control under lock here with Caserado, so he's got more angles open to himself. A drop just below. Nice shot.
Ready for that one. MP9 down beneath the window. Rock solid defense here from the sniper. Quesarado will clean up George towards mid, so Junior just has to tuck tail and let this one slide through. That's 5 to FURIA.
Yeah, that was a very good setup. I think they didn't even think about it as a gamble. They still had 5 alive, so they kept 2 on A, just leaned a little bit towards B. Wouldn't call that a gamble stack, and they were right that EG were going to go back to it. Oh, we'll see. You know, make no mistake, as well as they've played, and I'm sure they don't even feel lucky. They feel like they're the better team. They still have to think, like, how do we close this? It's that's part about CS, just having to prove it on both sides.
That's why I like the stoic nature of Evil Geniuses as they won all those rounds. Especially because the first map was exactly that. A reminder that this is about 2 halves. You've already fallen victim to it, but now... No, hold on. Junior, the only AK, does get dropped after his opening kill, but still, for a second, that sends a shiver down FURIA's spine, and they get back with the AK. It was a P250 from Hext, or a Deagle, excuse me, that picked up the other kill.
So right below Art in this moment, if his scope was sticking out, George could definitely take him out, but won't be getting into the window. They're walking it back towards the A site. Yuri's the only one here in the ramp, which means a lot rides on him. I mean, every little bit matters in this situation, considering the scoreline. So Yuri's hold's not immaculate. Things could get sketchy, even if they're just pistols.
Good cleanup. Good cleanup indeed. Even regardless of if Evil Geniuses don't win this, they are not able to convert a 2 versus 3 at the moment. It's still just at least a reminder that you can get opening advantages in these rounds.
Yeah.
And you've got real rifle rounds just around the corner. Yuri's still sectioned off with that bomb. They've got Art pinned behind Ticket. Yuri's going to come back to try and take some pressure off. Art actually dies. And now if Yuri's dropped, well, that bomb can be picked right back up.
Oh my God.
Walco, kills are few and far between, but this one would mean so much. And he's got Kevlar, and he has to cross. And he gets half of Quesarado down.
Wow.
A huge ask for Walco, but still an incredibly costly round.
He even found the timing. Quesarado was like, all right, I'm going to walk up and peek it. Walco just thought maybe he'll do that. And if his aim was just a little bit higher, there's a chance he wins that one. That would have 14 right there. The fact that that gets close, again, speaks to how good they're playing. It's a 3v3 even out into an excellent mid-round attempt from Evil Geniuses. But still, they don't get it. FURIA win, that's all they care about.
Now we get the guns. Ooh, Yuri's fighting. Flashes come over top to allow him to keep on swinging. And Junior, he'll pick up that off trade. For Walco to go down's one thing. Safe and Yuri on the brink of death. And George has found an opening. He senses a timing. Oh, Quesarado slides out, just takes his head clean off. Double headshot, bop, bop, 2 shots. And Hex missing Yuri on that push just by an inch. So he finds himself alone now, 1v3.
Crazy that Quesarado wins that duel. I thought, like, the T approaching, that looks really good. The reaction is so fast, however.
And the crosshair was clearly for Palace.
Yes, yes.
Right?
But he had to move it down.
It just wasn't that far away.
And he took a tricky fast step as well. But, yeah, but there are opportunities. There are some pretty good fights that they're finding. And there might be some nervousness too. You know, Yuri had a lot of chances to just like get that weird spray out and run back into underpass. All in the same breath. And there's the final kill. And FURIA takes straight 5 after converting the pistols. Getting a rifle and a conversion. They won't be satisfied with anything except for a win. Not a fake comeback, not a streak of any kind, doesn't matter. They've got expectations for themselves, and they're, unfortunately for EG Black, far greater. Like, to put this in perspective, FURIA are looking to win the Paris Major. So, you know, when Drop says, I'm not even sure who the starting 5 is going to be for EG Black, you know, there's something to be said about the fact, like, if you are preparing too hard for a team like this, like, for a team this far below you, like how much can you reasonably expect out of your roster? But the respect is earned, and it's definitely on display now.
Pistols back up. Yo, safe.
Oh, that's a knockdown.
Wow, wow, hold on.
With CT control.
Win condition given over. George is on the off, and he has Kevlar, right? They came into this with Kevlar and pistols, and it's just a quick pop. We saw something very similar go the way of FURIA on one of their very few T rounds. Well, Evil Geniuses only need that very same few. And George, with a feud to CSGO, comes back, kills Yuri. George on a tear with that picked up op. And Art with drop, see no opening for this retake. Evil Geniuses have smashed their way into an A site. That's 14.
And it was Walco's entry into 2 George kills, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Holy.
The Walco P250 triples blast.
Wow.
Bang, wall bang.
It deserves a nickname.
Pop, shebang.
Continuing here on T side, just one big round. That explosion out towards A, the same thing that FURIA did to them. One of the only ways they caught him off guard. Click clack. Whoa. That's the
What is
shot.
that?
That's crazy.
His teammates aren't even moving, man. They're just, go, George, go.
Yeah. Cheering him on.
These 2 rounds probably feel so doable.
Mm-hmm. If it's a nerves thing, it's definitely going to be another eco that breaks FURIA. The one that they don't feel nervous on, they get out of the way, and they go forward with a strat like that. Because the way that FURIA are going to win at this point is not because they're the better team, it's because they're the less nervous team. They're the ones that know they can close it, that they're supposed to. Whereas EG have yet to kind of break that ground mentally. Not to say they will lose. They're definitely looking like they're about to take this, but I've seen the story happen many times in 10 years.
Hex is going to run right into the AWP, the first victim of round 22. Window peek unpunished. George trying to catch the head of CSGO. Has to dodge flash. Junior picks up the slack over from Chair. But there's a double op here from FURIA. Could catch EG off guard. Rush is going to slide out from ramp. And there it is. Art still staying mobile on that AWP, and Rush doesn't want to let his guard down, doesn't believe that site is empty. A little move there from Yuri. But Rush has effectively slid between 2 CTs.
Oh, Junior doesn't have any utility. He could do, and Yuri will eventually suss him out, just in case.
He's feeling it.
And 15 seconds left.
Sensing some sort of proximity.
And speaking of George, Junior's scoreline's almost even more impressive here. 20-7.
Wow.
Got all the kills he needs to. He's never been kind of the focus of the round, I feel like, but he's been right there. And also, the Junior that I know from Triumph was hitting so many combat op shots when people were rushing him and things like that. In this, he's got like, it's kind of in the same way that Henny evolved into like a slower paced opper. Feels like Junior's doing more of the same. We're seeing like more optimized device style picks in a lot of these situations. Way less combative, way less chaotic. But that makes more sense when I see the consistency that he's put out, at least in NA so far. So again, one round that's been won. It's been this eco rush with the picked up op. We'll keep that in mind.
We don't always get to see the art op.
Yeah, for sure.
Fun when it happens.
That's how you know they're pushed to 6th gear now.
Yeah, right.
But the 2-op setup for FURIA Mirage is yeah, it's a solid one.
Ooh, Junior. Wow. Ready for that one.
Jesus.
But EG make the more proactive move. They go for the boost, look to punish something, predict that Safe's going to make for a peek like that. And he kind of peeks slowly with right eye advantage. Dies. comes next. Remember, double ops. And Art was the bane of EG in the last round. George does like to be left to his own devices top middle, but doesn't stick around too long this time. Runs it back, joins the pack. 4 members of Evil Geniuses looking at this A site. Art.
Man, we're talking about 4 mollies available, and this late into the round, and Yuri's playing sandwich. I mean, it's not the best spot, especially with no support, but CSGO moves into CT. Nades well timed. Oh, little short. There it is, the molly.
Too short. Molly on Yuri.
He has...
Rush finds him out from Palace.
My God.
Junior picks CSGO deep ticket. Hex has no pressure to get into this fight. He can just sit back. And even then, he decides to take it to them. A flawless one from EG.
Wow, they got smoked.
From start to finish, full control, proper procedures, utility, you name it. That is such a contrast to the only other round they won when it was pistols flying out the ramp Hail Mary.
And in terms of composure, the most impressive part for me is the amount of utility they held up until the moment that they needed to try to win the round on the full attack, where, you know, sometimes you get in emergency situations, you're dropping the smoke you weren't supposed to use till later. You know, you're flashing in situations to look for kills where they're not coming, and then you don't have options later on. But here they had 4 mollies, you know? So Yuri's spot just looks silly from the perspective of EG. If they were counting any grenades whatsoever, they had full kits available. They didn't even need to think about wasting steps. And that's when sandwich just becomes a useless position. So, well, double ops come in again at a price. There's 1 FAMAS and 2 MP9s around that.
Seven chances. And Junior
opening
again. It's the only B player. It's a total contrast to the consistency of EG's A pressure. Look at FURIA scramble. 125 as bomb goes down. Safe, not alone back market. We've got Yuri and Art looking to work up from catwalk, but man advantage here the way of EG with bomb ticking already. A smoke to try and cover that exit. Rush is going to play the AK close. He takes Safe's head clean off. And the best thing to happen to Evil Geniuses since they took down Heroic at the start of the year is at least 1 map win versus FURIA here tonight. And this map win is EG Blacks. Big plays from George. Immense survivability out of Junior. And a stinging result for FURIA as this series is pushed to Inferno. I think it's safe to say the gloves are off.
A monstrous first half from EG turned into a victory on Mirage over FURIA, taking us to a decider of Inferno. EG did what we didn't think was possible, and they came through on Mirage and looked like the better team without a doubt. That first half gave FURIA a more than tough task, Pimp.
You know what they did? They looked like a team. EG looked like a team opposing to FURIA, who didn't look like a team. They looked like a bunch of silver players playing matchmaking on Mirage in that first half. I don't think I've seen them play that bad in a very, very long time, especially not against a team of the caliber of EG. Sure, take nothing away from Junior, take nothing away from George, Hext, all of them. They were the better team. They played good Counter-Strike. They punished FURIA time and time again, and they showed individual brilliance as well that I didn't think would be possible. But for FURIA to lose against EG, who right now, I'm not even sure that team is a team. I'm not even sure they're supposed to be together. Right now, they are obviously playing this tournament, but next week is probably going to be a new lineup. Who knows? For FURIA to lose this game, absolutely embarrassing.
This first half was something to behold. It was a sight to behold, honestly. And I agree with you. This was a tragedy on the side of FURIA, but I just think they got stubborn a little bit at the beginning of it. They try to play fast. They try to play the duels. They try to make a statement, probably based off the momentum they built on the first map, thinking, listen, we got it. Like, it's in our pocket now. Everybody's warmed up. Kesrado, you in, man. Rob, I'm right here. And then when these rounds actually didn't come to fruition, when they didn't have success, FURIA missed the mark where they had to change.
Yeah.
Every round that they won was based off an actual strategy. We have the Tech9 round on the A side, which is a full execute, which in it they take finally the space. We have the B exec as well that works out. But the rest of the rounds, they just wanted to spread out, take duels, be aggressive, be better. And turns out they were not better. Not on that first half at all.
Well, you want to talk about be better. We had Junior on the first map looking really good. We had Junior now on Mirage, destroying them, playing with their own game. You look at the last few rounds as well that he managed to pull off. He was just like taking it to him. Didn't matter if it was art, didn't matter if it was safe. Whoever had the AWP, he had their number.
He was fantastic. I mean, honestly, again, pay attention to the amount of kills he gets without being either flashed or smoked. That is going to be a theme. There was a whole lot of peaks or white peaks that Junior was being faced with on the city. I mean, that's way too easy, by the way. But I have to give it to him. He didn't miss the shots.
No.
He did not miss the shots. Whenever he was presented with an opportunity, whenever someone made a mistake, which FURIA made plenty of in that map, he punished. He was superb. 7 for 0 in opening kills, 6 multi-kills, 24-7. Basically all day, every day, he'd be stomping on them.
You can't take anything away from Junior. You can't take anything away from EG. They can only beat who's in front of them, and this time they beat FURIA, who, I guess they didn't show up on the server. It's good to see these players showcase themselves. I think that's the main point for me. For Junior, right? It's a player who has been around for quite some time. He didn't find the success that he would have liked to in FURIA. His repetition as well took a bit of a hit after that stint. It was not hard, it wasn't easy for him to showcase himself in a nice, positive way. He's doing that right now. We're one map away from EG potentially knocking out FURIA, who is one of the main favorites to make it all the way to Washington, and who knows what's going to happen if they move it on to the next round. Right now, the EG players have a golden opportunity, a golden chance to once again showcase themselves. Same goes for George. I didn't know who that guy was coming into this game. I'm not going to lie. I've seen his name a couple of times, but he played right here a great, great game of Counter-Strike. And once again, put his name out there.
Yeah, he was very assertive. He took a bunch of risks and had a bunch of moves on the map that's just screamed confidence to me. That right here was a great example in round number 4 when he snuck behind them, behind the B side. He was jumping around. He's very mobile. Again, being on the up and up, on the aggressive towards the underground side of the map. So George was very impressive with the rifle. He was kind of the Junior's counterpart on a different weapon. And these two together, they were the combination, the winning combination, if you will.
Yeah, and it was the amount of multi-kills able to get away from being flashed in from multiple angles as well on the CT side. It was the dominance he showed. It was the confidence he showed. I'm impressed. I'm wowed at this point. And why not? Easy, go all the way. Take the whole thing now.
I mean, we can be impressed. I don't know if we have round 21 ready, but I think this is the moment where everything went to hell for FURIA. Basically, they were mounting sword of a comeback on that second half. 13-7 score, and you can see in here Safe makes what I believe is a very wrong decision, because it was logical. Pistols would be against him at that point. He commits completely, and what does he do? He gives away the AWP. Look top right on your screen, double kill from the AWP, and just like that, any momentum that was built on by FURIA just went to hell. An A execute, good utility usage, close all the gaps, go first with the Tech9, utilize the mistake from Safe, grab the AWP, laugh all the way to the bank, George with the triple kill. And this was the end for FURIA. They didn't have the breathing room after that.
Now we do go into Inferno next. And when it comes to Inferno, This has been a map that, okay, yes, FURIA play a ton of, but it's one what I've seen many fails on before. When they've struggled on it, it's when things have got out of hand for them.
Yeah, that's true. Inferno can be a bit of a rough one sometimes. I'll argue, though, that EG is going to struggle more so than FURIA. FURIA have had a couple of good results recently. 3 maps, 3 wins in itself. That speaks to confidence. I also think for EG, that was the point I was trying to make. I'm not even sure they are a team and for how long they're going to be a team. We don't really know too much about it, right? Right now, this is the iteration of EG we get to see. Next week, it could be something else. And my point is that Inferno is a map that requires a lot of team play. It requires a lot of setups, a lot of crossfires. It requires a lot of, understanding and synergy between the players. And have they had enough time to build up that synergy? I doubt it. So it would take FURIA again to drop the ball if EG were to win it right here. But I will say it's more open now than it were an hour ago.
I mean, we're already being criticized, or we are critiques of FURIA for that second map, and I think that's rightful. But they still have an opportunity to bounce back and write it off as a one-off. Listen, we didn't show up. We came in with the wrong attitude in the first half. They surprised us. Hey, let's get it together. The last loss that FURIA has recorded on Inferno was in September 2022. It was a long time ago, ever since they lost that map. Beat Heroic, beat Imperial, big Movistar riders on it. They still are in the leading position. We should not get too ahead of ourselves. They are still the firm favorites in this series. They just have to prove it to us on this one map.
Without a doubt.
Well, they need to prove it. You guys thought it was going to be 2-0. It's not the case now. And we've got to make sure that this EG can make sure they multiply themselves in the same way, show themselves in the best way they can forward, and see what happens. At this point, I'm all in on EG. Let's see if they can get it done.
Drop started this series by saying he wasn't even sure which 5 players he was about to go against. I think he won't be forgetting their names anytime soon. The Unicorn odds still giving it to FURIA, as I think everybody has to. The burden is 100% on Evil Geniuses in order to pull off this absolutely astronomical upset. This never could you believe it type situation. This EG will get beaten worse now that it's not the main 5 type vibe. This is where we are. They have won on Mirage, and not in some nail-biting 30-round overtime grind, a blowout from FURIA via way of Junior and George.
Yeah, they destroyed him. Junior barely even had to flick that match. We saw so many good setups for his picks, some very careful shooting. He out-op safe, dead on a number of times. He had such few deaths and so many kills, and honestly, so little camera time with the active riflers on the map. But he absolutely moved the needle when it came to that Mirage game, and he made it look extremely calm. And even in that final round, finding the pick into the B site to help his team go forward with the attack, everything is moving nicely. And from the perspective of calling, as a person who has analyzed this game for a long time, they moved well. They respected the map so far in both Vertigo and Mirage. They, on T sides, made sure they weren't getting flanked, but didn't ever panic. They came close to running out of time a single round on Vertigo, and outside of that, had FURIA not pushing, not full flanking, losing opening duels. They found themselves in multiple post-plan positions, and they absolutely destroyed them on Mirage. They were just a better team. There was no luck involved in that one. If that was a scrim, it would have only gotten worse for FURIA as far as we're concerned. There was no fake comeback even for FURIA to make it seem like, oh, they just had a bad first half. They just got mopped.
Mobbed by EG Black. And now we go to Inferno. Inferno, FURIA, strong thoughts, expectations?
Yeah, I mean, it's just another ball. FURIA have never been as good as they want to be on Inferno, but still, like, obviously way far ahead of this level. Like, they play it versus the world's best teams. So all 3 of these maps are maps that FURIA could stomp EG Black on just any given day or whatever the case may be. It's just they clearly haven't prepared very much for EG Black, and EG Black are probably playing a lot better than they expected. And now they're going to play Inferno, and we don't know how deep their preparation has gone, but it's clear EG's preparation is going to be far deeper than FURIA's in this situation. So maybe they're looking forward to Inferno.